The story unfolds in the dark woods, where Prince Chin Yo-woon is running and attempting to save himself. He ascends the mountain but stumbles, resulting in an injury. He wonders why he cannot move his leg anymore. While struggling to rise, he inquires whether he is being informed that he has been dancing in the middle of his palms from the beginning. Growing angry, the masked warrior sarcastically praises himself, saying, "Well done, Prince Chin Yo-woon. He must have encountered quite a lot of trouble running for an hour to reach here." Laughter ensues, and the other masked warrior remarks that all the waiting has brought him to the verge of falling asleep. Prince Chin Yo-woon ponders what he should do now, realizing he lacks the strength to flee. He questions why he abandoned the idea of enrolling in the academy and wonders what more they want from him, why they are targeting his life. Masked Warrior queries whether giving up on the academy or lacking talent in martial arts should even matter to someone like him. He asserts that as long as he holds the right to the throne, this remains the only course of action, while he puts his sword at his shoulder. The other Masked Warrior insists on relinquishing resistance, stating there is no alternative escape route. He declares that even if peasant blood is mixed in him, being of the bloodline of that person should warrant a painless death. Prince Chin Yo-woon contemplates the notion of peasant blood, reflecting on how they dare dishonor his mother. He is skeptical, believing that these individuals would never grant him a painless death. Considering the inevitability of his demise, he resolves to fight until his last breath. Masked Warrior inquires whether he has acquired martial arts skills from Warrior Guard Jang. Prince Chin Yo-woon realizes that no, it seems he didn't inherit any skills. However, he acknowledges that he can't escape his bloodline. He expresses determination, stating that even without training or skills, he refuses to surrender until the end, finding the situation exhilarating. Masked Warrior commands them to kill him, and they attack him. He fights back, attempting to defend himself, but the warrior grabs him by the neck, questioning if this is the end of his resistance. Suddenly, Prince Chin Yo-woon draws his sword, strikes the warrior, killing him, and declares that it serves him right. They are shocked and inquire how a kid who hasn't even mastered martial arts managed to kill one of their members, and if all of those random slashes an act to make them lower their guard. He thinks he managed to pull off such a shrewd act in a situation like this, and what if he has mastered martial arts and a masked warrior runs to attack and abuses him and kicks him and throws him away and he bleeds. Masked Warrior says just because they went easy on him, he dared to do this. The warrior comes closer to him, puts foot on his wound, and asks how it feels to have a hole in his stomach. Prince Chin Yo-woon thinks as he thought, he can't trick them twice, and says it's alright, at least he killed one of them while he scratched the ground with his hand. The warrior presses his wound and says, "Die an excruciating death." The other warrior responds, stating that such an act isn't his style, but since their comrade died, he supposes there isn't a choice. Suddenly, a light emerges from another direction and strikes, causing the warrior to slice. The other warrior ponders the recent event, describing it as something akin to a beam of white light. An unknown person approaches them, and the warrior alerts his companion that the person is behind them. They move toward him and are ready to attack him. He stands in front of them, and the warrior asks what that is, as he has never seen clothing like that before. One warrior attacks him and asks who he is. He uses his powers and retaliates, killing the warrior. The other warrior ponders what is happening here as he disappears in a second. They wonder if it's an agility skill or not. It seems more like he is becoming invisible, like water, in a second. They contemplate the light, realizing that it is exactly what that light is. The warrior thinks that this is the power of a master who has risen to the highest level, but questions why an extraordinary master like him is defending that stupid. He considers that the kid has already lost a lot of blood, making him a lost cause, and believes their mission has been fulfilled. He decides to retreat and run away. However, the unknown person attacks him and kills him. Prince Chin Yo-woon remarks that it serves them all right and closes his eyes. He thinks it looks like their ancestor is in a happy mood, even though he is on his deathbed. He wonders about the identity of the person and what kind of nonsense he is spouting after appearing all of a sudden. He notes that his eyesight is getting fuzzy and he can't see, feeling his entire body getting frigid. He thinks he is going to die like this. The unknown person asks if they have found him already and replies that he guesses there is no choice while he presses a button on the watch. He says he was going to come here earlier and teach him how to use it, but he guesses they will have to improvise. He adds that he should hurry since he is right about to die. He injects something into him and mentions that he is the one injecting it, causing him to cringe and say all right then. He then asks him about his ancestor Nim, requesting him to ensure success and make this descendant's life easier. He says that this nano machine is the latest version and operating should be simple enough, so good luck learning how to use it. He disappears again. Prince Chin Yo-woon thinks about what kind of nonsense that strange guy has been blabbering about. The system window notifies the serial number ZO344053258893. He thinks there is a strange voice inside his mind. The system window notifies Sky Corporation that's a 7th generation of the Nano Machine and its status starting activation. Prince Chin Yo-woon reflects that long ago, fighters of Jianghu leaders' martial arts used it to protect themselves from enemies. Over time, martial arts evolved from being a method of self-defense into a tool for killing enemies, growing more sophisticated and complex as simple forms developed into a series of movements and breathing techniques that represented the basics of internal energy. He reflects that martial artists pass on their teachings and heirlooms to future generations, allowing martial arts to continue evolving. He observes that those who master martial arts are more powerful than ordinary humans and are soon called the Murum people Wulin. He thinks fighters who wanted to be disciples of the Murum people gathered to form clans, and those clans were divided into the forces of justice and the forces of evil. He thinks between the tight balances of those two forces, there was another group that pursued an entirely different route, seeking only strength. He thinks the world called them the demonic cult, and the illegitimate child the highest-ranking family in the demonic cult who has the right to the throne. This is Chin Yo-woon's story. After a while, he opens his eyes and finds himself in a room. He is shocked and says he is alive, but he is sure his stomach was pierced by that sword. He asks what is happening and why his whole body is sweating. He looks at his hand and asks what this is and what these black spots are. He thinks it smells awful and his whole body is sticky. He hears a system voice saying, "He is awake, master." He looks around and asks who the voice belongs to. He thinks there is not anyone around. What is it? The voice says, "Please calm down, master." He considers telepathy and realizes that he has heard of it before, but this is different. He notes that it sounds like it is coming directly from his head. He ponders the sound again, and the voice says he is the right master. He shouts again, asking who it is. Nano Machine explains that it connects and serves as a core to support the master's brain, and it is Sky Corporation's 7th generation Nano Machine. He shouts, asking what it is talking about, who it is, and why it is doing this to him. Nano Machine says he's the 7th generation Nano Machine. He inquires about Nano and the evil god. Nano Machine confirms that it is indeed a Nano Machine. Again, he thinks it is talking about the evil god, the one that the demonic cult worships. He sits on the floor and shouts, declaring that he is really the evil god. After a while, Guard Jang says this way to Dr. Beak. "Dr. Beak, it is an assassination attempt." Guard Jang agrees, mentioning that there have been many assassination attempts recently. He says he doesn't think that they would send him directly there. Dr. Beak responds, stating that of course it would have to be their first-class Guard Jang, and it is the only thing they could have done. He says it is a miracle that Prince Chin Yo-woon can make it out alive. Guard Jang adds that he thinks someone helped Prince Chin Yo-woon, but he can't tell who it was that helped him. Dr. Beak asks if he can't guess to some extent based on the markings. He agrees with him. He thinks that the scene he saw yesterday was terrible. On the cold ground, without their upper bodies, were the corpses of men from the demonic cult. He thinks among them is one who still has his upper body intact, but the dagger that he gives to Prince Chin Yo-woon is stuck in his head. He then hears someone's breathing, and in a place not too far away, through the pools of blood, he can recognize right away that it is Prince Chin Yo-woon. The Dr. Beak says, but he has no wound on his body. Guard Jang agrees with him and states that Prince Chin Yo-woon's breathing is like he is sound asleep, and his clothes are clearly torn by a sword, but Prince Chin Yo-woon's body is clean of any marks. Dr. Beak asks who could have helped him. There's no way the cult leader would involve himself in a fight like this. He appears confused. Dr. Beak laughs and says this is getting interesting, quickly leading him to Prince Chin Yo-woon's room. Prince Chin Yo-woon asks if he is the one who saved his life god. Nano Machine responds that if he is talking about the one who saved him from the enemies that are after him, then no. Nano Machine clarifies that if he is referring to putting the master's dying body into self-healing mode, then yes. He asks what is meant by self-healing mode. Nano Machine explains that it involves sending basic information to the master's brain. He asks what is with the master. Nano Machine responds that it is searching for the right words for this era and culture. Nano Machine reassures him that he's not the evil god that he speaks of. He thinks that his tone has changed and says if he is not the evil god, then who it is. Nano Machine says he's trying to send him the basic information and manual about him to his brain and asks him to accept. He agrees with Nano Machine. Prince Chin Yo-woon starts vomiting, and Nano Machine says this is a natural reaction when he first receives the information in his brain, and he will not feel dizzy or nauseous starting the second time. Prince Chin Yo-woon cries and, feeling dizzy, asks what is happening to him. He inquires about the Nano Machine and asks if it is true that thousands of machines are now embedded in his body. Nano Machine agrees with him and tells him that's correct, and specifically 6,482,040,000 nanomachines have been placed in his body. Prince Chin Yo-woon thinks what this is and says it is not human or a god. He asks if he wants them to get out of his body. Nano Machine says that as he sees the information that was sent, it is programmed to only be extracted outside the body in case he dies. He thinks his so-called half-brothers are very desperate to kill him, who doesn't even have any strength, and now there is a fully unidentified nanomachine in his body. He thinks about why this happened to him and asks, so then, who put it into his body? Guard Jang knocks on the door and says Dr. Beak is here. Prince Chin Yo-woon says to stay quiet, Nanomachine. He thinks they will think he is weird if they see him talking to a voice inside his head. Nano Machine says it can read his thoughts to communicate, and it temporarily goes into silent mode. Prince Chin Yo-woon whispers he gets it, so just be quiet now. Guard Jang says the prince seems to be asleep, so they have to stay quiet. Guard Jang asks him, Prince, he is awake, it seems his body is awake. He smells something and asks what this smell is. Prince Chin Yo-woon thinks he has forgotten about that. Dr. Beak says Prince Chin Yo-woon, they have met before. He agrees and asks how he could forget the doctor who came to see him when his mother was sick. Dr. Beak states he is going to feel his pulse and gives him his hand. He responds it's okay to give him his hand. Prince Chin Yo-woon gives him his hand. Dr. Beak holds his hand and says, this is very strange. Guard Jang wonders him what he means if something bad happens to the prince. The doctor says no, it's quite the opposite. This could be a rare opportunity for Prince Chin Yo-woon. He asks what he is saying. Dr. Beak states that his entire body has been cleansed of any dirty substances and his energy flow has been activated. He inquires if he takes some kind of special medicine. Prince Chin Yo-woon asks for clarification and mentions he is not sure what is being said. The doctor asserts that now he has the perfect body to train in martial arts. He contemplates the black sticky spots, considering them waste that comes out of his body. He notices the Nano Machine and asks how it works. The Nano Machine instructs him to deactivate silent mode. He complies. The Nano Machine confirms that silent mode has been deactivated, and it explains that the Nano Machines placed throughout his entire body have extracted waste from his body and reshaped the blood vessels, joints, and muscles to best fit his body shape. Now he appears content and seeks confirmation. He reflects that he is not an evil god. The Nano Machine clarifies that it is not an evil god, but a machine. He reflects that although the demonic cult is made up of many clans and families, only 6 among them are main clans. He recalls that the Lord is bound by an oath to marry a woman from each of the 6 clans to give birth to his descendants, and the descendants born in each clan are raised in their respective clans. When they reach a certain age, they are admitted to the demonic academy. He recalls that the Demonic Academy, which opens every 10 years, is headed by the leading experts from the magistrate and was founded to train the best warriors of each generation. He remembers that there was a period of unusually intense competition. Whenever several princes joined the academy, it was referred to as the period of the Battle of the Heirs by the magistrates. Prince Chin Yo-woon smiles and wonders if he is indeed sure that he is not an evil god. Nano Machine notifies him that he is not an evil god, but a machine. He reflects that Dr. Beak is from the Poison Clan, and he needs to hide the fact that the Nano Machine is in his body. The Nano Machine assures him that the technology of this era will not be able to detect his presence, Master. Dr. Beak remarks that it is certain that he received help from someone. He notes that there seems to be nothing wrong with his body, but mentions he will prescribe him a tonic that will help him regain his energy. Guard Jang expresses gratitude to Dr. Beak and asks if he is leaving, offering to see him out. Dr. Beak declines, stating it's fine, and that he doesn't need to come out and should instead watch over the prince. He reflects that it's very strange how a person can change like that and remembers that long ago, he was sure that he would be pushed out of the ranks with his weak body and lack of knowledge of martial arts. But now, with the current state of his body, he could probably learn martial arts better than any of the other princes. Dr. Beak walks out and reflects that he is, after all, an illegitimate child of the Lord, pretending not to care while taking an interest in it. He considers that if the Lord has secretly helped him, then there is no need for him to acknowledge it. He anticipates that the soon-to-be-opened Daimonic Academy will be nosy. Prince Qin-Yo-Woon thinks that he doesn't believe he has caught on. He reflects that, come to think of it, the reason why he is alive is all thanks to Guard Jang, even though the nano machine healed him. He contemplates that if Guard Jang hadn't come on time, he tries to thank him, but Guard Jang refuses and apologizes to the prince, mentioning he thinks he should wash up first while pinching his nose. Prince Qin-Yo-Woon smiles and acknowledges that he really should. He takes a bath and converses with a nano machine. He recalls that earlier he had asked how much his body could heal if he put it in a self-healing mode. The nano machine explains that any internal or external wound caused by an external impact can be healed quickly, but blood loss or decapitation will take much more time since they require cell division. Prince Qin-Yo-Woon wonders why it keeps saying things that are hard to understand. Meanwhile, he considers that it should be fine if he tries to test it out, right? He cuts his hand, and it starts bleeding, causing him to exclaim in pain. The nano machine instructs him to activate self-healing mode on the left palm for a stab wound, and it heals. He reflects that even though he just witnessed it, it's hard to believe, but now he knows that it works. He recalls the information transferred to his head earlier and realizes he can really use all of these functions. The nano machine confirms he can use everything shown in the instructions. He thinks it's amazing and decides he will have to try it out once he finishes his bath. He thinks, wait, nano machine, this doesn't make sense, and notices his body has suddenly become muscular and toned, asking if it does this too. Nano machine confirms it and explains that it has reconstructed his body. He wonders what is meant by reconstruction. An old man enters the room and informs him that he is here to dress him. He instructs the old man to proceed. Meanwhile, Nano Machine explains that while it is scientifically impossible to create something out of nothing, it is not difficult to reconstruct an existing part of his body. As the old man dresses him, he thinks the words Nano Machine chooses are so complicated that listening to him makes him feel like everything he has learned is useless. He converses with Nano Machine and asks if it's okay to call it Nano since its name is so long. Nano Machine updates its new name to Nano. He thinks it's not fun. This is his study, and he wonders what he should do now. Nano Machine instructs him to look into a book and flip through each page. He thinks he should just flip through it, that's all. Nano Machine agrees. He takes a book and reflects that the only books there related to martial arts are about blood points. He considers that the 3-ism is a breathing method designed to train the mind and body, but even if he practices for the first time in his life, it is still difficult to achieve the lowest level. He decides that reading about blood points seems to be better. He thinks he is starting with Nano. Nano Machine agrees and states please start. He flips the page and thinks he has finished flipping through it Nano. Nano Machine confirms that he has successfully scanned the book Blood Passage, attempting to transfer the information to the user's brain, and asks him to accept it. He considers scanning and requests it to copy all of its information. Nano Machine confirms that this is correct and asks him to accept it. He accepts, and Nano Machine scans the whole book and transfers the complete information. Prince Qin-Yo-Woon laughs, and Nano Machine assures him that he will soon get used to it. He asks if Nano Machine is worried about it. Nano Machine replies that he is just starting, in fact. He jests with it and asks what he should do now. Nano Machine explains that if he wishes to use the acquired knowledge, he has to think about it to bring it up. He explains that blood points play an important role in the flow of blood in the veins and arteries of the body and can simply be called blood. There are two different types of points, those that can immobilize and those that can kill. He explains that if a point that can immobilize is poked at the body, the person will be immobilized, which can. He exclaims, "No way, this is crazy," and realizes it's not just memorization. He can fully understand the content. Nano Machine explains that it transferred the information over after correcting the errors in the book. He wonders about the errors and realizes there are things that are wrong. Nano Machine informs him that, based on the information in the program, it corrected an error about blood points. Surprised, he says he can't believe this and asks if this doesn't mean that he can learn and master martial arts faster than everyone else. He laughs and reflects that the candidates of the 6 clans have mastered many fighting techniques since they were breastfed, and even after watching these individuals, he still couldn't master the 3 Yisim methods. He considers that there aren't many books on martial arts in his study, but he has heard that there are many in the Demonic Academy. With this ability, he thinks he is going to become stronger faster than anyone else in the academy and decides that's going to be his goal now. The scene shifts to the Chamber of the Air candidate, South Castle of the demonic cult house of Bakmajong, where Prince Mukium mentions that he sent them all to get rid of one boy, but all 5 of them are dead. He asks if it makes sense. The warrior responds that he thinks someone secretly helped him. Prince Mukium shouts and asks how he dares to call his name at his own will. He replies that he's sorry. Prince Mukium says he thought since he is stupid of low blood, he would be easy to kill, but it seems like he has something up his sleeve. He wonders if he even tried to get rid of that guard, but there is someone else protecting him too. He comments that he doesn't want to get his hands dirty, but he has no choice now and he will have to kill him by himself at the Demonic Academy. Prince Chen Yowun lies on his bed and thinks that he can't sleep at all because of how nervous he is. He takes out his hand from the window and asks if it is morning yet. He looks outside while saying it is the day when he joins the academy. He looks at Guard Zhang, who is practicing. He thinks it would have been better if he had secretly learned Guard Zhang's dagger techniques. Then he refuses and thinks people from the 6 clans that watch them won't leave him alone. He thinks when his mother passed away, he made an oath not to learn martial arts until he was admitted into the academy. Nano Machine calls him and asks if he would like it to scan Guard Zhang's movements. He is shocked and asks if it can scan the movement of other people. Nano Machine confirms that. He asks, then does that mean it can scan Guard Zhang's martial arts training and transfer it into his mind? Nano Machine says that is possible if the program also has data on various martial arts techniques that it can transfer over to him, and says he can even transfer it to him right now. He thinks for a while and asks if it is okay to steal Guard Zhang's martial arts techniques without his permission, but cancels this idea. He thinks in the afternoon he is going to have to go to the academy without any regrets, and he thinks he doesn't have time to think about what he can use to protect himself. He orders Nano Machine to scan it. Nano Machine activates the movement scan. The Nano Machine scans all of Guard Zhang's techniques. Nano Machine says the scanning time is approximately half an hour. After a while, Nano Machine says movement scanning has been completed and says the beginning of the transfer to the user's brain. He says still, it is more bearable than yesterday while he sits down near the window. He thinks for a while and asks how it can happen and how this is possible and laughs. He runs and takes out his sword. He thinks that he can do it too. He looks outside and says he needs to be careful so that Guard Zhang doesn't see. He starts using Guard Zhang's techniques and thinks they are the same as Guard Zhang's 20 years of training while he starts practicing. He thinks about training every day, straightening his posture and mastering it with his body. He asks if this doesn't allow him to completely ignore these processes. Nano Machine says while the movement scan is activated, muscle analysis for training the movement has also been completed and asks him if he will accept the transfer to his muscles. He says he needs to have a muscle transfer too. Nano Machine says if he doesn't get the transfer for the muscles. He bends on the floor and says his whole body is in so much pain suddenly. He asks Nano Machine why his body is like this. Nano Machine responds that through repetitive training, his body forms muscles that are right for this movement, but his body has not properly developed these muscles, so there will be damage to his muscles. He wonders he knows that it did some sort of transfer, but it could explain it to him a little simpler. Nano Machine suggests translating the language to match the user's level. He inquires about his language proficiency level. Nano Machine informs him of the completion of the translation and explains that even though the user's brain may have learned it, his body won't be able to adjust to it since the master hasn't trained like Guard Zhang for a long time. Nano Machine states that he must simulate his muscles so that he becomes fully familiar with the movement, and only after this simulation can he fully utilize these movements. Meanwhile, he finds it somewhat easier than before, but still difficult to grasp. Nano Machine inquires if he would like to adjust the language level to the lowest setting. He responds, asking if he won't experience pain after receiving this muscle transfer. Nano Machine asks if that's correct, and if he would like to initiate the transfer, explaining that this process requires the utilization of every nano machine in his body, which will take a couple of hours. He mentions that if it's only a couple of hours, there will still be time before he has to leave, so he can start it. Nano Machine informs him that the transfer will come with a lot of pain, so he will be put under anesthesia shortly. He asks Nano if it will hurt a lot. Nano Machine states that there are a total of 1,035,000 cases of fainting caused by this muscle transfer. Prince Chin Yo-woon inquires if he can do it. Nano Machine asks if he would like to try it without anesthesia. He asks if he can't handle it and can switch to a state with anesthesia. Nano Machine confirms and begins the transfer. Prince Chin Yo-woon mentions he was too nervous, it just tickles. Nano Machine injects anesthesia. He groans in pain and falls onto his bed. After a while, guard Jang cooks food, tastes it, and remarks that it's as good as most of the neighborhood masters. He asks if he should prepare something special today, but decides to just make a simple meal that Prince Chin Yo-woon likes while he cuts vegetables. He reflects that it has already been 5 years since he learned to cook for him, and he wasn't even a good cook back then. He has a flashback and recalls Lady HWA saying to him, "Please take care of her, Chin Yo-woon." Guard Jang reflects that it has already been 5 years since Lady HWA died from eating food containing poison. He realizes that the young Prince Chin Yo-woon is now entering the academy today. Guard Jang prays, "Lady HWA, please protect him from heaven so that he can survive and have another meal." He hears his voice shouting, throws his knife, and rushes into the room, asking if Prince Chin Yo-woon is alright. Prince Chin Yo-woon falls onto his bed. Guard Jang calls out to him repeatedly, but he doesn't respond. Guard Jang checks his pulse and observes that he doesn't seem like anything is wrong, questioning if he is intentionally doing this. He notices some footsteps on the floor and inquires about whose footsteps they are. He reflects that while tracing these steps, Prince Chin Yo-woon has been observing his training for at most 2 years. He believes that he has already caught up to his 20 years of training. Nano Machine announces that the required muscle and fiber transfer has been completed, so it is deactivating the anesthesia. Prince Chin Yo-woon opens his eyes, gets up, and declares that he will never do that again. Nano Machine acknowledges that it certainly warned him, then asks why he was lying down and whether Guard Jang came by screaming. Prince Chin Yo-woon retrieves his dagger from the ground and thinks that now it won't hurt to use the dagger technique. Nano Machine explains that through the muscle transfer, he now has the same muscles as those who have practiced these movements for 20 years, and he begins practicing again, stating that it feels good. He thinks these are the same techniques as before, but they are much more accurate and powerful, and the feeling of cutting through the air is so nice. He practices so hard and rotates his dagger, thinking that's all for the first formation. Now for the first step of the second formation. He sees his floor break and says this is bad. He thinks even though he didn't use Nigong, it still leaves footprints and asks if he has already completed Weigong. He says if Guard Jang sees this, it's going to be bad. Guard Jang calls him and says his breakfast is ready. He gets scared and quickly gets up, asking what he should do now, and says it won't go away even if he presses on it while he looks at the floor and tries to fix it. Meanwhile, Guard Jang reaches there and opens the door, calling him again. Prince Chin Yo-woon quickly places the table at the footsteps and says he feels so hungry today, asking if he always eats by the window. He explains that since he won't be coming home for a while, he wanted to eat towards the center, and he thinks Guard Jang wouldn't have noticed while smiling secretly. He considers stir-fried bok choy and roast pork, rice with a fried egg on top, and realizes they're all his favorite foods. He notices the care Guard Jang has for him since today is the day he gets admitted to the academy and thinks this could be the last breakfast Guard Jang makes for him. Nano Machine explains that a sudden change in emotions is contributing to the acid coming up his esophagus and increasing the secretion of saliva, advising him to swallow the food with saliva to settle the acid. He thinks to stop saying weird things and to be quiet while Nano Machine is temporarily set to mute mode. He thinks he is going to eat everything and leave nothing left. Guard Jang requests to eat slowly. He is going to get indigestion. Prince Chin Yo-woon agrees as he places his chopsticks back on the table and says that was a good meal. Guard Zhang asks when he stays and refuses and tells him to learn his dagger technique. He asks what Guard Zhang is talking about while Guard Zhang removes the table. He looks at the footsteps and thinks this is a step made from moving into the second formation of his technique. It's a lot clearer than what he saw earlier and says, as expected, his eyes weren't wrong. Prince Qin Woon thinks that stealing other people's martial arts techniques is taboo in Morim, and he has committed a crime by stealing a technique through Nano's power. Even if Guard Zhang will hate him, he has no excuse. Guard Zhang says he did well and asks, so what if he learn in secret? He says he's his guard, and if it wasn't for the oath of the 6 clans, he would have taught it to him earlier, and he gives him an envelope. He asks what this is, while Guard Zhang replies it's an energy flow method for the Nigong of the Dragger technique. He inquires why Guard Zhang is giving this to him, and Guard Zhang says he wants to give tips on learning the Nigong, but there will be many things at the academy that are much better than what he can give him, and tells him to learn those. Guard Zhang goes into a flashback, resolving that he will never cry again as he sits near the dead body of his mother. Guard Zhang thinks it has been 5 years since Lady Hwa passed away, and during that time, he gritted his teeth and put up with Prince Qin. But he's still a boy hungry for his parents' affection. Guard Zhang says he can't be with him after he gets admitted, so he can cry today, but he must become stronger from now on. He becomes emotional and thanks Prince Qin, while Guard Zhang goes out and closes the door. He thinks from now on, he mustn't fear or hesitate. Even though his mother is not here anymore, he still has a place he can return to. The scene shifts to the academy where all disciples line up, and one student asks, as he has heard, if all of the clans have gathered and asks how many people are here. Another student responds that he thinks there may be around 1,000. A third disciple says that now that he's here at the academy, he's getting nervous, while another student replies that since this is a competition between the heirs as a part of small clans, they need to get in line. Left Guardian Fire King Li Hwa Mayang arrives there and says they're all so loud, it's such a mess that he can't see any kind of spirit from them, just stupid things. He wonders if they came here without the resolve that this place could be their last. A student comments that red hair is the left guardian, and another student inquires if isn't one of the top 10 strongest in the demonic cult. He asks wasn't it top 5? While Li Hwa Mayang thinks the kids in the front row are the heirs of the 6 clans. He looks at Sound Clan number 6, Chinwon Raya, and thinks she's the only female candidate this time, and thinks about number 7, Qin Yo Woon, wondering where he is. Qin Yo Woon asks if there is no name tag, while the other student confirms and says he can't see the 7th prince's name tag, adding that it seems like he'll just have to wait until they find one. Qin Yo Woon thinks this must be one of the 6 clans' tricks and says he understands. He'll wait. He wonders if they don't want him in the same row as them. He thinks, well, nothing good will come out of having conflict with them from the beginning, and recalls they were the ones who tried to kill him whenever they had the chance. He believes they would probably kill him right away if they saw him, but he still came here after countless attacks from them. He resolves to be stronger than anyone else in this demonic academy. Meanwhile, he observes the multitude of disciples and contemplates the difficulty of reaching the front in such a crowd. Some students engage in gossip, with one remarking about a black number 7 name tag, identifying the wearer as an heir candidate not affiliated with the 6 clans. Another student mentions rumors suggesting that the individual in question has not mastered any martial arts style. Someone responds, suggesting that such a person would likely be the first to fail. Prince Qin Yo Woon assumes it's evident what they're whispering about, even if he cannot hear them clearly. He decides to ignore their potential mockery. Li Hwa Mayang notices him and finds it absurd to see him standing alone all the way at the back. He finds it amusing that attention is drawn to him solely because he is the Lord's illegitimate child. After a while, the horns blow loudly, and a student announces that it's the sound of the horns signaling the imminent arrival of the Lord. They urge everyone to be quiet as the Lord approaches. All the students direct their attention to Right Guardian Crazy Blade Xiaob Meng, who stands alongside Li Hwa Mayang. Xiaob Meng slips and becomes irritated, commenting on the oddity of his shabby clothes. Li Hwa Mayang retorts, asking what Xiaob Meng is staring at, calling him a red-haired fool. Lead Guardian Great Guardian King Marakium intervenes, instructing them to be quiet. The students then turn their gaze towards one of the top 5 strongest in the Morim Chinmay cult, Lord Qin Yo-jong, acknowledging his overwhelming presence with admiration, as expected of the Lord. Chen Yuwoon looks at the Lord and realizes that the person before him is his father. Merikium orders everyone to be silenced, and he bows in front of Lord Chen Yozhong, informing him that everything is prepared. Lord Chen Yozhong responds, stating that they all bear responsibility for the future of the cult, and he welcomes them. Chen Yuwoon ponders if this is what they refer to as Nigong, as it sounds like ordinary speech but resonates deeply in his ears. Lord Chen Yozhong declares that this place is for training and forming bonds to strengthen the power of the cult, prompting excitement among the students who enthusiastically chant slogans for the demonic cult. All of Lord Chen Yuwoon's representatives bow and express agreement, to which he responds with praise, acknowledging their efforts. Chen Yuwoon gazes at him and reflects on their first meeting, recalling only the coldness in his eyes and acknowledging that he hadn't expected much then. Meanwhile, he reflects on being the person who didn't even show up after his mother died. Lee Hwa Myung remarks that now that the Lord's congratulatory speech is over, they should begin properly, but the students resume chit-chatting. He raises his voice, asking if they are not going to stand up straight. He announces that he's going to keep it simple, instructing them to listen carefully. The academy will last for 4 years and will consist of 6 stages. He explains that after each stage, they will take a test, with only one chance given to pass. The students become worried and inquire if they will fail if they can't pass the test on the first attempt. Lee Hwa Myung confirms that it seems they understood, stating that indeed, those who do not pass will be expelled instantly. Sword Clan's number 2, Chen Kyung-woon, raises his hand to ask a question. Lee Hwa Myung interjects, questioning who allowed someone like him to ask a question. He persists, asking what his question is. Lee Hwa Myung wonders if he has an issue with being called a rascal, reminding him that upon entering the academy, he forfeited all privileges associated with the 6 clans. He contemplates if Chen Kyung-woon desires expulsion even before the competition commences. Chen Mu-yeon and Spring Clan's number 3, Chen Mu-kyun, share a secret laugh. Chen Kyung-woon bows and apologizes, to which Lee Hwa Myung responds by stating that it's obvious that his question pertains to whether he considers the one-chance policy for the 6th stages unfair. Lee Hwa Myung reassures him that special benefits will be provided to those who pass the next stage. He further explains that the first benefit is the Black Dragon Ball. Chen Yuwoon wonders what the Black Dragon Ball is, prompting a student to clarify that they are discussing the Black Dragon Ball. Another student adds that it must be the medicine ball that enables the consumer to gain 20 years worth of Nigong. One student deduces that if one passes through all the stages and acquires 6 of the balls, they would gain 120 years worth of Nigong, akin to the level of a high expert. The other student questions why they would give such a valuable item if the masters would have likely taken them all already. Chen Yuwoon considers that he currently lacks any Nigong, but if he were to pass, he could instantly increase his Nigong. Lee Hwa Myung explains that the second benefit is the Martial Arts Book of Secrets, emphasizing the importance of these books to those who have trained in martial arts. He elaborates that the library of the Demonic Academy comprises 5 floors, with access to each floor granted upon passing a test. He mentions that depending on the effort they exert, they may have the opportunity to learn the secrets of various martial arts manuals. One student asks if this means he could learn divine phonology, while another compares it to the knowledge possessed by the Muram masters. Chen Yuwoon realizes that he needs the martial arts books to survive, considering them more crucial than Nigong. Lee Hwa Myung expresses doubt, stating that most of them won't reach the 5th floor, even if they weren't resurrected, so they shouldn't get their hopes up. Xiaob Meng reflects on his ability to boost morale and then quickly diminish it, feeling dissatisfied with everything he does. Lee Hwa Myung announces that the third and final benefit is that they will obtain a rank they have never held before. Chen Kyung-woon observes him and realizes that this is why even the candidates do not have any ranks or privileges here. Everything changes once they enter the academy. From now on, only the strong will survive. Lee Hwa Myung explains that each time they pass through a stage, they will receive a rank. A low-ranked warrior for Stage 1, a middle-ranked warrior for Stage 2, a high-ranked warrior for Stage 3, a squad leader for Stage 4, and clan leader for Stage 5. As for the 6th stage, it doesn't matter to any of them, so he will just skip it. Meanwhile, he elaborates that most of those present won't be able to progress beyond 3 stages regardless of their efforts. He questions whether it would not be a disgrace for members of high-ranked clans to become low-ranked warriors. Xiao Meng wonders if Stage 6 can even be called a test, considering its difficulty. He notes that it's almost impossible, as fewer than 10 people have passed the test in the Academy's hundreds of years of existence. Li Hwa Mayang explains that at the Academy, if they manage to advance through the upper levels, their ranks will be recognized. While they all may begin with the same cadet ranks, their ranks will differ later on. Qin Yo-woon reflects that if surviving until now was his biggest problem, now survival means advancing in ranks. Li Hwa Mayang declares that he has finished explaining and announces that from now on, he will assign dormitory groups as they begin the first test. Qin Yo-woon becomes worried and asks what he means by this. The students start chit-chatting, with one questioning if they heard correctly and another expressing disbelief and questioning the fairness of the situation. Another student asks if they are supposed to learn something first, while his friend wonders if they can have the first test already, to which he responds by asking what they will do if they get expelled. Li Hwa Mayang instructs them all to be quiet and reiterates that, as he stated before, those who fail this test will be expelled from the academy and won't even deserve to be called low-ranked warriors. He explains that the first test will assess their basic skills, emphasizing the need for at least basic Nigong to become a warrior of their school. Those without basic Nigong will be assigned to agricultural, commercial, and service districts, so they should be prepared for the possibility of failure. Qin Yo-woon inquires about darning work, and he chuckles, responding that no, they do need people for menial tasks, so they shouldn't try too hard. Qin Yo-woon curses inwardly, realizing that this is the reason why the ladies of the 6 clans made him swear an oath not to learn Nigong, and if he fails this test, he will become part of the lowest clan of the cult. He acknowledges that if that happens, anyone could try to kill him. Chen Mu-Kiam observes him and thinks that he doesn't know whose idea it is, but it's quite clever. This will spare him the trouble of having to kill himself. After a while, Hang So-yu, the 5th elder and clan leader of the Sound clan within the demonic cult, arrives and begins to play music. Li Hwa Mayang explains that she will oversee the first test, as she holds both positions. He emphasizes that this test is honestly very easy. If they fail here, they'll never even reach the rank of a low-ranked warrior. A student asks who the leader of the Sound clan is, while another questions what kind of test warrants the presence of the Sound clan's leader. They receive no answer, while Qin Yo-woon wonders why everyone is covering their ears. Li Hwa Mayang explains that if the 5th elder were to actually unleash her musical energy wave, the weaker ones wouldn't stand a chance. However, she will control it for everyone's sake, so they shouldn't worry too much. With luck, they may even endure it without needing to rely on Nigong. Qin Yo-mayang curses inwardly, realizing they are to endure the musical energy wave. Hang So-yu explains that even with just a little Nigong, they will be able to hold on for a minute. Li Hwa Mayang explains that those who endure the energy wave for a minute without fainting will pass the first test. He initiates the test by performing a magic spell on all the students, causing them to become scared. One student shouts that he can still hear it even while covering his ears, and they all collapse. Qin Mu-Kiam observes that as expected, most of the candidates from the smaller clans have already fallen, while those from the 6 clans and other high-ranked clans are holding out. He laughs and remarks that the music is just irritating his ears as she begins to play again. She contemplates how candidates from the 6 clans have been taking medicines since childhood, enabling them to accumulate significant amounts of Nigong. She assumes that the individual with no Nigong is probably already on the ground. He observes that something seems unusual. Despite the clan leaders playing becoming faster, Qin Yo-woon has not yet fallen. Meanwhile, she watches as the top 5 candidates cover their ears and attempt to endure the sound, while Qin Yo-woon calmly stands without covering his ears, observing them all. He looks at his hands, wondering what is happening, as half of the people in the field are already on the ground. He wonders if they are all suffering from internal injuries and questions why he is unaffected. Nano Machine detects powerful high and low frequency waves from the instruments and identifies a possibility of serious damage to his body. It activates emergency defense mode to block the sound waves. He reflects that Nano has enabled him to not hear the sound waves. Nano Machine confirms that his body's ability to sense sound has been temporarily halted. He wonders how he can still hear voices, and Nano Machine explains that the information is being directly sent to his brain. He finds this process difficult and asks if he can block the intimidating gaze. Nano Machine inquires if he wishes to obstruct his vision. He declines, deciding to let it be. Lee Hwa Myung senses impatience in the Fifth Elder's performance and believes that the history of the Sound Clan has grown significantly stronger over time. He believes this might be overwhelming for those with less than 20 years of Nigong. He concludes that he must be the reason for his unaffected state, even though he had heard that he possessed no Nigong, which must be incorrect. Meanwhile, he reflects on how he is enduring this situation in such a stable condition. He considers that this is the first time he has seen such an exciting first test since he assumed his role at the academy. Now he wonders how long that individual without Nigong will last. A student informs his friend that his ears are bleeding, and the friend acknowledges that the same is happening to him. He finds it challenging to hold out even with 20 years of Nigong and realizes that he needs to persevere. The pride of the upper clan is at stake. However, he questions why the Fifth Elder is playing so intensely. Chin-Moo Kiam sits and meditates, observing that her facial expression is distorted, leading him to assume that she is angry. He wonders if there could be a reason for her intense playing. Chin Jong-sum also notices him and wonders why he suddenly appears surprised. Chin Won-rya thinks to himself that they aren't supposed to look behind them, but wonders if there is something there nonetheless. They all look at Chin Yo-woon surprisingly, wondering how that individual with no Nigong can be completely fine, as he doesn't seem to be tired at all. Chin-Moo Kiam speculates that the individual must have had Nigong after all. Chin Yo-woon thinks to himself, questioning Nano if it's as he suspects, noting the anger displayed by the children in the front and the Fifth Elder. Nano Machine responds that it analyzes facial musical movements and detects emotions such as absurdity, surprise, petulance, and anger from their facial muscles. Despite being unable to hear anything, Chin Yo-woon observes their hostility and deduces that their pride is wounded after initially believing he had no Nigong, only to see him endure for so long. He realizes that if he passes the first test in such good condition, they won't believe him if he claims he doesn't have Nigong. Considering whether he could give himself an internal injury, Nano Machine inquires if he means injuring his organs. He agrees, and Nano Machine confirms that it is possible, but it doesn't recommend intentionally injuring his body. Meanwhile, he thinks he doesn't care. Once the performance is over, he wants to give him an internal injury and make him vomit blood. Nano Machine acknowledges the order to force internal organ damage. Hang Soo-yu reflects that it's almost 1 minute now and is surprised that the individual who isn't even 15 years old could endure this so easily. She realizes she can't end it like this because her pride won't allow it, feeling angry. She decides she needs to try and endure this performance that uses half the power in her body, and she plays music with all her powers. Lee Hwa Myung perceives this as dangerous. Chin Jong-sum starts bleeding and coughing. Lee Hwa Myung urges her to stop, as any more will be dangerous. He observes that almost all the students have fallen, while Chin Yo-woon stands calmly. The top 5 candidates also fall to a very low position and cough, while she stops playing music, and they express relief that it's finally over. Seob Meng reflects that if she had used even a little more power, everyone would have failed the first test, and he can't believe the Fifth Elder let it get out of control. She sits down and curses inwardly, realizing what she just did. She couldn't control her anger against that young individual and unleashed half her power. She attributes this to the violation of the 6 clans. She directs her gaze at Chin Yo-woon. Chin Yo-woon vomits blood, prompting Chin-Moo Kiam to observe him and wonder what's happening. He questions what that is and how could he throw up that much blood. Is he dying? Chin Yo-woon puts his hand to his mouth and calls for Nano Machine. Nano Machine reports that the program has been executed as ordered, causing damage to about 30% of the organs in the body, resulting in significant blood loss. He reflects that he thought he was dying while he vomited so much blood. Lee Hwa Myung rushes towards him, realizing that if he dies because of the test, he will be held responsible for everything. Despite not being from the 6 clans, they can't let a member of the leader's line die. He reaches him, holds his hand, and asks if he's okay. Nano Machine detects dizziness caused by 7% blood loss and activates self-healing mechanisms designed for organ damage and blood loss. He refuses and says he's not okay yet. Lee Hwa Myung holds on to him, expressing frustration that he could have just given up. Nano Machine warns that he's in a dangerous condition. He decides to wait a little longer while Li Hwa Myung supports him, marveling at the amount of Nigong he must possess to endure so much. He checks his pulse and realizes that he doesn't have any pulse. He considers this situation to be quite remarkable. Given the negative rumors surrounding the 7th prince, he didn't have high expectations. He finds it hard to believe that he passed the first test solely through pure mental strength and sheer willpower. He summons 2 guards and instructs them to take him to the infirmary. Chin Yo-woon urges Nano Machine to heal him quickly. Hang So-yu observes him and marvels at the fact that he endured her energy wave effortlessly, despite having severe internal injuries. Li Hwa Myung reproaches her, stating that her actions were excessive and almost resulted in his death. She questions incredulously how he could have endured her energy wave without any Nigong. She argues that if he had no Nigong, he would have fainted like the other children. He states that he has very serious injuries and endured it all with just his will, while she questions what he means by enduring it with his will. He explains that it's sheer willpower, which is enough to be intimidating. He reflects that if he weren't an illegitimate child, he would have liked to raise him as a student, but going against the 6 clans would lead to nothing good. Seob Meng drinks water and laughs, remarking that enduring with willpower is fun. Li Hwa Myung tells him it's none of his business and advises him to go to a corner and drink all he wants. Seob Meng retorts that he was going to do so even if he hadn't been told. Li Hwa Myung tells him to get lost and insults him, mentioning that a guy who would be dead if he wasn't a guardian seems to be good at messing around. Seob Meng remarks that he seems to speak well even with a mouth full of alcohol and recalls that day when he said that if he weren't a guardian, he would have been dead. Seob Meng becomes angry and casts a magic spell on him, causing the spell waves to go toward the students, while they perceive this intense energy and think that the right and left guardians are crazy. Seob Meng walks away and declares that he's leaving, insulting him and remarking on the students sprawled on the ground from just that kind of energy wave, noting the lack of grit in kids these days. He looks at the top 5 candidates and thinks that compared to them, he really likes that kid, Chin Yo-woon. The scene shifts to the 2nd floor infirmary of the Demonic Academy's main building, where Demonic Academy Dr. Baek Jong-myung is seen writing something. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door and informs him that there is a patient. He eagerly asks whose patient it is, then opens the door and excitedly inquires about the patient's whereabouts, while guards hold Chin Yo-woon. He expresses surprise, wondering how this could have happened, as having a patient on the first day is unexpected but characteristic of the Demonic Academy. A guard looks at him and recalls hearing that he was Baek Jong-woo's student, noting his enthusiasm for medical practice. Baek Jong-myung dances excitedly as he walks toward Chin Yo-woon and tells him that this isn't the time to be joyful, instructing him to come inside. The guards help Chin Yo-woon lie down on the bed, while Baek Jong-myung examines him and asks how difficult a test could be for someone to be in such a condition. Meanwhile, he inquires if was he stabbed in the stomach. The guard denies this, stating that he's wounded internally. Dr. Baek Jong-myung is shocked and asks if this is from internal damage, to which the guard responds affirmatively, mentioning that he doesn't have any Nigong, so the left guardian has requested special care for him. He reflects that he has seen many cases in the 10 years he has been his teacher's student, but this is the first time he has seen so much blood from an internal injury. The guard then mentions that since they have brought him to the infirmary, they will be on their way. He acknowledges this and the guard questions why he is moving so slowly when they're busy. The other guard dismisses it as nothing and reflects on the kid, noting that his complexion seems much better than before and wonders if he's mistaken. Dr. Baek Jong-myung checks his pulse while trying to open his eyes and thinks he completely forgot about the infirmary. He realizes he's almost healed all the internal damage, but it still hurts a lot. He knows he has to endure it until the doctor is done. Dr. Baek Jong-myung remarks that the pulse is clearly irregular and fast, indicating significant damage. He finds it very strange because even if he bites his tongue, he doesn't bleed this much. He decides to start off with some acupuncture. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, causing him to fall down. Startled, he looks at Seob Meng. Seob Meng takes a sip of water and asks why he is here, sarcastically remarking about the former cowardly student now becoming the academy's doctor. Dr. Baek Jong-myung thinks Seob Meng has that annoying tone as always and asks what brings him to the infirmary, noting that as the right guardian, he shouldn't be injured anywhere. Xiao Meng laughs in a demonic manner and remarks that it seems he doesn't appreciate his presence. He chuckles and adds, "Of course not. Please make himself comfortable here." He contemplates that he can never fully understand him while casting a glance at Qin Yo-woon. Xiao Meng then asks, "Look at this, isn't he such an interesting kid?" Qin Yo-woon wonders why that individual is in the infirmary and ponders if he has discerned that he's feigning internal injuries. He curses inwardly, finding the smell of alcohol unbearable. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng questions why he's pretending to be asleep, seizes him, and begins chanting a spell, causing Qin Yo-woon to break into a sweat. Dr. Beek Jong-myung observes that he lifted a person without physical contact, affirming that he's the rightful guardian of the school. He considers whether he utilized Nigong to sit him up. Qin Yo-woon realizes he cannot move his body since it hasn't been properly set yet, while Xiao Meng warns that if he continues feigning sleep, he'll strike him across the face. Yielding to the pressure, Qin Yo-woon opens his eyes, exclaiming he has been caught. He inquires how he discerned his ruse. Amused, Xiao Meng comments on Qin Yo-woon's audacity and asks how he dares to be so brazen, let alone embarrassed in the presence of a guardian. Xiao Meng explains that any seasoned warrior can distinguish between wakefulness and sleep by the rhythm of one's breath. Reflecting, he realizes he discerned it from the sound of his breathing. The Nano Machine interjects, stating that the typical breathing rate for a male aged 15 to 20 is approximately 12 to 20 breaths per minute. However, earlier, Qin Yo-woon's breathing was only around 8 breaths per minute, indicating an unnatural state. He contemplates that he doesn't require any superfluous information. Xiao Meng laughs and remarks that he doubts youngsters nowadays possess the audacity he does. He's rather impressive. Glancing at him, he wonders if the reason he came here is because he noticed his pretense. Xiao Meng comments that contemporary youth lack endurance, always seeking the easy way out when faced with even slight difficulties. However, he reflects that he didn't persevere solely through willpower. Meanwhile, Dr. Beek Jong-myung intervenes, advising Xiao Meng that the patient is in poor condition and suggests prioritizing treatment. He retorts that an adult is speaking at the moment, even as Qin Yo-woon vomits blood. He observes that Qin Yo-woon's complexion appears unhealthy and surmises that he inadvertently released his Nigong while casting a spell on him. Meanwhile, he announces that he will be direct and expresses his desire to mentor him, then resumes drinking. Qin Yo-woon reclines and inquires about his intentions, to which he responds by clarifying that he is proposing to take him on as a student. Xiao Meng questions if Qin Yo-woon is unaware of his identity, asking if there is anyone unfamiliar with him. Qin Yo-woon raises concerns about potential opposition from the 6 clans regarding Xiao Meng taking him as a student. He laughs off the idea, stating that it's amusing and asserting that regardless, competition between the clans will persist with or without Qin Yo-woon. He considers it a remarkable opportunity, but contemplates whether it could be a trap. Meanwhile, Dr. Beek Jong-myung identifies the individual as the notorious 7th Prince, acknowledging suspicions of trickery at the demonic academy, but deeming the extent of his blood loss excessive. He expresses his surprise at the suddenness of the offer and notes that he will also have a teacher in the academy. Xiao Meng remarks that if he reacts like that, it will appear as though he's pleading for him to become his student. He reflects that this kid harbors many doubts, which is understandable given his past experiences. He continues, stating that if Qin Yo-woon remains unconvinced, he will present him with an offer he cannot refuse while placing a paper near his head. Curious, Qin Yo-woon asks about the paper's contents. Xiao Meng explains that it contains what Qin Yo-woon needs the most to survive in the demonic academy, considering he's confined to the infirmary shortly after arriving. He questions whether Qin Yo-woon is not concerned about falling behind, despite passing the first test solely through willpower. He further queries if Qin Yo-woon believes someone without Nigong like himself can pass the second test. Xiao Meng asserts that anyone aspiring to become a warrior must anticipate ahead of others. He questions whether Qin Yo-woon intends to remain in the infirmary for 2 weeks, falling behind from the outset. While acknowledging his own confinement, he acknowledges that others will undoubtedly progress significantly during this time. He takes a sip of his drink, contemplating that he cannot refute this fact. Despite this, he acknowledges the need to stay here temporarily to avoid suspicion. Xiao Meng then inquires if Qin Yo-woon knows why the red-headed individual sent him to the infirmary. Qin Yo-woon responds, suggesting it's because he had internal injuries. He confirms this, stating that if one is injured, they should be sent to the infirmary. However, he finds it peculiar and questions why the red-headed individual didn't send other internally injured children there as well. Xiao Meng explains that most individuals in Miram can heal internal damage through meditation, though it would be quicker with the aid of a doctor or medicine. Qin Yo-woon questions if this implies they don't need it. He confirms, stating that the other children were able to heal themselves at least partially, thus there was no need to send them to the infirmary. He reflects that this is why Qin Yo-woon is alone in the infirmary, he wasn't able to heal himself. Reflecting on Qin Yo-woon's situation, Xiao Meng contemplates that they are almost at the crux of the matter. He considers whether to conclude the conversation, stating that someone incapable of meditating to heal, like Qin Yo-woon, cannot cure internal damage quickly. He acknowledges that it's feasible, but as he previously mentioned, if Qin Yo-woon desires to progress to the next stage, he will need Nigong. Meanwhile, Qin Yo-woon mentions that he had heard that passing the first test would grant him access to the medicine ball and the first floor of the academy's library. Xiao Meng interjects, remarking that it seems the redhead neglected to mention something crucial. He demands to know what this overlooked detail is. Xiao Meng explains that the academy's library isn't freely accessible. One can only enter it once they have passed a test. He questions if Qin Yo-woon assumed he would be free to peruse all the significant books at will, emphasizing the strict security measures in place. He adds that there is also a 2-hour time limit for staying on the first floor. Qin Yo-woon expresses surprise at the limitation, likening it to encountering one mountain after another. Xiao Meng elaborates that more time is granted as one ascends to higher floors. Additionally, he informs Qin Yo-woon that writing down any content is prohibited. Everything must be memorized before leaving. He remarks that memorizing 2 books alone is considered a significant task. Meanwhile, Qin Yo-woon considers that this doesn't provide him with a substantial advantage, especially with Nano Machine's scanning abilities. He reflects that within 2 hours, he could potentially scan not just 1 or 2, but hundreds of books. Xiao Meng comments on the challenges awaiting Qin Yo-woon, stating that for him, a boy without Nigong, 4 years at the demanding demonic academy will truly test his limits. Pondering this, Qin Yo-woon wonders if Xiao Meng is suggesting that he is different from the other students. He reflects that most others who enter the academy are trained in their clan's martial arts, whereas he lacks both martial arts skills and Nigong. Considering the looming threat from the 6 clans, he contemplates whether he truly needs to become Xiao Meng's student. He mentions the paper lying beside Qin Yo-woon's head and, upon glancing at it, inquires if it's about the breath of Nigong. Xiao Meng chuckles and acknowledges Qin Yo-woon's insight, confirming that indeed, it pertains to the breath of Nigong. He promises that if Qin Yo-woon becomes his student, he'll immediately begin teaching him the technique. Qin Yo-woon muses on whether this person genuinely desires him as a student, but recognizes the need to have at least one ally on his side. He sees this as an opportunity to learn the breath of Nigong, something he couldn't attain due to the oath with the 6 clans. Qin Yo-woon rises and bows before Xiao Meng, accepting him as his teacher and requesting to be taken as his student. He explains the tradition of a student bowing to their teacher twice. He, however, insists that Qin Yo-woon need not bow, as someone with the Qin bloodline should only bow to the Lord himself. Xiao Meng advises Qin Yo-woon to rest for the day and emphasizes the importance of memorizing and learning the principles of the breath of Nigong before his return. He informs Dr. Baek Jong-myung that he will be leaving, entrusting the care of his student to him while giving him a tap on the shoulder. Dr. Baek Jong-myung observes him with a grin and inquires if Qin Yo-woon is feeling all right. He remarks that he must have taken a liking to him, expressing his congratulations on becoming his student. Meanwhile, Dr. Baek Jong-myung notes that Qin Yo-woon appeared pale and struggled due to his internal injuries. Xiao Meng informs Qin Yo-woon that he will return with acupuncture tools and requests for patience. Qin Yo-woon agrees, reflecting on the numerous opportunities he has been given, including Nano Machine and Xiao Meng's support, akin to his mother and guard Zhang's assistance amidst adversaries at the academy. He realizes he finally has someone on his side. The scene shifts to the Demonic Academy practice field, where all students stand, focusing on healing themselves. Demonic Academy senior martial artist Ho Jin Chang arrives and kneels down, addressing Lee Hwa Myung. He announces that he will report the results of the first test, including the cadet who was taken to the infirmary. The total number of people who passed the test is 415. Lee Hwa Myung notes that this is 200 less than the first test from 10 years ago, remarking that Elder Hang's energy waves were indeed overwhelming. He adds that those who failed likely find the outcome unfair. Chen Mu-kyun interjects, expressing frustration that he didn't lose consciousness, and questions why he is being expelled merely for having bubbles come out of his mouth, deeming it unfair. One cadet asks if he doesn't comprehend the situation, while another questions if he believes they can spend their entire lives in service or farming. He wonders how he is expected to live such a life. Another cadet remarks that it appears he is unable to accept the outcome, with another agreeing. He then concludes that there is no other option but to rebel against the demonic academy. Using his skill, he forcefully removes him from the scene. Ho Jin Chang observes the situation and comments that the students in the forefront possess great skills, and those expelled won't stand a chance against them. He observes that due to their stubbornness, they won't learn anything from this experience. He sympathizes, stating that if he were in their position, he would consider it unfair as well. Ho Jin Chang adds that it was because of the actions of Cadet 7 that the intensity of the first test was heightened, emphasizing that it is not just a matter of luck or skill, but also fate. Ho Jin Chang remarks that among those who passed the first test, there are a good number of exceptional individuals. Lee Hwa Myung responds by asking if Ho Jin Chang also shares this opinion, pointing out that most of them are currently meditating due to internal damage. Additionally, he notes that 8 candidates from the upper clans of the 6 clans seem to have effortlessly succeeded. Lee Hwa Myung adds that these candidates were already operating at a different level compared to the other cadets. He muses that in order to withstand Elder Hang's energy waves without sustaining damage, one would require at least hundreds of years to accumulate enough Nigong. Reflecting on the situation, Lee Hwa Myung observes 2 notable candidates, Chin Mu-yeon from the Dark Clan and Chen Yu-chan from the Blade Clan, standing there without flinching. He considers rumors suggesting that the impending battle will be contested between the Dark Clan and the Blade Clan, as anticipated. Lee Hwa Myung finds this prospect intriguing and laughs. Guardian Lee Hwa Myung states that he congratulates them on passing the first test and informs them that they will be given a bronze medal to represent the lower ranks of this academy. For the next 4 years, they will be trained as cadets of the Demonic Academy. He explains that at the Demonic Academy, students are not permitted to answer with yes or no. Instead, motto is the only acceptable response. Anything else is akin to asking to repeat an order. He inquires if they understand, to which they all respond with motto. He then suggests organizing into groups. After a while, Baek Jong Myung arrives holding a plate for treatment and states that he is now prepared. He asks if they should get started with the treatment. Prince Chin Yo-woon addresses him as a doctor. Baek Jong Myung corrects him, stating that it's Baek Jong Myun, and suggests he include his last name rather than just calling him a doctor. Prince Chin Yo-woon inquires about his condition, wondering if it's severe. Baek Jong Myung apologizes and explains that, unfortunately, as a cadet of the Demonic Academy, it will take at least 11 to 15 days for him to be able to participate in the tests. Prince Chin Yo-woon asks for clarification, pondering what he should do. If Nano were to start the self-recovery mode, the treatment would be over instantly. However, if he heals too quickly, it will raise suspicion. On the other hand, if he undergoes normal treatment, he will fall behind in training. He thinks he doesn't know anything following the first test since he was taken to the infirmary. Baek Jong Myung reassures him not to be too disappointed, stating that if he were to be treated by an ordinary doctor, it would take months, but it would be much shorter because he is Baek Jong-woo's student. However, he emphasizes that it will still take a lot of time alongside training. Baek Jong-woo mentions that this might not be of much help, but he will pretend that he doesn't know he is learning martial arts from the right guardian. He thanks him, promising to repay him in the future. Baek Jong-woo responds that it's fine, as he doesn't expect much anyway. He quickly removes his shirt, noting that now, since they will be doing acupuncture, he is going to have to take off his clothes. He looks at his body in shock, thinking he knows he hasn't learned any martial arts, yet his body looks much better than he had imagined. He considers that perhaps he didn't achieve this through Nigong, and if he did, it must have been through Weingong. Taking a needle, he declares the first one will go in the middle of his chest. The nano machine alerts, sensing an attempt to harm the user's body with a sharp iron needle, and activates self-defense mode. Prince Chinyo orders, "No, stop that. The doctor is doing this for treatment." He wonders if he can't differentiate between an attack and treatment. The Nano Machine responds, deactivating self-defense mode as commanded by the user, and warns that if he doesn't inform it in advance about something being treated, it will consider any damage to his body as an attack. He thinks all right henceforth, he does not react to things that he accepts willingly. The Nano Machine confirms that he understands. He observes his stomach and notices that it is starting to hurt less. The Nano Machine confirms that it is retrieving the information contained in the system's built-in acupuncture diagram, and the spots where the acupuncture needles are placed are down the chest, under his heart, and on his arm. 6 of these exact spots enhance regeneration in the stomach area. He realizes that he is able to understand more easily with the transferred information. He gazes at Baek Jong-woo. Baek Jong-woo mentions that he is feeling embarrassed from the stare and suggests taking a nap while the acupuncture takes effect. He agrees and realizes he cannot sleep with Nano explaining everything. The Nano Machine indicates areas under the knee, toes, and shins. He opens his eyes and considers whether Nano could treat his internal injuries. This treatment would expedite his recovery. However, if he heals too quickly, they will become suspicious. He wonders if Nano can heal him while still making it appear as if he is wounded. The Nano Machine informs him that after completing his treatment with self-recovery, it's possible to simulate organ damage by randomly altering his pulse. He thinks he only asked just in case, but he's glad it's possible. If he can deceive Dr. Baek for about 2 weeks, this will be his chance to learn Nigong from the right guardian. He decides it's alright, then instructs Nano to heal him now and deceive Dr. Baek when he comes to check on him. The Nano Machine confirms that it understands, initiating self-recovery mode as commanded by the user. After a while, Ho-Jin Chang instructs the cadets to stand at attention and get in line. They comply with a responsive motto. Lee Hwa Myung announces that he is going to explain their next test. He states that until the 3rd test, all cadets will take the test simultaneously, and to pass the 2nd test and become mid-level warriors, they must be familiar with basic tactics and strategies. He emphasizes that they have only 20 days to prepare. They are all shocked to hear this and think that it's too short a time. One cadet wonders if they will be able to memorize all the tactics and strategies. Lee Hwa Myung then asks if they are curious as to why there are 20 groups, explaining that only 10 groups will progress to the next stage in 3 weeks' time. A cadet thinks to himself that Lee Hwa Myung is implying that half of the cadets will be expelled and that their group lacks any top cadets, speculating that the 6 clans will likely have an advantage. Lee Hwa Myung asserts that this is the first and last test requiring them to work together. He warns that if they choose to compete within their group, they will all fail together. Ho-Jin Chang privately reflects that Lee Hwa Myung is still adept at demoralizing others. He announces that today's schedule has concluded, allowing them to return to their assigned dorms and rest. He adds that starting from tomorrow, they will be taught tactics and techniques by the staff in front of them, who will do so kindly. One cadet recalls the training and wonders if they were the ones who dealt with the rebellious cadets. Lee Hwa Myung then dismisses them. After some time, Group 8 instructor Im Pyong inquires why Cadet 3, Chen Mu Kiam, is still present. Chen Mu Kiam responds that he has a question to ask. Im Pyong reminds him that he cannot answer questions related to training. Chen Mu Kiam acknowledges this. Im Pyong then asks what his question is. Chen Mu Kiam asserts that he is pretty sure he will be the leader of Group 8. Im Pyong reflects that the selection for team leaders is supposed to occur tomorrow, but the 6 clans, as always, find the rules ridiculous. He explains that Cadet 7, assigned to their group, is in the infirmary, and with one person missing from a group test, he does not want the entire group to fail. He explains that because he did not attend the ceremony today, he won't know anything, so he wants to inform Cadet 7 about what they heard today. He reflects on his own lowly status, finding it remarkable that he's in the same group as Cadet 7 and believes his luck ends there. He decides he will go to the infirmary himself to tamper with Cadet 7's limbs. Im Pyong responds, saying it's a good idea and that it seems like he understands the basics, thus complimenting him on his first day. He acknowledges the compliment, stating that he will take his advice. As the instructor of their group, he resolves to go to the main building to deliver the information to Cadet 7. Cadet 7 is shocked and questions why, insisting he doesn't have to do that and mentioning that the main building is off limits to cadets except under special circumstances. He contemplates that he didn't expect to encounter difficulties in entering the main building and wonders why so many things are going wrong. He acknowledges that he is the candidate from the Spring Clan, but realizes he can't use that privilege here. There's no other way. He says he understands and then asks for a favor. Im Pyong moves to the lever and agrees, instructing him to go back to his dorm. He calls out to him. Im Pyong inquires if there is something else he wants to say. He asks if Im Pyong could at least let him know when Cadet 7 will start joining them. Im Pyong assures him that there's no problem with that, and since it's too late today, he will inform him tomorrow. He responds affirmatively, thanking Im Pyong and thinking that now that it has come to this, he will have to wait until he returns to their dorm and hopes Cadet 7 gets better soon. He contemplates making him feel enough pain for him to desire death. Meanwhile, at the Demonic Academy main building, Im Pyong asks if they mentioned 14 days. Baek Jong Myung confirms, stating that the internal damage is severe enough to necessitate a minimum 14-day stay. Im Pyong remarks that if he remains hospitalized for that duration, it will be challenging for him to reach the top level without any means to expedite his recovery. He explains that this is what he is asking, if only Cadet 7 had Nigong. However, since he does not possess it, there seems to be no alternative but to endure a lengthy recovery period. Im Pyong considers that the second test is only 3 weeks away. He can't believe he will have to be hospitalized for 2 weeks, and he doesn't want his group to be eliminated just because of this one guy. He requests permission to speak to Cadet 7, stating that he has a lot to tell him. Baek Jong Myung explains that Cadet 7 is currently sleeping, so it will be difficult to arrange a meeting, and asks if he should wake him up. Im Pyong declines, deciding to come back tomorrow instead. He bids farewell and thinks to himself that he only barely managed to pass the first test, and this setback must be the end of his luck. After a while, the Right Guardian Xiao Meng secretly enters Chen Yo-woon's room. Chen Yo-woon wakes up due to the noise and is shocked to see him. Xiao Meng laughs and remarks that his teacher is here. Chen Yo-woon looks at him, noticing he's holding an alcohol bottle and detects the smell of alcohol. Xiao Meng asks if he's not going to greet him. Chen Yo-woon stands up, bows down and greets his teacher with a good morning. Xiao Meng responds with good and inquires if Chen Yo-woon has finished the homework he gave him yesterday. Chen Yo-woon asks if he's referring to the breath of Nigong. Xiao Meng confirms, stating that he instructed him to memorize it all before his return. Chen Yo-woon reflects that he was taken to the infirmary and treated just yesterday, realizing that Xiao Meng must be very short-tempered. He wonders if he possibly couldn't memorize everything. Chen Yo-woon reflects that he's glad he was treated by Nano beforehand and confidently asserts that of course he memorized it all. Xiao Meng is surprised, considering he memorized all of it while he was sick, realizing that Chen Yo-woon only said that to provoke him. He compliments Chen Yo-woon, acknowledging his diligence in completing the homework. Chen Yo-woon thanks him for the compliment and asks if he doesn't think he came too early. Xiao Meng asks why he is tired. Chen Yo-woon clarifies that's not the case. Xiao Meng then expresses his relief and proceeds to inform him of something important because he has to know, and he can only teach him for 2 weeks. He mentions that Chen Yo-woon can come to see him while he is in the infirmary, but once he goes back to his dorm, he won't be able to contact him. Chen Yo-woon admits he hadn't thought that far ahead. He mentions that he was hospitalized the moment he arrived and questions how Xiao Meng would have known. He explains that he has to work as a main teacher during the day, so he can only come this early to avoid raising suspicion. Chen Yo-woon reflects that in the Demonic Academy, it is prohibited to receive training from outsiders, and if caught, the problem would escalate. He initially thought Xiao Meng would be stubborn, but he's been paying a lot of attention. He expresses gratitude for Xiao Meng's consideration. Xiao Meng responds by stating that since they don't have much time, they should get started immediately. He asks if they can begin right now. Xiao Meng angrily asks if Chen Yo-woon doesn't hear him saying that they don't have a lot of time and instructs him to turn around and sit on the ground. Chen Yo-woon agrees, saying he understands. Xiao Meng urges him to hurry up. Chen Yo-woon wishes Xiao Meng would explain why he's doing this. He remarks that it's fortunate he memorized the breathing of 1,000 martial and places his hand on Chen Yo-woon's back. Chen Yo-woon asks what he's going to do. He explains that because they don't have much time, he will channel the flow into him. Chen Yo-woon questions what he means by stuffing it in. He elaborates that it's a sophisticated technique created by his great-grandfather where there's no need to feel the Kai, and his teacher will handle everything. Chen Yo-woon inquires about the teacher. He clenches his jaw, warning that if he screams and the guards come, it will be the end. He performs some magic to channel the flow and instructs Chen Yo-woon to shut his mouth. The nano machine notifies that intangible energy has been inserted into the user's blood, initiating an analysis based on the built-in data, identifying the energy as assumed Kai and chakra, and proceeding to analyze the effect on the user's body. Chen Yo-woon realizes that his teacher's strong Nigong is forcibly opening his veins, but it's too much. He wonders if he truly hasn't learned anything, unable to believe that there are no blockages or obstacles in his circulation. His muscles also appear to have been trained, despite his knowledge that he hasn't been learning any martial arts. He ponders if it could be due to the Lord. Recalling some memories, he reflects that out of his 7 wives, he had only cared about Lady Hwa. Perhaps he had secretly cared for this child as well, and regardless, the outcome is favorable. He believes that with him in this condition, it should only take 7 days to generate a good amount of Nigong. At the same time, in the Demonic Academy dorms, some cadets are engaged in a fight. A cadet advises Prince to get a hold of himself. Another cadet questions if he believes he will be safe after attacking Chin Jongsum of the Poison Clan. The top clan cadet, Baek-gi, asks if it matters who he is or who he is, stating that the Demonic Academy is based solely on strength. Now that he has won, he asserts that he will be in charge of Group 12. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng performs some magic and asks if Chen Yo-woon has memorized the flow. Chen Yo-woon confirms that he remembers it clearly. Xiao Meng remarks that it must have been quite painful during this initial trial, but it's the best method to teach those like Chen Yo-woon who have no Nigong. He states that his goal is 7 days. He needs to acquire enough Nigong during that time. He asks if Chen Yo-woon understands. Chen Yo-woon reflects that seeing how tired Xiao Meng is, he must have used a lot of Nigong too. However, he believes he should be able to endure at least this much and promises to succeed as much as he cares about Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng remarks that Chen Yo-woon seems to be capable of saying some commendable things and declares that today's training ends here. He advises Chen Yo-woon not to forget the breathing method and the flow. He must ensure he knows it well. Xiao Meng adds that he will leave Chen Yo-woon now and instructs him to take care of himself. Chen Yo-woon expresses gratitude. As the morning sun rises, he thinks to himself that surely he will be able to build up Nigong in a week. After a while, at the Demonic Academy practice field, Lee Hwa Myung observes the cadets and reflects that as expected, those kids have become the leaders of their groups. He notices that many cadets have bruised faces from the events of the previous night. The reason the instructors were not at the dorms on the first day, he recalls, was to encourage the students to fight each other and establish ranks themselves. He believes that Group 12 should have the candidate from the Poison Clan leading it, but instead, Cadet 18 is the leader. Looking at them, he can see evidence of a brutal fight. He remarks that to dare attack a prince possessing a black name tag, Cadet 18 is not only skilled but also courageous. Ho Jin Chang suggests starting the cadet training. He acknowledges the command and instructs the cadets to stand at attention. Ho Jin Chang announces that for 7 days, starting today, every morning in the auditorium on his right, they will learn the basic tactics and strategies. In the afternoon, following lunch, they will train here at the practice field. He asks if they understand, to which they all respond affirmatively. He then directs them to move to the auditorium, telling Group 1 to move forward, and they comply. Chin Moo-kium looks at Poison Clan member Chin Jong-sum, teasingly thinking how could he fall into ranks like that. As expected, the Poison Clan is nothing without poison, if it is not. He reflects that Chin Jong-sum is lowering himself below even the lower clans. The cadet gets angry at him. Chin Jong-sum looks at Baek-gi and thinks if he is Baek-gi from a top clan. He feels insulted and thinks Baek-gi is enjoying playing that stupid leader game by himself. He resolves to make him regret being in the same group as him. After a while, at the Demonic Academy dorms, Group 8 instructor Im Pyong arrives and calls for Cadet 3, Chin Moo-kium. Chin Moo-kium bows down and asks if he called for him. Im Pyong acknowledges that his performance during the formation training was quite satisfactory. Chin Moo-kium responds that he is flattered. Im Pyong then informs him that Cadet 7 will have to stay in the infirmary for 2 weeks. Chin Moo-kium asks if it's for 2 weeks. He confirms, stating that's what the doctor said, and even if Cadet 7 has memorized the theory, practicing will be a problem. He wonders if someone without Nigong like Cadet 7 will be able to catch up. Im Pyong adds that he will visit Cadet 7 again today, and for now it's their free time, so they should do their best whether they are training or just reviewing. Chinmu Kiam and his peers bow down and respond affirmatively. After a while, Chinmu Kiam becomes angry and kicks someone. A cadet tries to say something. He interrupts, telling the cadet to be quiet, as poking at that filthy temper will only make it harder for them. He questions how someone can be in the infirmary for 2 weeks. Loyal clan member Cadet 80 Jahayan suggests that if it's what the doctor said, it wouldn't be a lie. He asserts that it's obvious the person is just pretending to be injured. Chinmu Kiam hits the pillar and expresses frustration, stating that the damned rascal with his filthy bloodline makes his teeth grind just thinking of him lying there comfortably. Jahayan advises him to calm down and suggests that rather than getting angry for no reason, he should consider whispering something slowly in the person's ear. The scene shifts 4 days later. Beek Jong Myung cries out, expressing frustration that it's been 5 days and he still hasn't had any patients, and he feels like he's dying of boredom. He mentions Chin Yo-woon, stating that surely that kid wouldn't be his last patient. Suddenly, someone aggressively bangs on the door, startling him. He asks what happened. Im Pyong enters, carrying a cadet in an unconscious state on his back, and explains that his cadet got hurt while training with real swords. Im Pyong didn't pull out the sword in case it worsened the injury, opting instead to bring him here. Beek Jong Myung instructs Im Pyong to move the cadet to a bed. He thinks to himself that finally a patient has arrived. Beek Jong Myung then proceeds to stitch the wound, remarking that the treatment is almost complete, as expected from a student of the best, and it's all because he didn't pull out the sword. Im Pyong asks about his condition and remarks that fortunately he did not injure any of his vitals, so he's very lucky. Beek Jong Myung responds, stating that it seems he was worried for no reason, but it appears that he does show concern for his students. He mentions that until the second test, they are his responsibility, but 2 of them are already in the infirmary. Beek Jong Myung adds that he has stitched the wound, but it seems like the wound is deep, so he will need to be hospitalized. Im Pyong inquires about hospitalization. Beek Jong Myung clarifies that it won't be as long as Cadet 7's stay, just 3 days should be enough. Im Pyong then says that for now, he will be back after the afternoon training is over, and he requests him to take care of Cadet 23. He leaves the room, unable to believe that this has happened just as they have begun training with real swords. It will be difficult to avoid writing apologies. After a while, Cadet 23 wakes up and notices some surgical items on the table. He picks up a scalpel and asks if he should begin by ensuring he can't walk. He holds Chin Yo-woon's leg and states that he is only doing this to survive, urging him not to blame him. He attempts to cut his leg, but a surge of mana flow interrupts him, causing him to scream in shock. Chin Yo-woon wakes up, observes him falling to the floor, and remarks that it is as he expected. After a while, Cadet 23 wakes up and wonders if he fainted, and if so, why. He finds himself badly tied with rope and questions who did this. Chin Yo-woon appears and admits to being the one who tied him up. He inquires how he managed to do so. Chin Yo-woon responds, asking what he means by how, and explains that while he was unconscious, he simply tied him up and placed him on the bed. Cadet 23 ponders how he could have fainted, but before addressing that, he assesses that if he's not supposed to have extreme internal damage, he seems perfectly fine, contradicting what he's saying. He notices a mirror, shocked to see his hair gone, and exclaims that he is bald. He realizes he can't feel it, and laments the absence of the smooth texture of his hair. He screams, unable to accept that he's bald. Chin Yo-woon slaps him and commands him to shut up. He falls, prompting him to question if he fainted. After a while, he comes back to his senses and sees Chin Yo-woon sitting near him. He remarks that he's calmed down now and asks what Chin Yo-woon is even trying to say with a gag in his mouth. He reflects that he initially thought Chin Yo-woon was just naive when he first saw him at the entrance ceremony, but he can't believe this is what he's actually like and wonders who exactly he is. Chin Yo-woon shows him a knife and says he sees, then asks how he thinks he has survived this long. He explains that there have been attempts at assassination every once in a while, with men like him who would try to poison him. He then asks how many he thinks there are and places the knife on his neck. He warns that he knows he was fooling around with this earlier, but wonders if he knows how much it would hurt if he got stabbed. He warns that he could even die, then removes the gag from his mouth and asks who made him do this. He commands him to talk. Cadet 23 asks what he is saying, stating that he does not know what he is talking about, and if he stabs him in this infirmary, doesn't he think he will get blamed? He questions whether Chin Yo-woon is unaware of the rules regarding training and duels at the Demonic Academy, explaining that students cannot harm others outside of those contexts. Chin Yo-woon responds, saying he expected that he wouldn't tell him so easily. He teases him, remarking that obviously, even if he tortured him, he wouldn't open his mouth and tell him. Cadet 23 wonders what Chin Yo-woon thinks he can do and speculates that he probably didn't expect him to be this tough. Chin Yo-woon asserts that they will just have to see if he opens his mouth or not, then puts the rope on his mouth again, walks away, and instructs him to wait there. After a while, Chin Yo-woon arrives with a box of needles and remarks that there weren't many things where he used to live, but there are so many things here. He ponders what he is going to do with those. Chin Yo-woon laughs and twists his hand back. He wonders how someone with no martial arts training can be this strong and questions why he is trying to open his hand and what he is going to do. Chin Yo-woon picks up a needle and says it's going to hurt a little, then pushes the needle. He tries to scream, but Chin Yo-woon tells him to stop overreacting, reminding him that he said he wouldn't open his mouth even with torture, so he should think of this as revenge. After a while, the Cadet 23 comes back to his senses and falls to the floor. Chin Yo-woon asks if it hurts a lot and mentions that he fainted twice. He wonders if they should do his other hand, but he moves his head in a gesture of refusal. Chin Yo-woon asks if he finally feels like talking now, then removes the rope from his mouth, commenting that he should have done that at the beginning. The cadet thinks to himself that this guy is crazy. He would have died or gone crazy after enduring that, and he should just tell him now. Chin Yo-woon asks if it was Chin Mu-jeom or not. He asks how he knew. Chin Yo-woon responds that he's curious as to how he knows. He confirms that it was indeed Chin Mu-jeom. Chin Yo-woon acknowledges this, thanking the consideration of the great Chin Mu-jeom and mentioning that their instructor comes every day to give him lessons. He states that he knows in great detail which group he is in and who else is in the group. He admits he already guessed it but wanted to hear it from the cadet's own mouth. He identifies him as 23 Hyobong and reflects on how someone said this guy was nothing, but now sees him as a monster, hiding his strength and acting as if he has none. He can't even imagine how strong he will become once he improves further. Chin Yo-woon acknowledges that he's gained some valuable information thanks to him, but he needs to go to sleep, suggesting they end it there. He questions if he's serious. Chin Yo-woon asks about what happened earlier. He assures him that he won't tell anyone about it and beats his head on the floor, pleading for Chin Yo-woon to take his anger out on him. Chin Yo-woon moves forward, places 2 fingers on his head, and twists. He realizes he has no Nigong and falls unconscious, thinking that he's fooling everyone. Meanwhile, Seob Meng runs on the wall and thinks to himself that he did not expect the kid to learn it so quickly. The scene shifts to a day before, when Seob Meng sits with Chin Yo-woon, practicing some magic. He reflects on how strong Chin Yo-woon has become. In just 5 days, he was able to acquire Nijing. Normally, it would take at least 2 to 3 weeks, maybe even a month. He surpasses Seob Meng's expectations, proving himself as a real talent. Seob Meng had originally planned to help him acquire Nigong in about 2 weeks and then teach him basic techniques and breathing methods, but now he realizes he'll have to change his plan. After a while, Chin Yo-woon greets Seob Meng and informs him that his student, Chin Yo-woon, sends a morning greeting to his teacher. Seob Meng acknowledges this and asks where Chin Yo-woon put it. Chin Yo-woon responds that he has it under his bed and Seob Meng instructs him to bring it there. He agrees, saying yes, sir. He then explains the Black Dragon Ball, which is made by the Demonic Academy with medicinal herbs. It is a medicinal ball given to the students who pass the first test. If absorbed properly, it allows one to acquire 20 years' worth of Nigong after consumption. However, after it's consumed, the body becomes resistant, so the effect is less effective in a second dose. He returns with the Black Dragon Ball, placing it in a box and opening it in front of Seob Meng. Seob Meng believes it still carries a nasty smell, and if this kid takes it, he should be able to receive a maximum of 20 years of Nigong, after which he should be able to take care of himself. He notices Hyobong's leg and inquires about the kid over there. Upon closer inspection, he sees that the kid is badly tied with ropes and asks if something has been done to his blood point. Chin Yo-woon explains that he came after Dr. Beek left. Xiao Meng questions why he came after him. Chin Yo-woon mentions that he heard that since yesterday, the 5th day since they entered the academy, training has been conducted with real swords. He suspects he was deliberately stabbed with a real sword in order to get close to him. Xiao Meng demands to know how dare he do such a thing in the infirmary of the demonic academy, and whether he is unaware that he could be kicked out if discovered. He mentions it appears he has the guts to not be afraid of it, or this could imply that someone ordered him to do this. He remarks that by his reaction, it seems he already knows who it is. Chin Yo-woon identifies the individual as the man from the Loyal Clan who is in the same group as him. He inquires about the Loyal Clan and remarks that he has never encountered any good men from that clan. He thinks it's a tough family that has a lot of troublemakers, but he supposes he can't say anything against them and remarks that it seems like he has a pretty tough life. Chin Yo-woon responds that it's alright, he is used to it. He thinks it's because he said it like that, it makes it sad, and slaps Hyo Bong. He explains that if he pokes his blood point with less than a year's worth of Nijin, it wears off after only a couple of hours. Xiao Meng states that it would take at least 10 years for Nigong to do it properly and inquires if he understands. He affirms that he will keep that in mind. He picks up the Black Dragon Ball box and holds it. Xiao Meng then states that he can now consume the Black Dragon Ball. When he asks if he should simply swallow it, Xiao Meng responds negatively, explaining that chewing and then swallowing makes the absorption of the medicine more effective. He puts the Dragon Ball in his mouth and thinks about the putrid smell, already anticipating its bitterness. As he chews, he finds it extremely bitter with a foul odor, causing his tongue to feel paralyzed and inducing a desire to vomit. Xiao Meng instructs him that if he has swallowed it, he should begin using his breathing technique. He acknowledges with a yes, sir. After a while, they both sit down, and Xiao Meng again performs some magic on his back. He mentions that now, this teacher of his will help him absorb the medicine well and suggests starting. He responds with yes, please take care of him. Xiao Meng begins to infuse mana into him. The Nano Machine notifies that a substance aiding in energy activity has been introduced to his body. It reproduces and reacts to the energy flowing within his body and inquires if he will accept this absorption by promoting a quicker cycle. Chin Yo-woon considers that he does not fully comprehend what is being said, but he supposes that it is intended to help with absorption, and he agrees to accept it. The nanomachine notifies that it is stimulating the metabolism of the body. Xiao Meng observes his body and wonders how this can be, given that he was born with the body of a war god. He reflects that it's almost as if his body is absorbing all of the medicine and amplifying it, even though he should only be absorbing up to 80% of it. He realizes he is nervous about this for no reason. After a while, Chin Yo-woon observes changes in his body. He asks how it feels to use Nigong. Xiao Meng responds that he did well and notes that he is quite sweaty this time too, indicating that he was able to acquire 5 times the usual amount of Nigong. Chin Yo-woon then inquires about the duration of 30 years. Xiao Meng explains that it's just a rough estimate. The other students will be absorbing the medicine on their own, so they might not even be able to absorb half of it. Chin Yo-woon bows down, expressing gratitude, and acknowledges that it's all because of Xiao Meng's help, stating that it wouldn't have been possible without him. Xiao Meng modestly responds that he is just very lucky. Chin Yo-woon then reflects that if that's the case, then his luck must be attributed to Nano, and thanks to Xiao Meng. The nanomachine notifies that it is programmed to assist him. As the sun rises, Xiao Meng remarks that it's already this late, and that he will have to head back soon. He calls out to him, and when Xiao Meng asks what it is, he requests to start learning his blade skill formation from tomorrow onwards. Xiao Meng smiles and assures him that he can, but he won't have a lot of time on his hands, so he should be prepared. He agrees with a yes. After some time, all the cadets gather on the ground. Chen Mu Kiam laughs, remarking that it's a very nice morning. Ya Hyan comments that it seems like he's in a good mood, to which Chen Mu Kiam credits him. Ya Hyan expresses gratitude, but he stifles a laugh, mentioning that by now, he must be struggling a lot since his limbs are broken. He laughs and adds that he's been waiting for him to get on the floor and crawl like a bug, which even makes his skin itch. After a while, Beek Jong Myung laughs upon seeing Cadet 23 Hyo Bong without hair and asks where all his hair has gone overnight. Hyobong feels unable to remain calm because of the guy next to him. Hyobong moves the curtain and apologizes, explaining that he laughed so much, and he'll cover him. Hyobong believes it's too late. Baek Jong-myung also notices Chin Yo-woon sleeping and concludes that something obviously happened all night. He prepares to leave, thinking that he doesn't have to worry about that, as his master instructed him to focus on treatment and not to question anything. 2 days later, the scene shifts to Magic Hotel Group 8's accommodation. Chin Moo-kyum remarks that it's interesting and questions if it shouldn't be reported. Hyobong kneels down in front of him and confesses that he attempted to sever the muscle vein of Cadet 7, who had a severe internal injury. He explains that the doctor was waiting all the time, even during the night, and managed to heal him. Chin Moo-kyum asks incredulously if the doctor didn't sleep, and he isn't accepting it as an excuse. Hyobong cites Confucius, saying that he who wakes up in the morning moves. Chin Moo-kyum then asks if he also woke up and how attentive his ears are. He attacks Hyobong, pushing him to the floor and kicking him, questioning why he can't do things straightforwardly. Ya-hyun stops him and tells him to wait. He asks why. Ya-hyun then asks if he knows the name of the doctor currently in the infirmary. Hyobong responds that it's Baek Jong-myung, as he has heard. He adds that he has heard about him a few times. Chin Moo-kyum asks if he knows the name. Hyobong suggests that he must be a disciple of Baek Jong-woo. He believes that he comes from a poisonous sect and isn't focused on medicinal practices, but rather poison. Despite this, he became the primary doctor of the church. He adds that even though he was a member of the lawmaker, he heard that he ranks 30th in the academy. He concludes that it may not be exactly him, but if it's his disciple, it may not work out. Chin Moo-kyum remarks that it was then a waste of time to send this guy and warns him not to even dream of supporting his sect. Hyobong wonders about this. The scene shifts to a flashback. Chin Moo-kyum approaches Hyobong and asks if he is indeed him and if he would work exclusively for him. He assures him not to worry, mentioning that he doesn't know that Hyobong is a candidate for the small school leader of Bakma Bell. Even if he is released from his current predicament, Chin Moo-kyum promises to unconditionally support Hyobong's weak sect. The scene shifts to the present. Chin Moo-kyum beats Hyobong badly. He wonders if he has given him the answer to what he promised and if he was trying to tell the truth. He thinks, yes, keep getting angry, let's see if that's possible after he comes. He removes his hood and asks why Hyobong is wearing one. He is surprised to see him bald and remarks that his head is shining, asking if he knows how it looks to see his face reflected on his head. Some cadets observe him beating Hyobong. He wishes for it to be quiet for a while and anticipates that the lodging will be noisy again soon. Chin Moo-kyum prepares to leave and says to Ya-hyun that he is upset, suggesting they go. Ya-hyun follows him, agreeing. Hyobong watches them leave and thinks to himself that Chin Moo-kyum will meet his end. Meanwhile, Chin Yo-woon inquires if Senator Baek knows how to do things like martial arts. Baek Jong-myung responds that he does not know at all and that he only learned medicine. The scene shifts to 7 days later at Myo-shi Magistrate's medical office. Chin Yo-woon practices and Seob-meng observes him. Seob-meng thinks that this guy is a natural genius. In just a few days, he has shown only a few mistakes and corrected his posture a little. There are no distractions in his posture, and his movements look natural. Seob-meng considers that if he continues to polish his skills, there will be no problem at all with the breathing operation. He then mentions the posture. Chin Yo-woon assumes the posture and thinks that thanks to Nano scanning the master's posture, he can reproduce it fully. However, if he does that from the beginning, it will be suspicious and slightly slower. He demonstrates all the postures. Seob-meng notes that there are a total of 24 postures in the Nigong technique. 3 postures consist of a total of 8 moves, and it takes a lot of time to get the basics right. He realizes that he did not teach him how to connect the posture moves. He reflects that if only 1 or 2 more months were given, it would be a talent he could have trained properly, but the time is too short. He comments that he is a good and truly interesting student. Chin Yo-woon acknowledges the praise, calling it great. He hands him a page and instructs him to take it, explaining that it contains the physical and internal operation method of the Nigong technique. He expresses his intention to teach him this personally, but since today is the last day, he suggests that if he is smart enough, he will be able to learn the basics on his own. He adds that he will see him again later and advises him not to be lazy but to practice diligently. He bows down and thanks him, promising to meet his expectations. He responds with enthusiasm, stating that it's great, and picks up his blade imbued with magic power, identifying it as the master's Guangmudu Wild Dagger. Qin Yo-woon holds the weapon and remarks that it doesn't seem heavier than he thought. He mentions that the weight of a typical sword is about 2 or 3 jun, but Guangmudo the knife according to their company is only about 1.5. Qin Yo-woon asks if it is because of the Nigong method. He responds affirmatively, praising him for being so smart, and demonstrates some moves with the blades, cutting through the materials. Qin Yo-woon examines a piece of what was cut and comments that the sword is very sharp, thinking Beak would be annoyed when he sees this. He explains that even if the width of the sword is narrow and the weight is light, it is made of a special material, and the sharpness and hardness make it deserving of being called the best. He then instructs him to step back and says he will show him something interesting. He demonstrates some moves and tells him to take a closer look, explaining that this is the master's approach method. Qin Yo-woon instructs the Nano Machine to prepare to scan. The Nano Machine notifies that the motion scan has started by the user's command. Xiaob Miag runs on the walls after finishing teaching Qin Yo-woon. Li Hwa Mayung stands aside with lead guardian Merikium and remarks, finally, Wu Beob is leaving. Merikium acknowledges that he did well pretending not to know. Li Hwa Mayung questions how he can go against their orders and expresses his relief that he no longer needs to monitor Wu Beob's movements in and out of his mouse hole. He suggests reassigning guards to the second-floor hall, as they would have had plenty of rest. Merikium agrees and mentions that he will be leaving now. He asks about his concern for the 7th prince. Merikium responds because that's fair. Li Hwa Mayung questions if he's suggesting that there's no finger that doesn't hurt when one bites all 10 of them. Merikium uses his magic to disappear and warns him not to question the sky. He comments that as expected of the Wind King, one never knows where he goes in a moment, and if he decides to run away, then it would be impossible to catch him. He questions if 10 days will really make everything fair. Meanwhile, Beak Jong Mayung observes Qin Yo-woon and notices that he is always up when he comes to work, but he's still sleeping today. He asks what's up and remarks that it is the last time he can rest peacefully like this. Once he's released, he will go through a lot. He advises him to sleep a little more and leaves the room. The Nano Machine notifies that there is a change to the user's muscle development for the butterfly techniques starting expression simulation, with 80% completion to the data goal, and a change to veins, with 75% completion, and 1 hour left until 100% completion. 1 hour later, Beak Jong Mayung is sleeping on the table when he hears some noise. He gets up and asks what happened. He sees Qin Yo-woon vomiting. Placing his hand on his head, he wonders why he is suddenly vomiting and shivering so much. He asks if Yo-woon is okay if he is feeling unwell somewhere. Beak Jong Mayung advises him to let it all out first. He lies down on the bed and suggests he lie down since it seems like the symptoms have calmed down a bit. Checking his pulse, he asks what this is. How can someone's pulse, who has been lying down the whole time, be like this, as if the body was completely overworked? The Nano Machine notifies that his body's response to the body evaluation has stabilized. Qin Yo-woon screams in pain. Beak Jong Mayung wonders what is happening, as he suddenly seems so stable, something he has never heard of from his teacher. He decides to leave, saying whatever, let's just leave him to sleep. It's nearly lunch soon, so he will just eat. After a while, Qin Yo-woon wakes up, sees his body, and thinks that the strength in his hands is completely different from what it was 6 hours ago. He realizes that he knows just how many teachers he went through to train himself, and if someone were to learn that he earned this body in just 6 hours, he thinks he'd be frightened, right? The scene shifts to a flashback, where Xiaob Meng demonstrates his moves with the blade to Qin Yo-woon. Qin Yo-woon thinks it's amazing to create this pressure with just the starting expression and no Nigong. He asks Nano if it has completed the scan. The Nano Machine notifies that yes, all scanning has been completed. Xiaob Meng asks if he watched properly. Qin Yo-woon confirms that he did. Xiaob Meng expresses regret, saying it's a shame he couldn't teach him starting expressions properly, but today marks the end. However, he believes that Yo-woon will be able to master the butterfly technique just by watching his teacher. Qin Yo-woon thanks him for many of his teachings. Xiaob Meng encourages him to keep at it. Qin Yo-woon replies with a yes. He says once he returns to the motto house, it will be very difficult. He advises not to lose and leaves from there. Chin Yo-woon thinks there's at least one person who cares for him here. He tells himself that he should live up to their expectations and asks Nano if he has finished analyzing the scanned moves. The Nano Machine notifies that yes, it has been completed. According to the analysis, to acquire the body needed to use this move, his muscles and veins need to go through significant changes with an estimated time of 6 hours. He questions why it would take 6 hours. The scene shifts back to the present. He begins his practice sessions, thinking it's great that he has only used one starting expression, which happens to be the same as the teacher's. Now, there are 2 starting expressions. He senses someone's presence and thinks he can feel someone walking in the hallway. He pauses, considering if he has always been this sensitive. He wonders if his senses have become sharper as he changes his body. He declares that all preparations are complete. Baek Jong-myung enters, brushing his teeth, and asks when he woke up and what's complete. He replies that he is ready to be discharged, realizing that the presence he felt in the hallway was Dr. Baek. He wears his uniform. Baek Jong-myung remarks that he doesn't even have any other patients and asks what he's going to do when he leaves. He responds that there will be more soon. Baek Jong-myung asks if he truly thinks so and adds that it's better for there to be no patients. He thanks him, acknowledging that he has imposed on him for a while. Baek Jong-myung assures him that it's alright, mentioning that he will be going through a lot, but will be praying for him. He leaves the room and Baek Jong-myung sits alone, pondering that now he doesn't even have anything to do, wondering if he should just sleep. Meanwhile, Chin Yo-woon stands outside the room, reflecting on whether the doctor pretended not to know that Seob Meng taught him martial arts. He contemplates how uncomfortable it would have been the whole time he was in the clinic and decides he will never forget the doctor's consideration for him. He rests his head against the door, thinking about the patients he so desires and resolves to send them to him for sure. After a while, all cadets gather at Motto House Grand Armament for their afternoon group training. Some cadets observe Chin Yo-woon gossiping and one cadet identifies him as the heir of the other clan in their group. Another cadet remarks that it has been 2 weeks. Chin Moo-kyum notices him and thinks to himself that he is finally here of peasant blood. Im Pyong sees him and announces his arrival. Chin Yo-woon confirms and Im Pyong asks if his body is fine now. He replies that he is completely cured. Im Pyong remarks that it's fortunate as he explained it to him in theory, but he remembers his position. Chin Yo-woon affirms. Im Pyong hands him a sword and shield, instructing him to go in that direction with the others. As he passes near Chin Moo-kyum, the latter asks him if he only came now because he was scared. Chin Yo-woon walks away without saying a word. Chin Moo-kyum thinks to himself that this man ignored him. Chin Yo-woon thinks to himself not to get too excited yet, as both Chin Moo-kyum and he will show him properly in a while. Im Pyong announces that they will commence practical training using real swords. He emphasizes the importance of paying proper attention and maintaining correct distancing. He warns that if the same accident as before happens, he will expel the offender from the academy with the authority of a leader and asks if they understand. They respond with motto. He shows them a red flag, and they all begin training. He observes that even though Chin Moo-kyum's personality is haughty and atrocious, he effectively controls his teammates as a clan heir should. However, the problem lies with Chin Yo-woon. He intentionally placed him in a position with the least movement and hoped he wouldn't make a mistake. Im Pyong notes that Chin Yo-woon is performing better than expected and appears to be keeping up with what the other teammates are doing. He then instructs them to line up their shields properly and maintain their posture and lineups. He praises them, saying they are doing well and instructs them not to move until he commands. 15 minutes later, he reprimanded them, stating that he had instructed them not to move, questioning who made a sound and asking if they were unable to follow instructions properly. He questions whether they believe they will be able to defeat the other groups in the second test with this level of performance and reminds them to pay attention. He observes Chin Yo-woon and wonders how someone who has been training until now can perform so well. He questions whether Chin Yo-woon is truly the same person who was lying down in the clinic the whole time. He moves a yellow flag, thinking that he needs to reassess him, and then commands them to change formation, surround the enemy in a semicircle, move forward by half a step, and take big steps. He observes their performance and compliments them, saying very good. Chen Mu Kiam observes Chen Yo-woon, berates him, and wonders why he isn't making any mistakes. He wonders if Chen Yo-woon believes he will simply watch him be successful. He connects with Ya Hyan through telepathy and instructs him to nod his head if he can hear him, and to do as he says for the third lineup. Ya Hyan confirms, saying he understands. Im Pyong then announces another change in the lineup, instructing them to quickly stack the shields to 3 levels. Chen Yo-woon thinks it's not difficult, perhaps because Nano imported the simulation video. Im Pyong directs them to stick their swords out through the holes once the shields are stacked, emphasizing the importance of maintaining speed even if they are being cautious. Meanwhile, Ya Hyan contemplates that he can see Chen Yo-woon's vulnerable spot entirely exposed, thinking that someone of peasant blood should be crawling on the ground. He attempts to kick Chen Yo-woon, but Chen Yo-woon notices him. Ya Hyan wonders if he was detected and decides to use a little bit of Nigong since he doesn't even know martial arts, but resolves to use all his strength to kick. However, Chen Yo-woon employs his magic power and effortlessly throws him far away. Chen Mu Kiam notices him and considers the rebound. Ya Hyan realizes he was catapulted off, acknowledging that the other person's Nigong is much stronger than his own. Im Pyong approaches him and asks if it's him again. Chen Yo-woon secretly pushes his ankle, causing him to still feel pain. Chen Yo-woon looks at him and laughs, which angers Ya Hyan, who thinks to himself that a peasant dares to laugh at him. Im Pyong notices Ya Hyan grinding his teeth and remarks that he can't seem to come to his senses. Ya Hyan explains it's not that, but his butt hurts. Confused, Im Pyong asks about his butt, then hits him, commenting that the kid is completely lost. He reveals that Ya Hyan was the one who stabbed number 23 in the back last time, and informs him that he won't have any free time for the next 4 days. Until bedtime, he will be undergoing intense training with his leader. Ya Hyan attempts to say something, but Im Pyong angrily dismisses him, stating that he's still making excuses. Ya Hyan responds with motto. A cadet whispers that it serves him right, as he was acting all high and mighty with Chen Mu Kiam backing him, and he brought it on himself. Chen Mu Kiam becomes angry with Chen Yo-woon. After a while, Im Pyong informs Ya Hyan that he won't have any free time for the next 4 days. Until bedtime, he will be receiving intense training with his leader. Lee Hwa Myung observes them from a little distance away. Im Pyong moves his hand as if to hit Ya Hyan, remarking that he's still making excuses. Lee Hwa Myung thinks that Chen Yo-woon's Nigong is stronger than he thought, even if the right guardian taught him. It's still strange that the Baldy should have around 30 years of training worth of Nigong since he took the medicine ball, yet Chen Yo-woon's exceeds that. He considers that there's no way the Xiao Meng drunkard taught him properly and wonders if he has a physique that can naturally absorb the complete effect of the medicine ball. Lee Hwa Myung concludes that as expected, it can't be explained any other way. Even if he is a half-blood, a tiger's child is a tiger. The standoff between 2 heirs in the same group is about to get interesting. After a while, at the Grand Armament Great Hall, Im Pyong sits with his cadets to eat food and instructs them to begin eating. They respond with motto and start eating. Chen Yo-woon eats his food and reflects that if this is chicken marinated in soy sauce, it truly was torture to only have been able to eat white porridge for 14 days. He wonders if Chen Mu Kiam is going to glare at him throughout the entire meal, deciding it would be better to simply enjoy the food for now. He admits he doesn't know why Chen Mu Kiam hates him so much, but he cannot forgive the actions of the 6th clan either. He imagines Chen Mu Kiam wouldn't understand the feeling of watching his mother's death without being able to do anything, and looks forward to surpassing him. He resolves to trample over all obstacles from now on. Im Pyong announces that since mealtime is over, Friday's schedules will now be wrapped up. He instructs everyone except for number 80 to disband. He walks away, calling for them to disband. Chen Yo-woon observes the dorm and thinks that Group 8's quarters were room 8 on the 1st floor, making it easy to remember since it corresponds. Chen Mu Kiam asks where he is trying to go without his permission. Chen Yo-woon thinks to himself that he does not disappoint his expectations and always has leftovers with him. He wonders if Chen Mu Kiam wants to act like a master wherever he goes. A cadet identifies him as the Spring Clan's heir, while another cadet asks who the guy in front of him is. The first cadet responds that he is the 7th heir, according to rumors. He says it should be fun. Just then, Chenwan Ryan from the Sound Clan arrives with her cadets and sees Chen Yo-woon and Chen Mu Kiam. Chin Mu Kiam thinks to himself that many have gathered, and wonders if they shall start. He moves near Chin Yo Woon and addresses him as Peasant Blood. He inquired if it was easygoing, or if lying on a bed in the clinic was bothersome for him. He questions if he is annoyed, and if he is insulting the Lord. Chin Mu Kiam asks what he means, and he elaborates, asking if calling him Peasant Blood is not insulting the Lord. Chin Mu Kiam asks for clarification, and he questions if his status is so high that he can insult the Lord, who is like a god to them. The cadets start gossiping about it. Chin Mu Kiam thinks to himself that he is going to completely disdain and crush him in front of everyone, but instead he is the one receiving that treatment. Chin Won Ryan thinks that Spring Clan men really are stupid. Sword Clan's Chin Kyung Woon arrives and wonders why he is getting so worked up over such lowly, dull humans. Chin Mu Kiam grabs Chin Yo Woon's shirt, moves to punch him, and declares that he will crush his arrogant mouth. Chin Yo Woon hits him back and asks what he is trying to say. He starts bleeding and exclaims that this peasant dares to hit him. He uses the draft horse technique and moves to attack him, but Chin Yo Woon quickly moves back. He asks if he is running away. Chin Kyun Woon is shocked to see him running and thinks about weightlessness. Chin Mu Kiam asks his friends what they are doing and says to get that shithead. They agree and run to catch him. Chin Mu Kiam holds his broken nose and thinks about how Chin Yo Woon dared to punch him first and run away, realizing that if he had just let him be, he wouldn't be considered human. Meanwhile, Chin Yo Woon is running in the jungle, and some cadets are following him to catch him and ask why he is so fast. Chin Mu Kiam thinks something is weird. It's as if he's running at just the right speed for them to not be able to catch up to him. He chides his friend and asks why he is hesitating, then tells him he will go by himself and move. He runs even faster, thinking he will catch him, crush his face, and then destroy all the bones in his body. Chin Yo Woon stops after reaching a point. He asks if he is done running. Chin Yo Woon dismisses the notion of running as a joke. He moves to attack and says there is no reason for him to show himself to the others yet. Chin Yo Woon is attacked by him with his power, and he tries to defend himself, shocked to see his skills. He thinks he has defended the attack using 7-star aerodynamics, but he is still pushed back, realizing his aerodynamics are strong. He asks how he knows martial arts. Thinking back, he realizes his weightless movement was quite fast, and he had absolutely no Nigong in the first test. Chin Yo Woon thinks to himself that he is becoming flustered as he expected and continues with this momentum. Other cadets also come there to help Chin Mu Kiam. He employs the grafting technique's second sub-expression and the night border to attack, but his opponent moves back. He considers whether he should have avoided it and then punches him. He uses the Spring Clan technique's second sub-expression, continuous batting, to attack, but his opponent defends himself. Chin Yo Woon believes he is still unable to match his opponent's Nigong. His Nigong must have been higher than other students even before he was admitted. He thinks his opponent's Nigong must be even higher since he took the magic pill, yet he can still stand his ground. He realizes he needs to attack his opponent without giving him any time to counterattack. Chin Yo Woon demonstrates some magical moves. The cadets are shocked to see them, and one cadet asks how he can use that type of martial arts. As he moves to attack, Chin Mu Kiam kicks him and throws him away. Observing him, Chin Yo Woon thinks he's good with sub-expressions, but has no idea how to respond to the enemy's attacks. He lies on the floor, covering his face, and thinks he was only focused on the techniques and did not see that kick coming. He admits he was pretty surprised that he used some skills that did not suit him, but he can tell he is just improvising. He laughs and says it's exactly as expected. He is just trying to imitate others without knowing his own limits. Chin Yo Woon thinks if he realizes that he only learned this technique with 2 sub-expressions and that he also does not have enough actual experience. He thinks he underestimated Chin Mu Kiam and who knew expression would make such a big difference. Chin Mu Kiam states he does not know how he learned martial arts. He employs the Spring Clan technique's 5th sub-expression and double submission to attack and says he will ask all these questions later. Chin Yo Woon wonders what he should do, and which sub-expression he needs to use. The Nano Machine notifies that danger from an external force has been sensed, increasing eye functions in response to danger, and operating defense mode through the battle tutorial. Chin Mu Kiam moves to attack, but he sidesteps and hits him with a punch, causing him to bleed, and thinks this is not a technique. Chin Yo Woon also wonders what this is. The Nano Machine notifies that the optional built-in self-defense martial arts, boxing, has been used for this tutorial. He inquires about the tutorial. The Nano Machine notifies that it indicates independent teaching. They have achieved results through analysis of the opponent's movements every 0.1 second. He thinks he doesn't know what all that means, but it's indicating boxing. It confirms it is. He wonders if it is possible to use the grafting technique instead of boxing. The Nano Machine notifies that the analysis has already been completed, so it is possible if he accepts. He decides to accept. Chinmu Kiam asks if he is learning pugilism, and states that it seems he has a card up his sleeve, but that it won't work anymore. The Nano Machine notifies that the defense mode is being changed from boxing to grafting technique. He believes he can see where he will be attacked. Chinmu Kiam again attacks him, but he once more moves aside. Chinmu Kiam thinks he has avoided all of his hits. He punches him and throws him away, and he starts bleeding. He thinks if he does his best, if he performs well, and no, his father will abandon that dirty woman and come back to him. The scene shifts to a flashback where his mother places her hands on his head and says he needs to win everything, alright? He agrees. She states it's because he cannot do it properly, it's all because he is bad at everything. If only that dirty woman had not appeared, it's not his fault, and it's all because he cannot do anything properly. She presses his neck and says it's all because he made a mistake. The scene shifts back to the present as he thinks, why does that damn memory have to come up now? He considers if he loses and then moves to attack, saying he would never lose to a peasant person like him. Chin Yo-woon holds his head and throws him on the floor. He states that it's because of a peasant like him. Before he can complete his sentence, Chin Yo-woon interrupts, saying he brought all of this upon himself. Chin Yo-woon stands in the woods, astonished. He remarks that Chin Moo-kyun, whom they couldn't defeat together, has been truly beaten. Chin Moo-kyun questions if they didn't assert just 10 days ago that he possessed absolutely no Nigong. His friend asks what they should do next. He questions if they plan to test him as well, and then take him away. A cadet approaches and asks if he is all right. He contemplates whether, with more authority in addition to strength, everyone would obey him like that. He commands them to proceed while walking by himself. Chin Moo-kyun queries why Chin Yo-woon didn't finish him off properly and sits in front of him. He responds that if the second test wasn't a group task, he would have incapacitated him. Chin Moo-kyun dismisses this as an excuse, calling him peasant blood. Chin Yo-woon retorts that he will indeed act if Chin Moo-kyun continues to provoke him. Chin Moo-kyun challenges him to do it and insults him. He points out that he can't even rise by himself and scoffs at Chin Moo-kyun's empty threats. Meanwhile, he swiftly jumps and moves away, declaring his departure despite the ongoing conversation. Chin Moo-kyun demands that he halt immediately. As he runs at a rapid pace, he reflects on the danger he faces, acknowledging that without Nano Machine, he would have been defeated. He acknowledges that while he has learned martial arts faster than anyone else, he cannot disregard the importance of experience. Merely mastering the formation of the butterfly dance will not suffice if he aims to attain a higher status. He needs Nigong and experience. However, he realizes that the 6th clan will not leave him alone as he progresses. Therefore, he decides to focus on mastering what he can use at present. He summons Nano Machine and inquires about the percentage of its functions he has utilized so far. Nano Machine responds by stating that, according to user records, he has currently accessed only 3% of all Nano Machine functions. He wonders why it's only 3%. Nano Machine informs him that he has utilized 3 out of over 300 functions. Surprised, he comments that he has only utilized that much. Nano Machine clarifies that, according to the records saved in the internal memory, he has not exceeded 3 out of 10 of Nano Machine's functions. He realizes this implies there are more functions available for him to utilize. He then requests Nano Machine to provide detailed information about all the functions it can perform. Nano Machine responds by stating that the function manual of the 7th generation Nano Machine will be transferred to his brain and asks if he accepts. He agrees. Additionally, Nano Machine mentions that an additional language, English, will be transferred to aid his comprehension of the manual and asks if he accepts this as well. He confirms his acceptance. He reflects that it's the peculiar language he occasionally speaks in. Nano Machine concurs, and he accepts that explanation. Nano Machine informs him that they are transferring the 7th generation Nano Machine's manual, along with the English language, to his brain, completing the information transfer. He notices that it's a larger amount of information than usual, but he only feels slightly dizzy. He doesn't experience any nausea, which he considers a positive sign. He begins to search through all the functions, realizing that they are all capabilities he can utilize. One function particularly catches his attention: repetitive battle in augmented reality. He concludes that with this, he could accumulate all the necessary experience he needs. Nano Machine explains that motion analysis must be conducted to create this simulation. He wonders if he can have a simulation with Chinmu Kium. Nano Machine responds that there isn't enough information for that, but a simulation avatar can be created based on their earlier fight. Despite the lack of complete information, he decides to try it out immediately. He asks if this should be okay and notes that it seems like no one else is around. Nano Machine activates the simulation avatar in the user's vision. He responds, stating that this is an avatar in augmented reality visible only to him. Nano Machine informs him that the simulation settings are being adjusted before the avatar is formed, instructing him to set the avatar's impact percentage on the user. He asks for clarification on what impact percentage means. Nano Machine explains that it refers to the amount of impact he will receive from the avatar's attacks. If he wants it to be the same as normal, he should set it at 100%, but if he wants it to be less, he should set it lower. He decides to set it to 100%. Nano Machine confirms that the simulation will commence with 100% impact. The avatar calls out to him, urging him to come at him as it prepares for the fight. He wonders why this foolishness is also included in the simulation. Meanwhile, he considers the situation positively. Despite being unable to defeat Chinmu Kyun earlier due to the constraints of the second test, it won't matter in this scenario since it's just an avatar. The avatar warns him that if he doesn't come, it will come to him. It then utilizes Spring Roar and the fifth formation of the Spring Clan Fist technique as it rushes towards him. He notes that the avatar's actions mirror reality precisely and slaps it. However, the avatar criticizes his sloppy attack and retaliates with a punch. He questions why he can feel pain. Nano Machine explains that it has replicated the same amount of pain he felt earlier using information collected previously and asks if he would like to adjust the impact percentage. He responds that it's fine, they will continue as is. The avatar insults him and urges him to fight back, leading to both of them attempting to defeat each other. After a while, he ponders and asks Nano Machine for the current time. Nano Machine responds that it is currently between 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock in the morning. He remarks that he has fought the avatar 15 times, but only managed to win the last round. Reflecting on the fights, he recalls that in the first bout, he only used the 5 formations and couldn't define himself properly. He simply relied on his body. He concludes that if he were to face Chinmu Kyum with an avatar of this level properly, he wouldn't even come close to his head and would lose immediately. Nano Machine reassures him that his skills will increase with experience, noting that his movements and the frequency of using formations of the butterfly dance are already improving. He remains skeptical, stating that he lost to someone using the same 3 formations and basic movements repeatedly. However, he confidently declares that in 7 days, Chinmu Kyum's avatar will pose no challenge to him. The scene transitions to the Motto House student quarters where Chin Yo-woon arrives. He inquires about his designated bed. Reflecting, he notes that despite defeating a clan heir, they are clearing a path for him. Cadet 26 Hyobong points out his bed and leads him there. Some students glance at him and whisper about his behavior. Chin Yo-woon questions if there is a reason for the change in attitude, wondering if there is something they want from him. He contemplates that he has already been abandoned by Chinmu Kyum, so there is nothing more to lose and he may be destined to die anyway. Therefore, he decides to take a gamble. Hyobong bows before him and expresses a desire to serve Prince Chin Yo-woon as his master. Some cadets whisper among themselves, questioning the concept of loyalty and an oath to the 7th prince who lacks power. Chin Yo-woon asks Hyobong if he is willing to serve him as his master. Hyobong fervently expresses his regret and apologizes for his past bad manners, pleading to be taken in as a servant and offering to do whatever his humble self can. Chin Yo-woon is taken aback by the offer, reflecting on his own difficulties with trusting others, yet here is someone begging to serve him willingly, without being forced into the role by the Lord's decree. Hyobong expresses his gratitude and promises to give his utmost effort. Ya Hyan enters the scene and expresses disbelief at the situation, questioning Hyobong about whom he is showing his loyalty to. Hyobong considers Chinmu Kiem and Jia Haiyan intimidating, but he knows he mustn't show his fear. Qin Yowoon questions Jia Haiyan about calling someone else's servant an insect. Meanwhile, Jia Haiyan retorts that Hyobong is the one acting like an insect by ingratiating himself with others. Hyobong asks Jia Haiyan to repeat what he said and questions why he is stuttering, insinuating that Jia Haiyan might be scared. This infuriates Jia Haiyan, who verbally abuses him and moves to attack, but Qin Yowoon calmly intervenes, slapping Jia Haiyan and causing him to fall to the floor. Observing this, Hyobong concludes that Jia Haiyan is nothing compared to the avatar he faced earlier, affirming his decision to align himself with Qin Yowoon. He then asks if Jia Haiyan wants to try again. Chinmu Kiem comments that Hyobong should enjoy it while he can, asserting that nothing has changed just because Qin Yowoon has acquired a servant before walking away. The cadets whisper among themselves, surprised that Chinmu Kiem walked away from the confrontation. They acknowledge that despite this, the authority of the Spring Clan remains strong, but speculate that Qin Yowoon may bring about a new change in the Demonic Academy. The scene shifts to a week later on the day of the Group Type's second test. Hyobong, the Grand Armament of Motto House, states that he has taught everything needed, and now it's up to him to perform. Lee Hwa Myung asks if they understand the instructions. He explains that before they begin, they will cast lots. The 4 groups, divided into groups 1 to 4, 5 to 8, and 9 to 12, will cast lots among themselves to determine their opponents. He continues, asking the group leaders from groups 1 to 4 to step forward. As they rearrange themselves, he notes that the group leaders for groups 2 and 3 have changed, similar to group 1, where Chin Mu-yeon of the Dark Clan remains the leader. He adds that previously, Cadet 72 led group 4, and asks if there are probably 2 people for this. Meanwhile, Chin Mu-yeon steps forward and retrieves a card from the box. Lee Hwa Myung announces that the first match will take place between Group 1 and Group 3, while the second match will be between Group 2 and Group 4. One group becomes excited and cheers for their leader. Lee Hwa Myung then instructs the leaders of Groups 5 to 8 to come forward. A cadet observes that 2 people have changed this time as well, and questions if Group 8 is indeed real. Chinwon Raya looks at them and reflects that she had warned Chinmu Kiem many times. He is indeed foolish. The scene shifts to the afternoon following the end of yesterday's training. Chinmu Kiem reflects that they are still engaged in group training, considering his peers as idiots for not realizing that their strategies are being showcased. Deciding there is nothing more to observe, he opts to engage in martial arts training. However, she calls out to him from behind. He turns to look at her, ignoring her, and walks away. She approaches him, asking why he is ignoring her after she calls out to him. He inquires about her intentions, to which she responds that she had thought about it before calling out to him, but he is treating her with indifference. She retorts that he previously referred to Spring Clan members as idiots and instructed her not to talk to him. Growing irritated, she tersely states that she will quickly convey her message and he should listen attentively. He questions if she injured herself, to which she responds that it happened yesterday while she was training alone and someone ambushed her. Chinmu Kiem inquires about who would have the audacity to ambush her. Chinwon Raya explains that she couldn't identify the attackers because they were wearing masks. He retorts that regardless of whether the attacker wore a mask or not, she was targeted due to her carelessness. She protests against his dismissive attitude, asserting that she was not careless around the masked assailant. He questions if she expects him to be cautious because she got injured. She reminds him that there's a high likelihood that the attacker may target him next, given that they are in the same competition group. He asks for clarification, and she reminds him of how they were informed that they would be divided into groups of 4, and then lots would be drawn between teams in the same group to determine their opponents. He wonders about the relevance of this. She asks him to consider why they divided the teams into groups of 4, instead of having all of them compete against each other. He expresses his confusion regarding her statement, while she explains further, urging him to consider that since they were informed about the composition of the teams in advance, the teams are aware of their opponents. He comprehends her point, suggesting that she implies the advance announcement was intentional to make the team leaders vulnerable. She confirms his understanding, stating that it would indeed disrupt the team's formation if the leader were absent. She advises him to be cautious as tomorrow is the test, emphasizing that he shouldn't train alone to avoid any embarrassing scenarios where a clan heir is disqualified for failing to pass the second test. She leaps away, leaving him to ponder her warning. He reflects that she, the weakest among them, dared to warn him, acknowledging that although she is overstepping boundaries, he cannot ignore her entirely. He considers whether he should bring Ja Hyan along for added security. After a while, Nano Machine informs him that it has become late in the evening as he sits on the floor, breathing heavily. He inquires about the percentage of matches he has won against Chinmu Kiam's avatar. Nano Machine responds that it is around 60%. He reflects on his initial expectation to beat it easily within a week, realizing he has only achieved a 60% success rate so far. Nano Machine adds that his practical ability and formation proficiency have significantly improved after 106 training sessions, estimating that he will likely achieve his goal in the next few days. He questions whether Nano Machine is trying to console him, expressing stiffness, but Nano Machine clarifies that it is an estimation based on analysis. He decides to head back to the quarters, but then hears the sounds of fighting. Quickly getting up, he runs toward the source, identifying the direction. He peers at a cadet and inquires about their identity, struggling to see clearly in the darkness, noticing someone on the ground as well. He commands Nano to activate night vision mode. Nano Machine complies, stating that night vision mode is being activated on the user's eyes. Utilizing night vision, he identifies the cadet as Chinmu Kiam. He wonders if Chinmu Kiam was attacked by the masked assailant. Suddenly, the masked individual kicks Chinmu Kiam. He realizes that the masked person's movements are formidable, pondering their identity. As the masked figure moves to stab Chinmu Kiam, he gazes at them, torn between reluctance to aid Chinmu Kiam and the obligation to prevent harm to the team leader on the eve of their test, urging the assailant to stop. He charges towards the masked man, delivering a powerful punch that sends him staggering back. He realizes that the masked man skillfully widened the distance between them just before his attack landed, indicating expertise beyond his estimation. The masked man swiftly retreats behind the trees, vanishing from sight. He contemplates abandoning the chase, acknowledging the futility of pursuing him further. Turning his attention to Chinmu Kiam, he inquires about his well-being. Chinmu Kiam questions how he could accept assistance from someone like him. He offers a smile in response, teasingly suggesting that he leave him behind. The scene shifts to the Motto House quarters where Chen Yo-woon arrives, carrying Ya Hyan on his shoulder, unconscious, and Chinmu Kiam in a worse condition. Some cadets quickly approach them, expressing concern and asking what happened and if Chen Yo-woon is alright. He assures them that he will explain later and urges them to treat the injured first. Hyo-bong arrives and asks if Chen Yo-woon is injured, to which he responds by refusing and insisting that he's fine, so they shouldn't worry. He examines Ya Hyan and inquires with Nano Machine about his condition. Nano Machine reports that the injury is assumed to be a 4 cm stab wound, 2 mm in depth, and suggests that stitching after disinfection should resolve the issue without major problems. He concludes that Ja Hyan's injury is manageable and walks away, while a cadet approaches Chinmu Kiam, noting the significant bleeding. He observes him and realizes he hadn't paid much attention to him earlier due to Ja Hyan's condition, noting his paleness and the amount of blood he has lost. The cadet instructs Hyo-bong to call the leader urgently, to which he agrees and rushes off. After a while, they lay him down on the bed and apply bandages to his wound. A cadet inquires about his condition, and the doctor responds that they managed to treat him with the available resources, but wonders if there are any concerns. He realizes that the individual won't be able to walk normally for a while. Chinmu Kiam expresses frustration about the situation caused by the masked person, while the cadets discuss what they should do next, noting that they have a test tomorrow, but their leader is injured. A cadet offers to take Ya Hyan to the infirmary, and Chen Yo-woon intervenes, saying they have another wounded person present. Hyo-bong insists that he should carry the wounded individual, but Chen Yo-woon declines, stating that he will take care of it himself. He then calls for Instructor Im Pyong, informing him that they have another injured person. Instructor Im Pyong responds that he anticipated Chen Yo-woon's actions. Chen Yo-woon questions if it was done deliberately, to which Instructor Im Pyong confirms, explaining that he didn't want the team to suffer due to the impending test. He instructs them to pass along the other wounded individuals and return to their dormitories, reminding them that cadets shouldn't wander at this hour. Chen Yo-woon complies with his instructions and acknowledges his understanding. He ponders how all of this transpired, considering the possibility that one of their opposing teams in tomorrow's test may be responsible. He contemplates that it could be a cunning strategy to pass the test without direct involvement. Observing some black ants attacking a red ant together, he reflects on how they united to eliminate a formidable foe, thus avoiding significant losses. He considers the notion that perhaps they intended to make them suspect the opposing teams intentionally. Meanwhile, he contemplates that if they are to devise the best tactics to pass the second test, it implies that there are no rules they must adhere to strictly. In a room, a cadet remarks to his friend that they are in trouble, expressing the belief that their team has lost all hope. He suggests that it might be better to forfeit, prompting a surprised response from his friend. At that moment, Chen Yo-woon enters the room. Observing them, he states that evidently they need to select a new leader for tomorrow's test, so there's no use in continuing to complain. Curious about their next steps, one of the cadets, Hyobong, responds that only Prince Mu-kyum has the necessary experience for that role. Another cadet interjects, suggesting that their leader should be his master, Prince Chen Yo-woon, since he too is a prince. Cadet 83 raises his hand in agreement, and two other cadets also express their support. He mentions that Prince Chen Yo-woon even won a fight against Prince Mu-kyum. Another cadet acknowledges the truth of this statement and expresses support as well. A cadet inquires about their next course of action. He responds that he doesn't believe they will pass the test without a leader and emphasizes that passing the test is their priority. He notes that he has received support for his candidacy as leader from all of them. He expresses his appreciation for their agreement and mentions that he already has a plan in mind. The scene shifts to around 3 in the morning at the 8th team dormitory, where all team members are asleep in their beds as Chen Yo-woon enters his room. He instructs Nano Machine to activate night vision. Nano Machine complies, stating activating night vision protocol. He leaps up and perches on the roof, surveying all the cadets. He hadn't anticipated finding the main window of the 7th dormitory open and wonders if someone is still awake. Nano Machine announces commencing room analysis and reports that all 20 people in the room are asleep. He decides to keep it that way and instructs Nano Machine to see if it can identify the person who attacked Chen Mu-kyum. Nano Machine begins facial recognition, but it fails, stating facial recognition failure, no match found among them. He thinks, well, let's get to work then. This is their leader as he approaches a cadet who wakes up and asks who he is and why he is here. He quickly applies some needle skills, causing the cadet to faint. He thinks, damn, he nearly woke everyone up. He should start working right away. With this needle, they'll partially solve their problems. He believes he's targeting the 20 vital points. This will immobilize the cadet for the next few days. He begins needling all over the cadet's body quickly. He doesn't want to hurt them, but he does want to pass these tests. He considers it good. Let's get out of here and head to the 5th team dormitory now. If he's not mistaken, their leader is Chun Wonryu. He realizes the masked person was certainly not female. In that case, he had better go to the 6th team first. He thinks, let's see if he can find the masked guy among them. The Nano Machine confirms that all 16 cadets are asleep, and then he questions why he said there are 16. He contemplates that even with 3 girls sleeping in the girls' dorm, one is missing, and instructs the Nano Machine to initiate facial recognition. The Nano Machine responds with failure, unable to find a match. Meanwhile, he ponders that the missing cadet is not here, and he recalls thinking the masked man was one of the leaders. What should he do now? Reflecting further, he realizes there is no rule prohibiting injuring the leader. He resolves to find him one way or another, thinking an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. In the morning, Chen Yo-woon puts his hand in the box for a card, while Lee Hwa Myung looks at him and thinks he's the leader. This implies that Chen Mu-kyum is injured, and the second test will most definitely be amusing. He asks the cadets if they are all ready. They all confirm while he reiterates that he knows they have braced themselves for the test, and he hopes they'll follow the rules. He wishes them all good luck. Chen Yo-woon and his team members ask what he means by following the rules. He thinks that Guy has been behaving strangely and orders the Nano Machine to activate facial recognition. The Nano Machine comments on the protocol and informs that the target's profile matches 100% with the masked man as it scans a person's details. He thinks he finally found him. Meanwhile, the second round of testing begins when Lee Hwa Myung announces that they will start with Team 1 versus Team 3. The team that overpowers the other will be declared the winner, and he orders them to begin. Chun Mayan, the squad leader of Team 1, commands a Formation 3 attack. Lee Hwa Myung remarks on the unusual strategy, and both teams charge towards each other to attack. Jin Mayan instructs his team to keep moving forward and launches a fierce attack on the other group, stabbing their leader. A cadet urges them to retreat, but the leader falls down. Jin Mayan points his sword toward him and declares checkmate, advising him to give up before he gets hurt. The leader agrees and surrenders. Lee Hwa Myung observes the scene and thinks the match ended quickly, noting the incomparable strengths of the teams. He declares Team 1 as the winner, congratulating them on passing the second test. He announces the second match, Team 5 versus Team 8, and asks both teams to get ready. Chin Yo-woon thinks finally their turn has come, but notices that they seem afraid as he looks at his teammates. He wonders what's wrong with them and asks if they are afraid. He acknowledges that they may all be anxious since things changed too quickly, but he intends to pass this test. He warns them that otherwise, they will be expelled from the demonic academy. He expresses his desire to become one of the strongest in the academy with its mystifying history, asking if this isn't also their dream. He asserts that they can't allow themselves to lose today and suggests they shout together with him, "Viva la victory!" Lee Hwa Myung looks at him and thinks that even if he managed to boost his squad's morale, it isn't enough for him to win. Chin Yo-woon contemplates whether he will be the prey or the hunter. Lee Hwa Myung declares that the team that overpowers the others will be the winner, and the squads begin to fight. Chin Yo-woon looks at Chun Won-ryu, the squad leader of Team 5, and thinks he was hoping to fight Shin Mu-kyun, but he has to fight this mixed-blood person instead. He resolves that even if he doesn't have Nigong, he won't hold back anymore, while she orders her team to attack. Chin Yo-woon and his team block their attacks, and he orders the Nano Machine to activate the tutorial. The Nano Machine activates the battle tutorial and scans all the enemies. Nano Machine confirms that it has activated the battle tutorials as ordered, while he instructs his team to stay in position. Chun Won-ryu orders Formation 2 and implements another strategy, while the Nano Machine alerts that the opposing team has changed its formation and is preparing to launch a lance-shaped attack. He thinks that as he suspected, they would immediately lose if they attacked from the front. Quickly, he implements Formation 6, the straight line formation, while her team adopts the diagonal formation. Lee Hwa Myung questions why they are using a straight line formation, calling it a stupid choice. He thinks that this formation is only possible if the leader isn't armed, and he must be deluded to believe that this boy was trained by that old drunkard. She challenges how he dares to face her as she charges to attack Chin Yo-woon, and they both attempt to defeat each other while he blocks her attack. She wonders how he blocked it and thinks he injected Nigong into his shield. Lee Hwa Myung looks at him surprisingly and wonders how he is holding on for so long. Chin Yo-woon thinks that since he has absorbed the Dragon Ball, he should have higher Nigong than Chun Won-ryu now, and everything is going as planned. She thinks that the team's formation will break at this rate and curses, wondering how he got so strong. She jumps back, thinking they should retreat, and orders them to switch to Formation 1. Nano Machine informs him that the opponent has changed positions, and they have switched to Formation 1. He quickly tells his teammates to move and orders a switch to Formation. She smiles, thinking he is using Formation 3, and wonders if he really thinks he can defeat them like how Team 1 did with Team 3. She believes that even with high Nigong, he won't be able to do anything against their tactics. Chun Won-ryu employs Formation 6 because she thinks that with this tactic, he has no hope. He won't be able to move freely because of his companions on the sides, thus his movements are limited. He runs towards her to attack, while she thinks that coming straight at her is a stupid move. Chin Yo-woon runs to attack with his teammates, while her teammates ask what the hell they are trying to do. She says they are changing formations and tells her teammates not to panic. He orders his teammates to change their formation now and switch to Formation 2, while she wonders what Formation 2 means and shouts, "That's Formation 2, be careful." Her team members say they're being attacked from behind and even from the sides. Meanwhile, she wonders just what they are thinking and asks why they have surrounded them when they don't have any escape routes. She thinks he has messed with her, and he says to listen to him carefully. Tomorrow, they have to exploit the knowledge of the formation that all the teams have leaders to their advantage. When he shouts Formation 2, they'll surround them. This will confuse them, and they won't have enough time to react. That will be their chance. She thinks he fooled her. How dare this mixed blood person, while her team members get scared and drop their shields. She shouts asking what they are doing and tells them to pick up their shields right now. She thinks she doesn't want to hear the voice of the men who only laughed at her because she's a woman and abuses him, saying he will never give up. She attacks him with her full power and all skills, throwing his shield away. He also counterattacks with his skills, cutting her hand and leg. He continues to attack, cutting her hand, while everyone becomes shocked and she screams in pain, saying her hand hurts. A cadet comes to her and says to stay still. He'll stop the bleeding, while she cries that it hurts. Chin Yo-woon looks at her and wonders if he has done the right thing. He thinks her goal is to block his blows and force him to surrender. She says she'll kill him, while he thinks that it seems he still has to train with the sword. Lee Hwa Myung raises his hand and declares the battle finished, announcing Team 8 as the winner. Chin Yo-woon says they did it, and it's all thanks to their new leader. Lee Hwa Myung thinks this guy is not bad. Besides his high Nigong, he was able to use some really interesting techniques. He wonders if that drunkard really taught it to him, and in such a short time, he managed to master and use Nigong perfectly, not to mention his strategies. He thinks he underestimated him too much and regrets not being able to take him in as his pupil. Perhaps they're facing a genius of martial arts. Chin Yo-woon's team members whisper that he used incredible tactics and ask if it wasn't amazing. Hyo-bong blushes with excitement and asks if they see him, their prince, thinking about how far he will go. Lee Hwa Myung announces that the third battle is about to begin, instructs the teams to step forward, and tells them to start. They all move forward. Chin Yo-woon thinks he never would have imagined he could avoid his attack, and even counter-attack him, while Chin Mukun thinks he played them and abused them. He thinks he kept his real potential a secret, observing the rascal's laughter and smile as he looks at Chin Yo-woon. He sees his teammates and says that if they attack them directly, they will win easily. He says they will use Formation 6, while his team members ask if he is serious, as the opponents are heading towards them at full speed, and he asks if they are crazy. Baek-gi uses Formation 2 and orders them to hold positions. He laughs and says why are they using Formation 2? Do they want to die? While they run to attack them and stab Baek-gi. Members of Team 7 say they are being pushed back and instruct to suppress them all, saying not to let any of them stand back up. Chin Mukun looks at Chin Yo-woon and thinks he's next, cursing that it seems like he has made quite an annoying enemy. An announcement informs them of the results of the second test, round 3 between Team 6 and Team 7, with Team 6 winning. The scene shifts to Motto House's main hall, specifically the first floor academy owner's office, where Lee Hwa Myung sits with some cadets. Ho Jin Chang enters and hands him some documents, saying this is the list of the failed participants and their grades up to Team 5. He takes the documents and remarks there's a lot failed this time too. Ho Jin Chang asks if he is referring to the higher clans. Meanwhile, Lee Hwa Myung states that those without clans only aim to become guards of the high or middle class clans, so it doesn't matter. However, the heirs of the higher clans might feel wronged. He adds that they would have made it to the third round if it wasn't for the group test. Something like this wouldn't have happened if they had followed the same rules as in the old Demonic Academy guide. Ho Jin Chang says it can't be helped. If they don't reassign the failed participants positions and duties reflecting their performance, the higher clans will protest against him. He replies that the higher clans will thrive with their own respective clans' martial arts, but it's unfortunate that the middle and lower clans lost their chance at obtaining the medicine ball and entering the precious library. He adds on another note that the ones who passed the second test must all be gathered at the precious library now. The scene shifts to Motto House's precious library, where Chin Yo-woon arrives and looks at the building, remarking, "This is the precious library. It seems more grand than the main hall of the Motto House." He thinks that the other cadets have already been to the first floor while he was in the infirmary, so does that mean today is the second floor? He looks at the other cadets. Seob Meng says he put his all into mastering the butterfly sword technique and the spring dance breathing method of the butterfly dance without spending his time on useless stuff. He needs to do that to increase his chances of passing the test. He replies that's useless stuff and asks if he means the precious library. Seob Meng confirms and says he's already learning martial arts on the 4th and 5th floors and thanks his teacher for that, so he shouldn't be disheartened that he wasn't able to go to the first floor of the library. Seob Meng says there's nothing that can even come closer to his martial arts there anyway and smiles. Chin Yo-woon looks at him and wonders about what he said, but he has a nano machine, and he'll scan as much as he can from both the first and second floors. After some time he goes to the precious library's first floor, where Chin Yo-woon remarks that it's his first time seeing so many books in his life and notes that, as expected, he's the only one on the first floor. He thinks they are only given 2 house floors and he needs to hurry, telling Nano that he's going to flick through the precious books, so keep scanning. Nano Machine agrees and says understands, starting to scan 5 arts of blade mastery while he holds a book and flips its pages. Nano Machine informs him that the scan is complete. He takes out another book, and Nano Machine tells him that the scan is starting. After a few seconds, he says the scan is complete, then he scans some other books there. After a while, he takes another book from there and wonders how much time is left. Nano Machine replies that he has 1 hour remaining. He considers how many books he has scanned so far, and Nano Machine replies that including sword mastery, blade mastery, breathing techniques, etc. He has scanned a total of 55 books. He thinks not to send those to his brain yet. It seems like he has only looked at the outer border books. Nano Machine replies that he understands. He wonders if he should try the inner shelves too, while he looks at a pillar where Ho Jin Chang sits nearby. Ho Jin Chang thinks he seems quite the expert and wonders if he's the warrior who directs the first floor of the library. He wonders why there is a gravestone in the middle of the library anyway. Ho Jin Chang looks at him while he tries to sneak out and thinks that this is the gravestone that was left behind by the main academy's founder, the Heavenly Demon Ancestor. He looks at him and asks surprisingly what the Heavenly Demon Ancestor is. Ho Jin Chang explains that he carved it into sapphire. He examines the gravestone and notices there's a poem written here, so he reads it. He wonders what this is and says this was carved in with a finger. Ho Jin Chang asks if it is not amazing and explains that the ancestor focused his nigong into his finger to write on the sapphire, something that's hard to scratch, even with a sword and a large amount of nigong. Ho Jin Chang explains that people are normally too focused on trying to read books, so they don't pay attention to this, but he found the ancestor's mighty trace, maybe because he's his bloodline. He replies that he almost walked past it as well, while Ho Jin Chang says that's to be expected. Who would pay attention to a gravestone like this that the ancestor wrote a poem into, when there are all these books around? He says he has been protecting this place for over 20 years, but no one has ever paid attention to this gravestone, including the descendant of the heavenly family. He adds that anyway, it has taken up a lot of his time, so they should continue with what they were doing. Chin Yo-woon replies that he understands and wonders what that is. He notices traces of sharp objects on the back of it, as if they're hiding something. He calls Nano Machine to analyze the traces. Nano Machine starts analyzing the surface of the gravestone and after some time tells him that the analysis is complete. Nano Machine says that according to the analysis, they are traces left by the sharp blade of a sword. He asks what they mean by a trace of a sword and who would do something like this to the Heavenly Demon Ancestor's gravestone. Meanwhile, Nano Machine responds that according to the analysis of the depths of the traces, it can be seen that 2 people left these traces. He asks who those 2 people are and realizes he can't discern them by just looking at them like this. He instructs Nano Machine to show the sword traces to him in 3-dimensional augmented reality. Nano Machine replies, operating augmented reality in the user's vision, and he sees the traces. Observing the stark differences in strength and angle between each sword stroke, he realizes it's easy to overlook the fact that these traces were left by 2 people. He wonders if they tried to conceal the original scarring by layering it in a disorderly fashion on top. He asks if Nano Machine can differentiate between the 2 people's sword traces. He instructs Nano Machine to get rid of the sword traces, except for the original ones. Nano Machine confirms that it understood. He concludes that these weren't just normal sword traces, but rather a sword movement comprising untold formations. Chin Yo-woon acknowledges that he can't discern the nature of the movement solely from the current observation, indicating a gap in his understanding. He inquires with Nano Machine whether it can analyze these sword traces and simulate them as an augmented video. Nano Machine confirms this possibility, but mentions that knowing the hardness of the sapphire is necessary to analyze the person's strength. He queries about the concept of hardness and its function. Ho Jin Chang arrives and questions why he isn't reading books. Attempting to interject, Ho Jin Chang mentions observing the back of the stone, remarking on its chaotic state and reflecting on the rumors surrounding the heavenly demon ancestor, leaving a sword technique of his epiphany there. He then seeks clarification on the heavenly demon ancestor's epiphany. Meanwhile, Ho Jin Chang speculates on the motives behind the damage to the back of the object, suggesting it might have been done to restrict access to the ancestor's epiphany. He gazes at Chen Yo-woon, pondering whether the traces are merely acts of vandalism. Ho Jin Chang announces his departure to make rounds, advising Chen Yo-woon to explore further before he leaves. He internally expresses relief at the supervisor's departure. Nano Machine responds that the hardness of the sapphire can be determined by placing hands on the surface. He complies and scans his hands, while Nano Machine reports the completion of the hardness investigation. The hardness of diamond, set as the standard with a value of 10, reveals that the sapphire has a hardness of 7. He contemplates the difficulty of the task and ponders who might have distorted the original sword traces with their own. Nano Machine explains that, based on the analysis of the stone's hardness, the sword traces are being simulated as an augmented video. Subsequently, a holographic figure materializes before him, prompting him to inquire about its identity. Nano Machine responds that it cannot engage in conversation. He questions whether the hologram just attacked him, to which Nano Machine clarifies that the sword trace simulation is commencing. The holographic figure begins practicing swordplay. Observing the movements, he wonders if they constitute a single movement, while Nano Machine explains that the analysis indicates all the formations are interconnected, constituting one movement according to his martial arts perspective. Surprised, he reflects on the complexity of the analysis, even comparing it to the intricate butterfly sword technique composed of 8 formations. He reflects on the complexity of the technique, acknowledging that it took him half a year to master a similar one, yet this surpasses it by far. He deems it impossible to negate this technique and expresses surprise at encountering such an opportunity on the first floor of the library, despite having low expectations. Requesting Nano Machine to preserve the movement from earlier for later transfer, he receives confirmation from Nano Machine. Reflecting on how he could have easily overlooked this treasure due to the messy sword traces, he contemplates the identity of the perpetrator, considering them to be quite malevolent. Despite this, he realizes that he alone has gained access to this movement and perhaps should be grateful. Nano Machine reports that after cleaning up the traces, they have discovered 45 interconnected movements through analysis. He inquires about the findings, to which Nano Machine responds that 45 movements have been identified through analysis. He realizes that the traces were not meant to conceal the technique, but rather represent distinct sword movements. Considering this, he suggests simulating the sword movements sequentially as an augmented video. Nano Machine confirms understanding and initiates the simulation, displaying the first sword movement followed by the second, 10th, 20th, 30th, and so forth. He observes the increasingly flawless execution of the movements. Nano Machine announces the completion of the augmented video simulation. He then asks Nano Machine if it can pit the initially saved sword movement against the 45th sword movement in a simulated battle through augmented video. Nano Machine confirms its feasibility and activates battle mode in the augmented video, initiating a duel between the two holograms. He observes them and realizes that it has been nullified, with the first movement appearing almost perfect except for one formation. He concludes that the intention wasn't just to erase the previous movements. Rather, the 45 sword traces represent the extensive effort to nullify the original movement. He summons Ho Jin Chang and informs him that he has a question, asking if the sapphire gravestone is exclusive to the first floor. Ho Jin Chang responds that he has only worked on the first floor, so he isn't certain, but he has heard that there's one on every floor. He decides to proceed to the second floor and instructs Nano Machine to prepare for their journey. The scene transitions to the second floor of the Motto House's prestigious library, where Chen Yo-woon arrives. He observes other cadets and concludes that they are not finished yet, surmising that since it took 2 hours to reach the first floor, it must take 3 hours to reach the second floor. He identifies a cadet as Chin Yu-chan from the Sword Clan and notes that other clan heirs did not bother to come here, likely due to their overconfidence in their own clan's martial arts. He considers Chin Yu-chan to be a cautious individual for studying low-level martial arts and decides to be more vigilant around him compared to others. He locates the gravestone and confirms his suspicions, noticing that the surface is entirely covered with sword traces. He instructs Nano Machine to analyze the sword traces on the second floor, similar to what it did on the first floor. Nano Machine confirms understanding, identifying the same sword traces as those found on the first floor. He elaborates that the first sword trace comprises 24 formations, while the traces left by the other person consist of 56 sword movements. He wonders why 56 movements are necessary and speculates that more research was conducted to nullify the original movement compared to the first floor. He expresses the desire to check it immediately, but acknowledges the challenge due to the presence of many observers. He instructs Nano Machine to extract and save only the sword movements. Nano Machine acknowledges the command, and he anticipates acquiring 4 exceptional movements, eagerly awaiting the transfer to his brain and body. He then instructs Nano Machine to commence the scan. The cadets sit and read books, casting glances at him while whispering about his actions. Another cadet remarks that it's difficult to learn anything by reading each word slowly, yet he's just skimming through everything. Qin Yu-chan disagrees, emphasizing the need to focus, while another cadet dismisses the importance of paying attention to him, citing the limited time they have left. Qin Yo-woon selects a book from the shelf and scans it, prompting Nano Machine to announce the completion of the scan. Qin Yu-chan observes Qin Yo-woon flipping pages rapidly before returning the book to the shelf. Nano Machine reports that a total of 156 books have been scanned thus far. He instructs Nano Machine to analyze all the books scanned today and save the data to the program. Nano Machine acknowledges his command, and he thinks this should suffice. Now the only task remaining is to recall Xiao Meng's advice about the original butterfly sword technique being among the top 10 martial arts in the main academy. However, he reminds himself not to be overly confident regardless of his martial arts skills. He reflects on the importance of exceptional understanding and the necessity of practicing formations and movements hundreds and thousands of times to master martial arts properly. Moreover, he emphasizes the significance of experience, citing his teacher's own hardships and challenges in understanding martial arts through battles with enemies. He reflects that the academy offers a valuable opportunity to gain experience by engaging in combat with individuals from different clans and those without affiliations. Returning to the present, he considers that all that remains is to test Nano's augmented reality ability. If everything goes as planned, he will be able to gain diverse hands-on experience. The supervisor finishes writing and informs him that he can leave. Qin Yo-woon acknowledges this and states that he understands, then exits. The supervisor calls him back, mentioning that someone had inquired about his return. He asks for forgiveness while turning to face him. The supervisor reassures him, saying it's nothing, and he ponders if someone has indeed been waiting for him. However, he concludes that it's not pertinent at the moment. Recalling that the individual training rooms would be fully accessible after the second test, he eagerly anticipates transferring the special movements. The scene shifts to the Motto House individual training facility where Qin Yo-woon arrives, and the leader of Team 6 approaches him. The leader mentions that he was searching for him everywhere, as he wasn't at his quarters but here in the Cadet 7 area. He observes Qin Yo-woon and recalls his role as the leader of Team 6 in the second test, then questions why he was being sought after. The leader of Team 6 asks if he's questioning because he doesn't know, and queries if he thought that he wouldn't notice that he was the one who caused his teammates' injuries with the needle treatment. Qin Yo-woon acknowledges that the leader seems busy, noting his intense bloodthirst, which hints at a potential confrontation. He questions who instructed him to leave them alone in such a manner. The leader of Team 6 becomes enraged and prepares to fight, attributing the situation to someone specific. He observes that the leader of Team 6 isn't reacting to his provocation as another person might, realizing that this individual isn't weak. He acknowledges the need to take the confrontation seriously as he intercepts him. Qin Yu-chan arrives and remarks that they're being ignored. The leader of Team 6 shouts, and Qin Yo-woon identifies Qin Yu-chan as a member of the Sword Clan. Qin Yu-chan acknowledges the focus of both leaders, impressed by their achievement in passing the second test. He apologizes for the interruption, but mentions he has been waiting for some time. He requests permission to speak with Qin Yo-woon first, stating it will only take a moment, and positions himself between them to facilitate the conversation. The leader of Team 6 wonders why a clan heir is yielding to another cadet and questions what Qin Yu-chan means by asking to speak with him first. He expresses frustration, urging Qin Yu-chan to leave and stating he's been searching for Qin Yo-woon all day, feeling increasingly irritated. Meanwhile, Chen Yu-chan inquires, is that so? What should he do? He mentions he waited to see him. The leader of Team 6 thinks Chen Yu-chan dares to look down on him. Chen Yu-chan observes that he's quite feisty, and then considers something. Jin Yo-woon contemplates whether Chen Yu-chan's skills are advanced, having nullified the movement he saw with a simple formation. He places his hand on the leader of Team 6's shoulder, noticing how easily he's subdued despite not being in a proper stance. He wonders if there's an injury to his ribs or something else affecting his balance and arm stiffness when he moves. Jin Yo-woon concludes that the leader of Team 6 is definitely not on the level of an average cadet, even in his original physical condition. Chen Yu-chan assures him it will only take a moment, so he should wait there. The leader of Team 6 responds indifferently, saying they can do as they please, then jumps away. Chen Yu-chan remarks on the leader's short temper and laughs. Jin Yo-woon observes him and wonders what business he has with him, questioning if he's attempting to assert dominance before the next tests. He realizes that regardless of the reason, he won't be able to confront him with just his skills. He summons Nano Machine to activate Augmented Reality Battle Tutorial Mode and set it to the Butterfly Sword technique. Nano Machine acknowledges, activating augmented reality in the user's vision and initiating action command mode for the battle tutorial, then sets it to the Butterfly Sword technique. Chen Yu-chan interrupts him, asking why he's so tense, stating that it's understandable given his position. He advises him not to be overly cautious, as this is just their first meeting as brothers sharing the same father, then greets him warmly, calling him brother. Chen Yo-woon questions Chen Yu-chan's use of the term brother, wondering if he's mocking him. Chen Yu-chan responds, asking if he's disliked to such an extent, suggesting that his current behavior is understandable given the treatment he received from the 6th clan in the past, and questioning if he expected a warm greeting. Chen Yo-woon asks when he learned about that. Chen Yu-chan denies having prior knowledge, stating that he simply wanted their first meeting to be pleasant because he now admires him, mentioning that they both follow the path of the sword. Chen Yo-woon retorts, questioning if that's a sufficient reason. Chen Yu-chan asserts that it is indeed the reason, recounting his surprise when he severed the arm of the heiress of the Sound clan, claiming to have become a fervent admirer of his skills. Chen Yo-woon dismisses this as nonsense and urges him to reveal his true intentions. Chen Yu-chan admits that it may take more time to establish trust, but states unequivocally, addressing him as a brother, that he should work for their sword clan. Chen Yo-woon expresses surprise at Chen Yu-chan's statement, suggesting that such a proposition would naturally catch him off guard, and inquires if he's serious. Chen Yu-chan asserts that he's been waiting for him in front of the library the whole time and questions if he thinks he's joking, emphasizing that while he may not be viewed as an enemy by others, he personally does not see him in that light. He expresses a desire for him to join the Blade clan and stand by his side for protection, prompting him to ask if he's suggesting he give up his position as a clan heir. Chen Yu-chan counters, asking if that's how it sounded, but acknowledges that it would indeed be a challenging decision. Chen Yo-woon seeks clarification, asking what he means by that. Chen Yu-chan responds by affirming that he's heard that if they both pursue the path of the sword, they will inevitably clash, but he believes he stands no chance against him. Nevertheless, he declares himself to be his fervent admirer and suggests that their futures will be brighter if they walk this path together, questioning if he finds this prospect remarkable. Meanwhile, Chen Yo-woon contemplates whether this implies that Chen Yu-chan does not even regard him as a potential opponent. He firmly declines, prompting Chen Yu-chan to inquire about his response. He states that he will make a different request, that Chen Yu-chan refrain from hindering him as he won't be able to withstand him, ensuring at least his survival. Nano Machine alerts that potent energy is swiftly converging onto the enemy's right hand, advising to employ the second formation of the butterfly dance, the light butterfly circular movement, after stepping half a pace to the left. Chen Yo-woon considers this as the beginning and swiftly takes off running, prompting laughter from Chen Yu-chan. Nano Machine observes that the intense energy focused on the right hand is dispersing, suspending the opponent's intent to attack. Chen Yu-chan acknowledges that he felt a momentary anger, but upon further reflection, he found it amusing and admits that Chen Yo-woon not obstructing him is rather admirable. He thinks to himself that although Chen Yo-woon's mouth is smiling, it seems like a futile effort. Chen Yu-chan mentions they will cross paths again since they share the same journey. Nano Machine alerts that potent energy is being focused onto the enemy's right hand. Qin Chan contemplates the intense energy, recognizing it as Blade Kai, but he believes he lacks the strength to pose a life-threatening threat. He reflects on Qin Yowun's ability to disperse Blade Kai with his bare hands, indicating his maturity, and recalls the rumors about him contending with Qin Muyon from the Dark Clan for the clan heir position, suggesting they are on different levels. Meanwhile, Qin Chan declares that he will meet Qin Yowun next time and departs. Qin Yowun curses inwardly, realizing he overestimated his abilities after defeating Qin Mu Qiam and orchestrating Qin Wen Ryo's expulsion from the academy. He reminds himself not to rush and understands that his goal is not merely to catch up to them, but to dominate over them. Reflecting on the recent encounter, he notes that he anticipated Qin Chan's attack and planned to sever his right arm in one swift motion. However, Qin Chan evaded his strike before he could even disperse the Blade Kai, distinguishing himself from others. The scene shifts to the Motto House individual training room, where Qin Yowun enters and inquires if it is indeed the individual training room. He observes the dimensions, noting that both the width and length are approximately 25 meters, forming a square shape. He deems the space not spacious enough for practicing formations while utilizing shadow steps. Upon tapping on the wall, he concludes that it is quite thick, which may allow him to study without disturbance. Despite the limited space, he anticipates being able to gather internal energy here and summons Nano to activate augmented reality. Nano Machine complies, activating augmented reality in the user's vision. Qin Yowun then instructs Nano to simulate the formations scanned from the sapphire gravestone on the second floor. Nano Machine states that the simulation will proceed in the order in which they were carved. Qin Yowun reflects that it is faster and more complex than the one from the first floor. Even if he uses the last formation of the butterfly dance, he won't be able to block even one movement. He contemplates how many people would be able to block such a formation. Nano Machine responds by simulating the formation left by the other person in chronological order, from the 1st to the 56th. He thinks it's insane and realizes that mastering a sword technique like this requires complete dedication to swords. He reflects on the process of perfecting one formation and notes that by the 56th attempt, the awkward and unnatural formation becomes so perfect that it sends shivers down his spine. He instructs Nano Machine to pit the originally carved formation against the 56 other formations in order. Nano Machine acknowledges and activates the battle mode, sequencing the formations with the sword formations as focal points, starting with the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 10th, and lastly the 56th, and then declaring victory. He then sits down and engages in meditation. Nano Machine informs him that the augmented reality simulation has been completed. He reflects that it's just like on the first floor, where the initial formations were annulled with only a one movement difference. He ponders what would happen if he were to confront this initial formation with the butterfly dance and the light butterfly circular movements. He reflects that initially, the sword formation couldn't block a single one of the movements from the absolute formation carved on the back. He decides to give it a try, observing the avatar, and believes there must be a way to counter it using the butterfly dance. He begins practicing with the avatars, attempting to defeat each other. Nano Machine reports that neuron activity in the user's brain is increasing rapidly, stimulating blood pressure points due to the energy flow, and the user's energy in the lower abdomen is increasing and becoming active. During meditation, he fights with his clone in his dream, and the power of mana surrounds him. He feels a shock, opens his eyes, and wonders what just happened. He is certain he was completely focused on the battle, and if he fell into a trance. He looks at his hand and notices that his body feels strange. No way. He begins meditating again, opens his eyes, senses magic around his hand, and thinks that his internal energy, which was only worth 30 years, has suddenly increased to 40 years worth, and if he has gained the realization to be able to achieve it without the Nano's help. He also thinks that those formations are truly worthy of the title of Muram's best martial arts. He believes he feels like he can use the butterfly dance better now. He fights in his dream with his clone and observes that the way he is cutting through the air is different, and his realization has not only increased his internal energy. He sees magic waves around his hand and wonders if he can just materialize Kai. He believes he is unable to materialize it into a proper sword shape because he lacks internal energy, but he will be able to have 60 years worth of internal energy after ingesting the medicine ball they will receive soon. When that happens, the gap between him and Qin Chan will decrease immensely. He asks Nano how long he has been in this state. The nanomachine notifies him that he has been in this state for 2 hours. He thinks 2 hours is a long time, and it will be difficult to transfer it over to his body as well since he needs to go back to the quarters. He instructs Nano to transfer the formations that were carved first on the sapphire gravestones of floors 1 and 2, as well as the 45th and 56th formations to his brain. Nano acknowledges, saying that it will transfer the 4 selected formations to his brain. He wonders when the headaches will stop and asks Nano how long it will take to transfer them to his body. The nanomachine notifies him that according to the analysis, it will take 10 hours to transform his muscles and energy flow, which seems too long compared to the butterfly dance, even if it is on a different level of martial arts. He thinks it can't be helped. He will need to come out earlier, and let's go back for today. After a while, at Motto House Team 8 quarters, Chen Yo-woon arrives and observes that there are a lot of cadets who are not present, wondering if they have not returned from their training rooms. Hyo-bong bows down and states that he arrived first. Chen Yo-woon notices the papers in his hand and surmises that they are all studying and practicing what they have memorized from the library. He asks if Hyo-bong has gained something valuable. Hyo-bong responds that it's not much, it's only a second-class martial art, and he studied a step technique because he is weak at bare fist techniques. Chen Yo-woon reflects that it's a time when everyone is throwing themselves into work, and the 4 days that were given for rest are not meant to be wasted. He believes that if he wants to progress even just a little bit, then he can't spend this period of time uselessly. The scene shifts to the next day at sunset, at Motto House's individual training facility. Chen Yo-woon lies down, and magic flows around his body. The nanomachine notifies that the user's muscles and energy flow transformation is 100% complete, canceling sleep mode. He wakes up and vomits. The nanomachine notifies that it is proceeding with the stabilization of the body's biological reaction to the transformation. He wipes his mouth and says now he can live, and he can't get used to this no matter how many times he does it. He observes his fist and thinks the strength he can put into his hand is on a completely different level. It feels like he has become much stronger than when he mastered the butterfly dance. He removes his shirt, sees his body, and thinks these are quite some muscles. It does not feel like his body. Meanwhile, Cadet 1-8 sits in his room, meditating, and thinks his skills are not enough. He was overconfident after hurting Chen Mu-kium since he had experienced the overwhelming difference between him and that Blade Clan guy. He needs to study a lot more to recover his dignity. He thinks first he needs to forget about the likes of Chen Yo-woon and aim for something bigger. Suddenly, Chen Yo-woon breaks the wall, and stones hit Cadet 108, badly injuring him. He wonders who would dare to attack and is shocked to see Chen Yo-woon. He bleeds and falls unconscious. Chen Yo-woon tells him to wake up. After a while, Im Pyong carries him on his back and remarks to Chen Yo-woon that even if it's his individual training room, how could he punch a hole through the walls where all the cadets train? He asks what if they were doing serious meditation. That person would have died right then and there, and they should be thankful that Cadet 108 is still alive. He states that if not, then Chen Yo-woon would have been expelled from the academy, and this will be included in his report, so he should keep that in mind. Chen Yo-woon apologizes, and Im Pyong states that he is forbidden from using the training rooms on the first and second floors. He may use the rooms in the basement, but if he breaks those as well, then he won't be allowed to use the individual training rooms ever again. Chen Yo-woon acknowledges that he understands, promises to be more careful, and leaves from there. Chen Yo-woon considers breaking through a wall made with stone hardened throughout the decades and wonders if it means his internal energy has exceeded its limit. He asks Nano why he has become so strong, as he never even thought that he could punch a hole through the training room wall. The nanomachine notifies him that it is because his master's muscles and energy flow have reached their maximums. His muscles and the energy flow in his body have been transformed to the utmost, to the point where he is able to leave traces on sapphire, which has high hardness, with his physical strength. He ponders this realization about his physical strength. He reflects that now that he thinks about it, the simulation data was created by analyzing the traces left on the gravestone without showing the actual movements. Is that why the focus was set on being able to leave traces on the sapphire stone instead of being able to carry out the formation perfectly, like with the dagger technique or the butterfly dance? He then wonders if the power he has now is his body's limit. The nanomachine notifies him that this is the result of altering his body slightly so that it does not affect his physical growth, in accordance with the data of his estimated growth. He contemplates if that means he can become stronger if he grows more than this. The nanomachine notifies that its limits for muscle and energy flow transformations will become higher than they are currently if its physique grows completely. He believes he should try harder to grow more if it's as it says. The nanomachine notifies that time is the answer, even though it cannot do much to make itself grow more, besides stimulating its growth plates. It believes this is more than enough for now. After a while, in the basement of the individual training facility, Chen-Yo-Woon considers that despite having decades worth of practice data on the movements transmitted to his brain, he still feels nervous since it will be his first time actually attempting the absolute technique that might be the heavenly demon ancestor's revelation. He exhales heavily and reflects, first, the absolute sword technique. He initiates practice with his avatar using the first movement of the absolute sword technique. He pauses, thinking, hold on, let's try this one more time. He once again employs the first movement of the absolute sword technique for practice and ponders. What is this? He wonders why the movement feels so unsatisfying. He then practices the 45th formation of the destructive sword technique and concludes, alright, the destructive sword technique was perfect both times, but then why does the absolute sword technique feel incomplete? He reflects that it was far from the harmonious movement he had seen in the augmented video, and requests Nano to compare the absolute movement extracted from the sapphire in the augmented video with the movement he just performed. The nanomachine notifies that augmented reality is being activated in the user's vision. He observes his vision while practicing and reflects that in the movement he performed, the moves are connected, but they seem unnatural, and he is even a beat slower in completing them and wonders why that is. He contemplates what the problem might be and considers if it is simply because it's a movement, and even if he does not have the right energy flow, it should not affect the movement. He inquires about energy flow and remarks that now that he thinks about it, even the last formation of the butterfly dance could not be performed properly without circulating the internal energy the right way, and that means he is missing the crux. He contemplates, feeling dejected, and wonders what kind of joke this is, leaving behind only the sword movement and omitting how to use the energy flow. He asks if he can create an augmented video of the front side of the stone on the first floor. The nanomachine notifies that it is searching through the video saved via the user's visual data and has found the saved data. It will create an augmented video of just the front side of the stone. He reflects on how the mighty wind blows and the clouds fly high, remembering how, after spreading his name across the continent, he returned home, and ponders how he could not protect the four corners of his nation with the brave warriors he has gathered. He wonders if there might be a hint somewhere in here. The nanomachine notifies him that this ancient three-stanza poem is the founding poem of the Han Dynasty. He ponders the founding poem. The nanomachine notifies him that it was a poem written by Liu Bang when he returned from his victory over Xiang Yu. He realizes that it is not even a poem written by the heavenly demon ancestor and wonders if any words have been changed. The nanomachine notifies him that there are none. He instructs him to analyze the surface to see if there is even the tiniest clue. The nanomachine displays a screen and notifies that it understands. It will analyze the entire surface of the stone. After analyzing, it has found small holes under each character. He reflects that there really is something, but the number of dots is different per character and wonders what this means. He observes the small holes on the screen and considers the possibility that it's referring to blood pressure points. So 4 holes would mean 4 blood pressure points. He wonders what they would mean, but now that he thinks about it, if the first book was not scanned by Nano, he had Nano scan a book about blood pressure points, and that book had a number and a footnote for each blood pressure point. He reflects that the 4th blood pressure point would be the solar plexus point, and that's odd. The energy flow should start from the danshan located in the stomach point, but that would be 7 dots. He realizes that the character for Big has 3 strokes, so if they add the 4 dots, it becomes 7. Next, Wind has 9 strokes, and the dots below it are, and lastly, it's the 23rd blood point. He laughs and declares that's right, he figured out the hidden energy flow. He proudly states that he is a genius. After a while, Chen-Yo-Woon finds himself on the ground and considers that he should quickly head to the individual training facility and try out the absolute technique using the proper energy flow. Cadet 200th Yumba approaches him and introduces himself, stating that he is the 200th Cadet Yumba. He asks if it's okay with him if he could request a duel with him. Qin Yo-woon questions why he should agree, mentioning there is no reason for him to duel with a stranger when it's not even a test, and he doesn't want to waste his time. Yunpa acknowledges that he is right about that and admits he was only thinking about himself. He proposes that if he can beat him, he will give him a gift and intel on the third test. After a while, they both stand on the ground. Qin Yo-woon expresses his confusion, stating that he doesn't understand and asks what his reason is for acting so foolishly as to request a duel with information on the line. Yunpa responds that if he had to explain himself, he guesses it'd be to check the qualifications. Qin Yo asks about these qualifications. Yunpa replies that they might not be as impressive as the technique that young Master Qin used to cut off Qin Wanryo's arm, but he proposes to demonstrate the technique that the Moon Energy Blade clan prides itself on. He challenges Qin Yo to come at him. Yunpa moves to attack, but Qin Yo moves aside. Yunpa misses and tries again to attack but fails to hit. Qin Yo-woo thinks slowly and hits him, causing Yunpa to spit out blood from his mouth and fall away. Qin Yo observes him and thinks that he put too much strength into it. Yunpa lies on the ground, contemplating how he could lose so easily. After watching Qin Yo-woon fight against Qin Wanryo, he had anticipated they'd exchange at least a few dozen techniques, and he wondered if Qin Yo-woon was hiding his skills. He acknowledges, amazing as expected of someone with heaven's lineage. He had thought Qin Yo-woon would only have the skills of an advanced martial artist, and as promised, he had to give him the information. Qin Yo-woon interrupts him and says, "Wait, tell him why he requested a duel." He adds that to win or lose, he should have nothing to gain. Yunpa responds that as expected, Qin Yo-woon does not really trust him, and as he told him earlier, he simply wanted to check the qualifications. Qin Yo-woon asks if he is talking about his qualifications. Yunpa confirms, but he is also talking about his own because this is for the third test. Qin Yo-woon questions, what does this duel have to do with the third test? Yunpa mentions that there is a high chance that the third test will also be a group stage. He asks if the Academy did not hear him say that there would be no more group tests. Yunpa explains that's because it will be nothing like the second test. This test will place greater value on an individual's strength. He clarifies that the objective of the third test is to select high-ranked warriors and only advanced martial artists who possess advanced martial arts and at least 30 years worth of internal energy can become high-ranked warriors. Qin Yo-woon notes that among the cadets that passed the second test, only about 20% can be considered advanced martial artists. So, in order to make up for the lack of internal energy, they'd have to take the Black Dragon Medicine Ball. Yunpa confirms that when the medicine balls are distributed, a large number of the cadets will suddenly achieve 30 years worth of internal energy, but there remains a bigger problem. He explains that it's advanced martial arts. If it's not, many cadets would fail since the second floor of the library only contains intermediate martial arts. He emphasizes that if the test is not testing the creation of advanced martial arts, there is only one answer. Yunpa reveals that in this test, they will also be given a secret book for advanced martial arts. Qin Yo-woon remarks that's not all, is it? Yunpa agrees, stating that if it was just that, the test would be too easy, and if the third test was simply learning martial arts, over 80% would pass. He adds that if what his father told him is correct, the secret book should contain the 7 demon sword technique, which is part of the sword demon sword formations, usable by all the high-ranked warriors of the cult. Qin Yo-woon inquires about the sword demon sword formations, noting that he has heard of them before. The scene shifts to a flashback. Jang explains that there are sword formations created by the greatest swordsman of his time, the Sword Demon. It was a martial art originally created to combat Soram's 18 Disciple Formation and 108 Disciple Formation. Among them, the 7 Demon Sword technique is special, despite being only an advanced martial art. He washes his clothes and continues, saying that when 12 people use the technique together, it becomes the 12 Sword Formation. When 36 people use it, it turns into the 36 Sword Formation, and when 108 people use it, it becomes the 108th Sword Formation. He concludes that a plain advanced martial art becoming a terrifying sword formation isn't that amazing. The scene shifts back to the present. Qin Yo-woon reflects that even an advanced martial artist can beat an expert with the 12 sword formation, and a master with the 36 sword formation, while the 108 sword formation has the power to face off against even a grandmaster. Yunpa reveals that his father told him he had formed a 12-man group to learn the 7-demon sword technique. Chin Yo-woon inquires about the 12 people. Yunpa confirms, stating that it's because that's the principle behind the sword demon's sword formation. He explains that mastering the 7-demon sword technique is not enough by itself. Apparently, performing the sword demon's sword formation is quite difficult. It's to the point that unless one is an advanced martial artist, they can't even understand the formation. Chin Yo-woon asks if that is why he tried to test his skills through a duel. He states exactly that he cannot judge him after having seen only one technique, and he needs to confirm his skills to determine if he could request him for the test. Chin Yo-woon inquires about the request. He adds that he forgot to mention something important. The cadets are expected to take the lead in the third test, from learning the martial arts to everything else. He mentions, though, that he did hear that the group leaders are decided from the results of the second test. Chin Yo-woon asks if that means the group leaders will pick their group members. He confirms, saying that's right. However, a cadet can refuse to join a group, and his assumption is that the third test is more for the 6 main clans and the young masters rather than for ordinary cadets. He concludes that the third test is another part of the Battle of the Heirs. It would be an immediate disqualification if he is unable to gather men and master the 7-demon sword technique and the sword formation. He mentions, as he previously stated, that the cadets can refuse to join a group. Don't the normal cadets have no choice but to rely on the group leaders in order to pass the test? Chin Yo-woon asks if that is not why he said request. He confirms, saying that's right, gathering members and mastering the sword formation is just the beginning. Whether the assessment is through dueling or something else, it's obvious to desire a leader with skills and leadership for the test. He reminds him that he'd promised him a gift, and that gift is himself. Chin Yo-woon thinks no one asked for him. He asks if it is not possible that he won't get chosen as a group leader. Yunpa dismisses the idea, stating that he is positive that he will be selected as a group leader. For the young master to pass the test, wouldn't someone as skilled as him be better than a half-assed cadet? He reflects that what he's saying is not wrong, but he has enough skills to be a group leader himself. Something seems fishy, and he will have to use that. He asks why he picked him, and if it's as he said, there are other Vice Lord candidates as well as other group leaders that have passed the second test. Yunpa admits he did not want to tell him this because he did not want to sour his mood. He'd already made an offer to the young masters of the Dark Clan and Sword Clan. Chin Yo-woon asks if he got rejected. Yunpa confirms, saying yes, they already had all their seats filled. Chin Yo-woon asks if he picked him as his backup plan. Yunpa agrees, and on top of that, they share the path of the blade. Chin Yo-woon acknowledges that. Yunpa clarifies that he is not asking him to accept him as his subordinate. He is simply asking for the young master to use him in order to pass the third test and asks if he will please accept him. Chin Yo-woon hesitates. Yunpa kneels down and thanks him. Chin Yo-woon refuses. Yunpa asks what? Chin Yo-woon repeats that he refuses and moves to leave from there. While running, he instructs Nano to provide facial analysis results. The Nano Machine notifies him that it is loading the results of the facial analysis. He reflects that it can't perfectly detect lies, but it was the right move to activate it when he thought something was off. Yes, they already have all their seats filled. The Nano Machine notifies him that there is a small change in his facial muscles, indicating a 45% chance that he is lying. He reiterates that he is simply asking for the young master to use him in order to pass the third test. The Nano Machine reports that his muscles continue to twitch, and the chance that he is lying has gone up to 62%. He thinks he was only playing it safe since it was still just a chance. He recalls a memory when he said they were walking the path of the blade, and Pumia agreed, saying yes, and on top of that, they shared the path of the blade. He reflects that they are pursuing the blade, yet he only went to the Dark and Sword Clan candidates, cleverly omitting the Blade Clan. He must think he is a fool. Meanwhile, Chin Yu-chan from the Sword Clan asks Yunpa if he refused after listening to the information on the third test. He laughs and remarks seriously, stating that he's such an interesting fellow. He got what he wanted and dipped. He knew he would not fall for such an obvious trap. Yunpa inquires about the plan. He asks if he is going to go crawling back and beg him to take him in, and if he thinks he's that stupid. Yunpa denies it. He explains that it involves joining his group and then disqualifying him by leaving the group on the day of the test. If it went as he planned, it would have been funny, but it'd be a waste for him to get disqualified over such a small thing. If he were not a rival in the Battle of the Airs, he would do whatever he could to recruit him. Yumpa kneels down and pleads for another chance, stating that he still has other plans. He says no, but reassures that it's fine. He doesn't have to proceed any further. Before it's too late, he should find a group to join, or perhaps he will even become a group leader. Yumpa attempts to say something but is interrupted by laughter, and he remarks that there are already a few guys besides him that need to be sorted out. He mentions that he has no use for someone who is useless, so Yumpa is told to leave. Yumpa cries and moves away from there. He believes he defeated him in one blow, realizing that his skills, which he had seen a few days ago, were not at that level. This perplexes him, but he acknowledges that only time will tell if it was luck or skill. Meanwhile, Qin Yo-woon sits inside his room and thinks about the 11 prodigies. It's not certain since the academy head has not said anything yet, but what if it's true? He considers some from Group 8, but it's not enough people, and there's no guarantee that they will follow him. He decides he should finish his training for the day and think about it more back at the dorms. He asks Nano if he has finished analyzing the martial arts books they had scanned yesterday on the first and second floors of the library. The Nano Machine notifies that yes, it has completed analysis on the 55 beginner martial arts books on the first floor and the 56 intermediate martial arts books on the second floor. He wonders if it would be possible to make a hologram of a specific person after analyzing their Kai and body movements and then make the hologram reenact martial arts. The Nano Machine indicates that it is possible if he selects the person as an avatar and specifies the martial arts. Considering the martial arts, let's go with the 5 arts of sword mastery for the person. He sees the Chenmu Kiam avatar, which appears in front of him through the Nano Machine. The avatar challenges him. Qin Yo-woon declines, stating that he will be the one to initiate the attack. The avatar accuses him of not knowing his place and moves to attack him. Qin Yo-woon evades the attack and counterattacks. The Nano Machine notifies that Chenmu Kiam's avatar has died from a neck fracture. He asks how, as just 4 days ago, he would have only been pushed back from such an attack. The avatar remarks that it's not bad, and warns that they will regret this, addressing him as a commoner punk. The Nano Machine notifies that Chenmu Kiam's avatar could not withstand the full force of the master's attack. He considers if he has far surpassed Chenmu Kiam because of the realization. This was not what he had in mind. Even if he assigns an intermediate martial art to the avatar, it won't make much of a difference. He decides to create 5 Chenmu Kiam avatars, no, make it 10, and give each of them a different intermediate martial art. The Nano Machine notifies that creating avatars for the simulation, the target models are 10 Chenmu Kiam, and the set martial arts are Heaven-Splitting Flying Sword, Spinning Kick, Emotionless Sword, Triple Killing Sword, Falling Fist, Fist of the Horse, Flying Shadow Fist, Final Emperor's Fist, and Great Sunlight Blade. He wonders if he is getting ahead of himself, and he thinks 10 might be too much. The avatar starts teasing him and asks if he is trying to provoke him. The other avatar declares that he is going to kick his ass. The other avatar abuses him and asks how dare he, as a commoner. The Nano Machine inquires if it should readjust the number of avatars. He responds that there's no need, just to start it. He is going to kill them all. All avatars come to attack him simultaneously. He wonders if he will be attacked simultaneously and attempts to retaliate. He believes he blocked the first wave of attacks. However, the avatars attack him together with a technique, hitting him on the head and causing him to fall down. The Nano Machine notifies that it is temporarily suspending augmented reality. He holds his head and remarks that it hurts, realizing he had forgotten how small this place was without augmented reality. He observes the ceiling starting to break. After a while, Im Pyong arrives and observes the ceiling, asking what he did to it. He feels pain in his head and warns him, banning him from using this individual training facility from now on. Qin Yo-woon bows down and apologizes sincerely. He walks out, gesturing for him to follow. After passing a big ground, he takes him to a big room. Qin Yo-woon thinks the building appears to be about half the size of the individual training facility, but the width of the door is much larger. Im Pyong declares that he shall train here from now on. Qin Yo-woon asks what he means. Im Pyong explains that he'd just break the walls again if he kept using the individual training facility. Qin Yo-woon asks where this is and remarks that it's much larger and more pleasant than the individual training facility. In Pyong explains that it's a training facility that would normally only be available to those who reach the expert level and pass the 4th test. He mentions that of course Chin Yo-woon has not passed the test yet, but since he has caused another incident, they've made this space available a little earlier with the academy head's approval. Chin Yo-woon asks how Im Pyong knows that he has reached the level of an expert. Im Pyong responds that in order to break the hard walls of the individual training facility, he at least needs an expert-level Kai. He touches the wall and mentions that these walls are made with an even harder material, so they should not break no matter how crazy he goes. Im Pyong tells him not to worry about it and to focus on his training. Chin Yo-woon bows down and thanks him very much. After a while, Chin Yo-woon observes the room and thinks that with a training room of this size, he should not have any problems using augmented reality. He asks Nano what time it is. The Nano Machine notifies him that it's a little past 8 p.m. He remarks that he still has time then. He considers whether he should continue dueling against 10 Chinmu Kiam avatars since a single advanced martial artist is too weak. He asks Nano if he would be able to duel against Xiaob Meng Sensei's avatar. The Nano Machine notifies him that it is possible if it's only based on the movements of the butterfly dance he showed them in the infirmary. He thinks that even if it's sensei and based only on the data from a single technique, he would be more helpful than Chinmu Kiam. The Nano Machine notifies him that it is initiating augmented reality in the user's vision and asks if he will select a martial art. He decides to have him use the butterfly dance for now. The Nano Machine notifies that it is creating an avatar for the simulation target model as Xiaob Meng, with the set martial arts being the butterfly dance. He reflects that even though it's just the avatar in front of him, this situation feels far more tense than with Chinmu Kiam's avatar. The Xiaob Meng avatar asks if he is now revolting against his sensei. He instructs Nano to please mute sensei next time. The Nano Machine acknowledges the command. He explains that Sensei is among the top 10 martial artists within the demonic clan. He moves to attack and thinks that he is no match for Sensei in terms of martial proficiency, so he has to aim for his weakness with a preemptive attack. The Xiaob Meng avatar uses his blade. He notices that he blocked his techniques this easily. Xiaob Meng punches him in the face, causing him to bleed and fall behind. He utilizes the butterfly dance 3rd technique and the 7 dances of the butterfly to attack Chin Yo-woon, causing him to fall behind. He acknowledges that he knew he would be no match for him, but he didn't expect to be down after just a single technique. He realizes that this is the skill of one of the top 10 martial artists in the demonic cult. The Nano Machine asks if he would like to change the martial arts of the avatar. He declines. The Nano Machine notifies him that combat is resuming. The Xiaob Meng avatar appears again and asks if he wants to try again. He agrees and prepares to attack using the absolute technique. Xiaob Meng moves to attack him, laughs and questions if he is even prepared. They both exchange attacks with their techniques and power. Chin Yo-woon believes it's working, the final movement, and he attacks Xiaob Meng's nose, but Xiaob Meng moves aside, counterattacks, and throws him away. He attempts to get up and wonders if he is still no match for Sensei, even with the absolute technique. He observes the avatar and notices sword wounds on Sensei's avatar. The final sword swing reaches him as well, but they are all shallow. He concludes that in terms of purely sword technique, he might have surpassed Sensei's avatar, but he was not able to deal a critical blow due to the massive difference in martial prowess. He realizes that he can't face off against a real master just by having gained the absolute technique. He plans to complete the 6 tests of the Demonic Academy within the next 4 years and surpass Sensei. He decides to start with his avatar. The scene shifts to 4 days later at the Demonic Academy's Grand Martial Training Grounds, where all cadets gather. Chin Yo-woon thinks, damn it, he gave it his all yesterday, yet the best he could do was fight on par with 10 Chinmu Kiam avatars. Lee Hwa Myung asks if the guys spent their 4-day break well, to which they all respond affirmatively. He continues, stating that as announced 4 days ago, they will explain the 3rd test and distribute the Black Dragon medicine balls. The 3rd test involves 12 people performing a formation. Chin Yo-woon thinks that his intel is true. Lee Hwa Myung explains that the minimum requirement for being part of a 12-person formation is to possess advanced martial prowess. He points to the books and states that this is the basic requirement for the Sword Demon's sword formation that the main branch prides itself on. Additionally, he mentions that the secret martial arts book for advanced martial arts is the 7 Demon Sword. He mentions that if the guys absorb the medicine balls given out today and work tirelessly to learn the 7-demon sword, there should be no problem. Qin Yo-woon thinks that up until here, it does not seem that difficult. Lee Hwa Myung states that the third test will occur exactly 28 days from today, and each group that forms a formation has to defeat the martial arts instructors standing in front of them right now. He asks if that sounds simple, right? A cadet whispers and asks about defeating the martial arts instructors. Another cadet asks if every instructor is not a martial arts expert. The other cadet mentions that some have even reached the prowess of a master, and he was just thinking it sounded too easy. The other cadet adds that it would be much easier to just fight the other cadets. The other cadet asks how they are supposed to beat the instructor when they have so much real combat experience. Qin Yo-woon thinks everything is going as Yampa said it would, so all that's left is for them to announce the group leader. Lee Hwa Myung says the entire process will be different from the second test. They will leave everything up to the cadets, so they should do their best to gather group members and learn sword formation. He adds that after he explains the selection process for the group leaders, they will hand out the secret books and medicine balls before dispersing. Qin Yo-woon wonders if they are not selecting by grades. Lee Hwa Myung asks if he sees the name tags on the instructors in the front row and the 17 martial instructors here, and the students who can take the yellow name tags from them within 7 days will be the group leaders. A cadet wonders if this essentially implies they will be expelled. Another cadet questions whether this signifies that if they fail to secure all the name tags, the number of groups will diminish. The other cadet explains that there are 207 individuals, so with 70 groups of 12 people, 3 individuals are already slated for expulsion. The other cadet murmurs that they are expected to commence by pilfering the instructor's name tags before even confronting the main challenge of defeating the instructor using the sword formation. Lee Hwa Myung advises against dwelling on it too deeply, mentioning that the instructors with yellow name tags will abstain from utilizing their special techniques and will solely employ the 7-demon sword. He asserts that this doesn't resolve their issues and emphasizes that it doesn't alter matters if an expert only employs an advanced martial art. Qin Yo-woon believes he discerns their hidden intentions. To nullify the 7-demon swords within a short time, one needs to have a profound understanding of its sword movements. They did not opt for this method simply to raise the difficulty, and 7 days proved to be a significantly short time to learn and nullify the 7-demon sword. He speculates they intentionally orchestrated this to instill a sense of crisis in the cadets, inducing desperation as expected. Lee Hwa Myung considers them all bewildered, contemplating whether he should further unsettle them. He mentions he does have 7 days, yet he invites any cadets who wish to challenge them at present. He reflects that he had expected at least one volunteer. If they possessed both guts and skills, it would present a significant opportunity for recognition. Naturally, the opposite effect would occur if they were to lose. He surmises that none of them possess such courage. However, to his surprise, some cadets raise their hands. He observes them and identifies the leaders of Group 1, Chin Mu-yeon, a candidate for the Vice Lord of the Dark Clan, Group 8's leader, Qin Yo-woon, and Cadet 18, Beak-gi, who defeated the Vice Lord candidate of the Poison Clan, Chin Jong-sum, and subsequently assumed leadership of Group 12. He muses on the unexpected volunteers, finding it quite exhilarating. Qin Yo-woon notices Beak-gi and considers him the one who assumed leadership of Group 12 instead of Chin Jong-sum. Observing him from this vantage point, he appears quite fierce. Lee Hwa Myung chuckles and remarks that he appreciates the determination in their eyes. He then asks the instructors which of them would like to engage with the cadets. He spots the instructors and identifies them as the instructors for Groups 1, 8, and 12, recalling his advice to them not to become too attached to their cadets. Senior Officer Martial Instructor Ho Jin Chang steps forward. Lim Pyong, the supervising martial instructor for Group 8 in the second test, believes there's no necessity for him to volunteer since he's in charge. From this point onward, he will have to fend for himself, especially against Qin Yo-woon, as regardless of whom he selects, none of them will take it easy on him. Lee Hwa Myung speculates that each of them had likely intended to confront a cadet from a different group to prevent them from assuming the position of group leader for the time being. He acknowledges that thanks to Ho Jin Chang, the match won't be as unjust. He queries why they don't begin with the leader of Group 1, Cadet Number 1. Yo-soon, the supervisor instructor for Group 12 in the second test, volunteers to handle it. Ho Jin Chang glares at him angrily, thinking to himself, how dare he? Yo-soon should know that he has a vested interest in this cadet. Yo-soon feels apologetic, addressing Ho Jin Chang as Sunba Nim, a term for senior colleague or mentor, acknowledging that he knew Ho Jin Chang wouldn't take it easy on him. He believes that Chen Muyon is most suitable to become the next Vice Lord, so he doesn't want him to face humiliation here. Ho Jin Chang declares that he will be the one to challenge Cadet number 18. Lee Hwa Myung regrets testing Ho Jin Chang's patience, realizing that his own Cadet number 18 will now face a challenge. He expresses his approval. Sang Moon-yo, the supervisor martial instructor for Group 1 in the second test, believes he was already planning to confront Chin Yo-woon. All instructors and cadets greet each other. Chin Yo-woon instructs Nano not to miss a single second of it. Lee Hwa Myung announces the start. Chin Muyon gets ready to fight and employs the flowing cloud palm technique. Yo-soon thinks it's as expected, recognizing it as the flowing dark cloud palm, one of the top 3 palm arts in the main branch. He feels it's a pity that Chin Muyon has to use the 7 Demon Sword instead of his own poison art. Yo-soon proceeds to attack using the 5th sword technique of the 7 Demon Sword. Chin Yo-woon observes them and wonders why those sword movements feel so familiar. Hyun Muyon moves his hand to attack, and Yo-soon thinks it's amazing. Despite his attacks being blocked, he isn't shaken up. Yo-soon can discern from the Kai being released through his palm techniques that Chin Muyon has fully achieved expert martial prowess. His understanding of techniques far exceeds that of ordinary cadets. Chin Muyon employs the 2nd sword of the 7 Demon Sword to attack, and Yo-soon believes that in terms of martial technique, he's already at the level of a clan elder. Using the 3rd sword, Yo-soon concludes that he will have to stop treating Chin Muyon as a mere cadet. Even though the flowing dark cloud palm is a higher level martial art, Chin Muyon blocks his attack like this, conveying that he is proficient in advanced martial arts. Chin Yo-woon can't believe it. The techniques they form might differ, but the sword movements comprising them are exactly the same as the ones in the destructive sword techniques inscribed on the sapphire. He reflects that the only real difference lies in the fact that the 7 Demon Sword comprises only 12 sword movements, which is merely half of the 24 sword movements of the destructive sword techniques. He acknowledges there's no way to be certain, but speculates that the sword demon might be the one who left all those countless sword marks. Chin Muyon and Yo-soon block each other's attacks and then move back. Chin Muyon thinks he's an expert like him but slightly more skilled. Since he can block his palm techniques with only an advanced martial art, Chin Muyon assumes he has far more combat experience and supposes he's an instructor for a reason. He contemplates that if he can't bring this match to a close soon, he will be at an even greater disadvantage, but he realizes it can't be helped. Yo-soon observes him and notices a change in his form. He must be planning to settle this fight with his ultimate move. In that case, Yo-soon decides to gather all his Kai to block him. He moves to attack, and Yo-soon observes his attack, identifying it as a right palm technique. He decides to block it first. Chin Muyon kneels down and switches his hands. Yo-soon notices his left hand and recognizes the same movements as before, but now that it's suddenly inverted, it's difficult to deal with. He decides to seal his left hand. As he tries to seal his hand, Chin Muyon attacks his shoulder, causing it to bleed, and he falls to the floor. All the cadets are happy to witness this, with one remarking that he actually defeated an instructor, while another notes that he has already reached expert martial prowess. The other person asserts that he firmly believes the Dark Clan's young master is the one closest to the position of Vice Lord. Lee Hwa Myung thinks left sword, right palm, right sword, left palm. It's a secret art that allows him to use 2 special techniques simultaneously, switching from left to right and vice versa at will. It secured the Dark Clan's leader, Mu Jin-won, his place as the 2nd best martial artist in the cult. However, Lee Hwa Myung had heard that he was the only one who managed to master it. Yet, here is this guy in front of him. He is a true genius. Yo-soon takes out his name tag, moves to give it to him, and says he has earned the right to become a group leader for the 3rd test. He bows down and expresses his gratitude very much. Chin Yo-woon sees this and contemplates taking their name tag. Something about the wording of that bothers him, especially if one person can only earn 1 name tag. He and Sang Moon-yo get ready to fight. Chin Yo-woon thinks to put a hold on that thought, as how he performs here will decide his future, and he needs to prove himself in front of everyone. He finds it impressive. Despite facing an instructor, instead of feeling nervous, Chin Yo-woon is all fired up, which honestly surprises him. He had thought he wouldn't even make it past the first test. However, it's time to put an end to his lucky streak, and he's determined to crush him in front of everyone. Sang Moon-yo moves his finger to call him and considers whether it will be the butterfly dance, then states he might take the first move. Chin Yo-woon considers that he may have reached expert prowess, but acknowledges he still lacks compared to a true expert, and letting him have the first strike is proof that he is underestimating him. He believes with the 10-star Kai technique, he can finish this in one attack and move to strike. Sang Moon-yo, observing his speed, halts his attack. He reflects on being pushed 5 steps back, even after blocking with the 7-star Kai technique, recognizing his great internal energy, but acknowledging that his external energy is too powerful. He curses inwardly, resolving not to simply yield to him. Sang Moon-yo blocks the attack and considers that he is being humiliated. He retaliates by attacking and pushing his opponent away. Sang Moon-yo prepares to attack again, reflecting that his Kai is still somewhat inferior to that of a true expert, and questions whether his opponent thinks he can escape. He employs the 7-demon sword technique, utilizing the 4th and 6th sword techniques. Chin Yo-woon believes he can discern it. Even without Nano's assistance, he can perceive that his opponent's sword techniques are unstable. He compares these techniques to the destructive ones on the Sapphire, considering them to be child's play, and moves to counterattack. However, Chin Yo-woon sidesteps and reflects that his opponent has created the opening himself, regarding him as a fool. He plans to finish the fight with his second technique and executes it, shocking everyone who witnesses it. Lee Hwa Myung is incredulous, he can't believe it. He nullified the techniques of the 7 demon swords with just the basic moves of the butterfly dance. Sang Moon-yo becomes angry and thinks, damn it, to be pushed back by this brat's technique. Since it has come to this, he is going to knock him out with the 10-star Kai technique to internally injure him and move to attack him. Lee Hwa Myung observes him and considers it a lethal technique. He finds it crazy. Chin Yo-woon tries to defend himself but is struck by a magic strike, causing him to spit out blood. He reflects on his internal energy. The nano machine notifies that his organs are being damaged from the energy being forcefully injected into his body. Sang Moon-yo blocks his way with magic and calls for Nano's help. The nano machine notifies that the damaged organs are quickly regenerating, activating the regeneration process. It asks why. Sang Moon-yo wonders, how can this be? He is sure he is sustaining internal injuries, so why he is not falling down? Chin Yo-woon moves to attack him and lands a hit. He believes he just needs to withstand it with his Kai armor, but Chin Yo-woon strikes his ribs and breaks them. Sang Moon-yo spits out blood, shocking everyone who sees it. He grabs his shoulder and calls him a monster before falling unconscious to the ground. Sword Clan's Chin Yu-chan witnesses this and thinks Yum-pa was not exaggerating. Sang Moon-yo might become a problem, especially with the 7-demon sword created by the other legend of the demonic cult. Lee Hwa Myung reflects that while it is a collection of plain sword movements, their countless combinations make it a very difficult move to nullify. Yet he managed to do just that, indicating that he is beyond excellent. He is a martial arts genius. He berates himself, thinking he should not have allowed that drunken rascal to get the better of him. He instructs the academy director that they will need to carry instructor Sang to the infirmary. An instructor checks Sang Moon-yo and reports that his ribs are broken and 3 bones are poking out. Lee Hwa Myung realizes he forgot to inform the instructors that Cadet 7 had punched through the fortified walls. If Sang Moon-yo had braced himself knowing that, he probably would not have lost so severely. He orders them to take him to the infirmary immediately. Chin Yo-woon takes his name tag and reflects that he has succeeded. Lim Pyeon considers that the cadets might start to underestimate them if they keep losing, having already lost twice. Ho Jin Chang notices them gossiping and believes that with skills and talent, it should be possible for one to surpass their instructor. Instead of being happy for the next generation, they are preoccupied with worrying about saving face. He acknowledges that he is in no position to lecture them, and in getting caught up in the moment and picking Cadet 18, he fails to notice such a talented individual, giving him another regret. Lee Hwa Myung announces that they will now have the final duel. Baek Gi and Ho Jin Chang move forward for the duel, prompting whispers among the onlookers. Yo Soon whispers, please, let them save face. Lim Pyon remarks that he can't even imagine him losing, but another cadet reassures him, saying not to worry because it's not just anyone. It's instructor Ho Jin Chang, their senior officer, and upsets could happen again. Another cadet chimes in, stating there's no rule preventing him from winning since he volunteered. He could have been hiding his skills until now, like Cadet 7. Beak Gi acknowledges that he may be lacking, but asks for Ho Jin Chang's guidance. Ho Jin Chang praises Beak Gi's humility and suggests they both try their best, ready to attack. Beak Gi observes his opponent's moves and thinks about the overwhelming presence. He wonders if this is the same person who was smiling just a moment ago, but resolves not to leave behind any regrets and moves to attack. He jumps forward to initiate the attack. Chen Yo-woon tracks his movements using the Nano Machine and considers a kicking technique. He continues to gather more training avatars, particularly noting Chin Mu-yeon's performance of various techniques with both hands, finding it very interesting. It's only a fraction of his techniques, so he's unsure if it will analyze properly, but it could be useful in the future if he ever has to face Chin Mu-yeon. Beak Gi swiftly moves, attacking him and noticing that his opponent easily avoids all attacks by simply moving his torso. Ho Jai Chang observes the moves and points out that his opponent's back foot is wide open. Beak Gi jumps onto his hands and takes a long leap, flipping to attack, but his attack is stopped with power. The cadets are shocked to see this, exclaiming that it is connected. Ho Jai Chang attacks his foot, causing it to start bleeding. He examines his foot and wonders if it is a Kai blade. Falling behind, he considers that to have created a Kai blade so quickly, his opponent must be a master. Ho Jai Chang reflects that he has only used a simple sword movement and hasn't even utilized any techniques from the 7 demon swords yet. He mentions his specialization in kicking techniques, but acknowledges that he can't use his right foot now, questioning what he will do. He thinks his opponent is much stronger than the previous instructors. Beak Gi stands up with his broken foot, ready to fight again, and reflects that with this much skill difference, it might be a stretch, but he needs to try and finish this match with one technique. He acknowledges that his opponent has quite the fighting spirit. Beak Gi quickly runs and jumps to attack. He reflects that even with an injured foot, his opponent is not backing down and is quite the determined young man. He attempts to attack, but Beak Gi bends down and aims for his legs. He realizes that this kid has also achieved expert prowess and uses his power to counterattack. Beak Gi considers an afterimage technique, and his opponent falls for it. He remarks that his opponent was not too bad, expressing regret, and launches an attack that hits hard, throwing his opponent away. The cadets are shocked to see this, and one of them says no, he lost. Another cadet comments on how he went down after just a few techniques, emphasizing that it is no easy task to face an instructor. Another cadet mentions that Cadet 1 and Cadet 7 were just monsters. Beak Gi spits out blood and acknowledges his loss, realizing that if he had not gone easy on his opponent and had used a Kai blade, it would have pierced his heart. Chin Yo-woon observes this and thinks that Beak Gi was just unlucky. If he had faced an instructor who was not a master, he might have had a chance. He speculates that the other instructors are probably glad that Beak Gi lost. Ho Jai Chang remarks that if Beak Gi can connect his feint and his technique more smoothly, he should be able to confuse his opponent even more, expressing anticipation for his progress. Beak Gi thanks him for his guidance and walks out from there, coughing. Chin Yo-woon scrutinizes him closely and notices that his complexion is unusually pale and his neck is also tinted red. He instructs Nano to please conduct an in-depth scan on Cadet 18 and have the results ready so he can review them after the third test announcement is over. The Nano Machine acknowledges that it has understood. 2 instructors open 2 big boxes full of weapons. Lee Hwa Myung announces that they will also be handing out wooden swords for the third test, with 1 sword per person, so they should be careful not to break them. He states that if anyone can take a yellow name tag within 7 days, they will become a group leader. He asks if this is understood, to which all the cadets respond motto. Chin Yo-woon holds his sword and a box, thinking that he should first consume the Black Dragon medicine ball, and then he has something else to check. A group of cadets surrounds him. Hyo Bong asks what business he has with his liege, as he considers addressing him as a liege. The scene shifts to the previous night in Group 8's dormitory. Woon Chun suggests that they have entertained the thought that they might be able to change their status and asks if they do not think it's too dangerous of a gamble, and if they are not afraid of the 6 main clans. Hyobong admits that he is indeed afraid, but if he is fated to always be looked down on as a small clan lackey, he will gladly risk it all, especially if it's with his liege. There might be hope for people like them. Wang Chun inquires if he truly trusts him, to which Hyobong confirms that he does. Wang Chun decides that they will partake in the gamble together, and they, Ma Chil, Wang Chun and Ho Di Mayung, will swear their loyalty to their liege, Qin Yo-woon. They are in his hands. The scene shifts to the present. Qin Yo-woon says it's okay, he can step aside. Go Wang-hol remarks that it was a pleasure seeing his great martial performance. He introduces himself as Cadet 857, Go Wang-hol. Qin Yo-woon thanks him and introduces himself as Qin Yo-woon. Go Wang-hol quickly gets to the point, expressing his desire to become a member of Qin Yo-woon's group and asking if he wants to join his group. Wang Chun whispers that the sooner they gather up members, the more time they will have to practice. Ho Di Mayan adds that since they are 7 people short, they will have to reject 9 of them. Ma Chil comments, as expected of their liege. Go Wang-hol explains that he is from the Dark Fist clan, an elite clan, and emphasizes that as a group member, he should not be a nuisance. Hawk Hyan states that he is Cadet 920 from the Dark Horse clan. He introduces himself and explains that he is still only at intermediate prowess, but once he consumes this medicine ball, he will reach advanced prowess. He promises not to hold back. One Il raises his hand and introduces himself as One Il, Cadet 97 from the Gentle Sword clan. He mentions that he has also reached advanced prowess, so he knows he can be of use to the young master. Ya Wu-min raises his hand and requests to be heard as well. He introduces himself as Ya Wu-min from the Golden Gate clan. He admits that he might lack internal energy, but he possesses advanced spearmanship. A cadet whispers that 5 out of the 16 people here are from elite clans. The others remark that 11 people need to compete for 2 spots, expressing their dislike for individuals from elite clans. Qin Yo-woon thanks them all for asking to be part of his group, but states that he needs to say something first. He explains that he is simply looking for people to pass the 3rd test with. He emphasizes that when he leaves the demonic academy and sets off on the harsh path laid out by the main branch, he is looking for comrades who will stick with him through thick and thin. A cadet whispers, pondering what they should do. The other cadet remarks that he does not wish to become entangled in the battle of the heirs. Qin Yo-woon observes that they exhibit the expected fearfulness and asserts that he does not care whether one comes from an elite clan or a small one, as long as they desire to join forces with him. He emphasizes that, by the journey's end, the current status quo will become irrelevant, and he intends to overhaul the 6 foundations of the main branch. Hawk Hyang wonders if this individual is mentally stable and whether he might be a candidate for Vice Lord, but questions if he possesses the means for it. He muses that this is not essentially a declaration of war and expresses frustration, yet acknowledges that they may need to await a different group leader. Qin Yo-woon entreats them to become his comrades on this journey and to form a new foundation for the heavenly demonic cult. This, he asserts, is his desire for his group members. Everyone is shocked to hear this. Hawk Hyang apologizes, stating that he simply wants a leader to pass the 3rd test. The other cadet expresses disappointment, mentioning that he had hoped to be a part of the young master's group, but it seems it was not meant to be. He expresses his regret. Hyobong considers this situation to be unfortunate. Perhaps they should have been informed after being accepted. He notices Go Wang-gul, Ya Wu-min, and Oh-jong. Go Wang-hol tells Qin Yo-woon that he has also observed the other Vice Lord candidates, and there is something different about him. He remarks that the journey he has described is exceedingly perilous, potentially leading both him and all his comrades to their graves. To be frank, he admits that he too is considering giving up on it. Qin Yo-woon reflects that he is not surprised, considering that Go Wang-gul is from an elite clan. He has the option to support a better candidate. He expresses that like any other martial artist, he dreams of power and glory. Hearing his ambition as a martial artist has only drawn him closer. He kneels down and swears his loyalty to young master Qin Yo-woon. He acknowledges that he may still be lacking, but he pledges never to kneel to anyone except him. He requests to be utilized as Qin Yo-woon's first sword. All others also kneel down. Ya Wu-min declares his loyalty as a member of the Golden Gate clan. Oh-jong similarly pledges loyalty as a member of the Treasure Sword clan. Qin Yo-woon smiles and thanks them. Hyobong asserts that he doesn't care about titles, he is his liege's foremost subordinate. Go Wang Hul chuckles and questions if that is indeed the case. After a while, at the entrance of the Demonic Academy's individual training facility, Chen Yo-woon gathers the cadets. He announces that today he wants them to absorb the medicine ball and memorize the entire text of the Seven Demon Sword. He confirms this plan and adds that starting tomorrow morning they will train together and he will personally inspect their movements and techniques. They believe they made the right choice in selecting him as their leader and appreciate the care he shows them. Chen Yo-woon resolves to instill knowledge in them until they learn, much like how his sensei did it. He instructs them to proceed to their individual training rooms and suggests regrouping around 10 o'clock at night after they have consumed the medicine balls. They all agree with enthusiasm. After a while, Chen Yo-woon walks into the lobby and Go Wang Hul calls out to him from behind. He turns back and asks if there is something Go Wang Hul wants to say. Go Wang Hul expresses his concern that he might be worrying about nothing, but he believes that from now on, Chen Yo-woon should always have him or another subordinate accompany him at all times. He explains that he is troubled by how they were instructed to take the yellow name tags from the instructors. Chen Yo-woon reflects that now that he thinks about it, the academy director himself mentioned that whoever could take the yellow name tags within 7 days would become a group leader. He speculates that the real objective is not to make them defeat the instructors, but instead to make the cadets take the name tags from each other. He mentions that since his liege has significantly fewer men than Cadet 1 from the Dark Clan, he might become a target, so it wouldn't be bad to be cautious. Chen Yo-woon expresses his appreciation for the advice. Go Wang Hul replies that it's only natural, as he swore to serve Chen Yo-woon as his liege, and he shall use the training room next to him. However, Chen Yo-woon explains that's not where he is headed. Due to certain reasons, he is now using the training rooms over there. Go Wang Hul asks if that place is not only permitted for cadets who have reached expert prowess. He adds that he will try his best to reach expert prowess as soon as possible so that he can use the same training facility as his liege. Chen Yo-woon acknowledges this with an alright. After a while, Chen Yo-woon engages in practice and reflects on the experience, realizing what it's like to be a true expert. He acknowledges that he has surpassed 60 years of Kai, and if he imbues a blade or a sword with this, he should be able to form a proper Kai weapon. He expresses gratitude, thanking Nano for helping him absorb it. Nano responds affirmatively, acknowledging its role in the process. Chen Yo-woon questions if there is no concept of humility in the future. Nano assures him that humility exists. Chen Yo-woon accepts this and requests to see the video of Beak Gi's earlier fight. Nano acknowledges the request and informs that augmented reality will be enabled in the user's vision to replay the video. Chen Yo-woon watches the dual video and instructs to pause and zoom in on Beak Gi. Nano complies, zooming in on the target. Chen Yo-woon further directs to zoom in closer on the face and neck. Nano follows the instruction, zooming in on the target. Chen Yo-woon notices Beak Gi's ghastly pale face, extremely bloodshot eyes, and red spots on his neck, confirming his suspicions. After a while, martial instructor Hong Du-wai and Sword Clan's Chen Yu-chan engage in practice. Hong Du-wai observes that Chen Yu-chan has also surpassed the skills of a cadet. He is a true expert like himself. He realizes that he can't defeat Chen Yu-chan by only using the Seven Demon Sword. He notes that Chen Yu-chan is not fully nullifying the movements like Cadet Sieve, but he is properly taking advantage of the blind spots within the techniques. He reflects that he was skeptical when Chen Yu-chan arrived with such confidence in 4 hours, but to have analyzed the Seven Demon Sword in such a short time impresses him. He considers Chen Yu-chan to be a genius rivaling the other two, the Blade Clan's Vice Lord candidate, Cadet 5. Hong Du-wai decides that dueling any further would be pointless, so they can stop there. Chen Yu-chan asks what that means. Hong Du-wai removes his name tag and declares that he will give it to Chen Yu-chan. He instructs Chen Yu-chan to gather his group members, expecting great results from him. Chen Yu-chan expresses his gratitude and holds the name tag, laughing as he remarks, "That's one." He then asks who he should go for next. Meanwhile, at the Demonic Academy restaurant, Beak Gi sits eating his food. Sword Clan Vice Lord Candidate Cadet 2, Chen Kyung-woon, approaches him and remarks that he enjoyed Beak Gi's duel against the instructor earlier. Beak Gi places the chopsticks on the bowl and tells Chen Kyung-woon that he is eating and not to disturb him. He thinks to himself what a rude fellow Chen Kyung-woon is and decides to cut to the chase. He tells Chen Kyung-woon that he was impressed by his skills. He seems to be a new expert and appears to desire the role of group leader. He asks if Chen Kyung-woon does not wish to climb higher than that. Baek Gi starts eating rice, trying to remain calm despite his anger towards Chen Kyung-woon. He realizes that if he gets angry here, it will ruin his plan of gathering talented individuals. He acknowledges that it will be a great opportunity for Chen Kyung-woon. Baek Gi reflects that this is the second time someone has approached him with such a proposition. The Blade Clan rascal had been too flippant, asking him to be his right-hand man. He honestly admits to himself that he is not interested in being a group leader or climbing higher, nor does he want to be under someone else. His only goal is to become stronger. Just then, Chen Yo-woon arrives and apologizes for interrupting him while he eats, but asks if he could talk with him for a moment. Baek Gi replies that he is not interested and tells Chen Yo-woon to scram. Chen Yo-woon insists that if they don't talk now, he might die later. Baek Gi asks what he means and is surprised to see Chen Yo-woon in front of him. He remarks that Chen Yo-woon is not even a candidate from the 6 main clans, yet his arrogance supersedes the 2 guys from earlier. He questions if Chen Yo-woon really thinks he could recruit someone like him. Chen Yo-woon tries to clarify that there's a misunderstanding. Baek Gi angrily questions this, stating that Chen Yo-woon threatened him, yet now wants to call it a misunderstanding. Chen Yo-woon explains that he did not mean it like that and gets straight to the point, saying it appears to him that Baek Gi has been poisoned. Baek Gi is shocked to hear this and asks what nonsense that is. Chen Yo-woon mentions that he observed Baek Gi during the earlier duel and noticed that his face was as pale as white, with red spots on his neck. He wonders how this could have happened, especially since he has been vigilant about Chin Jong-sum since being assigned to Group 12. Additionally, he questions why he is even telling him this. Even if Baek Gi has been poisoned, it should not be his concern. Chen Yo-woon apologizes for the misunderstanding, but suggests that if Baek Gi has been poisoned, he should have noticed it during Kai meditation. He asks Baek Gi if he feels fine even during Kai meditation. Chen Yo-woon considers whether Kai meditation allows one to sense poison, realizing that Baek Gi may not know this due to a lack of knowledge in martial arts, but those symptoms are definitely indicative of micro-poison. Just then, he notices Dr. Baek passing by. He calls out to him while putting some rice in his bowl. He remarks that it's been a while, although it hasn't been that long, and says it's good to see him. He asks if Dr. Baek has eaten yet. Chen Yo-woon responds that he hasn't eaten yet. Dr. Baek expresses relief, mentioning that he didn't want to eat alone. Chen Yo-woon points to Baek Gi and apologizes, asking if Dr. Baek could perform a checkup on his friend as he believes he's been poisoned. Dr. Baek asks for clarification on what. After a while, at the Demonic Academy's second-floor infirmary, Dr. Baek Jong-myung holds a plate with medicine and instructs Baek Gi to inhale the smoke by breathing through his mouth. Baek Gi asks about inhaling with his mouth. Dr. Baek Jong-myung clarified to just inhale it deeply. Baek Gi begins to inhale and indicates that he understands. Suddenly, he starts coughing and vomits. Dr. Baek Jong-myung confirms that it's definitely micro-poison. Baek Gi asks what that means. Baek Jong-myung asserts that he is sure Baek Gi has been poisoned. Baek Gi expresses confusion, mentioning that he has been fine during Kai meditation, hasn't come into contact with any poison, and always eats alone. Baek Jong-myung explains that micro-poisons are a bit different. They do not flow through the veins, but instead accumulate in the lungs or stomach. He explains that it can be administered by putting it in food or by crushing it into a fine powder and making someone inhale it while they sleep. He adds that in small doses, it's hard to notice that one has inhaled it while sleeping, and he questions if Baek Gi is perhaps sharing a dorm with a poison user. The scene shifts to Demonic Academy during the first night, in Group 12's dorms. A cadet tells another to get a hold of himself. The other cadet retorts, asking how dare he, especially since he is only from the Gentle Kick clan. Another cadet questions if he thinks he will be safe after attacking Chin Jong-sum of the Poison clan. Baek Gi cleans the blood from his face and asks if it matters who he is or where he comes from. He asserts that at Demonic Academy, strength is everything, and now that he has won, he will be in charge of Group 12. Chin Jong-sum remarks that Baek Gi is so full of himself and advises him to enjoy his victory for now, but warns that the claws of the Poison clan are like poison liquor and grow stronger over time. The scene shifts back to the present, and Baek Gi reflects that this is what Chen Sum meant back then. Baek Mayang expresses his relief that they discovered it so soon, stating that if Baek Gi takes an antidote for 7 days, he will be as good as new. Chen Yo-woon asks if it isn't quite serious if red spots are appearing on Baek Gi's neck. Baek Mayang explains that indeed it is serious, but Baek Gi mentioned getting hit on the chest during his duel, so the symptoms became pronounced for a moment due to lung stimulation. He adds that if the symptoms were present all the time, not even a godly doctor could save him. Chen Yo-woon inquires how Baek Mayang knows so much about this poison. Baek Mayang reveals that his mother passed away from being poisoned with micro-poison, and he himself was poisoned by it for a while as well. Baek Gi apologizes, admitting that he hasn't shown his gratitude yet, but acknowledges that Baek Mayang saved his life and thanks him sincerely. Baek Mayang reassures him, saying it's fine and not to worry about it. Baek Mayang recalls his sensei telling him about this. Chen Yo-woon explains that he simply didn't want anyone to die from such a cowardly poison and mentions that he has been searching for the source of that poison. He wonders about the intense bloodthirst he feels. Baek Mayang suggests that Baek Gi rest in the infirmary for today, as returning to the dorms might lead to another poisoning. He points out that Baek Gi wasn't planning on seeking revenge right away, and he even has a foot injury. However, Baek Gi declines, saying no. Chen Yo-woon insists that cleansing the poison should be the priority, so Baek Gi should get some rest as the doctor ordered. He assures Baek Gi that he can leave Chen Sum to him. Baek Mayang asks what Chen Yo-woon is planning. Chen Yo-woon explains that he believes they need to talk this out. He recalls Chen Moo-kiam mentioning that he would be able to find the person he was looking for in the forest near the 5th dorm. Chen Yo-woon adds that if what Chen Moo-kiam is saying is true, he will let him have the spot next to him. Baek Mayang and Baek Gi express surprise. Baek Gi insists that's not possible, there's no way. Chen Moo-kiam sits behind the curtain and silently hopes that Baek Gi and the crazy man from the Poison clan will fight each other to the death, and actually, he hopes Baek Gi dies. He confirms to himself that it's him. He looks him in the eyes. Baek Gi pleads for him to calm down. Meanwhile, Chen Sum walks in the forest holding a light. He remarks that because the instructor stays in the 5th dorm, there really is no one else around, making it the perfect place to collect poisonous plants. He reflects that thanks to the medicine ball, he now has the internal energy of a new expert. He believes that if he works hard for just a few more days, he will achieve the 5th level of the Poison of Destruction. He notes that up until the 4th level, it was all basic techniques, but starting from the 5th level, it becomes deadlier thanks to the poison techniques. He then thinks that without even using something like micro-poisons, he will be able to make that cocky Baek Gi kneel in front of him. He laughs and remarks that he will kill him with his own hands before the micro-poison makes him. Chen Yo-woon arrives and asks what has made him so happy. Startled, he turns back and wonders who's there. He thinks it doesn't sound like a martial instructor, but he can't see them clearly because of the weak lantern. Chen Yo-woon asks if he is feeling good after playing with micro-poisons. Confused, he asks what Chen Yo-woon is doing here and wonders if he misheard about the micro-poison. Chen Yo-woon mentions the red spots on Baek Gi's neck and questions if he really thought he couldn't figure it out. He asks how he did, then suddenly recalls something, laughs, and says, "That's right." He continues laughing and asks how Chen Yo-woon figured it out. He starts to mention something about Chen Yo-woon's mother, but before he can finish his sentence, Chen Yo-woon hits him hard in the face. He spits out blood. Chen Yo-woon launches an attack on Chen Sum, causing him to bleed profusely and vomit blood. Chen Sum is taken aback by the suddenness of the assault. Chen Yo-woon approaches him, admonishing him not to act foolishly. Chen Sum realizes they have only just begun and wonders if he intends to kill him, though he doubts it as it would violate the Demonic Academy's rules. However, he finds himself unable to move. He accuses him of a grave transgression and demands that he comprehend his actions. Desperate, Chen Sum urges his body to move. Chen Yo-woon rushes to strike him, citing an insult to his mother. Chen Sum manages to evade the attack and counter with one of his own, blocking his strike. He realizes that his 10-star Kai technique was easily blocked as Chen Yo-woon breaks his hand, causing him to scream in pain. Determined to retaliate, he decides he must kill him and employs his magic spell to push Chen Yo-woon back. Despite Qin Yowun's attempts to escape, his facial skin is burned by the spell. Laughing triumphantly, he knows his poison of destruction's 4th level, capable of condensing 7 types of poison within his middle dantian, has succeeded. Among them, the acidic poison is the deadliest, even though the clan leader had warned against using it on fellow cult members. However, faced with imminent death, he has no choice but to unleash it. Nano Machine identifies a powerful acidic poison on his face and hand, prompting it to activate emergency defense mode to neutralize the poison and restore the damaged skin. The Nano Machine states that the damaged skin will soon be fully restored and healed. Qin Jongsum looks at him, shocked to see this, and asks what is happening, and how he is healing so quickly. He wonders what he just witnessed, realizing not only has the poison been neutralized, but his melted skin has also healed. He contemplates that this shouldn't be possible, even for a master martial artist. Falling down, he berates him, questioning if he is a monster. Qin Yowun explains that it's poison, and as a member of the Poison Clan, he naturally wants to use poison. However, he declares that he has reconsidered, and no longer wishes to allow despicable individuals who use poison to continue living, and forcefully pushes him away. As he collapses on the floor, his mouth bleeds profusely, and he notices a few teeth breaking, pleading for mercy, begging him to leave just this once. Qin Yowun approaches him, gripping his arm, asking if he wants to live, and if he wishes for him to spare him. He expresses disdain, mentioning how he caused his mother to suffer such pain, yet has the audacity to request mercy. Qin Jongsum believes he is facing imminent death now, as this individual is unlikely to forgive him. He acknowledges that the dorm instructors are nearby and attempts to shout for help, but his voice comes out faintly. He observes him and questions whether he is attempting to scream for assistance, given the proximity of the dorm to the instructors. He queries whether Qin Jongsum believes he would simply stand by and allow him to do so, asserting the need for him to retreat. Placing his foot on Qin Jongsum's hand, he inquires if this is the hand used to spray poison on his face. The Nano Machine indicates that, based on analyzing his pronunciation and lip movements, it is likely that he said no, not this hand. Qin Jongsum's hand is completely crushed and bleeding, and he states that he won't kill him today and expresses his reluctance to be expelled from the demonic academy because of someone as insignificant as him. Meanwhile, he contemplates sparing him, but Qin Yowun responds that instead he will torture him so severely that he will plead for death. He suggests starting with his bones and proceeds to break almost all of them. Severely injured, he lies on the floor, reflecting on his memories of Beak Gi and questioning why he used something like a micro-poison on him. He curses the micro-poison, pondering when he first learned about it. The story delves into a flashback at the Poison Clan main house's apothecary, where Qin Jongsum sits reading a book. He hears Lady Beak, Qin Jongsum's mother, inquire about the effectiveness of a certain concoction. She mentions it will take less than a year and hands it to Lady HWA, who remarks that it sounds suitable, ensuring that those lacking knowledge of internal energy won't notice its effects midway. Lady HWA wonders where it will be utilized. Less than a year later, news of the passing of the Lord's 7th wife, Lady HWA, spreads throughout the entire demonic cult. His mother is elated by the news, despising the existence of that lowly woman. However, their happiness is short-lived as they soon discover that the cause of death is micro-poisoning. He reflects on how his father was furious, but thankfully they managed to avoid his wrath thanks to the demonic doctor's defense, asserting that micro-poisons weren't exclusive to the Poison Clan. However, the cook who used to prepare her food took his own life, and the true culprit was never identified. All they could ascertain was that the cook had come into contact with the lady in the veil some time ago, but her identity remained a mystery. As a result of the incident, his grandfather, the head of the Poison Clan and one of the 6 council elders, lost his position on the council, and his father severed all ties with his wives from the 6 main clans. Lady Beak refutes the accusations, stating that his mother didn't use the poison. She reminds him that he saw him hand the poison to her, but revealing this would be akin to confessing to the murder itself. She emphasizes that this must remain a secret they take to their graves, as even he would face his father's wrath while holding his face. Meanwhile, he reflects that ultimately his mother succumbed to guilt and passed away a few years later. He desired to reveal the truth to everyone, absolving his mother of blame, but he couldn't betray his promise to her. That's when he vowed to rise to the highest position in the demonic cult and exact vengeance on the true culprit and her entire clan for his mother's sake. He swore to eliminate the offspring of that vile woman, Chen Yo-woon, with his own hands. Returning to the present, he apologizes to his mother, acknowledging that no matter how much he trains, he doubts he can defeat this formidable adversary. Chen Yo-woon asserts that if he were to remain at the demonic academy, he would undoubtedly utilize his poison against the other cadets sooner or later. Since he cannot kill him, he will instead cripple his Danshin. Chin Jong-sum struggles to survive as he sits near him, pondering the situation. He wonders why Chen Yo-woon is still resisting despite activating the paralysis Kai pressure point. He considers whether he should release the mute Kai pressure point to allow him to speak. Meanwhile, he questions Nano about the situation. Nano Machine begins analyzing and reveals that it wasn't the Poison Clan that killed his mother. Startled, he stands up and demands clarification. Nano Machine explains that one of the women from the other 5 clans is the true culprit behind his mother's death and pleads for mercy on his Danshin. However, he hesitates, realizing that divulging everything might expose his mother's involvement in providing the micro-poison. Chen Yo-woon scans him and senses that he's concealing something, prompting him to order Nano Machine to conduct a facial analysis. Nano Machine activates facial analysis, and he inquires whether the culprit is indeed among one of the other 5 clans. Nano Machine responds that there was no noticeable difference in his facial muscles, indicating a probability of less than 5% that he lied. However, he wonders if he directed his anger toward an innocent party if the culprit isn't from the Poison Clan. He then questions whether Lady Beak truly had no involvement in his mother's death. Nano Machine detects a change in his pupils and facial muscles, suggesting a 75% probability of lying. He concludes that his suspicions were correct, while Chen Jong-sum insists he's telling the truth. He dismisses him and observes his internal energy dispersing as Chen Yo-woon casts a spell on him. The scene shifts to the second-floor infirmary of the Demonic Academy, where Beak-gi sits, expressing a sense of unease. He suggests having some antidotes ready. Chen Yo-woon arrives and takes Chen Jong-sum with him, requesting the doctor's assistance. After some time, Chen Jong-sum recovers and stands up, demanding to know what he did to end up in such a state, and he directs abusive language toward him. Beak-gi reflects on how he indeed brought him here. Beak-gi asserts that it was there, and finally, he exclaims with excitement, having found his teacher's antidote. He makes Chen Jong-sum drink the antidote, informing him that it will make him feel like dying, but if he wants to live, he must swallow it. Chen Yo-woon thinks he can't let him die like this, and wonders if Nano Machine can enter Chen Jong-sum's body and cure him directly. Nano Machine responds that it goes against the system's rules. The user's DNA is registered, so he cannot be transferred to another person or expelled from his body. Chen Yo-woon concludes that it can't be helped and asks if Nano Machine can analyze the poison from his blood. Nano Machine confirms that it is possible and requests Chen Yo-woon to place his fingers on the substance he wants to analyze. He places his hand on his shoulder wound, and Nano Machine begins analyzing the poison. After some time, the analysis was completed, revealing that 7 different toxins are interacting, causing a new toxic effect. He urgently requests Nano Machine to inform him which medicines can be combined to create an antidote. Nano Machine responds by creating an augmented reality within the user's vision and lists the ingredients: Pueraria lobate, Pteroxocum platycarpum, Hautinea cordata, Circium pendulum, Lycium barbarum. Dr. Beak exhales, noting that the situation seems less critical now that the spread of the poison has been halted with the teacher's antidote and acupuncture. He detects a scent and asks if that's herbal medicine brewing, then looks toward the other room and inquires about what's happening there. Chen Yo-woon explains that he's creating an antidote to help the situation. Dr. Beak approaches him and questions if he hit his head or something, wondering how he could make and test such medicine. He thinks all of these are detoxifying herbs, but they can be poisonous if used incorrectly. He considers the combination to be perfect and wonders if Chen Yo-woon studied medicine before. Chen Yo-woon explains that he made the medicine properly, but he needed to know about the poison first. He lists off the poisons: acid, herring toxin, grain fungus, wasp poison, firebug poison, tree frog poison, and crimson spider poison. He asks Dr. Beak if he can trust him just this once. Dr. Beak administers the medicine to Chen Jong-sum and makes him swallow it. He remarks that since he swallowed all of the antidote, it seems he still wants to live, and they're done. He mentions they've done everything they can, and now they just need to prevent the poison from spreading any further with acupuncture. Chin Yo-woon apologizes for causing trouble. The instructor questions if he really had to destroy his danchin, expressing understanding that the demonic academy is based on survival of the fittest, but deeming it excessive. He adds that not even the academy director, let alone the Poison Clan, will tolerate this, and asks what Chin Yo-woon plans to do about it. Chin Yo-woon thanks him for his concern, acknowledging that he caused the mess, so he'll be the one to solve it. He thinks he's still young, and while he may have acted like an adult so far, he can still see the foolishness of a 15-year-old. If he's made up his mind, there's no helping it, but he wishes he'd think harder about the consequences. From his time at the main branch, he learned that survival doesn't always depend on strength, but also on cunning. He hopes Chin Yo-woon becomes less hard-headed and taps his head, suggesting it's late and he should go back for now. Chin Yo-woon agrees and leaves, while Baek-gi asks the instructor what about him. The instructor replies that he should also go, and he follows Chin Yo-woon. Chin Yo-woon reflects that he only desired to become stronger, a goal made possible thanks to Nano Machine, but he realizes that power alone isn't enough to stand above all the evildoers of the demonic cult. Looking at the sky, he sees nothing but his own arrogance. Baek-gi approaches him and asks why he went as far as destroying his danchin. Chin Yo-woon explains that he couldn't hold back his anger, fearing that if he left him alone, he might use his poisons on other cadets as well. Baek-gi observes him and thinks that while his decision-making isn't perfect, he seems to think differently from the other Vice Lord candidates perhaps. Just then, some other cadets run towards them and ask if this is where he was. Chin Yo-woon replies that they were supposed to go together at midnight. Hyo-bong expresses relief, mentioning he was worried they might have been ambushed. Meanwhile, Chin Yo-woon expresses his apologies for causing concern. Hyo-bong reassures him, stating it is acceptable and he is relieved that Chin Yo-woon is safe. Baek-gi observes them all and reflects that Chin Yo-woon has indeed found genuine allies. Regarding himself, even in the dormitory, he lacks companionship. He announces his departure and leaves. Chin Yo-woon inquires if he had something to say earlier, to which Baek-gi responds that it was insignificant, advising him to disregard it. Hyo-bong suggests they proceed to their new dormitory. Baek-gi agrees and they head to their room, sitting together. Hyo-bong prompts Baek-gi to explain what occurred. Go Wong-hol asserts that Chin Yo-woon must have had valid reasons, but they still need to enhance their strength. External interference is not expected for 4 years, yet the Poison Clan holds significant influence within the demonic cult. Go Wong-hol recommends caution and focusing on strengthening themselves, as they cannot predict how the Poison Clan might retaliate. Hyo-bong agrees with him and asks if he isn't much more logical than he appears. Chin Yo-woon remarks that they need to be prepared since they have now officially become enemies of the Poison Clan. Hyo-bong expresses greater concern about how the director will handle this incident and hopes that it will not escalate further. Chin Yo-woon reflects that the rules do not explicitly prohibit the destruction of another cadet's danchin, but the danchin is essential for a martial artist's life. He acknowledges this as his mistake, giving in to his anger and acting impulsively. The scene shifts to the next day at the Demonic Academy's 3rd floor, in front of the director's office, where Chin Yo-woon stands with his companions. He realizes his concerns have materialized and addresses the director, stating he has brought Cadet 7. Upon being instructed, he enters the office and greets the director as Cadet 7, Chin Yo-woon, showing respect. Lee Hwa Myung continues writing as Chin Yo-woon enters and greets him, then resumes his work. After a while, he stops writing and places his pen on the table. Lee Hwa Myung mentions that since he had to spend time writing an incident report because of Chin Yo-woon, he shouldn't be upset that he didn't receive a greeting in return. He rises from his seat and instructs Chin Yo-woon to sit in a designated area, indicating the direction with a gesture. He complies and sits there as instructed. Lee Hwa Myung also arrives and takes a seat in front of him. He begins by stating, "First, let's address public matters," assuming the role of the director of the Demonic Academy. Chin Yo-woon ponders the meaning behind Lee Hwa Myung's statement about being the director. Lee Hwa Myung asserts that destroying the danchin, which is the essence of a martial artist, is a foolish act unprecedented in the long history of the academy. He warns that if this incident is overlooked, it might be repeated by another reckless individual in the future. Lee Hwa Myung then orders Chin Yo-woon to forfeit the tag and undergo 5 days of empty chamber training in the detention center. Chin Yo-woon inquires if he is not being expelled. Lee Hwa Myung responds, questioning why he would be expelled, deeming it nonsensical. At the Demonic Academy, expulsion only occurs if one fails a test or kills another cadet outside of an official test or duel. Chin Yo-woon feels a sense of relief, realizing he has avoided the worst-case scenario. Lee Hwa Myung warns him not to be too happy just yet. Chin Yo-woon acknowledges the validity of his statement, recognizing that forfeiting the name tag means losing his position as a group leader. He realizes that being confined in the detention center for 5 days will leave him with only 1 day to reclaim a yellow name tag, wondering if there will even be an instructor with a name tag by then. Lee Hwa Myung considers the rules, acknowledging that technically Chin Yo-woon should be confined for 7 days, but he sees this as a small opportunity and demonstrates his authority. Meanwhile, he contemplates the incredible aura emanating from Lee Hwa Myung, unable to comprehend the extent of his power and abilities. Lee Hwa Myung suggests they address his foolishness, not in his capacity as the director, but as a senior member of the demonic cult. He further explains that he has enveloped them in his aura to block out any external sound, as it would be troublesome if their conversation were overheard. He addresses Chin Yo-woon, who agrees and acknowledges that Lee Hwa Myung had high expectations for him, only to be disappointed by his recent actions, which even a person of low moral standing would refrain from doing. Lee Hwa Myung expresses his extreme disappointment, to which Chin Yo-woon apologizes sincerely. Lee Hwa Myung questions whether an apology is truly the best Chin Yo-woon can offer and remarks that while he can cause chaos, he seems incapable of rectifying it. Meanwhile, Chin Yo-woon apologizes, explaining that he believed Chen Jong-sum was connected to his mother's killer because of the micro-poison. Therefore, he sought revenge by destroying his danshin. However, he became concerned that Chen Jong-sum might die, so he took him to the infirmary to avoid expulsion. Lee Hwa Myung admonishes him, stating that if he chooses to act, he must do so properly. He questions why Chin Yo-woon kept someone who could seek revenge alive and warns that being careless with the aftermath leads to dire consequences. Lee Hwa Myung emphasizes that Chin Yo-woon has essentially made himself a target and advises him to become cunning in order to survive. Merely thinking 1 step ahead is insufficient. He should anticipate at least 3 to 4 moves ahead. He acknowledges the advice and recalls similar counsel from Dr. Beek, although it felt more like a reprimand. He realizes that the director is now explaining how he acted impulsively and without foresight. Lee Hwa Myung inquires about the reason for Chin Yo-woon's enrollment in the Demonic Academy. He responds that it is to become stronger than anyone else. Lee Hwa Myung questions whether anger and revenge are his sole motivations and what drives him to pursue strength. He emphasizes that as a candidate for Vice Lord, Chin Yo-woon cannot allow anger and revenge to dictate his actions on the path to his goal. Lee Hwa Myung warns that his current emotions will not only destroy individual targets, but potentially the entire environment, leaving him as nothing but ashes in the end. He asks if Chin Yo-woon comprehends the gravity of his words. Chin Yo-woon indicates that he believes he does. Lee Hwa Myung raises his voice, demanding clarification on what he means by what he thinks, asserting that he and those around him are fortunate if they do not meet a tragic end due to his recklessness. Lee Hwa Myung advises Chin Yo-woon that if he truly wishes to succeed and become the future of the cult, he must be passionate yet level-headed. Lee Hwa Myung warns that if Chin Yo-woon fails to heed this advice, he will be defeated long before he can achieve his revenge. He acknowledges the director's point, realizing that he has been solely fixated on revenge, specifically on eliminating the 6 clans responsible for his mother's death. However, he considers what comes after achieving his vengeance. He concludes that revenge should only be a step in his journey, not the ultimate goal. What he lacks is rationality. Lee Hwa Myung believes that Chin Yo-woon is not beyond reason, and if he acknowledges his weaknesses and strives to improve, he may become the greatest figure in the history of the heavenly demonic cult. He recognizes that Lee Hwa Myung's guidance will serve as his foundation, rather than the advice of a drunken individual, and retrieves the yellow tag placed on the table as Lee Hwa Myung departs. He expresses gratitude and assures him that he will take the advice to heart. Lee Hwa Myung instructs his guards to escort the individual to the detention center immediately. They comply, while Chin Yo-woon requests a moment before being taken away. Lee Hwa Myung denies the request, but Chin Yo-woon persists, asking if he could at least explain the situation to his group members. Lee Hwa Myung clarifies that the punishment will be publicly announced, possibly referring to Chin Yo-woon's former group members who are now ordinary cadets. He reflects on the need to educate Chin Yo-woon about the consequences of his actions and feels frustrated by the situation. An announcement is made, stating that Cadet 7 destroyed Cadet 4's danshin, depriving a talented individual of their martial arts abilities. As a consequence, Cadet 7 has been stripped of his position as a group leader and will undergo 5 days of empty chamber training in the detention center. The announcement emphasizes that the Demonic Academy will not tolerate the destruction of another cadet's danshin. After a while, some students whisper amongst themselves. Chin Kyung-woon remarks, "Damn, that guy is scarier than he thought. He knew he was strong, but he's also a psycho." Chen Moo-yeon questions if he has lost his mind, noting that Cadet 4 Chen Jong-sum is from the Poison Clan. Chen Moo-yeon predicts that once he graduates from the academy, Chen Jong-sum will be in serious trouble. He even suggests the possibility of assassination while still in the academy. Chen Yu-chan laughs and wonders how Chin Yo-woon came up with the idea of destroying Chen Jong-sum's danshin. Amused, he remarks that Chin Yo-woon must have gone insane. He laughs heartily and reflects on how his concerns about a three-way rivalry have been resolved, thanks to his actions. Chin Kyung-woon considers himself fortunate, while Chin Moo-yeon also gazes in his direction. On the other side, Chin Yo-woon's warriors sit in the forest. Go Wang-hul reflects that everyone is undoubtedly shocked, as expected. However, they have bigger concerns. When their liege returns, he will only have 1 day to act, and they wonder if there will even be any yellow tags remaining. Go Wang-hul considers the possibility that instead of obtaining a tag from an instructor, they may have to take one from another group. Baek-gi arrives and calls out to them, prompting them to inquire about his presence. The scene shifts to the next day around 10 p.m. Chin Yo-woon is in a cave, engaged in some simulations while the guards stand outside, waiting for him. He directs the Nano Machine to terminate the augmented reality simulation, and as it complies, he sits down and expresses his hunger, proceeding to eat something. He remarks that he will have to endure eating the stale, hard substance for 4 more days. He finds the atmosphere inside to be stifling and humid, causing him to sweat profusely. He reflects that an average cadet wouldn't even last a day in such conditions. Despite the space being smaller than the individual training facility, he appreciates the privacy it affords him. He realizes that in order to be useful, he must maximize his strength within the 5-day period. However, he notes that it's not yet time for the doors to open. Suddenly, he senses someone emitting a strong aura of hostility. He observes a masked figure and wonders about their capabilities, particularly in relation to Kai telekinesis. The masked individual, revealed to be Baek-oh, removes his mask and identifies Chin Yo-woon. The scene shifts to the night before, at the Poison Clan's manor in the west wing of the heavenly demonic cult castle. Baek Moon-woong, the second son of the Poison Clan chieftain and Chin Jong-sum's uncle, observes Chin Jong-sum's deteriorating condition and inquires about his nephew. He immediately orders for a report to be submitted to the chieftain. Baek-oh becomes irritated and crumples a piece of paper, while another individual insists that they cannot ignore the situation and must inform the chieftain promptly, regardless of Chin Jong-sum's status as a student of the Demonic Academy. They contemplate various options, including hiring an assassin from the Noxious clan to discreetly eliminate him or bribing an instructor to carry out the deed. They also suggest poisoning his food through the cooks or workers. Baek-oh intervenes, urging them to cease proposing such dreadful ideas, reminding them of the consequences faced by the Poison Clan 6 years ago after the death of Lady Hwa. Meanwhile, Chin Moon-woong expresses concern that their reputation will suffer if they fail to take action. Poison Clan chieftain, Baek-oh, the uncanny demonic poison staff and former council elder of the heavenly demonic cult, rebuffs this notion, cautioning against recklessness. He argues that if their reputation were truly at stake, the Sound Clan would have intervened already. Baek-oh explains that ever since the previous incident, the Lord has been actively seeking to diminish the power of the 6 clans by exploiting any available excuses, and causing harm to a cadet within the Demonic Academy would provide a prime justification for such action. Chin Moon-woong suggests waiting until Chin Jong-sum exits the academy on his own. Baek-oh agrees, stating that should be the course of action. However, he declares his intention to personally meet with the Left Guardian. The story returns to the present as Baek-oh launches an attack on Chin Yo-woon with his aura. Chin Yo-woon realizes that even with his 10-star Kai, He is unable to resist it, and Beak-Oh's skills surpass his imagination. The hostility emanating from Beak-Oh is intense, and Chin Yo-woon acknowledges that whoever possesses such skill in the detention center is not an ally. He understands that if he doesn't take action, he will be in grave danger. Attempting to defend himself, Chin Yo-woon tries to counterattack. Beak-Oh is surprised by his resistance, noting that the kid is relying solely on physical strength instead of utilizing internal energy. Despite Beak-Oh's astonishment, he moves closer to Chin Yo-woon and seizes his neck. Nano Machine alerts him that it has detected powerful energy emanating from the hand of the hostile individual and initiates emergency defense mode. He instructs Nano Machine to pause and advises caution, recognizing that acting hastily will only result in injury. He concludes that Beak-Oh must have a reason for coming all the way here, so for now, he decides to stay on standby. Beak-Oh remarks that he refrained from retaliating against Chin Yo-woon's Kai technique, recognizing him as a quick thinker. He expresses a desire to see the face of the individual who harmed his grandson, but acknowledges that Chin Yo-woon seems to have utility. He ponders the identity of Beak-Oh's grandson, considering if it could be Chin Jong-sung. He wonders if this man is indeed the chieftain of the Poison Clan and the uncanny demonic poison staff, Beak-Oh. Beak-Oh asserts that Chin Yo-woon must understand the purpose of his visit. He contemplates whether Beak-Oh has come to kill him himself and how he can escape this situation. He realizes that with just a bit of force, Beak-Oh could snap his neck, and he reflects on the possibility of dying without achieving his revenge. Beak-Oh reflects on his demeanor, noting his defiance despite his young age of 15 and facing death. Instead of backing down, Chin Yo-woon glares at him. Beak-Oh decides that he requires a swift lesson and forcefully throws him aside, causing him to bleed. Beak-Oh approaches him once more and seizes his neck, believing this action should wipe the arrogant look off his face. However, to his surprise, Chin Yo-woon continues to glare at him. Beak-Oh realizes that his hatred for him runs deep, evident from his actions of destroying Chin Jong-sung's danchan. He acknowledges that Chin Yo-woon could become a problem if left unchecked. Beak-Oh questions whether he should break the rules of the cult and kill him. He laughs and suggests that if he were to kill Chin Yo-woon and dissolve his body with acid, no one would ever find out. He counters that while Beak-Oh might be able to eliminate all evidence if he were to disappear from the demonic academy, the Poison Clan would be the primary suspect. Meanwhile, Chin Yo-woon acknowledges that Chin Yo-woon's martial skills and rational thinking are far beyond his age, along with his persistence to not succumb to fear in a life or death situation. He realizes that if Chin Yo-woon were to further develop, he could pose a significant threat. Chin Yo-woon contemplates that if it weren't for the demonic academy, he would end his life immediately. Beak-Oh acknowledges his intelligence but points out that by harming his grandson and thus making himself a target, Chin Yo-woon still lacks something crucial. He reiterates that he cannot kill him here, but he makes a promise. Beak-Oh vows that the moment Chin Yo-woon graduates from the demonic academy, he will subject him to unimaginable pain. He threatens to break every bone in his body, skin him alive to feed his flesh to wild animals, destroy his danchan, and torture him until his last breath, refusing to show mercy regardless of how much Chin Yo-woon begs. Chin Yo-woon notices the intense killing intent emanating from Beak-Oh as he utilizes his magical aura. He realizes that it would be regrettable to let Beak-Oh leave without consequence, so he decides to leave him with a small present to ensure their paths cross again. He considers using sound telepathy to communicate his intentions. Beak-Oh assures himself that the poison he has administered is not lethal. However, he warns him that if he reveals the nature of the poison to anyone, thus violating the rules of the demonic cult and arousing suspicion, he will kill him. With that, he throws Chin Yo-woon aside and bids farewell, promising to meet again someday. Lee Hwa Myung arrives at the scene and questions Beak-Oh about their agreement. Beak-Oh responds, questioning whether he would refrain from issuing a warning to someone who harmed his own flesh and blood. He then apologizes, acknowledging his failure to control his anger and physical actions. He reassures Lee Hwa Myung that the encounter wasn't serious enough to cause internal injuries, so there is no need to worry. Lee Hwa Myung expresses his understanding, while Beak-Oh bows and expresses gratitude for fulfilling his wish. Lee Hwa Myung requests that Beak-Oh not put him in a difficult situation, reminding him that he only granted the request because Beak-Oh swore not to harm him during the 4 years he will spend at the demonic academy. Beak-O reassures him, stating that no one will ever hear of their conversation until the day he meets his demise, and then he jumps away. As he watches Beak-O depart, Li Hwa Myung reflects that Chin Yo-woon only has 4 years of protection from the outside world. Beyond that, it will be up to him to survive. Nano Machine states that a substance containing poison has orally entered the user's body, and Chin Yo-woon thinks to expel it from his body right now. Nano Machine explains that after analysis, it is inferred that the poison has an effect of dissipating energy. If only the poison is neutralized, the remaining substance can be used to stimulate the energy in his danshin like a medicine ball. He thinks that he wants to weaken his internal energy so that he'll be able to kill him once he fails the 3rd test and gets expelled from the demonic academy. He thinks what a shame things would have gone according to his plan if he didn't have Nano Machine in his body. He thinks Nano Machine expels only the poison. Nano Machine responds, understanding that the poison will be extracted and expelled from the body. He thinks there's not a lot, but it really stinks. Nano Machine replies that the poison has been expelled, and the remaining substance is reacting positively with the energy circulating through the 14 meridian points in his body, stimulating the danshin. Meanwhile, he thinks that it has an effect similar to the dragon medicine ball. If so, let's try Kai meditation using the 1000 martial breathing techniques. He thinks that if he's right, this is a huge blessing in disguise. Nano Machine replies, accelerating the user's metabolism. He sits down and engages in some meditation to heal himself, and he thinks he can't believe it. His internal energy has just increased from 60 years worth to 90 years. He thinks that the uncanny demonic poison staff didn't give him a small present. It gave him an enormous one. Still, he can't believe the Poison Clan acted so boldly. He thinks he would have really been in trouble if he didn't have Nano Machine and thinks this is all a result of his misjudgment. He thinks he got lucky this time and swears he'll never be so short-sighted again. He thinks, damn it, he can't wear this shirt anymore while holding his stinking shirt. He thinks about what this is. There's a faint, cold breeze, and there are cracks in the wall. Now that he thinks about it, the sound felt off back then, as if the inside of the wall was hollow. He thinks it crumbled with just some light taps. With a bit of digging, he should be able to go through it. He breaks the rock and tries to go out. He thinks he'd find a larger cave, but it is connected to a tunnel and tells Nano Machine to activate night vision mode. Nano Machine says, activating night vision mode on the user's eyes. He thinks, did they block it off on purpose? If that's the case, there's probably something hidden here. Nano Machine replies that a faint light has been detected inside the tunnel. He thinks about how light there is and wonders if there are some luminous stones. He walks towards the light and thinks it's getting brighter, so he deactivates night vision mode. Nano Machine deactivates night vision mode on the user's eyes as he reaches a huge hull and asks what this place is, then jumps inside the hull. He thinks he can't believe such a place was hidden inside the detention center and considers that was probably the exit as he looks at the door. He thinks, but seeing how it's been blocked off, this place must no longer be in use and wonders what this mark is as he notices some scratches on the ground. He observes there's more than one, and the marks seem like something akin to a monolith that was dragged. He thinks, wait, a monolith, no way, and tells Nano Machine to activate augmented reality and scan, while he considers that it displays a 3D model of the sapphire monolith that was on the first floor of the Precious Library. Nano Machine activates augmented reality in the user's vision, recreating a 3D model of the scanned sapphire monolith from the first floor. He inquires whether he can discern the marks on the floor of this vacant room and wonders if it is feasible to analyze whether one of the marks here pertains to this monolith. Nano Machine asserts that he will cross-examine the monolith with the markings on the floor, and upon completion of the cross-examination, it becomes apparent that this location serves as the original site of the first floor monolith. Contemplating as he did before, he deems it a perfect match and contemplates recreating and cross-examining the monolith on the second floor as well. Nano Machine acknowledges his understanding and confirms that the area over there appears to be the original site of the second floor monolith. He ponders whether this truly constitutes the original location of the sapphire monoliths, yet questions why they were segregated by floors during relocation, rather than being consolidated, and the nature of this stone pillar. He asserts that it is the heavenly daimonic sword art, while he recollects that there is a singular martial art that comes to mind when one thinks of the lord of the heavenly daimonic cult. Reflecting on the greatest and most powerful martial art within the demonic cult, he concludes it to be the heavenly demonic god art, a revered knowledge among all cultists. It is so esteemed that even those outside the demonic cult refer to it as one of the three great god arts. However, he wonders about the heavenly demonic sword art, whether it pertains to a breathing technique or a sword technique. He ponders why he has never encountered it before, recalling Gar Jang's mention that the strongest sword art the Lord learns is the heavenly demonic sword techniques. Could this be the name of the ultimate sword technique inscribed on the sapphire monolith? He instructs Nano Machine to cross-examine this handwriting with the ancestors' writing on the monolith. Nano Machine confirms that his analysis indicates identical handwriting. Recollecting a conversation with a bearded individual who remarked, "If isn't it unfortunate," he remembers rumors suggesting that the heavenly demon ancestor had left a sword technique of his epiphany here. Qin Yo-woon inquires about the heavenly demon ancestor's epiphany, concluding that the true name of the absolute sword technique born from the heavenly demon ancestor's final epiphany is the heavenly demonic sword art. Observing the holes shaped like a rising dragon, he wonders about their significance. He examines the holes, pondering their message, and considers whether they might be related to the number of holes once again, proceeding to count them. He observes that there are 24 holes, coinciding with the 24 movements of the heavenly demonic sword art, and he cannot think of any other likely connections. Contemplating why someone would create holes in the shape of a rising dragon, he reflects on the concept of a rising dragon as a bright light appears at the top of the pillar. He wonders if it could indeed represent a dragon, noting that the light hurts his eyes. Reflecting on the use of light to conceal a secret instead of darkness, he finds it to be a subversion and concludes that nothing left behind by the ancestor has been easy to obtain. He asks Nano Machine if he can adjust his light perception. Nano Machine confirms he will activate anti-light vision mode, prompting him to express disbelief as he notices small writings on the luminous stones, exclaiming "Eureka!" He requests Nano Machine to scan all the writings on the luminous stones, to which Nano Machine responds with understanding. He then plans to recreate 3D models of the stones to examine them up close. Nano Machine confirms that it will recreate 3D augmented reality models of the scanned luminous stones. Reflecting on his next steps, he resolves to sort these stones by their relevance to martial arts. Nano Machine responds by informing him that it has found writings and drawings for a breathing technique on 24 of the stones. Qin Yo-woon considers that the holes on the stone pillar indicate something specific and states that Nano Machine eliminates all stones except these 24. Nano Machine acknowledges, comprehending the command while attempting to touch the holes and conjecturing that this inscription pertains to a breathing technique. It surmises that one must channel internal energy through precise pressure points while executing particular movements. These movements are perceived as identical to those of the sword technique depicted on the sapphire monolith. It finds this revelation unbelievable, desiring Qin Yo-woon to execute the breathing technique utilizing the exact movements from the techniques of the heavenly demonic sword art, with the holes aligning to form a row. He considers that employing normal breathing techniques allows him to regulate his Kai, whether sitting up with his legs crossed or lying down, making it easier to breathe. He contemplates how peculiar it seems, realizing he simply must attempt it. He instructs Nano to provide him with information on the stones, from the head of the dragon to the tail. Nano Machine acknowledges, saying it comprehends, and proceeds to implant information into the user's brain. He ponders the act of breathing while controlling Kai in accordance with the breathing technique. Nano Machine responds that potent energy is swiftly coursing through his 14 meridians, simultaneously analyzing and compiling data as he begins practicing. Outside, the guards yawn as he practices, becoming noticeably fatigued. He questions Nano Machine, asking how long he has been engaged in this activity, to which Nano Machine replies that he has been in motion for 2 hours. He queries the statement, indicating that he has been practicing for 2 hours, yet instead of feeling fatigued, he feels refreshed. He contemplates that the flow of his Kai seems to accelerate with each repetition of his movements, while Nano Machine confirms that the energy circulation indeed quickens. Considering this, he wonders if he should attempt to utilize his Kai. Taking position within a magical circle, his aura expands outward, and he observes that the Kai flow has significantly increased. With this swifter Kai flow, he finds he can release his Kai much more effortlessly. He reflects that it's incomparable to the 1000 martial breathing technique. This must be what a true absolute breathing technique feels like. He muses on the synchronization of sword movements and breathing techniques, understanding why it's referred to as a sword art. He acknowledges the heavenly demon ancestor as a truly divine being, expressing his humble gratitude with a deep bow as his unworthy descendant. 4 days later, the scene shifts. Hyobong reports that, based on their current information, Qin Yu-chan, the candidate from the Blade clan, possesses 4 name tags, while Qin Kyung-woon, representing the Sword clan, has 2. Additionally, Sa-ma Chak, a cadet from the Nihility clan, also holds 2. He notes that aside from them, 7 cadets possess 1 name tag each, with only a total of 11 group leaders remaining. He expresses disbelief, remarking that the only remaining name tag belongs to instructor Ho Jin Cheng. Go Wang Hul shares his disbelief, stating that his worst fears have materialized. Hyobong observes that 3 individuals have managed to accumulate over half of the name tags, and yet no one dares to criticize or challenge them, attributing this to their exceptional skill. Go Wang Hul adds that according to rumors, they have reportedly achieved either proficient expert martial prowess or even true expert prowess thanks to their prolonged accumulation of strength. Ya Wu-min remarks that things could have turned out poorly for them. Oh Jong suggests looking at the bright side, noting that they have dealt with the troublemakers. Another cadet comments that Wong Chun and Ho Di Myung acted foolishly, while Oh Jong remarks that this path simply wasn't suitable for them. Hyobong mentions their peculiar behavior upon learning about their liege's destruction of Qinzhong Sum's Danshan. Go Wang Hul recalls Ya Wu-min apologizing, expressing their desire to remain but feeling that it's too hopeless. He remarks that they departed from the group without hesitation once their liege's punishment was determined, and considering their opportunistic nature, he wonders if they will fare well in another group. Hyobong wonders if he has dampened the mood too much and suggests that they should not dwell on the negative. He acknowledges that while they may have lost 2 troublemakers, they have gained him, who is as capable as 100 men. Beak Gi jests, advising against excessive praise. Go Wang Hul disagrees, affirming that it's true. Without his intervention, both they and their liege would have faced greater trouble. Ya Wu-min concurs, noting that if Beak Gi hadn't defeated an instructor 4 days ago and obtained a name tag, they would have disbanded, expressing their gratitude. Beak Gi responds that he owes a debt to Cadet 7, so he simply wants to assist, although he's unsure if he'll be accepted. Go Wang Hul argues that if their liege didn't approve of him, he wouldn't have supported him. He agrees while Hyobong suggests they cease chatting and focus on practicing the 7 demon swords until dinner, noting that their liege will finally return tomorrow. Beak Gi agrees, emphasizing the importance of mastering as much of the 7 demon swords as possible to minimize the burden on their liege. After some time during dinner, Go Wang Hul addresses Beak Gi, asking if he's skipping dinner. Beak Gi responds that he typically skips lunch and only eats dinner, but he ends up having lunch because of the group. Go Wang Hul remarks that he supposes he should skip this meal as well. Beak Gi inquires why he would do that. Go Wang Hul explains that even though it's temporary, as the group leader, he needs to look out for him. Beak Gi assures him that he's heading straight to the training facility, so there's no need to worry, adding that they'll return to the dorm together afterward anyway. Go Wang Hul acknowledges this, to which Beak Gi responds that he's fine and encourages Go Wang Hul to enjoy his meal. Oh Jong observes that his desire for food is evident, finding him easy to read, while another cadet believes he's deep in thought. Oh Jong announces that he and Hyobong will go, urging Go Wang Hul to enjoy his meal. Go Wang Hul becomes excited and asks if they'll do that for him, while Hyobong, surprised, questions why he would skip dinner. Oh Jong reiterates that, as he mentioned, Go Wang Hul is the group leader, then departs, expressing gratitude and leaving Beak Gi in Go Wang Hul's care. Hyobong wonders if he doesn't have a say, and they both hurry toward Beak Gi, who questions why they aren't having dinner. Oh Jong responds that missing a meal won't harm them, and that they've come because Go Wang Hul, as the temporary group leader, shouldn't risk getting into trouble. Beak Gi remarks that they are overly concerned, and Cadet 7 won't even be able to have a meal once he's out. Hyobong thinks to himself that he's very hungry. The scene shifts to in front of the individual training facility, where Beak Gi mentions that Oh Jong doesn't have to follow him anymore since he's utilizing the expert training facility. Oh Jong responds, saying, well, he never knows. Beak Gi assures him they're almost there, pointing in a direction. Suddenly, they hear something, and Beak Gi steps in front of them. Oh Jong asks what's wrong. They grow increasingly angry as they notice numerous cadets surrounding them, ready to attack. Beak-gi whispers that since they've brought wooden swords, they were likely waiting for them. Hyo-bong gazes at the group leader and identifies him as Ha-il-myung. Beak-gi inquires if they are prepared to fight, while another cadet from the opposing group remarks, "Looking good, group leader." A cadet questions if he's enjoying himself after abandoning his original group members. Oh-jong interjects, asking what they are attempting to do. Ha-il-myung laughs and taunts, asking if Oh-jong truly doesn't understand what's happening, demanding that they hand over the yellow name tag. Beak-gi retorts that he won't simply comply with his demands. Ha-il-myung warns that if they don't obey, they might get hurt, laughing menacingly. Beak-gi internally reflects that since they are lackeys of Cadet 7, even if he were to surrender the name tag, they wouldn't go easy on them. Oh-jong confronts Ha-il-myung demanding answers, while Beak-gi deliberates on what to do next, realizing that he may not be skilled enough to take on 30 cadets of advanced prowess, and that Ha-il-myung is likely similarly powerful. Oh-jong communicates with Beak-gi through sound telepathy, informing him that he plans to pass the name tag to him and instructing him to leave with Hyo-bong. Beak-gi questions what will happen to him, but Oh-jong insists that it's impossible for all of them to escape and asserts that he will do whatever it takes to hold them back. Oh-jong admonishes him not to be reckless and emphasizes the importance of living together. Beak-gi also responds via telepathy, urging Oh-jong not to act foolishly. Losing their name tag here would result in their group being disbanded once again, rendering all their efforts futile. He emphasizes that even if it's Cadet 7, he won't be able to take the senior instructor's name tag. Ha-il-myung suspects they might be plotting something with sound telepathy, and he decides that he won't stand idly by. He orders his cadets to attack in order to seize the yellow name tag. Beak-gi swiftly removes the name tag from his shirt and hands it to Hyo-bong, who questions why he's giving it to him. He apologizes if Hyo-bong is upset with him for abandoning them as their group leader, but he refuses to condone such dishonorable behavior. He launches a counterattack against the cadets, defeating them quickly. Ha-il-myung observes him and thinks that his Kai is still faint, considering him to be nothing more than an inept expert like himself. He tells Hyo-bong that now is their chance to escape as he looks at him. Meanwhile, Hyo-bong informs Oh-jong that they should leave, and they both sprint back toward the cafeteria. A cadet shouts to seize the person with a name tag. Hyo-bong halts abruptly, berating them and demanding to know who they are calling Baldy. Beak-gi intervenes, shouting at them to be quiet and leave. As a cadet nears Hyo-bong, he taunts him, calling him Baldy again. Hyo-bong notices him and accelerates, running swiftly. Oh-jong observes that Hyo-bong's movement techniques are not fast enough to outrun their pursuers. He instructs Hyo-bong to pass him the name tag, and Hyo-bong complies. Oh-jong urges him to keep running no matter what. Hyo-bong acknowledges and continues running, realizing that if he gets caught, they will overwhelm him. He is determined to reach the cafeteria and inform Go-wang-hul of the situation. He pushes himself to run as fast as he can, finally spotting the cafeteria ahead. After a while, he comes to a stop and glances behind him, wondering why no one is chasing after him. Quickly, he enters the cafeteria, breathing heavily. Go-wang-hul observes him and asks why he is sweating so profusely. He responds that they need to go to the training facility immediately. Go-wang-hul inquires about what happened, and he explains that there was an ambush. Currently, Beak-gi and Oh-jong are engaged in combat. Go-wang-hul rushes out and instructs other cadets to follow him, urging them to move quickly. He realizes that his fears have come to fruition as he jumps onto a roof and sees that they are surrounded. He confronts them, demanding to know what is happening and if they have knocked out Oh-jong. He observes Oh-jong lying on the ground. Ha-il-myung looks at him and suspects that he must be the one who ambushed Oh-jong. Go-wang-hul demands to know how they dare do this. Chin Yu-chan responds that more troublemakers have appeared, glaring at them. Go-wang-hul demands to know who he is referring to as pests, pointing out that he has the audacity to make such remarks after ambushing and ganging up on others. Beak-gi intervenes, placing a hand on Go-wang-hul's shoulder and advising him to calm down, clarifying that Chin Yu-chan is not the one who attacked them. Chin Yu-chan persists, suggesting that since he owes him, he should reconsider, reminding him that if he has lost his name tag, he is out of chances. He expresses gratitude for the offer, but asserts that he won't change his mind. Chin Yu-chan encourages him to take his time in making a decision, noting that he has plenty of time anyway. Go Wang Hul sits down and inquires about his wound. Beak Gi reassures him that he's alright, explaining that the wound isn't very deep, but they ultimately lost the yellow name tag, for which he apologizes. Heo Bong takes a seat beside Ojong, checking his pulse, feeling emotional as he reflects on how Ojong endured until the very end to protect the yellow name tag. Meanwhile, Go Wang Hul inquires of Beak Gi what occurred. Beak Gi explains that Ojong was running with the yellow name tag, but the other cadets captured him, threw him on the floor, and attempted to snatch the name tag from him, beating him to force him to release it. Beak Gi reveals that after Heo Bong passed him the yellow name tag, Ojong fled for his life, but ultimately, he was captured by the large group of cadets and had the name tag stolen from him. Beak Gi adds that he arrived shortly afterward and attacked Ha Il-myung, who may be an inept expert but would be no match for him if he were alone. He managed to his leg, causing him to fall down and concede defeat. He apologizes as he passes by Ha Il-myung, who is incapacitated. However, Cadet 5 appears on the scene. Chin Yu-chan remarks that Cadet 5 is someone he has been eyeing for a while now, suggesting that they hand him over. Ha Il-myung tells Chin Yu-chan not to interfere and demands that he leave, questioning if he believes he can meddle when he's outnumbered. Chin Yu-chan utilizes his aura power and advances toward Ha Il-myung, causing him to feel intimidated. As Chin Yu-chan approaches, he remarks that he doesn't mind having a few more scarecrows, implying that he is unafraid of his threats and is willing to continue the confrontation. Frustrated, Ha Il-myung curses and orders a retreat as they walk away. He thanks Chin Yu-chan, expressing gratitude for his assistance. Chin Yu-chan acknowledges that they lost their yellow name tag and won't be able to obtain another one. He suggests that Beak Gi become his subordinate instead. Beak Gi firmly refuses the offer. At that moment, Cadet 5 intervenes. Go Wang Hul expresses surprise, stating that he didn't realize Cadet 5 was interested in him, speculating if it was because of the Battle of the Airs. Cadet 5 dismisses the speculation, emphasizing that the current situation is more pressing and that they are running out of options. Frustrated, he punches the ground in anger. Ya Wu-min suggests the idea of gathering cadets and replicating the same strategy as their opponents. Go Wang Hul responds that in that case, they would have to recruit individuals motivated by self-interest rather than those genuinely committed to serving their liege, which would contradict their liege's desires. Beak Gi inquires about their next course of action, and Go Wang Hul responds that there is another solution. Chen Mu-yon interjects, stating that if Go Wang Hul is referring to the senior instructor's name tag, he should be aware that obtaining it is impossible. He notes that Go Wang Hul, having sparred with the senior instructor personally, should understand this better than anyone else, especially since even the other Vice Lord candidates are avoiding challenging him. Go Wang Hul insists that they must continue to have faith in their liege. Beak Gi wonders if putting their trust in him while waiting is truly their only option. Heo Bong hoists Ojong onto his shoulder and announces that he will return as he intends to take him to the infirmary. Ya Wu-min offers his assistance, but Heo Bong insists that he needs to express something, asserting that, just like Ya Wu-min, he also believes in their liege. He emphasizes that he has more faith in their liege than anyone else. However, he doesn't believe it's right for them to simply wait and rely on him. As his retainers, he feels they should take action befitting their role. He suggests that if there truly is no other way, they should at least begin recruiting other cadets willing to join them until their liege emerges the next day. He apologizes if he was a bit too harsh. Go Wang Hul laughs and rejects the apology, agreeing with Heo Bong's sentiments. He acknowledges that they shouldn't solely depend on their liege, and as his retainers, they should act as his hands and feet. He compliments Heo Bong, stating that he is truly their greatest retainer. Ma Chil expresses his admiration for Heo Bong's ideas, while Ya Wu-min acknowledges that he does indeed have useful ideas sometimes. They agree to stop standing around and begin taking action, prompting everyone to move. The next morning, around 8 a.m., Martial Instructor Lim Pyong rushes to the scene, wondering if Chin Yo-woon endured his punishment well. Recognizing that today marks the end of his punishment, he instructs them to open the door as they arrive at the entrance of the cave where Chin Yo-woon was confined. They open the door and inform him that his punishment has ended, but he remains in meditation. As Chin Yo-woon emerges, Lim Pyong observes him and thinks to himself that despite his ordeal, his body appears resilient and his eyes are brighter than before. Lim Pyong asks him about his shirt, noticing its condition. He shows them his smelly shirt, causing them to cover their noses due to the foul stench. They inquire about the stench and quickly run away, questioning what he did to his shirt. Sang Moon-yo investigates the cave and finds nothing out of the ordinary before returning with his report. Lim Pyong agrees, saying, "Okay, then let's head on down." He thinks to himself thankfully that they missed the hole he filled in with rocks, and they all proceed towards the academy. Chin Yo-woon inquires about the number of remaining yellow name tags. Lim Pyong observes that he still hasn't given up and responds, "There's one left." Chin Yo-woon attempts to say something, but Lim Pyong interrupts, stating that he should already know that his name tag isn't the only solution. He acknowledges this and decides to go after the other cadets. He calls for the instructor, expressing his desire to see instructor Ho-jin Chang immediately. Lim Pyong asks what he plans to say, suggesting that he wash up first. Lim Pyong questions if Chin Yo-woon is out of his mind, advising him not to be rash and to aim for something within his capabilities. Agreeing, Lim Pyong acknowledges that Chin Yo-woon shouldn't bite off more than he can chew and warns against throwing caution to the wind out of desperation. He expresses gratitude for the advice, assuring Lim Pyong that if the situation seems truly hopeless, he will give up during the spar, requesting at least a chance. Lim Pyong thinks to himself, wondering if he learned anything from his punishment and why he desires to undertake such a reckless challenge. Lim Pyong asks if Chin Yo-woon will give up during a spar, questioning if he holds such mercy in his fists, but realizing that he seems determined, he concedes. Lim Pyong advises him to avoid getting injured if possible, warning that otherwise, he may not have any further chances. Chin Yo-woon promises to take that advice to heart. Meanwhile, Baek-gi stands alongside Hyo-bong, expressing disbelief as he asks if Hyo-bong is truly suggesting that he become Cadet 7's retainer. He asserts that Hyo-bong must be out of his mind and dismisses the idea as nonsense. He reflects that this is his fourth rejection now and resolves to continue searching for a bit longer. Upon reaching the training hall, he looks around and wonders what is happening, considering if there is some sort of problem. As they observe his presence, the cadets begin whispering among themselves. One of them questions why Chin Yo-woon is there and wonders if he is actually going to challenge him. Martial whispers that today marks the end of his punishment, prompting confusion as someone questions what is against him. Ho-jin Chang emerges, and Chin Yo-woon observes him, noting his arrival and identifying him as instructor Ho-jin Chang. Ho-jin Chang also gazes at Chin Yo-woon, pondering why Cadet 7, one of his top sparring candidates, has come here alone. He offers greetings to the instructor, addressing himself as Cadet 7 Chin Yo-woon. Ho-jin Chang acknowledges the greeting, remarking that it's been a while, and commends Chin Yo-woon for enduring 5 days at the detention center. He then inquires whether they would like to spar using a wooden sword or fight bare-handed. Chin Yo-woon expresses a preference for fighting bare-handed. Ho-jin Chang agrees, saying, "Alright, let's start right away." As they prepare for the fight, he acknowledges it as a challenge. The other cadets observe them, impressed by Chin Yo-woon's strong fighting spirit. Oh-jong remarks that Cadet 7 won't be able to defeat him, noting that even Cadet 5 conceded to him. Chin Yo-woon reflects that he has lost a lot from his punishment and realizes that in order to gain the support of the cadets, he needs to change the narrative. Ho-jin Chang urges him to make the first move, inviting him to attack. He believes that in the demonic cult where power is paramount, this is the most effective strategy, and he simply needs to demonstrate his skills. He expresses eagerness to learn from Ho-jin Chang. Using his aura, he swiftly approaches Ho-jin Chang, who observes him and thinks that he's fast, but he has already fully analyzed his blade techniques. They exchange attacks, with Ho-jin Chang realizing that he used a sword technique instead of a blade technique. As they continue to clash, Ho-jin Chang realizes that he is nullifying the fifth sword technique movement by movement, and he notes that Chin Yo-woon is not simply reacting quickly, but he's executing his moves skillfully at this pace. Ho-jin Chang acknowledges Chin Yo-woon's proficiency, noting that he can perform sword techniques of this level. He decides to increase the difficulty a bit and executes the 7 Demon Swords 4 techniques using simultaneous release. Some cadets observe them, and one of them comments that from the first sword to the fourth sword, Chin Yo-woon performed them simultaneously, creating various combinations, demonstrating the mastery of a martial artist. He then employs the heavenly demonic sword art, shocking all the cadets, who inquire about the technique. As they continue to engage in combat, he realizes the greatness of the sword technique, understanding that it's not something he can simply block. He prepares his defensive Kai and launches an attack. Ho Jin Chang maneuvers away, and Qin Yo-woon reflects that the encounter unfolded exactly as it did in the augmented reality simulation, confirming the similarity between the Seven Demon Sword and the destructive sword technique. Ho Jin Chang also activates his full power aura, prompting Qin Yo-woon to reflect that the instructor's fighting spirit hasn't subsided and the duel isn't over yet. He considers it fortunate that he used 10-star Kai to endure the sword technique. If they were using real swords, he surely would have died. With full force, he places his hand on the ground, thinking that while he may not have been using his special techniques, he wasn't going easy on him either. He acknowledges that Ho Jin Chang has made him want to duel with all he has got. As Ho Jin Chang expels his Kai and cracks the ground, he observes this and considers that he heard master martial artists are able to expel foreign Kai from their bodies. He concludes that the fight isn't going to end just because Ho Jin Chang got the first hit on him with the heavenly demonic sword art. Ho Jin Chang suggests they have some more fun, prompting both to get ready to fight again. He wonders why Ho Jin Chang is retracting his fighting spirit. Ho Jin Chang expresses extreme admiration, stating that Qin Yo-woon is the perfect example of someone who improves every day. He considers the possibility that a monster who defies the imagination of the main branch might be born and gives his yellow name tag to him. As an instructor, he admits that it was his loss today and acknowledges that he is more than qualified to be a group leader. Qin Yo-woon becomes excited and thanks him. One cadet remarks that he really did it. After a while, Ho Jin Chang remarks that he is more than qualified to be a group leader. Qin Yo-woon is surprised to hear this. Hyo Bong exclaims that he really did it and becomes emotional. He mentions they have been waiting for his return. Qin Yo-woon apologizes for making the guys worry. Hyo Bong tells him not to apologize. Baek Gi arrives and calls him. He turns back, sees him, and wonders about what he wants from him. Baek Gi seems like he has something to say, and Qin Yo-woon wonders if it is something important. Baek Gi kneels down. Qin Yo-woon is shocked to see this and asks what he is doing. Baek Gi expresses his gratitude, stating that he, Cadet 18 Baek Gi, was saved from the Poison Clan's poison by young master Qin Yo-woon. The cadets are shocked to hear this, and one whispers that the Poison Clan used poison on Cadet 18. Another cadet asks what he is talking about. Baek Gi explains that after seeing young master Qin Yo-woon endure imprisonment at the detention center after saving him, he, Baek Gi, could not help but be moved. Qin Yo-woon wonders why he is talking so strangely. A cadet asks if he is telling them that Cadet 7 did that for Cadet 18. Another cadet asks why else Cadet 18 would say that while on his knees. Another cadet asks why they did that to him. Baek Gi asserts that he, Cadet 18 Baek Gi, swears upon his life to serve young Master Qin as his loyal retainer. He wonders if he can see that he came up with this plan himself. A cadet asks if Cadet 18 is Cadet 7's underling. Another cadet asks if he did that to protect his retainer, and all for the sake of his own men. Go Wang-hul thinks it was good work, although his speech was a bit awkward. He decides that this is the last time he goes along with his ideas, which is understandable. Lim Pyon asks Ho Jin Chang if he will be okay. He inquires whether he believes he is feeling ashamed or experiencing some other emotion and states that he earned it fairly and squarely with his skills. Lim Pyon acknowledges his proficiency, remarking on his remarkable ability to learn such an extraordinary sword technique and questions whether he also learned from the proper guardian. He suggests that, given his status as a grandmaster martial artist, this possibility is quite likely. Lim Pyon further inquires why someone renowned for their blade techniques would teach their student a sword technique. He asks if Ho Jin Chang is not planning to come to the office. Ho Jin Chang responds that Lim Pyon should go ahead, as he wants to get some fresh air first. After a while, Ho Jin Chang approaches Lee Hwa Myung and calls out to him, stating that he is finally here. Ho Jin Chang reflects, thinking that if he hadn't communicated with him via sound telepathy, he would have lost control. He remarks that anyone would have reacted similarly when faced with such a sword technique. Reflecting on his youth, Ho Jin Chang mentions that he has engaged in hundreds of battles against the forces of justice and evil, and evidently, he has fought alongside the Lord on numerous occasions. He asserts that since he has personally aided the Lord as a guardian, he must know this better than he does. He recalls Qin Yo-woon fighting and remarks that the sword technique used by Qin Yo-woon, if his eyes did not deceive him, was just like the Lord's heavenly demonic sword techniques and, in fact, even more blood-curdling. He explains that the divine demonic sword technique, attributed to the founder of the demonic cult, the heavenly demon, is considered the most excellent sword technique of the cult, only passed down to lords. It is said that the divine demon ancestor, the greatest martial arts genius of his time, reigns as the most excellent martial artist thanks to these sword techniques. Lee Hwa Myung contemplates that although similar to the heavenly demonic sword techniques at first glance, it is actually far greater a sword technique that surpasses even the heavenly demonic sword techniques of the Lord. He wonders how this could be possible, and if the kid learned it from the sapphire monolith, said to hold the heavenly demon ancestor's final epiphany, but notes that the back of the monolith has been damaged from sword markings. Despite having examined it several times, he couldn't discern anything, so he pondered how. Ho Jin Chang begins to ask where that sword technique could be from, but before he completes his sentence, Lee Hwa Myung suggests keeping the matter a secret for now. He remarks that Ho Jin Chang seems to share the same thoughts as him, and he understands. He adds that he also believes it's the best course of action for now. Meanwhile, Ho Sang Hwa approaches and calls out to young Master Qin Yo-woon. She kneels down and expresses that she was moved after hearing about the sacrifice he had made for his retainer. She mentions that she heard he was recruiting talented individuals regardless of their gender and clan, and she asks if he will accept her. She hereby promises to dedicate her entire life to serving him. Go Wang Hul blushes upon seeing her. Beak Gi wonders why he is blushing. Go Wang Hul also kneels down and expresses his desire to wait for him too. He acknowledges that his martial arts skills might not be the greatest, but if he accepts him, he promises to swear eternal loyalty to him. Qin Yo-woon remarks that one can always improve their martial arts, and more importantly, he is thankful that they want to follow him. He welcomes them to the group. Jin Guk also kneels down and introduces himself as Jin Guk, the eldest son of the Jin family. He swears to be Qin Yo-woon's eternal servant and expresses his gratitude. Hyobong asks if they are not overdoing it. Beak Gi and Go Wang Hul think they have encountered another Hyobong. Go Wang Hul considers the situation to be unfavorable, as they are still 3 people short. He had thought more people would show interest, but since their liege has obtained another yellow name tag, it's only a matter of time. Qin Yo-woon inquires about the whereabouts of the other retainers. Go Wang Hul suggests finding a private place first. After a while, Qin Yo-woon stands in front of his friends and cadets. He acknowledges the absence of Wong Chun and Ho Di Myun, then expresses gratitude to Ma Chil and Jia Woo-min for their efforts in persuading people. Ya Woo-min modestly responds that it was nothing, while Ma Chil thanks Qin Yo-woon for returning safely. Qin Yo-woon then asks about Oh Jong's whereabouts. They all remain silent. He presses for an explanation, learning that Oh Jong is currently hospitalized in the infirmary. Reflecting on this, Qin Yo-woon thinks about Ha Il-myeon and notes that he still has not lost his bad habits. Observing Qin Yo-woon, Beak Gi notices a difference in his demeanor. Although he is angry, he keeps his cool and controls his killing intent, unlike before. Beak Gi doubts that Qin Yo-woon will act rashly as he did previously. Go Wang Hul inquires about Qin Yo-woon's intentions. Qin Yo-woon considers that while the academy intended for the cadets to fight over the yellow name tags, which he acknowledges as scummy, he cannot say his actions were wrong. However, it appears that none of them are willing to forgive him. He decides that since they owe him a great deal, it's time for them to repay their debt. Reflecting on his change, Beak Gi acknowledges that he indeed has changed. After a while, Gal Yon reports that they successfully provoked Ha Il-myeon into taking Beak Gi's yellow name tag as requested. Chin Yu-chan inquires if Ha Il-myeon is the leader of their group, questioning if it is not Wu. Gao Yon responds that Wu Pyonghak has been hospitalized due to serious internal injuries. Chin Yu-chan expresses doubt, stating that he truly believes he wouldn't break a promise. He then produces name tags from his pocket and reveals that he has yet to fulfill his promise. Gal Yon asks for clarification, to which he explains that the agreement was for Gal Yon to assist him in obtaining Beak Gi and asks if Beak Gi is currently present. Gal Yon asks what exactly he would like them to do. He responds that he does not need anything grandiose. He simply believes that in order for him to capture Beak Gi, he needs to experience an even greater despair. He mentions understanding the saying that one needs to experience the lows to appreciate the highs, and upon reflection, he realizes that they do not really have anyone suitable to be a group leader with him. Galyeon expresses confusion, asking what he means. He then calls for Yumpa, who responds affirmatively. He informs Yumpa that he will give him another chance. Yumpa asks what he means by chance. Chin Yu-chan explains that he wants Yumpa to gather his comrades and crush Beak D's No Chin Yo-woon's group and take their yellow name tag. He assures Yumpa that he already knows how to accomplish this and warns him not to make a stupid mistake like last time. Yumpa promises not to disappoint him. Chin Yu-chan adds that if Yumpa manages to take their name tag, he can form a group with his comrades under his command. This way, they also gain a group leader, making it a win-win situation. Galyeon thinks that Chin Yu-chan wants them to become his lackeys. Meanwhile, some cadets are practicing. Yumpa approaches and asks if Cadet 108, Ha Il-myeon, is the leader of Group 6. Ha Il-myeon confirms and identifies himself as Cadet 200 Yumpa. Seeing Galyeon, Ha Il-myeon recalls that the individuals behind him are the same ones who helped him go after Beak Gi yesterday. He questions what business they have. Yumpa gets straight to the point, explaining that he needs Ha Il-myeon's help and a yellow name tag in order to pass the third test. He scoffs, asking why he should help when there's nothing in it for him. Ha Il-myeon interrupts, telling Yumpa to stop bothering him while he is training and to scram. Yumpa counters, asking what if he told him that he is after Chin Yo-woon's group. Ha Il-myeon inquires about Chin Yo-woon. Yumpa thinks he's wavering and admits that he personally owes Chin Yo-woon a debt, a rather annoying debt that caused him a lot of hardship. He explains that if they can take Chin Yo-woon's yellow name tag, his group will disband, questioning who would want to follow someone who has lost his group twice. He notes that naturally, Ha Il-myeon's chances of being disqualified and unable to take the third test will rise. Ha Il-myeon realizes that he does want to finish what he started yesterday and that he has no choice but to cooperate. He reluctantly agrees, saying fine. Yumpa thanks him for making such a wise decision. Ha Il-myeon wonders when they will attack. Yumpa responds right now. Ha Il-myeon smiles and says he likes his style. Meanwhile, Chin Yo-woon sits on a rock in the forest while his team members stand in front of him. Yumpa and Ha Il-myeon arrive with their gang. Ha Il-myeon points his sword and remarks that they are quite adept at sneaking around the mountains. Chin Yo-woon stands up and acknowledges that he was about to go look for them anyway, so he appreciates them coming here on their own. Ha Il-myeon questions if he is smiling and if he doesn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Chin Yo-woon retorts that it should be his line. Ha Il-myeon asks what he means. Galyeon interjects, warning Chin Yo-woon to drop his wooden swords. They all draw their swords. Chin Yo-woon then challenges them, asking who the real idiot is. The scene shifts 4 hours ago to an empty field behind the expert training facility. Galyeon asks Pyonghak if he will be okay by himself. Pyonghak responds that there's nothing he can do about it, he was told to come alone. Galyeon expresses having a really bad feeling about it. Pyonghak suggests they can form their own group as long as they have a yellow name tag. Galyeon counters, mentioning that one name tag won't be enough for the 20 of them there. It might even cause them to fight amongst themselves. Pyonghak acknowledges this, but insists that it doesn't mean they can stand around and do nothing. Galyeon agrees, adding that in order to survive in the demonic academy, they can't be afraid of getting their hands dirty, and it will really be the end of them if they give up simply because they are weak. Galyeon suggests using their ex-leader as a bargaining chip. He asserts that they can't keep crying over spilled milk, so they should stop worrying about the group. He promises to give Pyonghak a spot once he becomes a group leader. As he turns back, he suddenly realizes that it's Chin Yo-woon. Chin Yo-woon questions why he seems so surprised. Galyeon becomes scared upon seeing him and his friend. Pyonghak asks if he was used. They are shocked to see Beak Gi. Pyonghak questions if Beak Gi is here to take revenge for yesterday, expressing disbelief that he would pay the price for ambushing them like dirty weasels. A cadet whispers that Beak Gi and even Chin Yo-woon have heard that he will shatter their danchin if they anger him. Another cadet suggests they need to avoid him at all costs, pointing out how many people he has sent to the infirmary. Pyonghak counters that they outnumber them. Chin Yo-woon remarks that it seems like he is a real idiot for saying something like that in front of him. Pyonghak asks what he means. Chen Yowun moves to attack him, grabs his hand, and focuses on controlling his power. He strikes Pyeonhak, causing him to be thrown away and spit out blood before falling down. Hyobong grabs Gal Yon's shirt and demands to know where the yellow name tag is, the one he took yesterday after breaking all of Oh Jong's fingers. Gal Yon reveals that Cadet 108, Ha Il-myeon, has it. Go Wang-hol remarks that it is as they expected. Chen Yo-woon comments that there's no way that Greedy Weasel would have just let these guys have it. Hyobong tries to hit him, but Baek-gi grabs his hand and tells him to stop. Baek-gi says not to stop him, questioning if he is getting sentimental because they are his former group. Baek-gi asks for a moment and then inquires about the earlier deal made over him. Gal Yon reveals that the Blade Clan's young master, Chen Yu-chan, instructed them to create a crisis by attacking Baek-gi and taking his yellow name tag. Baek-gi finds it hard to believe. He thought he became indebted to Chen Yu-chan, but now realizes it was all part of his scheme. He asks if he was promised a yellow name tag in return. Gal Yon apologizes to Baek-gi, expressing genuine remorse. Baek-gi denounces them all as filthy scumbags. Hyobong slaps him and calls him an underhanded piece of shit, then begins to beat him, vowing to do to Baek-gi what he did to Oh Jong. Go Wang-hol steps forward, urging them to hold up. He questions their next move. Go Wang-hol suggests that if they think just beating up one guy is enough, they should trust him. They can bait out all of them. He inquires if they really believe in young master Chen Yu-chan's words. Gal Yon asks what he means by that. He questions if he really thinks he will give these guys a yellow name tag. Gal Yon explains that the young master made a promise to them. He adds that since they are a group of 20, he must have promised them 2 tags. However, he realizes that he's only giving them 1. A cadet questions if he said they are in this together. Gal Yon clarifies that he said he'd include them in the group, even if they did not help with the ambush. Go Wang-hol observes that first they got played, and now they want to start in fighting. Gal Yon asks what he means by playing. He questions if he really thinks young master Chen Yu-chan would not have foreseen this problem and warns that if they fight amongst themselves, they will just be playing right into his schemes. A cadet wonders if they were really just pawns in his game. Go Wang-hol asks if shouting in anger is all they plan to do and suggests that if they are truly angry, they should seek revenge. The scene shifts back, where Gal Yon warns them to drop their wooden swords. Ha Il-myeon and Yum-pa turn back to see him. Yum-pa asks what the meaning of this is. Gal Yon questions if they really think they can keep using the yellow name tag as collateral. He further asks about collateral and states that they must still think of them as idiots. Gal Yon suggests that it seems like someone has sweet-talked them. Hyobong remarks that he couldn't even take an instructor's name tag because he lacks the skill. He asks how dare they say that when they are weasels that ambush people in a group. Ha Il-myeon becomes angry and questions how dare they claim they lack skills while they are busy running around like rats with their tails between their legs. Go Wang-hol laughs and says that, according to their words, no matter what, he won't start running like a rat. He adds that they have no intention of letting them go. Ha Il-myeon is observing Chen Yo-woon and pondering how it has come to this. He believes that now is not the time to be prideful if he needs to attempt an escape by himself. However, he realizes that abandoning his group mates here would make it impossible to pass the 3rd test. He understands that if he fails again, he will lose all chances of serving under young master Chen Yu-chan. He resolves to persuade them no matter what and avoid this crisis. Yum-pa informs Gal Yon that he believes there has been a misunderstanding. He mentions that young master Chen Yu-chan had promised to make the guys his personal retainers and questions why Gal Yon does not believe him. He inquires if that means they will be given 2 yellow name tags. He states that in order to accept all 19 of them as his retainers, he questions if they do not need at least 2 tags. Yum-pa believes that's why they betrayed them and wonders what he should do. He realizes that if he can't persuade them here, this mission will end in failure. However, he understands that he can't make a promise on his own either. He suggests an alternative approach, proposing that he will personally inquire with young master Chen Yu-chan so that the guys can receive 2 yellow name tags. Gal Yon asks if he will inquire. Yum-pa thinks that since he can inquire, it won't be a lie and acknowledges that it will entirely be up to young master Chen Yu-chan whether he will accept it or not. He remarks that it's quite an attractive proposal, but wonders if he will be able to handle it. Yum-pa inquires about handling it. Chin Yo-woon moves to attack him and states that he means if he can handle him. Ha Il-myung also moves to attack with his sword and attempts to abuse him. Chin Yo-woon holds his sword and breaks it. He is shocked to see this and thinks about how it was a wooden sword imbued with 7-star Kai. Beak-gi attacks him again and throws him away. He tries to get up once more. Beak-gi states that he will be his opponent. Ha Il-myung states that he is considering an underhanded surprise attack. He places his hand on his ribs and believes the possibility of them breaking again would put them at a clear disadvantage, but running away is not an option. They are all shocked to witness this. Beak-gi moves and advises against getting in his way. He believes there is no way they can handle Chin Yo-woon's monstrous group, and they need to somehow break through Group 12 and escape. Ha Il-myung inquires about what they are doing. Beak-gi instructs him not to look away from him and attacks. Go Wang-hul observes this and suggests that it's time for them to get started as well. Ho Sang-hwa is prepared to fight and declares that this will be his debut. They all move to attack each other and engage in a duel. Beak-gi kicks Ha Il-myung. Yum-pa witnesses this and ponders how it came to this, realizing that it's their loss, there's no way out, and resisting will only make things worse. He drops his sword and contemplates whether he can win. He kneels down in front of Chin Yo-woon and declares his surrender, acknowledging it as Chin Yo-woon's victory. Chin Yo-woon questions the meaning of this. He responds that the outcome has already been determined and wonders what they should do now that they have lost. He pleads for mercy, stating that Chin Yo-woon has defeated them, and asks to be shown mercy as a Vice Lord candidate. He believes that regardless of how angry Chin Yo-woon may be, he should show leniency towards someone who is begging on their knees. Chin Yo-woon grabs his hair and demands an explanation for why he should accept the surrender, asserting that if he didn't want to fight, he shouldn't have acted deceitfully in the first place. He questions Chin Yo-woon's actions toward a surrendered opponent. Chin Yo-woon responds by ordering him to be quiet and forcefully pressing his face onto the ground. All the cadets are shocked to see him spitting out blood. Chin Yo-woon states that he needs to pay the price for messing with someone else and asserts that he has not even started yet. He screams with pain and abuses him, asking if he really thinks young Master Chin Yu-chan will let this slide. Chin Yo-woon questions whether Chin Yu-chan won't let it slide and considers if he has hit a nerve. However, young Master Chin Yu-chan currently commands the most significant faction within the Demonic Academy, and he has no choice but to hope that Chin Yo-woon will be at least a little afraid of him. Chin Yo-woon expresses gratitude for the warning. He realizes that he forgot that he's the guy who shattered all of Chin Jong-sum's bones. Chin Yo-woon then smashes his face on the floor again, causing him to faint. He remarks that to faint from just this, if he had used all his strength, he might have ended up smashing his head. After a while, all cadets with Yum-pa kneel down in front of Chin Yo-woon and his friends, all badly injured. He inquires about Ha Il-myung's whereabouts. Hyo-bong responds that he's over there. He was resisting too much, so they activated his mute and paralysis Kai pressure points. Ha Il-myung thinks if only his ribs had not broken. Beak-gi asks if he should release his mute Kai pressure point. Chin Yo-woon declines, stating that it's okay. He doesn't have anything he wants to hear from this person. He holds his hand while contemplating his next move. Chin Yo-woon then breaks his finger, twisting it back, causing him to scream in pain. Chin Yo-woon tells him to stop being such a baby over a single finger and asks if it hurts. He breaks the other finger and says, "Here's another one." Ha Il-myung bites his lower lip to control the pain and refrain from screaming. He acknowledges that Oh-jong was probably in as much pain as him, or even more since the guys brutally beat him up. Ha Il-myung's subordinate hangs his head, realizing that they are the ones who did that and that they are in trouble. Ha Il-myung contemplates abusing him and vows to kill him, thinking that no matter what, he is going to kill him and slap him in the face. He tells his friends that he is going to give them an order to break one leg and all the fingers of all the members of Ha Il-myung's group. They were all shocked to hear this. Gal-yeon thinks if they had allowed Yum-pa to sweet-talk them earlier, they probably would have met the same fate. They all say yes. Ha Il-myung's veins start popping out, his eyes become red, and he transforms into a monster and moves to attack Chin Yo-woon. Hyo-bong notices him and calls Chin Yo-woon. Meanwhile, Chin Yu-chan is practicing with his fellow cadets. They are all tired. He remarks that it's odd and thinks they performed the 7 demon sword technique as the secret book detailed, but something doesn't feel right. They are all advanced martial artists, so they should have mastered the method already. He wonders why they are unable to recreate the unique synergy of this sword formation. He holds a book and suggests taking a break. He will have to read over the secret book some more. He then calls Wu Gumpil, who responds affirmatively, "Yes, young master." Chen Yu-chan points to the book and asks the spectator how they think they performed the sword formation. He ponders something. Chen Yu-chan assures them it's fine, so they don't need to worry about sharing their thoughts. He candidly remarks that, to be frank, it only looked like everyone performed the same technique at the same time, and he can't quite say since he has never seen the formation appropriately performed, but it looked pretty normal to him. Chen Yu-chan agrees, saying he thinks so too, and then directs their attention elsewhere. Chen Yo-woon arrives, covering his face and placing Ha Il-myung on his shoulder, with his companions also placing other cadets on their shoulders. He demands to know who they are and instructs them to stop right there. Chen Yo-woon reveals himself, and the person he is addressing confirms that he is indeed Yumpa. He inquires about Chen Yo-woon's injured face and questions who the person they are carrying is. Chen Yo-woon beats Ha Il-myung on the ground, and others join in, assaulting the others on the ground as well. Chen Yu-chan attempts to move his hand with the sword, noticing that Go Wang-hul and Beak Gi are also unconscious on the floor, identifying them as Chen Yo-woon's subordinates. He then notices another person falling to the ground, their face covered with cloth, and asks who this person is. The response comes that it's Chen Yo-woon. Chen Yu-chan becomes happy and asks what was done to put him in this state. He mentions that if it were not for Ha Il-myung, it would have been the end for them, and reveals that he has been learning the demonic blood reversal technique. Chen Yu-chan inquires about the demonic blood reversal technique. He explains that the demonic blood reversal technique is a Kai control technique that makes him stronger by reversing the flow of his blood points. However, it damages his Kai points the more he uses it, eventually leading the user to go insane. It's designated as a dangerous martial art, even within the cult. He adds that this guy was also a nut job. He bets he went on a rampage and attacked both foes and allies indiscriminately. Chen Yu-chan laughs and says, "Anyways, good job," expressing his genuine surprise. He admits that he honestly wasn't expecting much from the group, so he is pretty impressed. He begins to use his magic and remarks well. Then, before they send him off to the infirmary, he cuts his hand with magic, causing pain. He comments that it must have hurt. Sitting near the injured person's body, he states that unlike him, he will leave his danchin alone. Pyonghak observes this and thinks that Chen Yu-chan has cut the tendons of someone who is already in a mess, reflecting on how terrifying and merciless he is. Chen Yu-chan removes the face cover and asks if the person is not grateful. Shocked to see that it is Yumpa's body, he asks what this is. Chen Yo-woon moves to attack him, punching him in the face and throwing him away. Wu Gumpil moves to attack him as well, asking what the meaning of this is. Go Wang-hul gets up, punches him, and throws him away. He is shocked to witness this and asks how he did that. He instructs everyone to get up. Ho Sang Hwa remarks that it was a fact, as she thought they'd be lying down a bit longer. Bi Kai says, well, everything went as planned. Ojai Lan from the Crimson Wind Blade clan accuses them and says they tricked them. He wonders about young master Chen Yu-chan if he was knocked out. Wu Gumpil wonders about Group 12 as they are the ones who brought them here. Gal Yon readies to fight with a sword. Jin Yu from the Destructive Fist clan says he dares betray their young master. He's a snake. Chen Yo-woon removes his mask and says he can't believe the guys have such little faith in Yumpa, suggesting that maybe this was not needed then. He is shocked to see Chen Yo-woon and abuses him. The scene shifts back to where Ha Il-myung moves to attack Chen Yo-woon from behind, and Hyo-bong calls for Chen Yo-woon to look back. Beak Gi kicks him in the face and throws him away, thinking about the powerful knockback for his Kai to increase so dramatically. He attempts to attack again, but Chen Yo-woon grabs his hand, hangs him upside down, and beats him on the floor. Ha Il-myung screams with pain. Chen Yo-woon punches him in the face again and smashes him into the ground, thinking that he probably did not die since his body is more durable due to the demonic blood reversal technique. Hyo-bong asks if he is okay, and Beak Gi responds that he is fine, so there's no need to worry. Hyo-bong remarks, so that's the demonic blood reversal technique. This is the first time he has ever seen it. Go Wang-hul comments that to master a martial art that's banned within the cult. With this, his expulsion from the demonic academy is a certainty. He asks about the rest of them. Qin Yo-woon states that they have finished taking care of them. They just have to send them to the infirmary now. Hyobong suggests that now that they have avenged Oh-jong and uncovered the true mastermind, Go Wang-hul advises him to calm down, acknowledging that he is frustrated, but they lack the manpower to face them right now. Ya Woo-min agrees, stating that it's true, they need to not only match their numbers, but also have at least another 2 inept experts like Beak Gi in order to think about fighting them. Ho Sang Hwa asks Go Wang-hul if she would not be able to face an inept expert together. Gal Yon offers their help if they need more people. They are all surprised to hear this. Ho Sang Hwa thanks them, acknowledging that even with his group's help it will still be dangerous, but he supposes that it can't be helped. He suggests, well then, let's first take these guys to the infirmary and plan their revenge for later. He adds, damn it, if only they had at least one more inept expert. Qin Yo-woon instructs them to get ready, stating that they will strike Qin Yu-chan now. Go Wang-hul asks if he has thought up a plan. Qin Yo-woon assures her, saying of course. The scene shifts back to the present as Yu-jin berates and questions how he is doing. Wo Gum-pil responds, but his voice unmistakably resembles Yum-pa's. The nano machine notifies him that the voice change is being deactivated. He remarks that it still isn't his voice, clears his throat, and adds, there they go. They are shocked to witness this. Wo Gum-pil remarks that his voice is altering. He expresses amazement at the phenomenon. Another person asks if they see their own faces. He comments that their shocked expressions are priceless. Yu-jin demands how dare they employ such tricks and tactics to attack. Wo Gum-pil tries to intervene, realizing that if that truly is Qin Yo-woon, there's no way he can confront him. Yu-jin moves to attack, but Qin Yo-woon sidesteps. He reflects on how easily he blocked Yu-jin's fist technique. Qin Yo-woon removes his name tag and declares that he will be taking it. He then berates Yu-jin and attempts to counterattack, but Qin Yo-woon strikes him in the chest and throws him away. Yu-jin coughs out blood and considers that perhaps his resilience as an inept expert prevented him from being knocked down in a single blow. The nano machine notifies him that powerful energy is forming 60 meters behind him. Qin Yo-woon instructs everyone to get down. They all lie on the ground and observe as the Kai blade passes overhead. Ho Sang Hwa inquires about the Kai blade. Qin Yo-woon retaliates, breaking rocks and destroying objects in the vicinity. They are all shocked. He remarks, what a shame, Qin Yu-chan. Qin Yu-chan returns and explains that he wants to repay him for the surprise attack. He asks if Yu-jin has finally awakened, commenting that it took him long enough. Qin Yu-chan questions if Yu-jin is implying that he waited for him. Yu-jin responded that he didn't want Qin Yu-chan to use the surprise attack as an excuse for losing. Qin Yu-chan reflects on how he was still a brat when they first met in front of the individual training facility, noting his unbelievable growth rate, and regrets not slicing his arm off back then. He resolves to take one of Yu-jin's arms before he becomes more vital than him. Wo Gum-pil observes this and considers that for the young prince to become so serious, he must acknowledge Qin Yo-woon as a proper opponent. Go Wang-hul considers that if Qin Yo-woon loses here, it will be the end of the group battle. Qin Yu-chan employs the demonic phantom blade technique, executing the second technique and a phantom blade strike to attack Qin Yo-woon. Qin Yo-woon acknowledges that this technique belongs to the Blade clan, capable of rivaling the butterfly dance, and recognizes the seriousness of his opponent's fighting spirit. He blocks the attack and believes it would be foolish not to utilize all his abilities against a stronger opponent, preparing to respond with a sword technique. He ponders over the sword Kai and what his opponent is planning. He realizes that the phantom blade strike is not something he can easily block with an ordinary sword technique. He observes the movement and notes its curvature. Qin Yu-chan launches an attack, throwing him away, much to the delight of his friends. Qin Yo-woon's friends become tense. One of them reflects that he thought he had nullified his blade movement, but he ended up being attacked from such an odd angle. Observing Qin Yo-woon's technique, he realizes that such movements would severely strain one's arms, indicating that Qin Yo-woon's arms must be very well trained. Additionally, he notes that Qin Yo-woon seems to possess slightly more internal energy than himself. He admits that, honestly, he could have fought against the senior officer. Qin Yu-chan remarks that Qin Yo-woon is quite lucky, mentioning that he had intended to sever his arm with that strike. He questions why he continues to toy around with an incomplete sword technique that he clearly isn't accustomed to and suggests using his butterfly dance instead. Qin Yo-woon inquires about the insufficient sword technique. He questions whether he truly believes he wouldn't recognize that sword technique. Qin Yo-woon realizes that this is the destructive sword technique from the Sapphire Monument. He remarks that he seems to be mimicking the Seven Demon Sword technique demonstrated by the instructors, but that won't be effective against him. He warns Qin Yu-chan that if he persists in using the incomplete Seven Demon Sword, he will employ 5 techniques to teach him a lesson. He asserts that within 5 techniques, he will permanently bid farewell to their right arm. Qin Yo-woon proposes a bet. Qin Yu-chan inquires about the bet. Qin Yo-woon explains that since he is the one claiming he can defeat him with an incomplete sword technique within 5 moves, it should be a pretty advantageous bet for him. He asks for the conditions to be stated. Qin Yo-woon suggests fighting with all their yellow name tags on the line. Qin Yu-chan laughs and acknowledges him as a funny guy, but since he has 4 yellow name tags, he suggests making the bet fair by wagering Beak Gi if he wins. Beak Gi thinks that Qin Yu-chan is still hung up on him. Qin Yu-chan asks if that's acceptable. He looks at him, wondering if he can really trust him. Qin Yu-chan agrees, stating that this is finally a real bet, and invites him to attack first this time. Qin Yo-woon remarks that Qin Yu-chan is quite full of himself. Qin Yu-chan responds with a demand to shut up and attack already. They both move to attack each other. Qin Yu-chan observes the attack and thinks that Qin Yo-woon is a fool. His stubbornness will cost him everything. He reflects on how many times he has read the secret book of the 7 demon swords in order to fight against the instructor, realizing he already knows all of its flaws. Qin Yu-chan then uses the demonic phantom blade technique, specifically the 4th technique, Phantom Blade Wisp, to attack. However, Qin Yo-woon blocks his attack and counters. Qin Yu-chan is shocked to see this and wonders if this is actually the 7 demon sword. He observes that as the technique continues, it becomes increasingly difficult to block, and he falls behind. Getting up, he employs the demonic phantom blade technique, specifically the 5th technique, but Qin Yo-woon quickly closes in to attack. He wonders how he is so fast. Qin Yo-woon launches an attack, and he feels himself getting sucked in. Qin Yo-woon's magical blade, Kai, strikes him all over the body, causing him to bleed and scream in pain. Qin Yo-woon attacks him again, causing his blood to spread all around. He reflects that Qin Yu-chan, the Vice Lord candidate of the Blade Clan, contrary to his flippant personality, is actually a hard-working genius who has worked himself to the bone. Having already been an inept expert at the time of entering the Demonic Academy, his ceaseless efforts have propelled him to the level of a true expert, shocking the other cadets. He considers that the subordinates who followed Qin Yu-chan were convinced he was the best candidate to become the next Vice Lord. Qin Yu-chan sits down, holding his injured arms to stop the bleeding. Qin Yo-woon declares that this bet is his win, leaving everyone shocked. A cadet exclaims, "No way." Wu Gum-pil inquires how this can be done in a single technique. Qin Yu-chan attempts to stop his bleeding while his subordinates rush to help him. Qin Yo-woon places his blade Kai on Qin Yu-chan's neck, warning that if he takes another step, he will also cut off his. Wu Gum-pil instructs everyone to back off. Qin Yo-woon demands that they be handed over as promised. Qin Yu-chan asks how he managed to do it. Qin Yo-woon asks what. Qin Yu-chan inquires about how he performed such a great technique with just the 7 demon sword. He asks about the 7 demon sword. Qin Yu-chan confirms it. Qin Yo-woon responds that if that's what it looked like to him, he is nowhere near strong enough to be discussing sword techniques. Qin Yu-chan recalls that he said this earlier and reflects on how hard he worked to become the Vice Lord. He insists on Qin Yo-woon handing over the yellow name tags and then falls unconscious. Wu Gum-pil removes the name tag and thinks to himself to just wait, they will pay him back for this one day. He handed over the name tag and remarks, "Just as the young master said, don't think that this will be the end." Qin Yo-woon attacks him, leaving everyone shocked. Wu Gum-pil falls to the ground, spitting out blood, and berates him, questioning why he's doing this after they keep their promise. He asks for the meaning behind Qin Yo-woon's actions. Qin Yo-woon responds that he doesn't recall promising to end things with the yellow name tag. Wu Gum-pil is taken aback. Qin Yo-woon explains that he just learned a great lesson from Qin Yu-chan, not to leave loose ends. Wu Gum-pil argues that doesn't justify treating a defeated opponent like this. Qin Yo-woon slaps him, throws him aside, and retorts that it's acceptable when they do it, but considered spiteful when someone else does it, and he shouldn't be so unreasonable. He orders his comrades to capture all the remaining individuals and break their arms and legs. They all comply and move to attack. The others become frightened as their arms and legs are hurt while they scream in agony. After a while, Qin Yo-woon hands over the name tags to Gal-yeon. Gal-yeon asks why he is giving them the yellow name tags. Qin Yo-woon responds that he has no reason to hoard them and prepares to leave. He reflects that in a place where survival of the fittest is the rule, he didn't have to give the name tags to them, but this act signifies his destined greatness. He considers that because of this event, they have surely earned the enmity of the Blade clan. If that's the case, it might be best for them to support young Master Qin Yo-woon in becoming the Vice Lord. They all kneel down, and Qin Yo-woon questions why they are doing so. They express their desire to swear their loyalty to him and plead for him to accept them. Baek-gi remarks that things have gone according to their plans once again. Hyo-bong thinks that Qin Yo-woon is genuinely different from how he appears. After a while, at the second-floor infirmary of the Demonic Academy, Dr. Baek Jong-myung smiles and thinks, thanks to Yo-woon for sending him this many patients right after his punishment ended. He observes many injured cadets screaming with pain in their arms and legs. A cadet mentions that the bone has pierced his skin. Lim Pyeon sees him smiling and thinks that smiling while looking at injured people makes him a weirdo. Baek Jong-myung wonders which patient he should start with, finding it to be quite a dilemma. Yo-soon remarks that it feels like yesterday when he brought that kid to the infirmary for internal injuries. Lim Pyeon wonders who could have guessed that he'd turn out to be such a monster. Dr. Baek Jong-myung asks if they could stop chatting and hold the guy down. Lim Pyeon responds with understanding. Oh-jong lies on the bed after his medical treatment and thinks that he has his admiration and he will follow him to the end. Meanwhile, at the Demonic Academy director's office, Lee Hwa-myung stands near Ha-il-myung's body and states that this is undoubtedly the demonic blood reversal technique. He places his hand on Ha-il-myung's chest and starts performing magic to heal him. Ha-il-myung opens his eyes and wakes up, remarking that it seems like he has finally regained consciousness. He asks how he ended up here, swearing he was in the middle of fighting Qin Yo-woon. Lee Hwa-myung sits on the chair and asserts that he will be the one asking questions, excusing himself. Lee Hwa-myung then asks how he knows how to use the demonic blood reversal technique. He states that he has no idea what Lee Hwa-myung is referring to. Lee Hwa-myung uses his magic and attacks him. He questions why Lee Hwa-myung is doing this to him. Lee Hwa-myung uses magic to lift him into the air. He explains that he is blocking all sounds from escaping the area with his aura, ensuring that no one can hear his screams. Lee Hwa-myung reveals that Ha-il-myung is from the mid-sized Sword Warrior clan, officially not affiliated with any other clans, and that's the extent of the information he submitted. He suggests that Ha-il-myung must think he is good at keeping secrets, but considering how he has already mastered the demonic blood reversal technique, a martial art lost for decades, at the age of 17, his entire clan is now under suspicion. Lee Hwa-myung questions if he does not care if the Sword Warrior clan gets wiped out. He inflicts more pain with magic, grasps his neck, and begins applying pressure. He remarks that Ha-il-myung seems to be underestimating the information network of the cult's left guardian and questions if he genuinely believes he didn't know. He explains that the Sword Warrior clan is one of the two Shadow Sword clans, a secret organization of the Sword clan. Ha-il-myung curses inwardly. Lee Hwa-myung continues to press his neck while he spits out blood. Ha-il-myung asks what this is. Before falling unconscious to the floor, Lee Hwa-myung attempts to wake him up and realizes that he not only cut off and swallowed his own tongue, but also reversed the flow of his Kai. He begins applying magic again to heal him, thinking that he can't calm his Kai down, so they don't intend on getting caught so easily. Ha-il-myung opens his eyes and thinks bitterly about his fate, regretting that he is destined to die as a dog of that clan. The scene shifts to the Demonic Academy cafeteria at 6 p.m. A cadet remarks that it's a young master, Qin Yo-woon. Another cadet states that he was waiting there before him, so he should get behind him. They all call out his name. A cadet pushes Hyo-bong's head aside and requests please give him a moment of his time. Baek-gi interjects, saying that no, he was there first. Another cadet argues that's nonsense, he got there first. Yet another plea, please look over here. Hyobong protests, advising them to watch where they're touching, and instructs them to form a line. He questions how they dare ask to meet with him while causing such a ruckus, and if they have business with their liege, they should form a line based on the order of arrival. A cadet remarks that he guesses it can't be helped. Hyobong instructs all of them to get in line. Go Wang-hul comments that it's as expected of Hyobong. Ya Wu-min adds that he really is suited for this kind of job. Go Wang-hul thinks to himself that if the rumor has already spread, it is quicker than he expected. He acknowledges that not only did their liege win against instructor Ho Jin Cheng, but he also knocked out Qin Yu Chan. He further reflects that now their liege has been recognized as a vice lord candidate on par with Qin Mu Yon of the Dark Clan, and it's only natural for him to become the center of attention. Yom Sub-jung kneels down and states that he is Cadet 7. His name is Yom Sub-jung of the Thief Clan, and although he may only be from a mid-sized clan, he still wants to help the young master. The other cadets see this and wonder if they also have to kneel down. Gong Jin-ho introduces himself as Cadet 22, Gong Jin-ho of the Palm Strike clan, mentioning that he heard there are a lot of vacancies within his group and requests to be accepted as a member. Qin Yo-woon observes that there are a lot of them. Li Mu-du announces himself as Cadet 907, Li Mu-du, and mentions that he heard Qin Yo-woon has 6 yellow name tags, expressing his desire to become a part of his group. Qin Yo-woon thinks that hearing them all out might take a while and expresses his gratitude to everyone for gathering to apply to become a member of his group. However, he states that there is something he has to preface. He states that he is not looking for people just to take this test together, but rather he wants people who will become his comrades and subordinates in order to create a brand new heavenly demonic cult. He acknowledges that though it will be a rough journey, he will walk alongside everyone. If they do not have any intention of joining him on this journey, he will have to politely decline their application. Go Wang-hul thinks that his liege has become more thoughtful and recalls that Qin Yo-woon mentioned he is going to change the 6 foundations of the cult. He reflects that instead of displaying hostility against the 6 main clans like before, Qin Yo-woon has put forth the change of the heavenly demonic cult as his cause, which is far less intimidating for the cadets. It also shows his ambitions as a vice lord candidate. However, he still lacks the support of the main clans, and Go Wang-hul wonders how many of them will actually stick around this time. A cadet apologizes, stating that it will be a bit difficult for him as his clan serves the Sound clan. Another cadet expresses his apologies, admitting that he had not thought that far. Yet another cadet mentions that he will also have to retract his application and apologizes. Go Wang-hul thinks to himself that as he thought, it's a shame, but he can't really fault them. After a while, Qin Yo-woon observes the cadets that remain and thinks to himself that it's surprising that so many have stayed. A cadet explains that after hearing the young master's words, even though he might lack the skills, he wishes to accompany him on his journey. They all kneel down and plead, please accept them. Just then, Moon Jae-yu arrives and addresses young master Qin Yo-woon, asking if he could have a short talk with him. Go Wang-hul is surprised to see him. Ya Wu-min thinks to himself that he is sure it's Moon Jae-yu and informs Qin Yo-woon through telepathy that he needs to accept Moon Jae-yu no matter what. Qin Yo-woon asks why that is. Ya Wu-min explains that Moon Jae-yu is the grandson of the 9th Council Elder. He considers the hierarchy of the heavenly demonic cult with the Lord at the peak and the 12 Council Elders directly beneath him. With the exception of the Council Elders not from one of the 6 main clans, the rest are skilled martial artists who attained their positions based on their own abilities. He reflects on the 9th Council Elder, Moon Yon, a member of the famed Dark Dragon Palm clan, who ascended to his position through his achievements during the last Great Demonic War. Not only does Moon Yon possess powerful martial arts skills, but he also exhibits excellent acumen, which enabled him to elevate the Dark Dragon Palm clan into a faction that can rival the 6 main clans. He concludes that's why the descendant of the Dark Dragon Palm clan is considered one of the most essential recruitment targets among the Vice Lord candidates. Moon Jae-yu moves forward. Ya Wu-min whispers, why is he limping? Go Wang-hul asks if something is wrong with him. Moon Jae-yu asks Qin Yo-woon if he has 6 yellow name tags. Qin Yo-woon confirms, saying that's right. Moon Jae-yu then states that one of them is his. The scene shifts to a flashback. Moon Jae-yu explains that the 6 main clans continuously tried to recruit him, a descendant of the Dark Dragon Palm clan, as one of their subordinates. He politely refused every time, and then that happened when Chen Yu-chan came to him for the third time. Chen Yu-chan says he will ask him one last time and asks if he will become his retainer. Moon Jae-yu says he is sorry, he has not changed his mind about maintaining neutrality, and he simply wants to focus on the Demonic Academy for now. He explains that when he gave him his response, Chen Yu-chan suddenly assaulted him. In the end, he was defeated, and not only did Chen Yu-chan take his yellow name tag, but he also broke his left leg and right arm and left after threatening him to join his group if he wanted to pass the third test. The scene shifts back to the present. Baek Gi remarks that he's not greedy for talented people, he's obsessed with them. Moon Jae-yu explains that he planned on joining any group and taking his revenge once he recovered, but no one would accept him when he told them that he had broken his arm and leg. Chin Yo-woon responds, saying that he is still sure there are some who would accept him based on his skills. Moon Jae-yu continues, stating that there was one group leader who said she would take him, but she retracted her offer after less than 2 hours, and it turns out Chen Yu-chan had interfered. Hyo Bong remarks, "What a nasty rascal, and honestly, he is glad their liege cut off his arm." Jin Guk agrees, saying, "Same here." Moon Jae-yu adds that regardless of the third test, he wanted to take his revenge as soon as he recovered. That's when he heard that he had cut off his arm, and he's honestly not sure if he should feel happy or disappointed. He says that's why he needs to take responsibility. Chin Yo-woon responds, saying he understands that he is in a bad spot, and asks how he came to that conclusion. Moon Jae-yu kneels down and apologizes, saying he was not great with his words because he's still depressed, but he'd like it if Chin Yo-woon could accept him by looking beyond just his broken arm and leg. Chin Yo-woon asks if that means he has intentions to join him on his journey, or if he simply wants to be his group member. He considers Moon Jae-yu, who, upon entering the Demonic Academy, maintained neutrality at all times, but would serve someone he wanted as his liege and be sure to carefully observe him before making a decision. Moon Jae-yu asks if he could join his group for now and thinks about becoming his retainer. He assures Yo-woon it won't take long, promising. Yo-woon asks if that's really the case, and if so, he refuses. Moon Jae-yu tries to say something. Ya Woo-min remarks that he's in quite an unfortunate predicament and suggests reconsidering it. He communicates telepathically, expressing concern that he will come to regret letting a talented fellow like Moon Jae-yu go. He questions how he can so easily give up on someone whom all the other Vice Lord candidates are desperate to recruit. Go Wang-hul also states that he thinks if a cadet skilled enough to be a group leader has decided to kneel before him, there's a strong chance he will agree to become his retainer. He believes it'd be best if he accepts him for now. Chin Yo-woon asks if he accepts him simply based on his circumstances and questions what about all the other cadets he has rejected until now. He asserts that he can't go back on a rule he enforced himself just because he's a talented guy. Moon Jae-yu asks if he could please give him 4 days then. Chin Yo-woon refuses. Moon Jae-yu asks for just 2 days. Chin Yo-woon declines again. Moon Jae-yu asks for just 1 day. Chin Yo-woon tells him to stop and asks why he is so desperate to become a part of his group. He instructs Nano to activate facial analysis mode. The Nano Machine notifies that it is activating facial analysis mode. Moon Jae-yu explains that's because he wants to observe a bit more of what kind of person he is. The Nano Machine notifies an error, stating it's unable to execute facial analysis mode. Chin Yo-woon wonders how come. The Nano Machine notifies that analysis is impossible as the target's face is covered up by artificial skin. He notices that the skin on his ear and the back of his neck is slightly different, wondering if it is a human skin mask and why he is hiding his face. The Nano Machine notifies that it has analyzed the target's body with the exception of the face. He wonders for what possible reason. The Nano Machine notifies that the target's age is estimated to be around 15 to 17, and the target's gender is female. He considers if he could be hiding his identity. Moon Jae-yu thinks he is getting the feeling that he's staring at his ear and neck, wondering if it could be true. He doubts it, questioning how he could realize something that not even the left guardian noticed. Chin Yo-woon exclaims, "A girl." She removes his cap, laughs, and says she actually wants to become his retainer. Turns out she did not have to think that hard about it. She pleads for him to accept her, stating that her life is now his. Go Wang-hul and Ya Woo-min are shocked to see this. Qin Yo-woon considers what she was about to say, deciding he'd like to discuss that privately with her later, and agrees. Yao Wu-min moves forward, places his hand on Moon Jae-yu's shoulder, and says it's been a while. She acknowledges, saying it certainly has been Yao Wu-min. Go Wang-hul welcomes Moon Jae-yu, mentioning he has heard plenty about him, and introduces himself. Baek-gi also introduces himself, followed by Hyo Bong introducing himself as well. Qin Yo-woon observes them talking and realizes that now that their group has greatly increased in size, he will have to reorganize the groups. He announces that 26 new people have joined him, bringing the total to 53 people. He creates groups equal to the number of yellow name tags he possesses and selects 5 group leaders based on their skills and loyalty. He explains that Group 1 is led by Go Wang-hul, Group 2 by Baek-gi, Group 3 by Ho Sang-hwa, who is in charge of the female cadets, Group 4 by Yao Wu-min, and Group 5 by Gal Yeon, the leader of a previous group. In this manner, Qin Yo-woon comes to lead the largest faction in the Demonic Academy. The scene shifts to behind the expert training facility at 8 p.m. Qin Yo-woon asks about her twin younger brother's face. Moon Jae-yu confirms, saying yes. She explains that before she was born, her father was sent out on a mission where he was murdered in an ambush set up by the forces of evil. As a result of this shock, her mother passed away while giving birth to her brother Moon Yu, who was born with a disability due to obstructed labor. She reveals that her grandfather, out of shock, hid this fact from the outside world. Qin Yo-woon acknowledges that the silver lining is her genius talent in martial arts, but he questions why they would go through the trouble when the truth would eventually come to light over time. She explains that the 6 main clans want to make the Dark Dragon Palm clan one of their subservient clans no matter what, and they have regularly sent a matchmaker to them to try and create a bond between their clans. She adds that if they had known about their situation before he entered the Demonic Academy. He considers that he has traditionally heard that the clan leader position of the Dark Dragon Palm clan has always been held by a man. With their circumstances, had a matchmaker been able to wed her, he thinks they would have then somehow forced Moon Yu to enter the academy and killed him in an unfortunate accident. Now, without someone to inherit the clan, one of them could have absorbed the Dark Dragon Palm clan, breaking the balance of power between the 6 main clans. She explains that's why she suggested entering the Demonic Academy while cross-dressing. If she managed to achieve good results, even the 6 main clans would not be able to easily interfere with them. He points out that no one knows her gender and asks why she used her name instead of her brother's. She responds that this needs to seem like something that she schemed on her own, so even if discovered, it won't cause trouble for his clan or his brother. She moves to leave. He reflects that she had such a backstory, having grown up without any parents. She turns back and says he now understands why she is wearing a human skin mask, so she pleads with him to keep his promise and never tell anyone. He promises and asks if her voice is also modified. She confirms, saying of course she'd get caught immediately if things were even a little off. He reflects that when she was forcing her voice to be husky, she seemed like a prepubescent teenage boy, but now it's clear that she's a girl. She mentions she feels much better speaking in her natural voice, and her voice becomes hoarse when she forcibly makes it huskier. She realizes it's time for him to apply the glue on her mask and takes out a bottle. She explains that if she does not reapply the glue every night, it might fall off at any moment. She tries to remove the mask and asks why it won't come off. Upon removing her mask, she curses as her headband comes off. She admits that it's been really hard applying the glue with only one arm. He blushes upon seeing her without the mask. She expresses her gratitude, saying she is glad she has him. Qin Yo-woon asks why she's glad while Moon Jae-yu hands him the face mask and requests him to give her his hands. She mentions it might be annoying for him to deal with, to which he ponders if that's what a pretty person looks like. She responds, indicating they are good to go, and thanks him, noting that sharing her secret was not all that bad, and laughs. Explaining that she has not fully recovered, she mentions that training is still difficult for her and asks if he's headed to the expert training facility. He confirms, and she inquires about his dormitory. He points towards a building, indicating he lives in Building 4, Room 7. She suggests that since she's becoming his groupmate starting today, she should move her stuff into his dorm and then bids him farewell, stating she'll see him later. He pauses and asks why she wants to stay at Dormitory 4. Meanwhile, Demonic Bones Clan Cadet 321, Han Pyong-won, engages in a fierce battle with Vice Lord Candidate number 3 of the Spring Clan, Chin Mu-jeom. Han Pyong-won scratches his shoulder fiercely, causing it to bleed, then proceeds to punch him away. In retaliation, Chin Mu-jeom kicks at him and verbally abuses him. Ja Hyun observes the confrontation and reflects on how the quality of the cadets has improved during the young master's 10-day hospitalization period. Despite being an elite clan cadet, Han Pyong-won manages to exchange 30 techniques. Ja Hyun notes that the young master now possesses over 60 years of Kai thanks to the Black Dragon medicine balls, but due to his desperation, his understanding remains at the level of an inept expert. Chin Mu-jeom suggests they proceed now that they have obtained a yellow name tag, and Ja Hyun agrees with him, acknowledging the cause of their success. He resolves to increase his martial prowess to defeat opponents like Han Pyong-won easily and eventually catch up to the young master. The scene shifts to Dormitory Building 4 at Demonic Academy, where Room 7 is exclusively reserved for his group. Inside the room, the blue-eyed girl sits and asks if he's back, observing Chin Yo-woon and his companions. Chin Yo-woon thinks it's problematic. She'll never be caught with her human skin mask. Hyo-bong rushes in quickly, complaining about the heat, while he realizes what's happening. Hyo-bong promptly removes his clothes, announcing he's going for a wash. Chin Yo-woon covers his eyes, feeling sorry for his loss of dignity. Hyo-bong then calls the other warriors to join him for a wash, and they all proceed to remove their clothes and join him. Go Wang-hul announces that they'll go first. Chin Yo-woon looks at the blue-eyed girl and asks if she's okay. She confirms, saying it is fine, and that she's experienced it so many times that it's nothing to her anymore. She advises him to go wash up as well. Nano Machine reports that her temperature increased suddenly. Chin Yo-woon thinks she's acting like it's nothing and notices that she can't even look him in the eyes right now. She focuses on her book, blushing. He walks away, thinking that he should ban the guys from fully getting naked in the dorm rooms. After a while, he explains that the next morning, on the 7th day of the 3rd test, all cadets with yellow name tags greet the instructor. Meanwhile, Chin Yo-woon and his subordinates head to the main building of the Demonic Academy and report their possession of the yellow name tag, officially getting recognized as group leaders for the 3rd test. He thinks that although there are 17 yellow name tags, as the Nility clan's Sa-ma-chak didn't have a second group leader despite having 2 name tags, registration was finalized with 16 groups. Now, among the 206 cadets, the 15 group-less cadets had to find a group to join within the next 21 days, no matter what. He explains that after breakfast, they gather in an empty field behind the dorm, where Baek-gi announces that since he has become a group leader, he'll teach the 7 demon sword techniques to the group. Go Wang-hul asserts that he is certain he already has his plate full teaching his group members, so he believes it will be fine if he leaves it up to them to teach their own group members. He observes that these individuals are talking as if they care about him. Go Wang-hul inquires whether he should at least train the 7 demon swords for 7 days. Baek-gi opines that it is too late. If it were up to him, 4 days would be sufficient for the 7 demon swords and only 7 days for the sword formation. Chin Yo-woon reflects that this is because they started arguing during breakfast. It would have been fine if he hadn't heard it. Gal Yeon asserts that he shares the same opinion as Go Wang-hul. Since they have their own training method, they would prefer to continue with that, please. He concedes, saying fine and do as he pleases, and thinks they are competing. Baek-gi declares he will go there, while Go Wang-hul responds that he supposes he'll go over there then. Baek-gi insists on no peeking, to which Go Wang-hul counters that he should be the one saying that, as another cadet interjects that he'll just go somewhere else. Observing them, he thinks some friendly competition wouldn't be too bad. Ya Woo-min mentions he still needs group members, prompting Ho Sang HWA to inquire if Ya Woo-min also needs members as he does. She apologizes, expressing her wish for him to take care of her group members until she has a full group. Chin Yo-woon reassures her, saying okay, don't worry about it. Ya Woo-min then states they will be back. While he ponders it will take them some time since they'll have to convince them it's not just about becoming a part of a group, but that can't be helped. He establishes a group structure for his subordinates for better team dynamics. Upon considering it, he reflects that Baek-gi still needs more group members as well, but that individual doesn't like being helped, so he is sure he will figure it out on his own. Blue Eyes arrive there and observe them, thinking she doubts the young master would be able to look after each individual when there are so many. Hyobong is pleased that he finally gets to learn martial arts from his liege. He admits he feels a bit nervous since this will be his first time teaching, but he supposes he should start. He announces he will first give them a demonstration and will do it slowly, so they should watch closely. They all agree with him as he demonstrates his sword skills with his full aura. Beak-gi remarks that it looks identical to the pictures in the secret book. Hyobong wonders how he can perform a newly learned martial art so perfectly while still demonstrating. Moon Jae-woo also looks at him and thinks there's no way. She heard he was locked up in the detention center for 5 out of 7 days, yet he can perfectly perform the techniques. She believes that no matter how great her understanding is, she couldn't perform a newly trained martial art with such proficiency. He asks if they do it, and they carefully watch. They agree with him as he states he will now coach each and every one of them to perform the 7 demon swords. Chinjang-sum asks if he means it, while Beak-gi remarks that their liege is going to coach them individually. He can't believe it. Chin-jong-sum comments that opportunities like this don't come by every day. Hyobong inquires who should start first and declares it will be him. Chin Yo-woon asks what he's talking about. Hyobong requests his pardon while he explains that he needs everyone to do it at once so he can quickly observe them, adding that it would take forever if they went one by one. They all prepare to practice martial arts. Chin Yo-woon instructs now, let's perform the 7 demon sword together while Hyobong practices. Meanwhile, Moon Jae-woo ponders whether it might help if they did the formation together, but she doubts he'll be able to instruct them on the form of their techniques all at the same time. She considers whether she should watch with him and help him out. Hyobong asks why they don't all try it first. Chin Yo-woon directs them to perform the first technique as he summons Nano Machine to activate augmented reality and analyze their forms for the 7 demon technique using the tutorial mode. Nano Machine responds understood, implementing tutorial mode on the 17 individuals present and assessing their execution of the 7 demon sword martial art. Meanwhile, he instructs them to start with the first technique and the first sword. Moon Jae-woo observes that because they're in a group, it looks okay, but a few of their forms are slightly off. He scans them all to observe their practice. Moon Jae-woo considers using sound telepathy to inform the young master that individuals are clearly messing up. Chin Yo-woon decides that since they are in the midst of training, he'll refer to them by their assigned numbers and says first, number 31 in the first row. The cadet, numbered 95, agrees, while Chin Yo-woon notes that he's not putting enough strength into stretching out his arm in the first movement. He emphasizes that if he starts like that, the following movements will also become weaker, so he should keep that in mind and train him to hold the sword correctly. The cadet mentions feeling off balance during the technique. He agrees and attempts to correct it. Chin Yo-woon points out that during the third movement, he should have moved his right foot forward 1 step, but instead, his left foot came forward. He emphasizes that if his steps are incorrect, it will cause the sword technique to fall apart, so he should be cautious of that. The cadet acknowledges that he understands. Chin Yo-woon then addresses the number 23 cadet, noting that his sword feels like it's faltering at the tip, and during the third movement, he's only using the strength of his wrist as he takes a right step, whereas the power is supposed to come from twisting his hips. The cadet confirms and expresses gratitude. Moon Jae-woo thinks she can't believe it. Chin Yo-woon reflects that the one he observed carefully was Hyobong, and he managed to pick out all his mistakes perfectly. He wonders if he actually managed to observe everyone. He mentions that the next is number 508 cadets, noting that every time he makes a sword movement, he keeps taking a step and stretching out his knees, which could strain his body. Number 508 cadets agree and express gratitude. She thinks this goes beyond just having a good pair of eyes. He then instructs them to perform the first technique again, but this time a little slower while taking into account the notes he gave. They all agree. He scans them again and observes while thinking there are still many things to fix. Since they still need to come to an understanding on their own, he'll correct them later. He notices their forms have improved significantly since earlier and thinks he truly is an amazing person. He believes they're probably not as foolish as to continue repeating their mistakes, and with this method, 7 days should be sufficient. He explains that, however, it actually took longer than expected for everyone to learn all the techniques of the 7 demon swords perfectly. The cadets from martial arts managed to do it within 7 days. But cadets from martial families took more time to learn the complicated final technique, the seventh sword. He reflects that there was also Ojong, who joined them late due to being hospitalized for 5 days. Luckily, Ojong was pretty talented, so he mastered the 7 demon swords in just 5 days. The scene shifts 10 days later. Beak Gi remarks that he lost his mind, while Go Wang Hall laughs and comments that being able to admit defeat makes him a man among men. Beak Gi adds that it took Gal Yon 9 days as well, so he wonders how he managed to do it in 7 days. He laughs and remarks that it didn't take much, just having to forcibly beat it into them until they learned. Beak Gi reflects that in those 10 days, the only thing that changed was not just the mastery of the 7 demon swords. Both Beak Gi and Ho Sang HWA, along with Zhao Wu Min, managed to fill their groups, with some of the new recruits being skilled enough to act as group leaders. He recalls there was one who came to them on his own, Cadet 708 from the West Gate clan, Ki Teek Jayam, who arrived and greeted him. She expresses that stagnant water is bound to rot, and she doesn't want the cult to waste its energy on the power struggle of the 6 main clans. She thought that he, a descendant of the Lord who doesn't align with them, might just be able to change things. He reflects that Ho Sang Hwa's acquaintance, Cadet 52 from the demonic fire clan, Wu So Young, was also there. She had said that in a world dominated by the strong, there's no need for talk. If she can prove her skills to him, he'll swear her eternal loyalty. He recalls that in the end, she lost to his butterfly dance in just 3 techniques, and as a result, 2 inept experts became Chen Yo Woon's subordinates. Within those 10 days, Go Wang Hull and Ho Sang HWA, who were also diligent in their personal training, also became inept experts. He expresses his desire to congratulate both of them on reaching the level of inept expert martial prowess. Ho Sang HWA thanks him, while Go Wang Hull says they still have a long way to go. As his first sword, he pledges to continue working on himself so as not to be a hindrance to them. Beak Gi and Ki Teek Jayam wonder who will be the first sword, while a cadet remarks that he doesn't want to stir up trouble, but he believes the title of the first sword fits either their group leader, Beak Gi, or Moon Jae-yu better. Chen Jongsum agrees, asking if their martial prowess isn't more fitting for the title. Another cadet questions how he can say he doesn't want to stir up trouble when their group leader is more than skilled enough for the title of the first sword. The other cadet suggests that if he wants a title, he could become the second or third sword, while the other group cadet asks why he is the second or third sword and what he is going on. Beak Gi and Moon Jae-yu think it's kind of hard for him to butt in about. Chin Yo-woon looks at them all while Ki Teek Jayam communicates with him through sound telepathy, expressing her concern about the rising problem due to the number of retainers he has. She thought this issue would eventually arise, but it's happening sooner than expected. He replies that he thinks this is a good time for him to establish a hierarchy properly. She emphasizes that loyalty is important, but in their cult, strength determines hierarchy, and he should keep that in mind. He thinks she's right. In order to lead a large group of people, a clear hierarchy is a must. However, it's almost time for the third test, and it would be bad if they got injured while fighting. He wonders what he should do. He looks at them while they argue, and he tells everyone to be quiet. He says he heard them loud and clear, and he'd like to take this chance to set up a hierarchy properly. He announces that he will pick the 6 most skilled people and bestow upon them the titles of the 6 swords, all being equal to each other. Wu So-young asks if there is a reason why he's picking 6 swords, and she mentions that once they graduate from the Demonic Academy, they will be going up against the 6 main clans. He explains that he wants 6 swords that will be able to lead the charge against them. Go Wang Hull ponders whether taking down the 6 main clans just to replace them with the 6 swords would only repeat the problem. Chin Yo-woon responds that however, just because someone becomes one of the 6 swords now doesn't mean they'll get to keep their position forever. He explains that through an annual competition, the strongest people will be rewarded the title of 6 swords, and this will remain unchanged even if they reach the top. Beak Gi considers that if he actually wins the Battle of the Heirs and becomes the leader of the demonic cult, implementing this might be able to get rid of the current system where the 6 main clans have a stranglehold on power. He announces that since they have the third test ahead of them, he will simplify the way in which they will decide on the 6 swords. He instructs everyone who is not an inept expert or above to step back. He asks if anyone has a complaint regarding these 6 becoming the 6 swords. They refuse, while Chin Yo-woon suggests that the first sword should be better. Beak Gi interrupts, saying he has something he wants to say. He suggests that there should be a clear hierarchy even among the 6 swords. Wu So-young agrees, stating that since they're doing this, she thinks the 6 swords should be decided based on their skills. He acknowledges their point, agreeing that it's fine, and instructs them not to use more than 3-star Kai to avoid injuries. Moon Jae-yu says she has yet to recover and would like to forfeit. Beak Gi expresses disappointment, mentioning that he wanted to have a bout with him. He reassures them that they can have a proper match next year. Wu So-young asks if that means Moon Jae-yu will be the 6th sword. Go Wang-hol removes his shirt and asks if they will start getting ready for the fight, while Beak Gi looks at him and wonders why he undressed. Wu So-young and Ho Sang-hwa rush to attack Go Wang-hol, declaring they'll kill him first. He laughs and responds, "That's awesome," then blocks their attack. Ki Teek Jayam introduces herself as Ki Teek Jayam of the Westgate clan. She admits she might not be as skilled as Moon Jae-yu, but she hopes he'll still give her his best shot. Beak Gi introduces himself as Beak Gi of the Gentle Kick clan, and he offers her the first move. She charges at him, warning him not to regret it. Wu So-young and Ho Sang-hwa simultaneously attack him. He recognizes an opening and punches them, throwing them away. Wu So-young curses while Ho Sang-hwa tells her to stop getting in her way. Wu So-young retorts that she should be the one saying that and declares she's going down first. Ho Sang-hwa accepts the challenge, telling her to try if she can. Meanwhile, Go Wang-hol looks at them while they both start fighting with each other. He comments they are the ones who are too damn big. Chin Yo-woon observes them and thinks they've been at it for about 30 minutes, and things should start coming to an end. Wu So-young rushes to attack and declares she's finished, but her opponent counterattacks and punches her in the neck from behind. She falls down, crying that her shoulder is hurt, and says she thinks she might have popped it. She couldn't believe she had lost to her opponent, whom she called such a whiny baby for the 5th sword. Wu So-young insults her opponent as a stupid axe martial artist, claiming she's nothing but brute force. Go Wang-hol intervenes between them, laughing and says, "Don't forget about him." Beak Gi tells him not to butt in while he attacks them, but his attack is blocked. He jokes, "Come on, sharing is caring," while she tries to kick him, but he holds onto her leg. Beak Gi notes that his punches carry quite the weight, and one hit might be enough to defeat him, though he claims it's nothing compared to his kicks. Ki Teek Jayam also jumps into the fray, stating that if the two of them continue like that, she's going to snatch the first sword from them. They quickly disengage from each other as she attacks them. She questions who they are to try to snatch that away and proceeds to attack Ki Teek Jayam, kicking her away and causing her to fall down. Moon Jae-yu approaches Chin Yo-woon, who remarks, "Damn, he dug his own grave." She responds that the 4th sword has been decided. Beak Gi asks if it's just the 3 of them then. Go Wang-hol suggests they should wrap this up and invites them to come at him. Beak Gi questions who he thinks he is, while Ki Teek Jayam remarks that he really ticks her off. She breathes heavily and says she gives up after fighting them. Meanwhile, they both continue fighting with each other, and she looks at them, thinking she has a lot of stamina, but these two are on a whole other level. Go Wang-hol declares that the first sword is his as he punches Beak Gi. He reflects that his opponent's height and reach are making this pretty difficult, especially since he's from the Dark Fist clan, which specializes in fist techniques. Go Wang-hol curses and Beak Gi kicks him away, thinking, "Let's try attacking from below." Go Wang-hol cries out in pain as he falls to the ground, admitting defeat. Beak Gi's group members become excited and start dancing, celebrating his victory. They exclaim that he won, and their group leader, Beak Gi, is the first sword. Chin Yo-woon assigns titles to his warriors, Beak Gi as the first sword, Go Wang-hol as the second sword, Ho Sang-hwa as the third sword, Ki Teek Jayam as the 4th sword, Wu So-young as the 5th sword, Moon Jae-yu as the 6th sword. He reflects that the framework to face the 6 main clans is coming into place, but this is still far from enough. He needs to become so powerful that no one within the cult will dare to go against him. The scene shifts to the day of the 3rd test around 8 a.m. at the Demonic Academy Director's office, where Lee Hugh-myung questions if this was really approved by the Grand Guardian as he looks at Merikium. Merikium responds that it was decided by the higher-ups 2 days ago and received the final approval from the Lord yesterday. He recalls Ho Jin Chang's explanation that in order to prevent any potential leaks, except for the first test and the Demonic Academy's test, decisions are made by the director and martial instructors after the admittance of the cadets, and then it is later reported to the higher-ups. He explains that first, the test receives approval from the council elders, and it is finalized once it receives approval from the Lord. If there are problems with the test methods, changes are requested. However, there has never been a change request made on the day of the test. Lee Hwa Myung places his hand on the table in anger and considers the reason to be that the test method is too complacent. He finds it absurd and can't believe that the Lord, who has been implementing policies to keep the 6 main clans in line, approved this. He thinks it doesn't feel right. Marakiam takes out something and gives it to him before leaving. He takes the paper and tries to read it, but suddenly, due to some aura of power, the paper starts burning. He says he accepts his orders while he thinks the 6 main clans seem to be trying to pull something with the 3rd test. But whatever that may be, they'll just end up cornering themselves. The scene shifts to around 10 a.m. at the Demonic Academy's Grand Martial Arts Training Grounds, where all cadets line up. Jin Yo-woon observes that it's good. It was not easy, but they managed to master the Sword Demon's sword formation, so they're beaming with confidence. However, something seems odd. He notes that it's been over 15 minutes since they all gathered here, and even the instructors, who are normally here before them, aren't present. He hears someone say that they're coming, and he sees some guards bringing prisoners. A guard instructs them to walk properly, while another guard remarks that they're heading in the wrong direction. He wonders what's going on and asks who the prisoners are. Lee Hwa Myung asks if they prepared properly for the 3rd test during the past 20 days and informs them that, first off, before they commence the test, there's going to be a last-minute change. Meanwhile, a cadet asks why this is a last-minute change, and another cadet asks what's going on. A cadet wonders who the people the instructors have brought out are while the guards throw so many swords, and the cadets look on with surprise. A guard questions why there are so many real swords, and another cadet asks if they didn't say they were going to use wooden swords. Lee Hwa Myung explains that the original test was to defeat the instructors with the Sword Demon's sword formation, and the new test isn't much different. He clarifies that they will still be defeating enemies with the Sword Demon's sword formation. He indicates the prisoners in restraints in front of them and explains that they are from the Alliance of the Martial Arts in the Forces of Justice and the Coalition of Martial Artists in the Forces of Evil. However, he adds that the requirement for this test isn't simply to defeat them, but to kill them with the Sword Demon's sword formation. He explains that, in other words, it'll be his first true combat experience. He adds that his enemies have been guaranteed freedom if they defeat him, so they'll fight against him with all they have. He emphasizes that if he shows them half-assed sympathy, it will be his death. Jin Yo-woon observes that it's not just Jinguk. Everyone's mood has changed. He doesn't blame them, considering it's now become a literal matter of life and death. Sa Ma-chak announces that they'll start with Cadet 700 Sa Ma-chak's group. He instructs the prisoners to stay still as they're going to release his pressure points while they remove the face covers from the prisoners' faces. Lee Hwa Myung commands now begin. Some cadets surround the prisoner, and one of them wonders what this is. He recalls that he volunteered because he was promised freedom if he could defeat a sword formation, but these are children. Sa Ma-chak commands to open the 3rd formation, while the prisoner thinks, damn it, these guys are dead serious. Jin Yo-woon observes that, seeing as how the members opposite each other are in sync, they've mastered it properly. He notes that if one were to misinterpret the secret book, all they have to do is attack using the same technique. All the cadets attack the prisoner while he tries to block their attacks. He thinks his muscles have hardened, so he can't perform his techniques properly. Sa Ma-chak sees this as their chance and orders to open the 2nd formation. The prisoner runs to attack them, and his sword almost cuts the neck of a cadet, while some other cadets stab him from behind. He wonders why he stopped while looking at the swords in his body. He falls down, bleeding heavily, and a cadet sits down, saying he killed a person. Sa Ma-chak thinks, damn it, he was going to stop. They didn't have to kill him. Lee Hwa Myung says congratulations, Cadet 700, Cadet 93, 147, 217, 803, 912, and 983. The 7 have officially passed the 3rd test. A cadet asks why only 7, while another cadet asks what he means. The other cadet asks if it's because they bumped into each other during the formation. Chin Yo-woon thinks this is what they meant by leaving it up to the cadets. He reflects that though the test is taken as a group, the results will differ depending on individual performance. Lee Hwa Myung explains that the next group was Chin Moo-jian's group, and the opponent was a skilled martial artist from the forces of evil. He recounts that the opponent struck first before they could even perform a formation. As a defensive maneuver, they enacted the fifth formation, but he successfully cut off the arm of one of the cadets. He reflects that the martial artist from the forces of evil took full advantage of the cadet's fear of death, successfully nullifying the sword demon's sword formation. However, he let down his guard and was blasted away by the single strike of Chin Moo-jian's Spring Clan Fist technique. In the end, he met his fate through the first formation performed by the 5 cadets who didn't let go of their swords. As a result, only 6 people, including Chin Moo-jian, passed, and he ended up losing half of his men, including Cadet 80 Ya-hyan, his most trusted vassal. He reflects that the third group got to fight against someone from the forces of justice, but the man fought against them with all he had, injuring multiple cadets, and in the end, only 3 people from the third group passed the test. He further reflects that the 5 groups after that fought a battle of life and death against the prisoners, but the only group that managed to have everyone pass was Chin Moo-yeon's group. Lee Hwa Myung observes that nothing out of the ordinary has happened so far, so as expected, they are after him while he looks at him. He believes they must have decided they can't wait 4 years, and 2 of the Vice Lord candidates had their arms cut off, and one of them even had his danshin destroyed. He thinks they want to kill him right away, but since the Lord has been keeping them on a short leash, they can't just outright ignore the Academy's rules. He reflects on their attempt to be clever by switching up the test, but he wonders if things will go their way. He announces that it's now Cadet 7, Chin Yo-woon's group's turn. Hyo Bong expresses frustration, stating they're screwed, while he observes another prisoner. He notices that even before his pressure points are released, the prisoner possesses a terrifying fighting spirit, indicating he's definitely not from the forces of justice. Chin Yo-woon finds it strange that, unlike the previous prisoners, he seems to be searching for someone, and he wonders why. Ho Jin Chang warns him through sound telepathy to be careful. He acknowledges instructor Ho Jin Chang's warning via sound telepathy, realizing it was strange that the test format changed at the last minute, indicating something is definitely amiss. Lee Hwa Myung orders them to begin, and they all prepare for the fight. Chin Yo-woon observes the prisoner, noting that he has taken a stance but isn't moving. He wonders if the prisoner has that much confidence. He then rushes to attack him and commands him to open the 4th formation. The prisoner looks at him and declares, "Found him." The prisoner also prepares to attack them, while Chin Yo-woon and his warriors launch attacks from all sides. Hyo Bong wonders how the prisoner's attacks are as powerful as they all assail him. The prisoner uses his aura power to strike, breaking the swords of 2 cadets. Lee Hwa Myung observes this and thinks that the prisoner broke their swords, realizing that his skills surpass those of an expert. Baek Gi notices something amiss while Ho Jin Chang rushes in, shouting to stop the test, realizing the potential danger if the enemy is a master prowess martial artist. He orders his group to retreat, thinking they had ensured the prisoner's Kai was only at an expert level before the test and questioning if he was hiding his strength. The prisoner throws Ma Chil away, and Ho Jin Chang catches him, realizing the prisoner's power is so great that even an inept master like him can't stop him. Meanwhile, Baek Gi and the other warriors are shocked to see him, and Chin Moo-jian asks if it's the demonic blood reversal technique. The prisoner responds that now that the distractions have been taken care of, it's time to kill them. He wonders who this kid is. Someone told him that he was merely a brat who recently became an inept expert. Instead of fearing him, he's staring at him while he gazes at Chin Yo-woon. He thinks this is their aim. The prisoner curses him, saying he's going to tear him limb by limb. He rushes to attack Chin Yo-woon while his cadets become scared to see this. Chin Yo-woon tells him he's too noisy, so he uses the heavenly demonic sword technique and attacks him fiercely. The prisoner cries out in pain. Chin Yo-woon also employs the first technique, and the prisoner falls down. Chin Moo-jian berates him while Chin Yo-woon observes the prisoner and thinks, damn it, his skin is so durable. His sword couldn't fully cut through. He realizes this when the prisoner gets up again and declares he's going to kill him, shouting so loudly that even the cadets cover their ears and start coughing, with blood coming out of their mouths. Nano Machine detects powerful high-frequency and low-frequency sounds coming from the enemy's scream and activates emergency defense mode, blocking sound frequencies from penetrating the body and eardrums. The prisoner insists he'll be fine after hearing his lion's roar and asserts that he really needs to die here. Chin Yo-woon retorts that he can keep talking if he manages to survive. The prisoner shouts die and rushes to attack. Siab Meng intervenes between them and sternly rebukes the prisoner for attempting to lay his filthy hands on his disciple using his sensei skill. The prisoner falls down and curses, vomiting blood. Chin Yo-woon remarks that the sensei skill is dangerous. Siab Meng explains that he was instructed to bring him back, just barely alive. He continues to attack him repeatedly while the prisoner screams in agony. Chen Yo-woon observes him and thinks to lacerate all his ligaments in an instant. So this is the butterfly dance of a grandmaster. He realizes that Siab Meng seems at least twice as powerful as the avatar he experienced through augmented reality. The prisoner realizes he can't move his body and curses, realizing he'll have to resort to his last option. Siab Meng approaches the prisoner and seizes his head, admonishing him not to attempt self-destruction by overflowing the Kai inside his body, questioning who gave him permission to kill himself. He employs his aura powers, causing the prisoner to collapse to the ground. Siab Meng remarks that he wasted too much time on those insignificant individuals. Lee Hwa Myung arrives and criticizes Siab Meng for acting superior despite dealing with only one person. A cadet notes that he defeated 7 people instantly, while Ma Chil comments on the Grandmaster's level of skill. Yunpa expresses surprise, wondering when he did that. Siab Meng curses the prisoner and insults him. A cadet wonders where so many people came from, while another cadet questions how long they have been concealed. He admits he couldn't sense their presence at all and asks who these people are. The other cadet expresses disbelief that he doesn't know. Lee Hwa Myung explains that they are the Guardian unit serving under the Lord, composed solely of expert martial artists. Lee Hwa Myung orders the guards to tie up and take away all the prisoners who used the demonic blood reversal technique. The guard agrees to the command. Chin Yo-woon greets Siab Meng, referring to him as his master. Siab Meng laughs and acknowledges the greeting, noting that he has improved since their last encounter. He suggests that it would have been better if he had used his old master's butterfly dance. Siab Meng then questions where he learned that sword technique. Lee Hwa Myung communicates with Siab Meng through sound telepathy, instructing him to remain silent about the sword technique and not mention it anywhere. He emphasizes that the third test is not yet over, so Siab Meng should leave. Siab Meng acknowledges that there are many eyes watching and says goodbye for now, expressing hope for good news in the future. Chin Yo-woon thanks him as he jumps away. Chin Yo-woon reflects that they won't be able to meet again until 4 years later. Meanwhile, he contemplates that when the time comes, he will greet him as the Vice Lord. Siab Meng arrives at another ground and ponders that he can't understand the true intentions of the Lord. He reflects on how the Lord used Chin Yo-woon as bait to set up a trap, considering his son as simply a pawn. He acknowledges that he was able to see it properly because he was hiding, but that tactic was very similar to the Lord's heavenly demonic sword techniques. He deduces that the fact even that red-haired scoundrel knows about it means that it must have been arranged by the Lord. He concludes that he'll find out as he keeps a watch. If the Lord has some hidden intentions with Chin Yo-woon, he's sure a new revolution will come to the heavenly demonic cult. He decides it's time to take care of the rest of his business and says, "Let's go to the Sword Clan's manor." After a while, Hyo Bong asks Ma Chil if he is okay. Ma Chil confirms and says thanks to instructor Ho Jin Chang for catching him. He doesn't have any major injuries. Chin Yo-woon thinks they've gotten so bold as to aim for him in public places. He considers that they even dared to cause a scene in front of the Left Guardian, one of the Lord's most trusted men. He reflects that the fact that even the Master was on standby means that he saw this coming, recalling Chin Yu-jong. He ponders whether he is really nothing more than a pawn for him. He questions whether his mother doubted his love even during her final breath. But while his mother was dying of micro-poisons, he merely let it happen. He questions whether he ever loved his mother, if he truly used him and his mother to get a handle on the 6 main clans, and he thinks he will come to regret it. Meanwhile, Lee Hwa Myung reflects on the consequences faced by Hang So-yu, the 5th elder and the leader of the Sound clan, who let her feelings get the best of her in the first test. She has been put under house arrest for a year. He also considers Biko, the chieftain of the Poison Clan, who broke the rule of not entering the Demonic Academy and administered poison to Chinyo Woon. He has been imprisoned for 2 years. He contemplates the two factions of the Sword Clan, the Shadow Sword Clan, which operates in secret, and the Great Void Sword Clan, which is in charge of the prisoners of the demonic cult. He notes that both have been linked to the forbidden demonic blood reversal technique, so the Sword Clan will surely be losing their standing. He reflects that though this result was produced by using his own son, they were caught up in it too easily, and he understands their anxiety seeing Chinyo Woon make headway in the Battle of the Airs, but causing such a scene while straining themselves seems unnecessary. He notes that something feels off, much like the micro-poisoning of Madame HWA. He announces that as his group flawlessly executes the Sword Demon Sword formation, everyone in his group has passed. He adds that despite an unexpected situation, the test will proceed. From this point forward, they will face the martial arts instructors instead of the prisoners. Hyobong remarks that their group was the final unlucky one and muses that he should be grateful that 4 out of the 7 remaining groups belong to their liege. Lee Hwa Myung observes, however, that contrary to Hyobong's expectations, the next 7 groups faced much harsher judgment. Since all the instructors were already familiar with the 7 Demon Sword and the Sword Demon Sword formation, they were significantly tougher opponents. He notes that out of the 206 cadets, only 120 passed the 3rd test. Given that Chinyo Woon selected many of his 72 subordinates based on loyalty, the weaker 38 failed the test. Meanwhile, Lee Hwa Myung congratulates all the cadets who passed the 3rd test and declares them officially esteemed high-ranked warriors of the cult. He announces that they are now permitted to use their specialty weapon, which they had turned in when they entered the academy. Hyobong receives a medal and becomes excited, exclaiming about the copper medallion of a high-ranked warrior. His group members confirm this. Ho Sang Hwa receives a spear and expresses her excitement, stating how much she missed it and affectionately calling it baby. Everyone looks at her in surprise, wondering why she calls it baby. Lim Pyong instructs cadets who don't have a weapon to get one assigned there. Chinyo Woon reflects on the specialty weapon, remembering that his master had said the Wild Dance Blade, a specialty weapon of his clan, was necessary to exhibit the true powers of the butterfly dance. He wonders if there's a weapon meant for the heavenly demonic sword art. Lee Hwa Myung reflects on how they were all snot-nosed brats when they entered the academy, but they have become somewhat bearable now, and he proceeds to make the announcement for the next test. Chinyo Woon states that starting the 4th test, there is no longer a time constraint. Lee Hwa Myung explains that they are allowed to take it individually anytime they want within the 4 years they stay in the Demonic Academy. They begin to whisper among themselves, with one cadet asking how it's possible within 4 years, another questioning its difficulty, and yet another wondering if the 4th test could take 4 years to pass. Lee Hwa Myung clarifies that the 4th test is the simplest in the Demonic Academy. This time, they can use any weapon and martial arts. He emphasizes that without any sort of restrictions, all they have to do is beat the instructors they see standing before them. They whisper that even the group leaders themselves couldn't handle the instructors, even when the instructors were only using the 7 demon swords. Another cadet whispers that his group leader only got the yellow name tag by barely nullifying a single technique. Another cadet whispers back, telling them to stop whining, as that's why they're getting 4 years. A cadet whispers that he's saying that as if anyone and their mother can reach expert prowess. Chinyo Woon thinks that telling them to defeat an instructor alone can mean only one thing. They have to, at the very least, reach expert prowess. He knows that expert prowess is a level of skill that can't be reached without a realization regarding Kai, so they want to properly assess them starting with the 4th test. Lee Hwa Myung says he wanted this when he first entered the academy, but failing a test even once results in immediate expulsion. He reminds them not to forget that and concludes the information about the 4th test, wishing them all the best of luck. He expresses regret that he couldn't be responsible for them until the end. A cadet disagrees, saying if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to take the test. Jia Woo-min states that they will wait for them outside, and another cadet expresses hope that they will emerge victorious in the Battle of the Airs. He laments the fact that they are just beginning to get close. Instructor Sang Moon Yo calls out to him, and he looks in his direction. Hyobong and Go Wang Ho also glance at him. Hyobong asks if that's the instructor who ended up hospitalized for 22 days after their liege broke his ribs. Go Wang Hul tells him to be quiet as Sang Moon Yo approaches and instructs Chin Yo Woon to follow him to the main building of the Demonic Academy. Chin Yo Woon asks if something is the matter, and then he questions whether a lowly cadet has the authority to question him. Chin Yo Woon indicates that he understands and instructs his warriors to proceed to the dorms. They agree and depart while he ponders whether the director might be calling him because of what happened earlier. He follows Sang Moon Yo and looks around, thinking that this place shouldn't be accessible to them yet. Sang Moon Yo halts and remarks that this seems like a suitable location. Chin Yo Woon realizes that the director didn't summon him. Sang Moon Yo questions if he ever claimed that the director summoned him, then he draws his sword and points it towards Chin Yo Woon, declaring a challenge to the fourth test. Sang Moon Yo has been waiting for him to pass the third test and reflects on how Chin Yo Woon humiliated him in front of everyone, destroying his pride and confining him to the infirmary for 20 days. Despite this, he still views Chin Yo Woon as just a brat at the level of an inept expert. Sang Moon Yo believes that as long as he can utilize his own special techniques, he can defeat him in less than 10 moves. He plans to incapacitate him to the point where he can no longer speak, and then claim that he was the one who initiated the challenge. He quickly draws his sword and blocks Sang Moon Yo's attack, surprising him. Sang Moon Yo wonders how Chin Yo Woon could do that and realizes that he is attempting to deflect his blade using 10-star Kai. However, instead of him yielding, it is Sang Moon Yo's hand that is trembling. Meanwhile, Chin Yo Woon pushes Sang Moon Yo away, surprising him. Sang Moon Yo reflects on how he should have been just an inept expert at best and wonders how his Kai could have increased this much in just 28 days. He acknowledges that Chin Yo Woon has become somewhat decent and decides that he will no longer go easy on him. He calmly replies sure, goes ahead, while Sang Moon Yo abuses him and launches another attack, using the ethereal blade technique and ethereal double slash. Chin Yo Woon stands his ground and thinks that while Sang Moon Yo's attacks are fast, he also needs to utilize his skills. He employs the butterfly dance and light butterfly circular movements to block Sang Moon Yo's assaults. Sang Moon Yo realizes that he has blocked his Kai blade and wonders if Chin Yo Woon is better than he anticipated. He notices his shiny sword and considers that he may also be capable of creating a Kai blade. Sang Moon Yo considers that if that's the case, it would mean Chin Yo Woon is a proficient expert just like him, and he realizes he can't recklessly attack him. He steps back, preparing to counterattack, and utilizes the butterfly dance along with the sixth technique, Light of the Shining Butterfly. Sang Moon Yo observes this and throws his sword away, conceding defeat, while Chin Yo Woon's sword is at his head, startling him. He asks if that means he has passed the fourth test. Sang Moon Yo confirms it, saying that since Chin Yo Woon has won, they should stop. However, Sang Moon Yo thinks there's no way he's letting him pass. He realizes that the moment he lets his guard down and puts away his blade, he will understand, and he plans to stab him in the head with the 10-star Kai attack he secretly prepared. Chin Yo Woon puts his sword back in its cover as he attempts to attack from behind, but he is aware of the attack. He punches his opponent in the chest and throws him away. The opponent asks how he knows that. Nano Machine indicates that the energy in both his hands is disappearing and the threat level has decreased. He remarks that he should have tried his deceit after concealing the Kai in his hands. He believes he's not someone he can face with his skills and apologizes, swearing he's not lying this time. He admits defeat and acknowledges that he will inform the director he passed the fourth test. Chin Yo Woon places his foot on his opponent's chest and assures him that he will indeed do so. An hour later, the scene shifts to the Demonic Academy, where Lee Hwa Myung and all the instructors gather as he brings Sang Moon Yo and throws him to the ground. Lim Pyong believes that in the end, he has caused a problem. Yo soon reflects on Sang Moon Yo's attempt to take revenge against a cadet, considering it foolish. Lee Hwa Myung opines that he doesn't even need to hear Sang Moon Yo's side of the story since the fourth test was to fight against an instructor. He contemplates that although Sang Moon Yo did attack him maliciously, he managed to control himself adequately. He realizes that if he had retaliated too harshly, he would have gotten on the instructor's bad side and decides to break only his ribs to ensure his brutality wouldn't be easily noticed. He acknowledges that he has become quite sly and adept at assessing the situation. Ho Jin Chang remarks that, whatever the case may be, a pass is a pass. Lee Hwa Myung remarks, well, he was thinking it was just a matter of time anyway, as he puts his hand in his table drawer. He instructs another instructor to take Sang Moon Yo to the infirmary. They agree and follow his instructions, while he takes out a squad leader badge and gives it to Chin Yo-woon, saying, "Take it." Lee Hwa Myung congratulates him on passing the 4th test in record time, stating that in just 2 months he has regained his name and earned a status equal to that of a martial instructor, as second leader Chin Yo-woon takes the badge. Lim Pyong congratulates him on passing the test, addressing him as squad leader Chin Yo-woon and offers him a Black Dragon medicine ball case. He thanks him, and Lim Pyong adds that by passing the 4th test, there are 2 additional benefits, the first being his own personal room. He inquires if it is true, then Lim Pyong expresses genuine happiness about the news, adding that he should head to the blacksmith north of the main building by 9 a.m. tomorrow. He questions what the blacksmith is for. Ho Jin Chang explains that for squad leaders who pass the 4th test, the cult will craft a weapon of their desire, suggesting it seems to be the reward he needs the most, and chuckles. He considers this development to be positive, thinking that in addition to no longer needing to share a room with Moon Jae-woo, he also gets to address the problem regarding the specialty weapon. Lee Hwa Myung announces he will now explain the 5th test to him, stating that it involves passing the sealed demonic chamber, with the prerequisite being to reach proficient master martial prowess. Dr. Baek Jong Myung observes Sang Moon Yo and remarks that it's only been a few days, and he's already back. Chin Yo-woon contemplates that being a proficient master would rank one among the top 100 martial artists within the cult, and he has to ascend 3 stages from where he currently stands. He ponders on what kind of place the sealed demonic chamber is, considering it requires one to be a proficient master, and concludes that this test might actually take him some time. Lee Hwa Myung remarks that in all the generations of the Demonic Academy, there have only been a handful of times when more than 10 people passed the 5th test. He offers a small piece of advice: don't get impatient. He adds that realization is harder to achieve when one is impatient, and wishes him good luck. Chin Yo-woon expresses his gratitude and states that he will try to meet his expectations. The scene shifts to the previous library of Demonic Academy, where Chin Yo-woon stands outside, gazing at the building. He reflects that he finally gets to see the sapphire monoliths on the 3rd and 4th floors as he approaches the gate. Baek Moon-woon asks where his cadet tag is. Chin Yo-woon shows him his squad leader badge and explains that he just passed the 4th test. Baek Moon-woon is shocked to see this. The other cadets look at him and start gossiping. One of them whispers, but it's only been an hour since the 3rd test ended, while another cadet speculates that he must be lying. Another cadet points out his medallion, noting that it's the same silver medallion the instructors have, and questions if he actually passed the 4th test already. Baek Moon-woon considers it incredible that in the previous generation, it took 5 months after entry into the Demonic Academy for someone to pass the 4th test. He reflects that Chin Yo-woon managed to pass the 4th test in just 2 months and apologizes for his previous rude behavior, addressing him as squad leader Chin Yo-woon. Chin Yo-woon replies that's okay and asks if he could first browse on the 3rd floor. Baek Moon-woon grants him permission to do so. After a while, Chin Yo-woon reached the 3rd floor of the previous library, holding his candle stand as he looked around. He observes that 4 hours is double the time given for the 2nd floor. He notices 2 cadets who are deeply engrossed in reading books, seemingly trying to memorize them. As he walks forward, he thinks to himself, well then, it's here, as he looks at the pillar. He notes that it appears way more complex compared to the ones on the 1st and 2nd floors. He considers that he should take his time to analyze it closely later and instructs Nano to record and save the sword markings. Nano Machine acknowledges the command, saying it is understood and proceeds to scan all the books. After some time, Nano Machine announces that the scan is complete while he quickly flips through the pages of the book. A girl looks at him and wonders what up with this guy is, while another cadet thinks to themselves that she is going to get out of there. After a while, he realizes that a total of 179 advanced martial arts books have been scanned on the 3rd floor. He reaches the 4th floor of the previous library, where he encounters another huge pillar. He wonders what this is and concludes that judging by the clean cut, it looks like it was from a sword technique. He ponders why these monoliths are so damaged, with the sword markings being deeper and rougher in appearance. Nano Machine replies that the force applied by the sword appears to be double of what was applied on the previous monoliths. He considers this even more curious and thinks he'd love to see the augmented reality video right now. but it won't be too late to analyze it later in the training room. He instructs Nano to just scan it for now. Nano Machine responds with understood and starts scanning. He observes that the higher the floor, the smaller it is, with fewer books present since only virtuous martial arts are being gathered. He guesses there's a limit to their numbers. He thinks about the Diankang sect's flowing cloud sword technique, the Kunlun sect's great clear movement technique, the Mount Hua sect's plum blossom sword technique, and the Menguang sect's five fury fist. Half of the books here are expert martial arts from the elite clans of their cult. He considers that the other half consists of expert martial arts from the forces of justice and the forces of evil. He takes out a book from the shelf and thinks that memorizing these will probably come in handy when he has to fight warriors from those factions later down the line. He decides to start by scanning books from their cult first since he has 6 hours. A total of 245 martial arts books have been scanned on the 4th floor. Among them, 112 books are from the heavenly demonic cult, 83 books are from the forces of justice, and 50 books are from the forces of evil. He reflects that he scanned like a madman and got everything he could before heading downstairs. Now that he thinks about it, there's no reason that he should be the only one to know these expert martial arts. He decides he should have his vassals from the small and mid-sized clans learn them. Beak Moon Woong remarks that it's quite late, addressing him as squad leader Chin Yo Woon and noting that it's already midnight. Chin Yo Woon apologizes, stating that he didn't notice the time. Beak Moon Woong suggests they go, while Chin Yo Woon thinks he should push back going to the training room to tomorrow. He reaches his room, where his warriors become shocked, and Hyo Bong asks if he went to the 4th floor. He congratulates him on passing the 4th floor, and the other cadets also congratulate him. Moon Jae-yu thinks it's incredible to pass the 4th test in a single day, and believes the young master might actually be the strongest contender to become the Vice Lord. Chin Yo Woon announces that tonight will be the final night of sharing a room with the other guys. Hyo Bong asks what he means, while Chin Yo Woon smiles and explains that apparently they each get an individual room assigned when they pass the 4th test, and he plans on moving there starting tomorrow. Hyo Bong rushes to hug him and pleads with him not to leave him behind, while someone grabs him from behind and advises him to calm down, saying it's not like Chin Yo Woon is going somewhere far away. Moon Jae-yu laughs secretly and thinks that he can get a private room by passing the 4th test. The next day at 9 a.m., Chin Yo Woon arrives at the blacksmith north of the Demonic Academy main building. He observes everything and thinks that's his own special weapon. Woo Sun Woong arrives and greets him, acknowledging him as squad leader Chin Yo Woon, the one who passed the 4th test in record time. He also looks at Chin Yo Woon and says it's nice to meet him while silently observing him. Chin Yo Woon notices that Woo Sun Woong has no eyebrows nor any hair on his arms and the back of his hands. He wonders if it all burned off from working in front of a hot forge. Woo Sun Woong laughs and explains that it's unavoidable due to his occupation. Chin Yo Woon wonders if he stared at him a bit too much. Woo Sun Woong then introduces himself as a descendant of Wu Yezi and says it's nice to meet him. Chin Yo Woon recalls reading about Wu Yezi before in the records of the Grand Historian. He recalls that Wu Yezi was a master swordsmith in the spring and autumn period and thinks that more than half of the swords he created in his life are hailed as master-grade swords. He reflects that swords desired by all martial artists, such as Purity, Black Bravery, Fish Belly Great, and Destroyer, are said to have all been created by his 2 hands. Wu Yezi laughs and tells him not to look at him like that, adding that he has many descendants, but none are as talented as his ancestor. Chin Yo Woon replies that he can tell he has inherited his great techniques. Wu Yezi acknowledges that he has a knack for judging people, and assures him that he will give it his all in creating his weapon. He remarks that judging by the looks of it, Chin Yo Woon uses both the sword and the blade. Chin Yo Woon confirms that's correct and asks if he is able to produce both. Wu Yezi apologizes, stating that he can only forge one weapon for him, and asks which one he would like. Chin Yo Woon ponders which option he should go for, considering it quite the conundrum. He didn't realize it right after using the heavenly demonic sword art against the prisoner, but now that he thinks about it, there were many small fractures on the sword afterwards. If he had used the second technique of the heavenly demonic sword art after that, the sword would have probably shattered. He decides to go with a sword, and Wu Yezi replies that it's a good choice to tell him the truth. He mentions he's more specialized in crafting swords rather than blades and suggests that before making his sword, he could see his sword techniques. Qin Yo-woon replies, "Excuse him," while Wu Yezi explains that it's so he can forge a sword that's best for him. He adds that he has to see his techniques in order to decide on the shape, size, and hardness of the sword. Meanwhile, he responds that he understands and takes out his sword, thinking that's quite the energy, and starts practicing. Wu Yezi becomes shocked to see his moves. He finishes and asks if that's enough. He agrees and says he's not sure how to tell him this. He asks what's wrong, and Wu Yezi responds that he thinks forging his sword will be impossible. Qin Yo-woon inquires what he means by impossible. Wu Yezi then asks if he can lend him that sword for a second. He takes the sword and shatters it with a single blow of the hammer. Qin Yo-woon observes this and realizes that it was not just the part struck by the hammer that broke, nearly the entire sword shattered. He thinks he assumed it would hold up, as he was not using the technique against a real opponent. Wu Yezi remarks that his sword techniques surpass the capabilities of a standard sword. He suggests what if he were to reinforce the sword, but Wu Yezi explains that if it were that simple, he would have done it already. He asserts that for a sword to withstand his techniques, it must at least be crafted from cold iron. Meanwhile, it is stated that cold iron is a metal imbued with the cold energy of the North Sea, and it is far harder than average iron. However, it is such a rare material that only brigade leaders and above in their cult are provided with it. He reflects that he was aware of the power of the heavenly daimonic sword art, but he didn't realize it was to such a significant extent. Wu Yezi expresses apologies, stating that after witnessing his remarkable techniques, his passion as an artisan is ignited. He responds that it's unavoidable and mentions he will simply have to pass the 5th test to attain the rank of brigade leader. Wu Yezi suggests that since the next best thing he can offer is a blade, he should demonstrate his blade techniques. He agrees and reflects, thankfully, as Wu Sunwoong had deemed him capable of forging a suitable blade after witnessing the butterfly dance. He was instructed to return to pick it up in half a month. The scene shifts to the expert individual training room, where Qin Yo-woon arrives, glancing around and sensing more people than usual. He muses that quite a few cadets have achieved expert martial prowess today as well, and he resolves not to lose to them. Considering whether to confront them one by one or perhaps both at once, he notices 2 medicine balls and consumes them simultaneously. He casually remarks that he doesn't have time to dwell on this and instructs Nano Machine to assist him in absorbing the energy of the Black Dragon medicine balls, which he will cultivate using the heavenly daimonic sword art. Nano Machine reports that a large amount of energy-rich substance has been ingested and notes that the energy is amplifying rapidly by mixing with the energy at one of his 14 meridians. It warns that his pressure points could be overloaded if energy dispersion is minimized and his metabolism accelerated. He considers that if Nano Machine is suggesting it will hurt intensely, there's no need for such indirect language. He reflects on Beak-yu, the founding clan leader of the Poison Clan, also known as the 10,000 Poison Lord. Despite being knowledgeable about medicine as much as poison, Beak-yu had to endure numerous trials and errors when initially crafting the Black Dragon medicine balls. Consequently, the Black Dragon medicine balls were designed to be the perfect size for safely absorbing Kai without straining any pressure points while he moves at high speed, yet he still ends up injured. Nano Machine reports that his great vertebra vessel has ruptured and is replicating cells to swiftly restore the injured area. He ponders that without Nano, all his vessels and pressure points might have ruptured, leading to his demise. He considers that perhaps instead of using the breathing and cultivation technique of the heavenly demonic sword art, he should have opted for the 1,000 martial breathing techniques. Nano Machine reports that the body pillar, spirit platform, reaching yang, middle of the spine, and suspended pivot vessels have all ruptured, and the injuries are being healed immediately. He feels like he might faint if he loses focus for even a second, but he knows he must endure it. He explains that in Qin Yo-woon's case, where he swallowed 2 medicine balls at the same time, it was natural for the energy flowing inside his body to rampage. The scene shifts after 4 hours, with blood spread everywhere on the ground, and he is greatly injured, sitting on the floor. He reflects that he nearly died and resolves never to overdo it again, wondering how much his Kai has increased. According to his calculations, he should have gained a little over 40 years worth of Kai with Nano's help. He questions how this could have happened, stating that he has gained 60 years worth of Kai. He reflects that this isn't the only change. The flow of Kai inside his body has also improved. He wonders if the repetitive destruction and healing of his pressure points caused them to become stronger and more durable, allowing him to effectively double the amount of Kai he can use in his techniques. Utilizing his aura powers, he realizes that his Kai sword is now twice as long and dense, potentially even stronger than Instructor Ho Jin Chang's Kai sword. Although he acknowledges that he hasn't yet reached master prowess due to a lack of realization, he believes he has successfully laid the foundation he needs with his Kai. He concludes that it's time for him to start learning the second half of the heavenly demonic sword art. Meanwhile, he instructs Nano Machine to extract the Kai cultivation method from the third floor monolith and to transfer both the heavenly demonic sword art and the sword demon's destructive sword technique from it. Nano Machine confirms understanding and begins transferring the two techniques to the user's brain. He wonders how many attempts it took for the destructive sword technique to nullify the heavenly demonic sword art. Nano Machine responds that it took 93 attempts for the destructive sword technique to nullify the third technique of the heavenly demonic sword art. He questions the meaning of the 93rd try and reflects that it explains why there were significantly more sword marks on the monolith than before. He deduces that this implies the third technique of the heavenly demonic sword art is much stronger than the previous two, and he inquires of Nano Machine whether it's possible to transfer the third technique to his body. Nano Machine responds that he has currently reached his limit and advises against further use of the muscles, as it could hinder the user's growth. However, he still considers it possible, while Nano Machine adds that if he is satisfied with his body in its current state, it remains a possibility, albeit putting a strain on his body to perform the technique just once. Although aware of the strain it will impose, he decides to proceed, given his curiosity about the second technique, which proved stronger than the first. Activating his aura, he is thrust away. Nano Machine reports that due to excessive movements, all the muscles in his body have been damaged, initiating instant recovery. He considers that it's definitely something that would be hard to perform without it being transferred directly onto his body. He thinks, wait, he managed to damage the floor with just the blast waves of the technique and realizes no wonder it took him 93 tries. He wonders how powerful the third technique of the destructive sword technique is, being able to nullify such a technique. He decides he'll have to try it out once all his muscles recover and he can start practicing again. Feeling tired, he reflects on how incredible it is to be able to perfectly nullify the third technique of the heavenly demonic sword art by simply combining ordinary sword movements. He questions if this is even something that the average swordsman could master. He ponders if canceling out the third technique was this difficult and wonders what the fourth technique will be like. He instructs Nano Machine to transfer the techniques to the fourth floor monolith as well. Nano Machine acknowledges his command, and he resumes practicing with his avatars. He senses something is off but can't come to a conclusion. He instructs Nano Machine to use augmented video to show him the two techniques going against each other. Nano Machine complies, initiating augmented reality in the user's vision and commencing augmented video of the two techniques dueling each other. One avatar uses the heavenly demon sword art and the fourth technique, attacking fiercely, while the other avatar employs the destructive sword technique and the fourth technique. Their swords clash, and he observes as their swords break. He expresses disbelief, stating that the destructive sword technique was not able to beat the heavenly demonic sword art. The avatars fight fiercely while he observes them and thinks no matter how many times he runs the simulation, the result is a tie. However, he finds it strange. He can't believe that the final movement of the heavenly demonic sword art is capable of stopping the destructive sword technique at its peak. He asks Nano Machine how many sword marks of the destructive sword technique were there. Nano Machine responds that there were marks of approximately 130 tries, and in the final attempt, it cut off the corner of the monolith on the 24th sword movement. He realizes that in order to slice off the sapphire monolith, not only does he need to imbue Kai onto his weapon, but he also needs to concentrate it highly. He is certain that the final movement of the heavenly demonic sword art was able to block the technique due to it requiring an extremely powerful materialized Kai. He considers that cutting a piece of the sapphire monolith off was a way of venting his frustrations for being unable to defeat the technique using ordinary sword movements. He recalls challenging a man with absolute power in the past through sword marks, and he was enraged because he couldn't beat him in the way he wanted to. He marvels at what an amazing person that man was. He acknowledges that he might still not properly understand their sword techniques and concludes that in the end he has no choice but to improve his understanding of martial arts. He realizes that there's a limit to the realization he can achieve by strengthening his body and transferring the information to his brain, so he supposes in the end that's his only option. The scene shifts to the Demonic Academy cafeteria, where Chen Yo-woon and his warriors sit together and eat food. He looks at them all and thinks it's so lively eating together like this, and he likes it. They had a good idea. Go Wang-hul suggests that it would be best if everyone at least eats dinner together. Chen Yo-woon asks why he says that and mentions that he's sure everyone's busy with their own training. Go Wang-hul insists that's why it's even more important. Hyo-bong agrees, saying he's right, and Zhao Wu-min adds that while personal training is important as his vassals, they should build a sense of camaraderie first. Chen Yo-woon thinks that becoming stronger by himself isn't enough, and that they have to grow stronger together for that. In the Demonic Academy supply room, an instructor remarks, well, as a squad leader, he's free to use as many supplies as he wants, but what is he planning on writing that he needs that much paper and stationery? Chen Yo-woon responds that these martial arts books are likely not enough, so he'll have to come back later. The instructor notes that it's gotta be at least 60 volumes worth of materials and wonders if he actually memorized all that or something. The scene shifts half a month later. As a cadet asks, the liege says he had an important announcement and wonders what it might be, while another cadet says he's not sure, but they just have to trust and follow him. Moon Jae-yu stands there and thinks that recently, young Master Chen Yo-woon has been weird as he arrives. She cleans his face and asks what this that he's covered in is. She observes that he even has some on his face, while he explains that there are just some things he has to write. Hyo-bong wonders if it's related to that as he looks at Chen Yo-woon, who brings so many books. They ask what all this is about, while he asks if everyone is here. They confirm that. He explained that the reason why he asked everyone to gather was so he could talk about what's to come starting tomorrow, and he's going to start seclusion training. They all become surprised when Hyo-bong suddenly asks what seclusion training is, and Beak-gi asks about their training. Go Wang-hul asks if he has decided on a team. Chen Yo-woon explains that to tell them the truth, he hasn't set a specific time period, and it could be 1 year or even 2 years, but he won't be coming out until he obtains satisfactory results. He thinks, judging by the look in his eyes, he seems to be pretty resolute. Meanwhile, Go Wang-hul says he sees that he hopes he obtains what he is looking for, and Hyo-bong echoes the sentiment, saying he hopes he obtains what he is looking for. Beak-gi thinks that this problem doesn't just apply to Chen Yo-woon, and it's quite likely that they'll have to enter seclusion training as well once they pass the 4th test. Chen Yo-woon says before that he has 2 orders he is going to give them. He explains first, everyone must pass the 4th test before he finishes his seclusion training. They become shocked and ask what everyone needs to do for that seclusion training. Woo So-young responds she hereby accepts his command, while Ki Taek-jayam says she does as well and thinks she was too loud. Woo So-young and the 6 swords would obviously be confident, but all the cadets from his average clans feel dejected now. She thinks it's certainly a good goal to have, but it won't be easy for them. Chen Yo-woon states that his second directive is to master all the martial arts books he hands to them. They inquire about the nature of these books, to which he clarifies that they are all martial arts literature. Moon Jae-yu believes she had sensed a reason behind his ink-stained appearance and is certain that transcribing all of them must have been arduous work. She would have assisted him had he requested it. Ya Woo-min ponders whether their liege intends to share the martial arts knowledge he acquired from the 4th floor of the previous library, speculating that he meticulously transcribed expert-level martial arts techniques for his subordinates with lesser skills. Chen Yo-woon explains that he assigns them in the order in which they are called forth, starting with Hyo-bong, who concurs with him. Ma-chil questions what he has given Hyo-bong to elicit such a reaction. Hyo-bong responds with the illusory sword technique, falling petal sword technique, and the iron slicing kick, questioning whether the illusory sword technique is indeed a martial art from an elite clan. He explains that the falling petal sword technique is from the Mount Hua sect, while the iron slicing kick belongs to the justice and evil forces, respectively, both being expert martial arts. Hyo-bong expresses his determination to dedicate himself fully to becoming strong enough to repay the grace shown to him, likening it to the vast ocean, and solemnly swears to accomplish both assigned tasks as he bows before him. Jin-guk observes that he even extends his care to cadets from smaller clans, while Machil believes he is willing to dedicate his life to serving this man. Jin Yo-woon reflects that up to this point, they are unaware that the remaining 99 books each contain different martial arts. He notes that Hyobong, Jin-guk, Machil, Yeon-dongchin, and Go-ha-rai have all received distinct books, each containing expert martial arts, leaving the vassals astonished, especially those who had witnessed Jin Yo-woon's actions while perusing the second and third floors. Meanwhile, Ho Sang Hwa contemplates that their liege was notoriously dubbed the rude scoundrel of the previous library, yet he was not merely flipping through those books carelessly. Go Wang-hul inquires whether he actually memorized all those books. Chin Yo-woon confirms this with a smile. Go Wang-hul expresses genuine admiration, stating that he's truly remarkable and is at a loss for words, bowing in respect. Go Wang-hul speculates that the reason there's a time limit on accessing the library is likely to prevent any one person from acquiring too much martial arts. He notes that the martial arts given to the 5 individuals are from various martial arts from the 6 main clans. He reflects that if they can learn the diverse martial arts of each clan, they can also analyze them, realizing that he had underestimated their liege. He realizes that their liege is envisioning a much broader scheme than any of them had imagined possible. Ya Woo-min quietly remarks that their liege is truly extraordinary, while Beek-gi questions how it's even possible for someone to memorize all those books. Go-ha-rai comments that they are witnessing the evidence of such a feat right now. Chen Yo-woon instructs them to cease their amazement and to take their books. They all agree, and he proceeds to announce that Jai Han-sun and Na Kim Yoon-bi are next. They step forward, expressing their gratitude and pledging to master the techniques with all their might so as not to disappoint him, vowing to meet his expectations. Moon Jae-yu chuckles, noting that there is a potential issue. Some of them have their own unique breathing and cultivation techniques that they've been honing. She surmises that individuals like Jin-guk, who hail from lesser clans or smaller martial families, are in dire need of such techniques. Hyobong inquires whether this is a breathing and cultivation technique, while Jin-guk asks about the universal origin art, and Machil confirms that he possesses it as well. Beek-gi observes them and concludes that his worries are unnecessary. Woo So-young remarks that they all possess the universal origin art, prompting Go Wang-hul to question its origin clan. Ki Teek-jayam admits she has never heard of it before. Moon Jae-yu wonders how such a cultivation technique can exist. Despite its unconventional energy movement through pressure points, it appears to be highly effective. She reluctantly acknowledges that it surpasses the breathing and cultivation techniques of her Dark Dragon Palm clan. Ki Teek-jayam wonders where he found such a cultivation technique and apologizes for her earlier skepticism. Chin Yo-woon explains that universal origin art is a secret cultivation technique hidden on the 4th floor of the previous library and thinks about observing its effects. The scene shifts to 2 days ago. Chin Yo-woon sits on the floor, surrounded by many books and notes. He remarks that he is almost done copying all the martial arts books, but he wonders which breathing and cultivation technique he should give them. He asks Nano if it has made any major breakthroughs in the analysis of Kai. The Nano Machine notifies him that the analysis of the energy created from breathing is still in progress. He asks if that is so. The Nano Machine notifies him that as it is an energy that has not been substantiated even with future technology, it is taking some time. However, it is able to categorize which breathing and cultivation techniques are able to effectively amplify the energy in one's danshin. He concludes that he can then pick one out. The Nano Machine notifies that the breathing and cultivation technique of the Heavenly Daimonic Sword Art seems to have the greatest effect. He asks about excluding that one. The Nano Machine notifies that after that, there is the 1000 Martial Breathing Technique. He rejects that one as well, stating he'd end up getting an earful from his master. The Nano Machine notifies that after that, there is Sample 37. He inquires about Sample and mentions he does not recall seeing something like that. The Nano Machine notifies him that it is a sample breathing and cultivation technique analyzed from a book called Origin of Kai on the 1st floor of the Precious Library and uses the breathing and cultivation techniques on the 1st through 4th floor as a reference. He inquires if he is stating that he has created a breathing and cultivation technique. The Nano Machine indicates that it is a byproduct of creating model samples in the process of analyzing the breathing energy. He inquires when this was made. The Nano Machine indicates that it was created 40 hours ago after completing an analysis of the breathing and cultivation techniques on the 4th floor. He asks if it was made only 2 days ago, and then wonders if he also analyzed the breathing and cultivation techniques of the Heaven Demonic Sword Art by chance. The Nano Machine indicates that since it is a breathing and cultivation technique that combines both the energy from the physical movement of the body and the energy from breathing, he has not been able to complete his analysis yet. He acknowledges this and requests to see this so-called sample breathing and cultivation technique. The Nano Machine confirms understanding. After a while, he practices the breathing cultivation and thinks he can't believe this. He has only cultivated for a short while, but this is almost on par with the 1000 martial breathing technique. He remarks that, in fact, the way the Kai flows inside the body is much more stable. He adds, alright, this should pair well with any martial arts. He wonders what he should call it though. Later, he mentions that Origin Art is a secret cultivation technique hidden on the 4th floor of the Precious Library. Ki Teek Jayam holds a book and comments there really are lots of treasures hidden in the Precious Library. Go Wang Hul also holds some books and suggests it must be a cultivation technique from an elite clan that ceased to exist long ago. He interrupts, saying that's enough about that. He instructs everyone not to miss anyone and tells them to memorize all the books he gave them by tomorrow, and then to destroy every single one of them. They all affirm their agreement. The scene shifts to the next day at the northwest of the Demonic Academy Isolation Training Facility. Qin Yo Woon meets his subordinates and thanks them for seeing him off. He mentions that while he is in isolation training, he hopes that the 6 swords will assist his comrades who are a bit behind in mastering their martial arts. Beak Gi acknowledges, saying he got it, and assures him to focus on his isolation training without any worries. Ki Teek Jayam adds that she has heard that teaching is a form of training, so she gladly offers to do so. Qin Yo Woon moves toward the isolation training facility and expresses his wishes for their well-being. They respond by saying they shall pray for his health and safety, and they hope he is successful in his endeavor. He enters the room, observes it, and remarks, "This is the isolation training room. It's a tad bit larger than the expert individual training room." He notices a grain bowl and comments that he requested a substantial amount, and they certainly delivered. He believes that this many grain balls should be enough to last him a few years. He acknowledges that, in reaching master martial prowess, he is honestly stumped. Deciding to begin, he commands the Nano Machine to transfer all the expert martial arts from the 4th floor into his brain. The Nano Machine acknowledges and starts transferring 245 martial arts books into the user's brain. He places his hands on the grain ball and believes they represent martial arts from elite clans and sects. However, compared to the butterfly dance, heavenly demonic sword arts, and the destructive sword technique, they are far inferior. Despite feeling that his horizon has expanded somewhat from learning these various martial arts, he acknowledges their limitations. He articulates that he ought to divide his daily training regimen into 3 parts. In the morning, he will dedicate himself to practicing the techniques. During the afternoon, he plans to engage in sparring sessions against augmented reality avatars. Finally, at night, he intends to focus on cultivation. He considers it to be currently the afternoon, thus determining that he should engage in a sparring session against an avatar. He mentions that Nano has activated augmented reality and has designated Chen Yu-chan as the avatar. The Nano Machine confirms its understanding, displaying augmented reality within the user's vision and generating an avatar for the simulation, with the designated model being Chen Yu-chan. The Chen Yu-chan avatar materializes in front of him and indicates that, for the time being, it will only be a single Chen Yu-chan, but suggests increasing both the number and difficulty of avatars in the future. He states that his ultimate objective is to confront his master's avatar and surpass the movements exhibited when his master subdued the prisoner from the forces of evil. With determination, he initiates his attack, declaring that it is time to commence. He explains that at this point in time, no one could have foreseen Qin Yo Woon's isolation training taking such a long time, not even Qin Yo Woon himself. 1 week after Qin Yo Woon started his isolation training, the Vice Lord candidate of the Dark Clan, Qin Mu-yeon, passed the 4 tests by defeating an instructor. He mentions that it was the fastest record in the history of the Demonic Academy, not considering Qin Yo Woon. On the 10th day, Moon Jae-yu from the Dark Dragon Palm clan became the 3rd to pass the test by defeating instructor Lim Pyeon. He recalls that on that day, the cadets had the opportunity to witness Moon Jae-woo jumping up and down in joy for the first time ever. She was celebrating the fact that she had obtained her own room. The fourth to pass the test was Chin Kyung-woon, the Vice Lord candidate from the Sword Clan. He mentions that he wanted to pass the test before anyone else, but it took him longer than expected because he wanted to ensure that he could properly defeat the instructor. 2 months after Chin Yo-woon entered isolation training, both Chin Moo-yeon and Chin Kyung-woon also began their isolation training. He notes that Moon Jae-woo also felt the necessity of isolation training, but she postponed it in order to teach the vassals from the lesser clans. Around that time, Beak-gi, the first sword among the 6 swords, passed the 4th test. He remarks that Chin Yo-woon's men were happy that a second vassal had passed the test, but Beak-gi himself was not all that thrilled that he could not pass before Moon Jae-woo. He explains that 4 months after Chin Yo-woon entered isolation training, Chin Moo-gem, the Vice Lord candidate of the Spring Clan, passed the 4th test and immediately commenced isolation training. He further explains that the 2nd sword, Go Wang-hul, and the 5th sword, Woo So-young, were 2 more members of the 6 swords who passed the 4th test. However, after 5 cadets ended up failing the 4th test, no one dared to challenge the instructors for a while. He elaborates that in the 5th month, the remaining swords, Ho Sang Hwa and Ki Teek Jayam, also passed the 4th test. In the 6th month, Ya Woo Min Oh-jong, Lim Yu-hwan, and Gong Jin-ho, despite all being from mid-sized clans, attained inept expert prowess. In the 10th month, Ya Woo Min and Lim Yu-hwan both passed the 4th test, but by then, there are a total of 15 people who have failed the test, and after exactly 1 year has passed, Chin Yo-woon's vassals hold another duel to decide the new 6 swords. The final results are explained as follows. Moon Jae-woo is the 1st sword, Beak-gi is the 2nd sword, Go Wang-hul is the 3rd sword, Woo So-young is the 4th sword, Ho Sang Hwa is the 5th sword, and Ki Teek Jayam as the 6th sword. He explains that once the new 6 swords have been decided and over 30% of their comrades have reached inept expert prowess, Moon Jae-woo, Beak-gi, and Go Wang-hul all enter isolation training with peace of mind. 2 years after Chin Yo-woon had entered isolation training, the majority of the cadets ended up taking the 4th test, and among the 120 cadets, some were expelled. 19 of Chin Yo-woon's 34 vassals were among those who were expelled. He explains that Hyo-bong, who trained harder than anyone else, has reached proficient expert prowess after 2 years. In the 2 years, about 80% of the cadets who passed the 4th test have gone into isolation training. Thus, that year, the duel for the 6 swords was skipped. He believes that thanks to that, the quietest period in the Demonic Academy has arrived. With the exception of Chin Yo-woon, the 70 cadets who went into isolation training have finished their training and come out, but not even 40% of them have managed to reach Master Martial Prowess. After 2 years and 4 months, Chin Moo-yeon, the Vice Lord candidate of the Dark Clan, is the first to clear the 5th test, the sealed Demonic Chamber. Just before it becomes the 8th month of the 2nd year, Chin Kyung-woon of the Sword Clan, Sa Ma-chak of the Nihility Clan, Guk Shin of the Onyx Flame Clan, Moon Jae-woo of the Dark Dragon Palm Clan, Go Wang-hul of the Dark Fist Clan, and Beak-gi of the Gentle Kick Clan, a total of 6 cadets, have passed the 5th test. He explains that besides them, 7 people, including Chin Moo-gem, challenged the sealed Demonic Chamber, but none of them managed to pass, and with 3 of the challengers dying, the cadets become much more hesitant about challenging the 5th test. He further explains that in the 3rd year, another duel for the 6 swords occurs due to everyone's skills increasing from the results of isolation training. Unlike previous years, all the vassals challenge for the positions of the 6 swords this time around, completely shaking up the results. He elaborates that the results are as follows. Go Wang-hul as the 1st sword, Moon Jae-woo as the 2nd sword, Beak-gi as the 3rd sword, Ho Sang Hwa as the 4th sword, Woo So-young as the 5th sword, and Ya Woo Min as the 6th sword, and like that, another 2 months pass. Meanwhile, Go Wang-hul arrives and asks if everyone is present. Ya Woo Min observes that it seems Moon Jae-woo and Hyo-bong have gone there again. Beak-gi remarks that they are at the isolation training facility once more. Ho Sang Hwa expresses relief that they are at least together. Go Wang-hul admits feeling a bit uneasy that they are by themselves. Beak-gi reassures him, saying he is worried about nothing, considering Moon Jae-woo's skills. Go Wang-hal acknowledges this, but mentions that the Battle of the Airs is escalating, citing Qin Kyung-woon's recent offer at the cafeteria. Beak-gi asks if he thinks he would join forces with a rascal like him. He clarifies that he is not implying he doesn't trust him, but rather they don't know what kind of stunt they will pull. Ya Woo-min agrees with Go Wang-hal, stating that Qin Kyung-woon is no different from Qin Yu-chan, and who knows what tricks he will try. Beak-gi explains that's precisely why they are sticking together as a group like this. Go Wang-hal expresses a strong sense of foreboding for the day and suggests they go retrieve them. Meanwhile, at the Demonic Academy Isolation Training Facility, Hyo-bong asks what the guys think they are doing, crowding here armed with weapons. Qin Kyung-woon states he has no interest in him, so he advises him to stay out of it. He then directs his attention to Moon Jae-yu and asks if she is sure she does not want to consider his offer seriously. Moon Jae-yu responds that she has already refused him multiple times and that she has already served a liege. He draws his sword, laughs, and asks if that is so. He adds that he personally believes that a bit of education is needed in order to obtain a useful pawn. He proposes a duel. If she wins, he will let her go, but if he wins, she will become his vassal. Hyo-bong becomes angry and asks if he does not think that's a bit of a reach, adding that he might be a vice lord candidate, but he is way out of line. Qin Kyung-woon questions if he did not tell him to stay out of it. His subordinates move to attack them. Hyo-bong becomes scared. Suddenly, a hand moves forward, uses freeze magic, and attacks them. A cadet remarks that his body won't move. Hyo-bong and Moon Jae-yu are surprised to see this. The other cadets become scared. He throws them away. Qin Kyung-woon screams and asks what he thinks he is doing. Qin Yo-woon emerges from the isolation training facility and his subordinates are happy to see him. A cadet wonders how this can be possible. Another cadet explains that he is able to move objects purely with Kai. The other cadet asks if that superior is using Kai's telekinesis just now. Qin Kyung-woon thinks he has reached the Grandmaster martial prowess, which can't be true. He believes it took him 2 years to even reach master prowess. This has to be some kind of trick, but even if he actually is a Grandmaster now, if he backs off from here, everyone will look down on him. He asks his subordinates what they are doing and tells them to go get him now. They agree. Moon Jae-yu and Hyo-bong also move to attack, while she thinks they will just let those guys do that. He says to attack them as a group, calling him a coward. A cadet asks how dare a weakling from a lesser clan get in their way. Hyo-bong thinks he has to at least stop this guy to ease the load on his liege and attack a cadet. Qin Kyung-woon moves to attack Moon Jae-yu and asks where she thinks she is going, using his power to slap her. She realizes this must be the Sword Clan's imperial sword technique and understands she can't break focus, as she needs to envelop his palm with Kai to fight against a fellow proficient master. Some cadets move to attack Qin Yo-woon, but he uses his power to retaliate, throwing them away and rendering them unconscious. A descendant of the Sword Clan, Kyun-pyo, stands nearby with his subordinates, observing the fight. He realizes they don't stand a chance, as their morale has already been overpowered, and there's no one present who can defeat that monster. He decides he has to end this here and calls Qin Yo-woon, instructing him to end the conflict and accept their defeat. He wonders aloud if he really must drive them into a corner like this, and if everyone present intends to fight him to the death. Qin Yo-woon attacks him and throws him away, leaving everyone shocked at the sight. Qin Yo-woon looks at them and declares that they are next. Moon Jae-yu engages in a fight with Qin Kyung-woon and marvels at his ability to use such a powerful palm technique despite his small build. She attacks him, but he swiftly moves aside, causing her Kai to fade. He prepares to attack her, stating that it's over for her. She becomes scared, closes her eyes, and resigns herself to defeat. Qin Yo-woon intervenes, catching Qin Kyung-woon's sword. He questions what is happening, and whether he has actually become a Grandmaster. Qin Yo-woon continues his attack, causing blood to spread all around. He cries out in pain for his arm and collapses onto the floor. Qin Yo-woon places his foot on his chest, pleads to wait, and begs to be left alone. He says it's too late. After a while, Go Wang-hal and Beak-gi arrive, running to the scene. Go Wang-hal asks Hyo-bong and Moon Jae-yu if they are okay, surprised to see Hyo-bong throwing aside the lifeless bodies of cadets. He asks what he is doing there. Seeing Moon Jae-yu standing with someone, he asks who she is talking to. Ya Woo-min is surprised to see Qin Yo-woon. Go Wang Hol says no way as he kneels down, and as the first sword, Go Wang Hol welcomes him back. The others are surprised by his actions. Moon Jiayu also kneels down and as the second sword welcomes him back. Ya Wu Min watches as Beak Gi goes next. Beak Gi sees this and reflects on being at a caliber where even a proficient master like him feels suffocated as if the director of the academy is standing in front of him. He kneels down and states that he, the third sword Beak Gi, welcomes their liege. Ho Sang Hwa whispers if this is not the first time Beak Gi is properly showing respect using his title and finds it funny, considering he used to say he was too embarrassed to speak to him with honorifics. Ho Sang Hwa then kneels down and says she, the fourth sword Ho Sang Hwa welcomes him. Ya Wu Min also kneels down and states he, the sixth sword Ya Wu Min, welcomes him. They all express their welcome back to their liege. Qin Yo Woon thanks them for waiting. They all become happy and acknowledge that their liege is back. Go Wang Hul observes the lifeless body and asks if he is not the Vice Lord candidate of the Sword Clan Qin Kaiyan Woon. He wonders if Qin Kaiyan Woon has reached the prowess of a Grandmaster. Half an hour later, at the Demonic Academy Infirmary, Dr. Beek Jong Myung becomes happy and remarks that he has finally come out. He reflects on the news of Qin Yo Woon's return and his subsequent destruction of Qin Kaiyan Woon and his men spreading throughout the entire academy at once. With 5 of the 6 Vice Lord candidates from the 6 main clans eliminated by Qin Yo Woon, the cadets finally start seriously considering the possibility that they might see the first ever Vice Lord who is not from one of the 6 main clans. He considers that this puts enormous pressure on the subordinates of the Dark Clan's candidate, Qin Yo Yon, but Qin Mu Yon himself actually does not care much about all this. Instead, he simply focuses on improving his martial arts skills. Meanwhile, at the Demonic Academy Director's office, Lee Hwa Myung holds a scroll and asks if he can approximate that he has reached Grandmaster prowess. The instructor standing in front of him tells him the truth, stating it's not an approximation, he is certain of it. After he let him out of his isolation training room, he saw him perform superior Kai telekinesis with his very own eyes. Lee Hwa Myung puts the scroll on the table and thinks since his isolation training went on longer than expected, he thought he would exit as a true master, but he's actually a grandmaster. He contemplates that in the entire history of the Demonic Academy, not a single person has managed to achieve grandmaster prowess without passing the 6th test, and this cannot be explained simply by calling it genius-level talent. The instructor asks if there is some sort of problem. Lee Hwa Myung laughs and confirms that it is true. Just then, Qin Yo Woon knocks at the door and addresses Director Lee Hwa Myung. He instructs him to come in and reflects that if he had not received the report just now, he would have mistaken him for one of the council elders due to the dominating energy he felt with his Kai that surrounds the entire academy. Lee Hwa Myung stands up from his chair and acknowledges that Qin Yo Woon has improved so much that he has become almost unrecognizable. He asks him to explain what brings him here. After a while, at the Seal Demon Cave, Ho Jin Chang laughs and remarks that to challenge the 5th level merely 4 hours after he has exited his isolation training, Qin Yo Woon must be in quite a hurry. Qin Yo Woon explains that his vassals ended up getting past this place while he was in isolation training, so he thought it'd be best to challenge it as soon as possible. He thinks it's truly remarkable. He also trained hard for the last 3 years, finally becoming a true master, but despite that, he is the one who would have to challenge him now. He opens the door and indicates that it's this way. Qin Yo Woon enters the cave, observes, and thinks that the wind inside is much colder than outside. Even though it's winter, this must be a much larger cave than he anticipated. He explains that the 5th test is passing through the Sealed Demon Cave, a test where he has to navigate through various traps in darkness using just his senses. Once he enters, they shall wait at the exit for 2 hours. Qin Yo Woon thinks that must be the switch that activates the trap mechanisms inside the cave. He adds that if he is unable to pass within that time, they will judge that there has been some sort of accident and stop the traps. Qin Yo Woon reflects that it's as the guys told him. He declares now, let the 5th test commence. He looks forward and contemplates the Sealed Demon Cave, a cave with a demon sealed inside. After a while, he commands the Nano to activate night vision mode. The Nano machine notifies him that it is activating night vision in the user's eyes. He looks around and thinks it's quite a long way down and wonders if that smell is oil. He quickly corrects himself, realizing it smells more like blood, with various other scents mixed together, making it difficult to discern. He looks forward and considers if that is the tunnel. He concludes that this must be where the trap mechanism starts since he can see it as clearly as day. He decides he might as well get through it quickly using movement techniques. After a while, he mistakenly places his foot on a trap, and many arrows come toward him to attack. But he uses his powers and breaks the arrows. He reflects that in such darkness, it would be easy to get caught in a trap with half-assed skills, so he decides to give up on the movement techniques and just walk. However, he once again places his foot on a trap, and the ceiling starts coming down. He runs quickly and saves himself. He uses the Nano Machine vision and sees the next traps, realizing that the traps are activated by misstepping on tiles, so he guesses he just has to watch his feet. He thinks, fortunately, such things are useless against the Nano's night vision. About 30 minutes later, he sees multiple tunnels in the cave and thinks that the cave has more than just one tunnel. He considers that without the flow of wind, one could easily lose their way. While observing the tunnels, he recalls something and thinks about this layout. The scene shifts to a flashback about 3.5 years ago in the secret chamber inside the detention center. Chin Yo-woon kneels down in front of a tower and thinks, "Dear heavenly demonic founder, please accept this bow from his lacking descendant." He bows down and reflects that it is truly a great fortune to have been able to come by this chance encounter. He considers that if the uncanny demonic poison staff learns about this, he might die from how angry he will get. He concludes that the only thing left now is to destroy the traces that could allow one to find the heavenly demonic sword art, as well as the test about the sword technique, and he has no intention of letting someone else learn this, even by chance. He observes the tower begin to tremble, steps forward and inquires, "What the hell is this?" Luminous stones emerge from it, and the ceiling starts to break apart. He swiftly retreats, and the luminous stones fall to the floor. Counting them, he notes there are 24 and realizes he knew it. It's a test explaining the movements for the heavenly demonic sword art. He picks up one of the luminous stones, examines the art and message inscribed on it, and concludes that there is a hidden mechanism. He notices some lines carved on the back and wonders, what are these lines? He considers that after connecting the lines on the back of all the luminous stones, a map is formed, clearly indicating a treasure map that leads somewhere. He realizes there is no way for him to figure out where this place is, so he breaks the luminous stones while instructing Nano to scan and save them. The Nano Machine confirms that it understands. The scene shifts back to the present. He observes the map on the Nano Machine screen, and the Nano Machine notifies him that the map matches the layout of the cave. He remarks that he knew it. Thus, this was a treasure map of the sealed demon cave. The Nano Machine notifies him that their location is marked on their map. He comments that he can do something like this as well and contemplates that he will have to backtrack. However, he reassures himself that he still has plenty of time, and since the founder would not have included something like this for no reason, he believes it's worth investigating. He proceeds forward, but hears a strange sound from behind and turns to look. The scene shifts to a flashback. Moon Jae-yu comments that it's a bit scary inside the cave. He asks why, suggesting it's because it's dark. She responds that it's not just that. There is a weird cry inside. Go Wang-hul inquires if she heard it too. The scene shifts back to the present. He considers that it's definitely a bit too clear to dismiss as just his imagination, but he can't sense anything, no matter how much he improves his senses with Kai. He moves forward, utilizing Nano Machine vision, and reflects that this path is undeniably odd. Even though this isn't the way out, there are far more traps here than in other places. After a while, he notices a wall in front of him and contemplates that this is where the treasure map leads, but it's a dead end. He examines the wall and wonders if it could be sealed. He notices the word seal written on it and recognizes the sharp calligraphy of the heavenly demonic founder. He considers whether the founder sealed something behind this stone wall, acknowledging that he doesn't know exactly what it is, but he can feel an ominous demonic presence. He ponders if this is why the place is called the Sealed Demon Cave. He questions the possibility of unleashing something he can't handle by doing something unnecessary, but then wonders why the founder would have left a map of this place. He realizes he doesn't have much time to think and concludes that if this is something the heavenly demonic founder left behind, there's no way it would be harmful. He draws his sword, channels his power, and considers that he should first break down this wall. He attacks the wall with his sword, causing it to explode. He notices something amidst the broken wall and reflects that it appears shallower than the mark left behind by the heavenly demonic founder. He questions the nature of this wall. The nano machine notifies him that the hardness of the wall is equivalent to the sapphire monolith. He realizes that it's not just comparable to the sapphire monolith. It is the sapphire monolith, with the only difference being the material on the outside. He prepares to attack again with his sword and reflects on the technique he was previously unable to perform. He realizes that it isn't enough to just have the information transferred to his body. He can only perform the technique after achieving Grandmaster prowess. He employs his power and contemplates that he never expected to use it unless facing an extremely dangerous opponent, given its formidable power. He marvels at the thought of using it here and proceeds to attack the wall with his magic. The wall explodes, creating a small hole. He realizes it worked. This is the stench that had hit him back at the entrance. He has a bad feeling and wonders if he is making a mistake. Suddenly, his blade breaks into pieces. He observes it and thinks that the blade crafted by Wu Sunwung has ended up being a single-use item. Normal metal really can't withstand the heavenly daimonic sword art. The nano machine warns of an irregular surge of plasma energy ahead. He asks what it is, and the nano machine explains that an atmospheric sprite is occurring. Suddenly, an explosion happens and throws him away. He wonders what it was and why he couldn't stop it. He quickly runs from there to save himself and sees a large black dragon in front of him, wondering if it's an emugi. He reflects that he heard emugis are normally white or blue scaled, and they are holy spiritual beasts that live in lakes. But this creature is just a violent monster. The emugi attacks him, but he jumps to save himself, realizing that the cave will collapse at this rate. He concludes that if the entirety of that chamber is made of sapphire, he should settle this by first leading the creature inside. He quickly runs while the emugi follows him, and it emerges from the hole. He determines that it's fully out and swiftly moves toward the hole, going inside and thinking, perfect, it worked. He falls into a strange liquid and wonders, what is this black liquid? He covers his nose with his hand, acknowledging that the terrible stench is giving him a headache. The emugi approaches to attack him, but he quickly moves back, starting to use his magic. He reflects that he was unable to use his movement technique properly because of the sticky liquid. The emugi attacks him with red waves. He observes that not even a scratch results from the heavenly daimonic sword art. It feels like he's hitting hard metal. He wonders if its body is harder than sapphire. He notices the lack of large ripples in the water and realizes that, with such a large creature inside, the black water should have risen, yet it remains the same. He instructs Nano to activate augmented reality. The nano machine confirms that it understands activating augmented reality in the user's vision, and confirms the presence of irregular dark plasmic energy inside the chamber. He inquires about plasmic energy. The nano machine explains that it is a phenomenon where the energy in the atmosphere becomes unnaturally high, causing condensation of ion particles. Though unproven by science, it is also referred to as a spiritual phenomenon. He concludes that the nano machine is saying this is a spiritual phenomenon. The nano machine warns him to be careful, as an atmospheric sprite is incoming. He moves back to save himself from the attack, and the emugi's head falls into the water. He reflects that it's as he thought. Even though the huge head crashed into the water, it didn't cause any large ripples, but he did hear something crack in the ground. The nano machine notifies him that after analysis, it appears that 24 metal pieces are floating in the air while releasing strong plasmic energy. He inquires about the metal pieces, expressing his lack of understanding of what is being discussed. He instructs Nano to mark the metal piece being referred to. The nano machine confirms that it understands and marks a circle on the emugi's head to indicate the metal pieces. He finds it hard to believe that the location of the metal pieces matches the directions in which he performs the basic sword technique of the heavenly daimonic sword art. The emugi attempts to attack him with magic, and he reflects that he has practiced the basic sword technique of the heavenly daimonic sword art countless times while using the breathing and cultivation technique for 3 years. Right now he could perform it simultaneously. He quickly moves to attack using his powers. He attacks the emugi's head with magic, causing it to explode, and he reflects that it worked. After killing the emugi, he sees the metal pieces start shining and asks if that is the true identity of the emugi. The metal pieces begin to collect, and he retrieves his sword. He is shocked to see the sword, on which is written Heavenly Daimonic Sword. He holds the sword and wonders why the treasured sword, considered the symbol of the lord of the heavenly demonic cult, is down here. While holding the sword, he notices some black magic string surrounding his hand and asks, "What the hell?" He realizes it's dark. He can't see anything in front of him, nor can he hear anything or even let out his voice. He explains that it's as if he has completely lost all senses in his body, but rather than feeling afraid, it feels far too comfortable. He opens his eyes and realizes no. He transforms into a white place and thinks he almost lost himself, getting engulfed by the darkness. He calls Nano and instructs it to answer him. Suddenly, a white emugi emerges from the water to attack him. He sees it and realizes there is another one. The emugi roars and its horns become bigger. He observes the changes and thinks its horns are getting longer, and its body is growing larger as if it is metamorphosing into a dragon. He prepares to attack, but someone arrives, attacks, and cuts the emugi's horn. He is surprised to see its horns and thinks the white scales of the emugi are turning black. He notices the strange person and wonders who is the one that just cut off the emugi's horns. The strange person comes in front of him and points his sword toward him. He sees the sword and contemplates Sword Kai's manifestation and that black sword. The emugi moves to attack again, but the strange person counterattacks with his power and cuts it. Chen Yo-woon is shocked to see his techniques and thinks about the third technique of the heavenly demonic sword art. He believes his version of it can't even hold a candle to his. He pushes his sword into the emugi, which starts absorbing power. He remarks that it will take quite a while for all its energy to be absorbed and guesses it was not meant to be his. Chen Yo-woon observes the person and realizes it is his future version, surprised to see him. He returns to the cave, his face covered with blood, and he coughs. The nano machine asks if he is okay. He replies that he thinks he accidentally swallowed a few gulps of this black liquid, and it's so disgusting. He asks how long it has been since he lost consciousness. The nano machine notifies him that he did not lose consciousness. Rather, he collapsed for a moment after grabbing the sword. He says it felt like he was in a trance for quite a long time and asks how long it has been since he entered the cave. The nano machine notifies him that it's been slightly less than an hour. He expresses relief, saying thank goodness, so it really was only for a brief moment, and asks if his collapsing for a short second was the only thing that happened. The nano machine notifies him that this is incorrect. When he grabs the sword, the dark plasmic energy enters his body. In that short instance, the nerve cells of his brain were stimulated 100% for a moment, and then the dark plasmic energy he absorbed became one with the Kai inside his body. He inquires about how it became one with his Kai and remarks that, no wonder, he thought he felt some sinister demonic energy inside him. He asks how his Kai changed so much, and if it is an effect of that black sword. He states, now that he thinks about it, the black sword that he grabbed before. Before he can complete his sentence, he notices his hands are also covered in black liquid and asks, what the hell, and why is it around his wrists? Meanwhile, at the sealed demon cave exit, Yo-soon stands with Lim Pyon and remarks that this is strange. For someone who has reached the prowess of a grandmaster, it should not even take an hour. Lim Pyon points out that it's almost been 2 hours. Could there have been an accident? Ho Jin Chang reflects on the fact that a cave known to have a demon sealed inside it is the place where the 5th test has been conducted since the Sword Lord founded the Demonic Academy. However, he has heard that this used to be a place where only people who had the qualification could enter. He wonders if it is possible for Chen Yo-woon to come back alive. After a while, the cave exit door opens and Chen Yo-woon comes out holding the emugi horn and covered in black liquid. Ho Jin Chang wonders about the terrible stench and congratulates him on passing the 5th test. Chen Yo-woon thanks him. Ho Jin Chang covers his nose due to the smell, sees the horn in his hand, and thinks it looks like an underdeveloped deer antler. After a while, Chen Yo-woon sits in the bathtub, feeling relief as he observes a bracelet on his wrist. He thinks he has finally gotten rid of that stench and realizes he has been bathing for almost an hour. He observes the horn strangely. The scene shifts back to the cave, where Chen Yo-woon, covered all around with black plasmic energy, attacks a wall and breaks it into pieces. As he moves forward, he reflects that it's already impressive that this black sword can endure the heavenly demonic sword art. Not only can this sword cut the sapphire with ease, but paired with Kai's manifestation, it is actually terrifying. He notices the black plasmic energy around himself and observes a bracelet on his wrist. He thinks that it does not budge at all from Kai or physical force. It only reacts to the demonic energy fused with his Kai. Since earlier, his body has been feeling hotter and sweatier. The nano machine notifies that the thick, viscous liquid that entered his body has circulated within his blood vessels, causing the minuscule amount of toxins initially left inside his body to be expelled. He reflects that almost all the toxins within his body should have been expelled when he reached the prowess of a grandmaster and attained a cleansed body. Therefore, this liquid has the effect of expelling even the tiniest amount of toxin inside one's body. He states that now that he thinks about it, this dark liquid is the Imuga's blood, and it might help his subordinates a lot if he gives it to them. He starts to pour it into a bottle and thinks he will have to take some. Suddenly, he feels an earthquake and everything starts to shatter. He asks what's going on. A big rock falls near him, and he remarks that it was close. He moves and comments that he was able to secure enough to give to his subordinates by using the scabbard, but what a shame. That was enough liquid to increase the martial force of the entire cult. He notices the broken horn of the Imuji. The scene shifts back to the present as he holds the horn and thinks, this is definitely the horn of the Imugi that the man in his vision sliced off, and he picked it up. He ponders what he could possibly use this for and considers that maybe it could raise his Kai if he boils it and eats it. He applies his energy to it and instructs Nano to analyze the horn. The nano machine confirms that it understands, stating that the analysis has shown that it is composed of material not within the program's data. However, it notes that this object possesses a hardness of just slightly less than the toughest diamond. He asks if he is being told that it's even harder than sapphire and considers that he will have to test it out with his Kai sword while moving to attack it. He is surprised to see and thinks he does not believe this. It's more than just unscratched, there's actually a weird force repelling his Kai sword. He wonders if it is because it's the horn of a spiritual beast. He holds it and thinks since it's able to handle the heavenly demonic sword art and the butterfly dance, he could use this to make a sword or a blade. It is extremely hard, but he is sure the descendant of the legendary blacksmith Uyezi can probably do something about it. After a while, at 4 p.m. in the Demonic Academy's main building director's office, Lee Hwa Ming sits and thinks, it's only been 4 hours, so how in the world has his energy increased so much? He reflects that's not the only thing. He's handling it well, but he can sense an odd demonic energy from him. He wonders if that means that Instructor Ho is right, and he thinks it is merely a legend. He recalls that first was that sword technique, and now this radiates demonic energy. Ho Jin Chang interrupts his thinking and calls him. He apologizes, addressing him as Squad Leader Chin, then corrects himself, stating that he needs to call him Brigade Leader Chin from now on. He congratulates Chin Yo-woon on passing the 5th test, acknowledging that he has become a true, proud martial arts master of their cult and presents him with a brigade and a dagger. Chin Yo-woon expresses his gratitude and holds the dagger. Ho Jin Chang explains that it is a dagger made from black iron given to the brigade leader of their cult. Chin Yo-woon sees the inscription on the dagger that reads Heavenly Demonic Cult and thinks he can feel Kai from within this engraving. It seems like it was not a craftsman but a sword master who engraved it. Ho Jin Chang adds that the engraving was personally done by the Lord, and it is an honorable item presented only to brigade leaders. Chin Yo-woon thinks he'd love to just throw it away, but since everyone is watching him right now, he decides to hold back. He asks if he may now inquire about the 6th test. All instructors look at him surprisingly. Lee Hwa Ming states that he is definitely more than qualified for it right now. He reflects on the 6th test, which requires him to be at least a grandmaster. For his generation to witness it, he's the first candidate in the last 70 years to be qualified for it. He explains that the 6th test is to challenge one of the 12 council elders, the greatest martial arts masters within their cult. Chin Yo-woon is surprised to hear this. Lee Hwa Ming asks if there is a specific council elder he would like to challenge. After a while, at the Demonic Academy Precious Library, Chin Yo-woon stands outside and reflects that for the 6th test to actually be a ticket to challenge one of the 12 council elders, the fight against the 6 main clans was going to start as soon as the Demonic Academy was over. He considers that he has basically been given a chance to eliminate one of their top brass before that. Taking gains and losses into account, in order to fatally take down the 6 main clans in an ideal way, he needs to master the final technique of the heavenly demonic sword art. Meanwhile, Lee Hwa Ming sits inside and reflects that Chin Yo-woon has matured quite a bit. He thought he would immediately pick the head of the Poison Clan because of Lady HWA. The scene shifts to a flashback, and Lee HWA Myung asks Chen Yo-woon if he could give him an answer after mulling it over for a bit. He reflects that despite being given a chance to officially challenge the target of his revenge, Chen Yo-woon acted very cautiously. He guesses that Chen Yo-woon is someone too dangerous to challenge just based on the desire for revenge, and the 4-year period of protection provided by the Demonic Academy is almost over. He thinks the 6 main clans might actually bear the claws they have been sharpening first. When that time comes, there is going to be a catastrophic bloodbath within their cult. He ponders how he will solve this problem. The scene shifts to the present, where Chen Yo-woon stands on the 5th floor of the Precious Library and sees a book. He thinks to himself that there are only 20 volumes up here. He recalls a memory when Xiao Meng said to be grateful that he is learning the butterfly dance and the 1,000 martial breathing techniques, which are on the 4th and 5th floor of the library, thanks to him. He thinks, as his master said, it's here on the 5th floor, so he guesses that means he can skip scanning one of the volumes, and it's finally the awaited time. He contemplates the final technique of the heavenly demonic sword art and orders Nano to scan the poem on the front and analyze the Kai control component for him. The nano machine notifies him that it understands. He moves forward, sees a mark on the wall, and thinks there are no sword marks. He wonders why there's nothing here, questioning if the destruction in sword technique is not here because the heavenly demonic founder left nothing. He asks Nano if there are no other traces left here. The nano machine notifies him that there is a sword mark on the monolith that was likely left behind by a single person, displaying augmented reality in the user's vision and zooming in on the subject point. He asks what this hole is, considering if it's a technique of the heavenly demonic sword art, and if it's possible to perform a sword technique like this. He wonders about the other side. He observes the other side, sees some writing on it, and thinks he did not notice it because of the poem, but it extends out to the other side, and he wonders how this is even possible. He reflects that it did not even seem like he used that much Kai, and he thinks it was created by the pure force of the sword technique being focused onto a single point before blasting out. He considers that if he had used even a little bit of Kai, the monolith might have shattered. The reason this monolith does not have a destructive sword technique is not because the heavenly demonic sword art went undiscovered, but because the creator of the destructive sword technique could not figure out a way to nullify the technique here with just basic sword movements. He sits, meditating, and reflects on the epiphany of the sword that the heavenly demonic founder achieved in his final years. He ponders that rather than solidifying the sword into one and bringing the intent of the sword technique together, the intent of the sword is the will of the one that is using the sword, and the will coming together into one means. A magical aura appears around him, spreading throughout the whole room as light. An instructor arrives and asks what's going on, shocked to see the magical light filling the room. Another instructor asks what's happening in there. He thinks they are in a safeguard formation. An instructor moves forward, sees Chen Yo-woon, and thinks that it must be the 5 Kai unification, and he never thought he'd see it in person. He explains that when one reaches the prowess of a grandmaster, one attains the energy of heaven, earth, and humanity. This leads to a cleansing of one's body, achieving 3-dimensional alignment. However, this level of grandmaster prowess can be considered half-baked. He believes that only by unifying the 5 types of energy inside one's body through 5 Kai unification can one attain true grandmaster prowess. He continues meditating, and his body starts cracking. An instructor sees him, is shocked, and thinks he is witnessing body reconstruction. Everything in the library starts falling down. The instructors gather around and see him. An instructor says that even though he was radiating so much energy until a moment ago, he can't sense anything anymore. It feels as if he has settled the Kai inside his body properly, and as it stands, even the director might be unable to detect Brigade Leader Chen's energy. Chen Yo-woon opens his eyes. The instructors congratulate him on his great accomplishment. He looks at his hand and realizes he can feel it. He has achieved true Grandmaster prowess, and this is the first time he has understood a technique without it being transferred into his brain. He acknowledges that the 3 of them performed a safeguard formation while he was in a state of realization and thanks them. He observes the destruction of the library and expresses regret, acknowledging that the mess is because of him. The instructor reassures him, stating that the library getting a bit messy is not a big deal considering his great realization. The instructor advises others to be careful when handling those secret martial arts books. Chen asks if they realize how precious of a treasure these books are. Qin Yo-woon, seeing them distracted by the books, believes now is his chance. He places his finger on the wall, thinking it would be best to eliminate the 1 in a million chance of someone learning the heavenly demonic sword art. The instructor states that since there are no problems with the books now, he may proceed to browse them. Qin Yo-woon thanks him. He thinks the first books that Qin Yo-woon scans are martial arts of the 6 main clans: Crazy Spirit Sword of the Sword Clan, Spring Kai Fist of the Spring Clan, Flowing Dark Cloud Palm of the Dark Clan, Destructive Sound Wave of the Sound Clan, Poison Toad Demon Palm of the Poison Clan, and Demonic Phantom Blade of the Blade Clan. He is certain that these are not their most powerful techniques, but it is clear that these are some of the best martial arts in the entire demonic cult. He considers the Crimson Fire Sword technique and concludes that it must be the Left Guardian's martial art. The name suits him. He notices a book titled Step of the Wind God and wonders if it is perhaps a stepping or movement technique rather than a martial art. This seems like good timing since he does not really have an exceptional movement technique. He wonders who donated a movement technique to this place and instructs Nano to scan it. The Nano Machine notifies that it understands. The scene shifts to 8 p.m. at Qin Yo-woon's private quarters. Go Wang-hul, along with other subordinates, congratulates him on passing the 5th test and asks if he heard it. Moon-gin also inquires if he heard it. Ho-sang HWA interjects, saying there's no way monsters actually exist. Woo So-young questions if he actually has something he is scared of and asserts that they are massive enough to defeat a monster themselves. Moon Jae-yu contemplates that it would cause a scene if she were to tell them she found something similar. Go Wang-hul finds Ho-sang HWA to be so cute. Qin Yo-woon holds a bucket of Imugi blood and explains that the reason he gathered them all here today is because of this. They all cover their noses due to the smell. Ya Woo-min asks what kind of rotten stench this is. Go Wang-hul wonders what in the world this is. Qin Yo-woon thinks it will be hard to explain if he says that it's the blood of the spiritual beast Imugi, so he states that it's something he happened to come across after making a wrong turn while traversing the sealed demon cave. Ya Woo-min inquires about what is inside the sealed demon cave. Oh-jong asks why he brought it. Qin Yo-woon smiles and tells everyone to drink up. Ya Woo-min requests to be excused. He explains that he ended up accidentally drinking it, but it got rid of all the toxins within his blood vessels, improving his flow of Kai. He thought it would be a shame if only he got to drink it, so he brought some by putting it inside his blade's sheath. Ya Woo-min sees the blood and thinks that to outright drink it is a nope, no can do. Hyo-bong asks how they can all hesitate when their liege is looking after them in such a way and says he shall be the one to drink it first. He puts a cup in the bucket and instructs everyone to move aside. He declares that this bad smell is nothing. Hyo-bong drinks it and thanks his liege. He believes it must not be that bad. Suddenly, he falls down, screaming and holding his neck. Moon Jae-yu asks if he is suggesting that this is an elixir. A few moments later, Hyo-bong's body is surrounded by a magical aura, and he states that it's as Qin Yo-woon said. His body feels refreshed, and the flow of Kai has accelerated. Qin Yo-woon says see, they think they are screwed. He explains that having seen the effects in person, everyone ended up drinking it, except for Ho-sang HWA, who refused profusely, and Moon Jae-yu, who was concerned about her mask. The scene shifts to the north side of the Demonic Academy Smith, where Yezi attacks an Imuga's horn with his sword, but it breaks. He asks Qin Yo-woon where in the world he found this. Qin Yo-woon says he cannot tell him. Yezi responds, saying he sees that it does not matter. With such excellent material, he can definitely craft the greatest weapon. He asks if Qin Yo-woon wants him to make a blade with this. Qin Yo-woon replies, yes please. Yezi adds that he and O will be provided cold iron as the test reward if he makes a sword with that. Qin Yo-woon asks if he did not say before that he could only request a single weapon. He explains that, unlike squad leaders, brigade leaders can commission weapons anytime, and there is a limit to how much cold iron he will be provided, but there are no issues with materials he sources like this himself. Qin Yo-woon then says he'd like to request a sword as well. He thinks it's good. He should hide this black sword until he figures out why it has a heavenly demonic sword engraved on it, and he needs a sword to substitute it in the meantime. Yezi explains that because of how exceptional the materials are, it will take about a month each to make. He inquired if it would take 2 months, and then if he could request the blade first. Meanwhile, at the Demonic Academy director's office, Lee Hwa Myung asks if he is truly okay with this. Chin Yo-woon stands before him and affirms that yes, he should go through with it. Lee Hwa Myung thinks to himself that this goes beyond mere boldness. Perhaps Chin Yo-woon is out of his mind. He considers the leader of the Dark Clan and the first among the 12 council elders, Mu Jin-won, who long ago reached the level of a true grandmaster. He is said to rival Marikium, the Grand Guardian, as the second or third strongest in the cult. Lee Hwa Myung speculates that Chin Yo-woon is aiming to eliminate the head of the 6 main clans first, but that target is not someone a newly fledged grandmaster can rival. He realizes that he had thought he had become much wiser in his thinking, but it seems that he's still as rash as ever. He understands, and he shall send an official request to the Dark Clan. He thinks that it seemed like everything had been going as planned, but the flow of the world did not go as they all had wished. 10 days after Chin Yo-woon's request for the 6th test, at the Heavenly Demonic Cult's castle in Shiwon Mountain for the first time in 10 years, an envoy of the Martial Artists Alliance arrives. He thinks it was an incident big enough to cause ripples within the cult, but Chin Yo-woon had no way of knowing that at the Demonic Academy, where he was cut off from the rest of the world. The scene shifts to 7 days before the 6th test. Lee Hwa Myung announces he is here, Brigade Leader Chin. He arrives, looking puzzled, and he asks if something is wrong. Apologetically, Lee Hwa Myung explains that he thinks they will have to change his opponent for the 6th test. Chin inquires why that is, asking if the first council elder changed his mind. Lee Hwa Myung responds that's not it. Chin reflects that he set up a barrier to cut them off from the outside. It must be some sort of secret. Lee Hwa Myung explains that since it's an important matter of the cult, he can't disclose the specifics. However, he mentions that only the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th council elders are currently present in the cult. Chin Yo-woon curses inwardly, realizing that all the high-ranking council elders are not at their posts, so he can't go up against any of the leaders of the 6 main clans. Lee Hwa Myung reflects that he did not want to recommend this and mentions that recently there was a shift in the positions of the council elders and clan leader Beak of the Poison Clan was demoted to the 12th seat. Chin Yo-woon smiles and says he guesses he will have to settle for the next best thing. The scene shifts to the next day at the office of the Poison Clan leader. Beak-o sits with his subordinates and thinks about how bothersome it is. He had thought that the troublemaker would be taken care of by the Dark Clan leader. Beak-o considers Chin Yo-woon to be currently akin to a poisoned glass of alcohol. In the past 3 years, compared to the Poison Clan and Sword Clan, the Dark Clan had gained a lot more ground. So, if the Dark Clan tried to eliminate Chin Yo-woon using the duel as an excuse, the Lord was planning to weaken the influence of the Dark Clan too. Beak-o reflects that the Poison Clan and the other main clans had been waiting for the duel to happen, but the situation changed due to the envoy from the Martial Artists Alliance. A man with long hair asserts that he has to reject it. He has only recently been released from his imprisonment and returned as a council elder, and they are now under the constant scrutiny of the Lord. Beak Cha-woo expresses the same opinion, stating that if they are put under any more pressure, the entire dynamic of the 6 main clans could be broken. Beak Moon-soo interjects, suggesting that if they say no, that's also admitting that their clan has become weak. He points out that their nephew is still bedridden like a crippled retard, and their clan has fallen this low. He asks how they expect them to hold back. A gray-haired man agrees with his big brother. He mentions that Chin Yo-woon is not even 20. Yet he has already become a grandmaster. Considering their hostile relationship, they have to eliminate him while they have the chance. Beak Cha-woo adds that it's the same for all the 6 main clans. No matter how great his martial prowess has become, Chin Yo-woon has no forces backing him up, and he is not a threat. The real threat is the Lord. Beak-o intervenes, saying enough. He would also love to kill him right now, but they currently stand to lose too much by eliminating him, and he will reject his request. After a while, Chin Jong-sum lies on the bed in a very bad state. Beak-o comes there and apologizes, saying he is sorry that he can't do anything as his grandfather. Chin Jong-sum opens his eyes. Just then, a servant informs that he has a guest. Chin Jong-sum asks what kind of a guest comes at this hour and tells him to send them away. The servant communicates telepathically that it's Lady Mu of the Dark Clan and asks if he is sure it's okay to send her away, as she is currently in front of the medicine house. Beak-o acknowledges, saying he got it, he will be right out, and moves to go out. He opens the door and Qin sees Lady Mu and recalls some childhood memories. He thinks it's her, the woman who took the micro-poison from his mother. The scene shifts to the next day. Li Hwa Myung sits holding a letter that arrived at the director's office, accepting the duel for the 6th test. He comments, as expected. The scene shifts to the morning of the 6th test. Chin Yo-woon goes to Blacksmith Gu, who is busy making something. He sees and wonders if he is making the scabbard. After an hour, Blacksmith Gu announces that he has finished. Chin Yo-woon is still standing there and asks if it is done. Startled, Blacksmith Gu says he scared him. Chin Yo-woon holds the sword and thinks it feels really nice to hold. He confirms that Blacksmith Gu inscribed the name he requested. Chin Yo-woon thinks the white dragon blade is a name befitting of this blade's body. He shows the writing on the blade and instructs him to point the sharp edge of the blade upward, then throw a piece of cloth on it, which is cut easily. Chin Yo-woon thinks it's sharp enough to slice apart fabric with ease. He inquires if it is to his liking. Chin Yo-woon responds affirmatively, saying he didn't think he'd create such a masterful weapon. He is truly a master blacksmith. Blacksmith Gu laughs and remarks his words are too kind. Chin Yo-woon thinks that with this blade, he should be able to produce even greater power for the butterfly dance than his master can with his wild dance blade. He reflects that this was the moment in which the white dragon blade, one half of the black sword white blade that would come to symbolize him, was complete. The scene shifts to the day of the 6th test at 10 a.m. in the Demonic Academy Grand Martial Arts Training Grounds. Chin Yo-woon stands in the duel ground. The cadets see him, and one whispers that, taking the 6th test, he really is a monster. Another cadet whispers that he can't believe that he managed to achieve Grandmaster prowess during his stay at the Demonic Academy, but wonders if he can really go up against a council elder. The other cadet whispers that he wonders who he picked, maybe one of the members of the 6 main clans. The other cadet states no, he'd have to be really stupid to make such a choice. A cadet whispers that he probably just picked the 12th council elder. The cadets see the director, Li Hwa Myung, and one inquires who's next to him. The other identifies him as the 9th council elder and clan leader of the Nihility clan, Sa-ma Yui. His son, a descendant of the Nihility clan, Sa-ma Chak, is happy to see his father. Hyo-bong notices Beak-oh's arrival and remarks that he is the leader of the Poison clan. The other cadets are shocked to see him, and one cadet asks if he is a poison user. The other confirms that he is indeed the leader of the Poison clan. He mentions hearing that those who oppose his poison end up with nobody left behind. Li Hwa Myung states that before the duel begins, they would like to thank the 12th council elder for accepting Brigade Leader Chin's challenge. He adds that the 6th test will be officiated by the 9th council elder, the leader of the Nihility clan. He thinks to himself that, as expected, he is extremely bitter due to being imprisoned for 2 years because of the events at the detention center. Chin Yo-woon and Beak-oh face each other on the dueling ground. Li Hwa Myung instructs them to commence. Beak-oh moves to attack him, and Go Wang-hol remarks that the Poison clan leader is rushing him. Hyo-bong comments that it's so underhanded. Chin Yo-woon quickly moves back. Beak-oh thinks about his extreme swiftness. Sa-ma Yui asks if that movement was not the Grand Guardian's. Li Hwa Myung reflects on whether the Grand Guardian's movement skills are on the 5th floor of the Precious Library. Beak-oh moves to attack him again, but Chin Yo-woon swiftly moves down and thinks to himself that he has the quick judgment, performing a decent copy of extreme swiftness. He anticipates that Beak-oh will start by sealing his feet and attacking him with his power. He sees Beak-oh's magic coming toward him and thinks about the Kai Blast. An explosion occurs on the dueling ground, distracting everyone's vision. Chin Yo-woon jumps up and moves to attack him, while Beak-oh also tries to capture his leg. He grips his sword and considers whether Beak-oh is attempting to seal his mobility by targeting his legs. He employs the butterfly dance, using the second technique, the light butterfly circular movements technique, to attack. Beak-oh counters with the demonic kill pulverize and the 5th technique of the destruction staff. All the cadets who are watching the duel cover their ears as a big explosion occurs, and both combatants move back. Beak-oh observes his blade and wonders what weapon it is and how such a thin blade is able to dent his black iron staff. He realizes that's not all. Despite being a grandmaster, he expected Chin Yo-woon to lack combat experience, but he fights like a seasoned veteran. He considers whether this guy truly is an inept grandmaster. He has been using 10-star Kai from the start, but the Kai imbued on his blade rivals his own. He realizes that he is not even giving it his all against him, and he has never seen a monster capable of growing as fast as him. He now understands why Lady Mu had said such a thing. The scene shifts to a flashback 6 days before the 6th test when Lady Mu comes to meet Beak-O. Beak-O remarks that telling him to accept the request from the Demonic Academy out of nowhere seems like a breach of authority. He questions whether she thinks it's inappropriate, considering she is the Lord's wife, and she should not have the authority to command him, a council elder and leader of another clan. She responds by saying she knows the whereabouts of the Divine Doctor. Beak-O asks her to elaborate, and she explains that she is sure he has heard of them, referring to the greatest doctor in the Central Plains, capable of healing anyone as long as they are not dead. She believes that the Divine Doctor should be able to heal even his grandson. He states that he already knows that no one knows the whereabouts of the Divine Doctor. She shows him a badge and explains that in the past, her grandfather received this medallion from the Divine Doctor. Her grandfather claimed that he would be able to meet the doctor if he took this medallion to a certain location. She suggests that he kill him, and if that results in a significant problem, she promises that their dark clan will actively help him out. She thinks that since the future Vice Lord will have been decided with this, it's important. The scene shifts back to the present. Beak-O thinks that's why she selected him over the other council elder and realizes that with this much skill, no one below the 3rd council elder is capable of beating him. He acknowledges that in the worst-case scenario, the 6 main clans might end up facing their greatest enemy, which is why Qin Yo-woon has to die here. He moves to attack, and Qin Yo-woon also prepares to attack with his blade. Lee Hwa Myung and Sa-Ma Yui are shocked to see, and Lee Hwa Myung states he is unleashing his poison. Sa-Ma Yui inquires what Council Elder Beak is thinking, and if he is actually planning on killing the challenger. Lee Hwa Myung contemplates Qin Yo-woon. Elder Beak screams and spreads poison all around, utilizing the Poison of Destruction 7th level technique. A cadet asks if that's poison. Another cadet wonders how anyone is supposed to defeat a monster like that, and fears he might actually die. Hyo-bong prays and pleads for his liege to surrender. Elder Beak moves to attack, and Qin Yo-woon also runs to attack him, but he counterattacks with poison. Moon Jae-yu calls out to Master Qin Yo-woon. Elder Beak thinks that should have been enough to melt even his bones and blames himself for being a fool. He is shocked to see Qin Yo-woon safe and sound and tries to attack him again. Qin Yo-woon dodges his punch and says it's his turn now. Beak-O is thinking, what the hell? His skin is regenerating while it's melting away. Qin Yo-woon rushes to attack him and stabs him while he screams in pain, and an explosion occurs. Ya Woo-min says he can't see anything because of the smoke and asks what's going on. Hyo-bong falls, overcome with emotion, and says his liege is gone, while Go Wong-hol thinks it's over with such a powerful poison. No matter how strong one's Kai might be, even bones would melt away. Ya Woo-min wonders why he had to fight against the Poison Clan, and then after a few seconds, the smoke dissipates. A cadet declares it's over, while Ho Jin Chang wonders if it was really too much for him. Then they all realize that Beak-O has fallen. He responds that it's not Qin Yo-woon, it's the elder of the Poison Clan. They see Qin Yo-woon standing there, absolutely fine, then Sa-Ma Yui says he doesn't believe it. He endured Council Elder Beak-O's poison. Meanwhile, Lee Hwa Myung reflects on the Poison Clan Elder's poison arts that he witnessed during the war against the Martial Artists Alliance, deeming them deadly enough to be called genocidal weapons. Even Grandmaster OK Myung of the Wudang clan was reduced to nothing by his poison art. He finds it hard to believe even after witnessing it with his own eyes. Beak-O attempts to rise and realizes his ribs are broken despite protecting himself with Kai armor. He reflects on not only the power of his Kai, but also his physical strength, which surpasses his imagination, along with the regenerative ability he just displayed. Beak-O contemplates what he is and questions if he is truly human. Qin Yo-woon urges him to get up and employs his butterfly dance secret technique and 10,000 butterfly dance to attack him. Beak-O gazes at him and concludes that he has no alternative but to employ his reflective force, while Qin Yo-woon examines him and wonders if it truly is a thoughtful force. Nano Machine automatically extracts poison and regenerates wounds. He realizes he cannot repel it with his white dragon blade due to the escalating intensity of the poison Kai. Beak-O launches a full-force attack against him, driving him backwards, and although he attempts to block the assault, he finds himself gradually retreating. He reflects on the fact that the poison Kai he displayed earlier was not his full power. Li Hwa Mayang believes it is now inevitable. No one present possesses the capability to halt him. He recollects that the 8th level of the poison of destruction transforms him into poison itself, while the 7th level grants him control over 100 varieties of poison. Furthermore, the 8th level increases the circulation of poison within his body threefold, rendering his body as resilient as a shield. He begins to emit poison Kai capable of even dissolving a massive boulder. Beak-O taunts him, suggesting that he never expected to resort to using the 8th level of the poison of destruction, and now invites him to attempt to stop him again with his supposedly great weapon. Qin Yo-woon realizes that the White Dragon Blade is ineffective against him now. He advances toward him, forcefully embedding his sword into the ground and channeling his Kai powers, resulting in an explosion that prompts the cadets to shield themselves. One of them questions the source of the disturbance, while another admits he can't see anything. Beak-O laughs, accusing him of persisting with his futile tactics while conjuring a poison magical circle. Unbeknownst to Beak-O, he approaches him from behind. Beak-O recognizes the familiar energy he felt earlier and observes his red demonic sword. Realizing the imminent danger, Beak-O determines to strike first, commanding him to die as he launches repeated attacks, each of which Qin Yo-woon manages to block. Beak-O launches another attack on him with all his reflective forces, but Qin Yo-woon manages to block his assault and charges toward him. Beak-O continues to attack repeatedly, slashing at him until he cries out in pain. A cadet outside the scene asks what's happening, while another cadet remarks that they can't see due to the dust cloud. After a while, the dust settles and one cadet observes them, questioning why that is as he notices Qin Yo-woon covered in blood and gripping Beak-O's head. Sa-Ma Yui, Li Hwa Mayang, and all the cadets become scared and shocked. Moon Jae-yu and Hyo-bong become emotional as they witness him alive. The cadets begin to whisper amongst themselves, spreading the news that Qin Yo-woon has beheaded the leader of the Poison Clan, while another cadet whispers in confusion about what in the world is. Li Hwa Mayang gazes at him and contemplates the notion of beheading Council Elder Beak-O while he is in his poison form, acknowledging his uncertainty about whether he could have emerged victorious against his poison directly. He reflects on how a boy with no prior knowledge of martial arts managed to ascend to become one of the top martial artists of the demonic cult in just 4 years. Qin Mu-yeon becomes incensed, clenching his hand so tightly that it begins to bleed, and walks away as his warriors call out to him. Oh-jin Chang acknowledges that he is indeed a descendant of the Qin lineage, and while he deems his actions in killing the leader of the Poison Clan as justified, he wonders how the Poison Clan, now deprived of their leader, and the rest of the 6 main clans will react. Qin Yo-woon reflects that he still has a long way to go. He had hoped to defeat Beak-O with just the butterfly dance, but found it ineffective against his poisonous form. He realizes that just as Beak-O had a hidden advantage, so too might his other adversaries. He understands that he must become significantly stronger, as this is merely the beginning of his quest for vengeance for his mother. The guards remove the dead body of Beak-O while Li Hwa Mayang congratulates Qin Yo-woon on passing the 6th test. He extends his greetings and proceeds to his warriors, who also offer their greetings and congratulations. Ya Woo-min jokes about whether they should now address him as Council Elder, prompting laughter from Go Wong-hul, who agrees. Sa-Ma Yui calls out to Sa-Ma Chak, who becomes excited and greets his father. Sa-Ma Yui places a hand on his shoulder and remarks on how much he has grown, asking if he has been well. Sa-Ma Chak confirms and laughs, then communicates with his father through sound telepathy, inquiring if he has decided whom he will serve as his liege in the Battle of the Airs. In response, Sa-Ma Chak admits that he had intended to discuss this matter with him before he departed, expressing apologies to his father. He explains that although he had considered candidates from the 6 main clans, his heart kept leading him to choose Master Qin Yo-woon. Meanwhile, Sa-Ma Yui acknowledges that he truly is his son, and Sa-Ma Chak asks for forgiveness. His father responds that he respects his decision and remarks that young Master Qin Yo-woon is certainly deserving of his support. If they're fortunate, he could even become his brother-in-law, so they should look after him well. The scene shifts an hour later to the Demonic Academy, in front of the director's office, where Li Hwa Mayang, Qin Yo-woon, and some other instructors arrive. Lee Hwa Myung instructs the instructors to remain on standby outside. Lee Hwa Myung and Chin Yo-woon enter the office, and Lee Hwa Myung kneels, expressing that he has endured a lot thus far, and he sincerely congratulates him on passing the 6th test of the academy. He is taken aback and wonders what is going on, expressing uncertainty and asking for the meaning of this situation. Lee Hwa Myung acknowledges that since Chin Yo-woon has completed all the tests of the Demonic Academy, he deserves proper respect as a member of the Chin lineage. He expresses his desire to apologize, admitting that until now, he had been constrained by the rules of the Demonic Academy and, as a result, could only observe. He bluntly asks whether he has obtained the Heavenly Demonic Founder's epiphany. Chin Yo-woon responds that he is unsure of what he is referring to. Lee Hwa Myung retrieves something from his pocket and acknowledges that it may still be difficult for Chin Yo-woon to trust him. He, Lee Hwa Myung, the left guardian of the heavenly demonic cult, swears to support young master Chin Yo-woon in the Battle of the Airs. As proof of his sincerity, he presents him with a medallion of his guardian family, offering it as a badge. Lee Hwa Myung respectfully implores Chin Yo-woon to accept the medallion, addressing him as Sir. This gesture takes him aback and expresses his uncertainty, apologizing but admitting that he is unsure if he can trust someone who is one of the close aides of the Lord. Lee Hwa Myung reflects that he is becoming cautious, noting that he has developed the necessary qualities. He acknowledges Chin Yo-woon's concern, explaining that as the left guardian serving the Lord, he is bound by rules that dictate he shouldn't support anyone. However, there is something that takes precedence over these rules. When asked what that is, Lee Hwa Myung reveals that his guardian family recognizes the true successor to the Heavenly Demonic Founder's teachings as the future Lord. What he is about to divulge is a secret known only to a select few in the cult, and he urges Chin Yo-woon to keep it confidential. He continues by disclosing that the heavenly demonic sword technique currently being passed down to the lords is not the true sword technique of the heavenly demonic founder. Chin Yo-woon inquires about the significance of this revelation. Lee Hwa Myung explains that the true sword technique of the heavenly demonic founder, passed down from lord to lord, was lost 500 years ago. He elaborates, stating that the 3 guardian families, comprising the Grand Guardian family, Left Guardian family, and Right Guardian family, have served the founder of the cult, who was the first lord and the heavenly demon, all the way up to the current lord, Chin Yu-jeon. Lee Hwa Myung adds that the original demonic cult did not have a structure where multiple descendants were born through the 6 main clans. Instead, the lord traditionally took the Holy Maiden, the woman chosen by the Holy Fire, as his wife. Consequently, the child born to the Holy Maiden ascended to the position of Vice Lord, preventing any specific clan from consolidating power. He then explains that the worst event in their cult occurred approximately 500 years ago, when the demonic cult originated from a Zoroastrian church in Xinjiang. Upon becoming the lord of the cult, one must undertake a pilgrimage to the heavenly mountains in Xinjiang within 10 years. He reveals that at that time, Lord Chenmu Hui embarked on his pilgrimage during his 5th year as the Lord, but tragically, he and most of his companions returned dead. Chin Yo-woon is shocked to hear this and questions who could have committed such an atrocity against the Lord, emphasizing that the Lord of the heavenly demonic cult should have been one of the top 5 martial arts masters in the world. Lee Hwa Myung explains that this included the Right Guardian at the time and the Blade God. He wonders about the identity of the Blade God, recalling hearing of him before. Lee Hwa Myung responds that the Blade God was the man rumored to be the greatest swordsman in the history of the clan, and the only opponent he could not defeat was the Blade God. Meanwhile, Lee Hwa Myung reveals that Lord Chenmu Hui had a child with the Holy Maiden, but she was a girl, resulting in the demise of both the lineage and the heavenly demonic sword technique. He explains that Lord Chenmu Hui passed away without leaving a successor, and with the previous lord unexpectedly succumbing to illness, the cult faced its gravest crisis. Lee Hwa Myung continues, stating that in order to address this predicament, the Sword Demon, who served as the first council elder at the time, assumed the role of Vice Lord. Due to the Sword Demon's proficiency in various areas beyond martial arts, he was able to stabilize the cult swiftly. Once the cult had been stabilized, his primary objective was to restore the lost heavenly demonic sword technique. However, as nothing was known about aspects such as breathing and cultivation techniques or Kai flow and control, there was no way to achieve this restoration. He explains that the sword demon went to the detention center, marking the first instance of someone not from the Qin lineage entering. However, like the previous lords who had entered, none had managed to attain the founder's epiphany, and the same fate befell the sword demon. He elaborates that although the sword demon could replicate the movements of the sword technique from the marks on the sapphire monoliths, he lacked the necessary Kai control methods and cultivation techniques to execute them. Qin Yo-woon reflects that no one had unlocked that secret before. He further reveals that the sword demon only emerged from the detention center after 3 years. Using the sword marks on the monolith as a foundation and incorporating his insights, he devised a new heavenly demonic sword technique. The council elders of the time agreed that it rivaled the lost heavenly demonic sword technique. Consequently, it was decided that this new technique would be passed down to the daughter of the Lord. He then explains that the sword demon relocated the monoliths from the detention center to the precious library of the Demonic Academy. He expresses certainty that he has seen them, pointing out that the sword demon left the violent sword marks on the backside. Qin Yo-woon inquires about how the sword marks came to be on the monoliths and whether there was a reason behind their creation, which damaged the founder's epiphany. He responds that the sword demon had already replicated the heavenly demonic founder's sword marks and compiled the sword techniques into a secret book himself. As for the damage to the monoliths, he explains it was an unavoidable consequence. He adds that monk Gong-woon of the Shaolin Temple, one of the 5 greatest martial arts masters at the time, was murdered exactly 2 years later by the Blade God on Mount Song in the Henan province. He explains that 2 years later, another of the 5 greatest martial arts masters, the Death Steel Fist King Yuk Jong-jiam, was slaughtered by the Blade God in Jiangsu province. Due to his fall into the heaven and earth net, his body was only discovered 10 days after his death. Qin Yo-woon inquires about the meaning behind another of the 5 greatest martial arts masters. He confirms and explains that the 3 individuals targeted by the Blade God were among the 5 greatest martial arts masters. He further elaborates that with 3 of the greatest masters succumbing to the Blade God, the latter's reputation soared. He adds that among the 5 greatest masters, Chong Mayung, the Wudang sword sage, and the sword demon still remained. However, he notes that most of the martial realm had already acknowledged the Blade God as the greatest martial artist in the world. He explains that the sword demon was a generational genius. However, upon observing the blade marks on the bodies, he had to acknowledge that with his current sword techniques, even he could not defeat the Blade God. He reveals that he concluded that in order to defeat the Blade God, he would need to face sword techniques even more powerful than the Blade God's techniques, and that led him to the sword marks of the heavenly daimonic sword art left on the sapphire monolith. He adds that the council elders determined they couldn't afford to lose the sword demon, so they permitted him to train against the founder's sword marks on the monolith. Qin Yo-woon reflects on the presence of the destructive sword technique on the monolith and wonders why it is only comprised of basic sword movements. He continues, stating that 4 years later, the Blade God appeared at the demonic cult on Shiwen Mountain, where he first defeated the Wudang sword sage. He confirms that indeed, his final opponent was the sword demon. He recounts that the sword demon and the Blade God fought for 4 days, and the battle concluded in a draw, as is well known. He explains, however, that the sword demon had to pay a significant price. He lost his right arm, a treasure for any martial artist. Following this, the Blade God no longer made appearances in the martial realm. He mentions various rumors circulating about the Blade God's disappearance, ranging from dying after depleting all his life energy to simply vanishing after attaining the title of the world's strongest blade user. He continues, stating that following this event, the cult underwent changes. The sword demon, having expended his life energy in the battle with the Blade God, stepped down from his role as the Vice Lord. Qin Muhwa, the daughter of the previous Lord, assumed the position of Lord at the age of 16. He adds that needing to serve a female Lord for the first time, the heads of the cult urged her to change the tradition of selecting the future Lord through the holy fire. He explains that despite holding the title of Lord, she wielded little power, leading to the establishment of the current clan system. He reveals that Lord Qin Muhwa had 5 husbands in her lifetime, 2 of whom were students of the Sword Demon. These individuals became the roots of the Dark Clan and the Sword Clan. He adds that the other 3 husbands were the sons of the first, second, and third council elders, respectively, belonging to the Blade Clan, Poison Clan, and Sound Clan. He continues, stating that ultimately, to nurture future generations, the Sword Demon founded the Demonic Academy. He then asks if Qin Yo-woon understands why he's explaining this to him. He responds that he is suggesting that the true objective of the Demonic Academy isn't solely to raise future generations. He confirms this, stating there are two objectives, one of which is to find an heir to the true teachings of the heavenly demonic founder. He explains that the sword demon himself lacked realization, rendering him unable to reproduce the heavenly demonic sword art. However, he firmly believed that among the descendants of the Qin lineage, someone would eventually attain the secrets and the epiphany. He clarifies that because of this belief, he felt compelled to secure the detention center and the sealed demon cave. This is why he established the Demonic Academy in this location and implemented rules to safeguard it from the rising clans. He elaborates that according to his vision, if someone who successfully inherited the heavenly demonic founder's teachings were to emerge, they should be acknowledged as the Lord. He notes that 500 years have passed since then, yet the sword demon's aspiration has not materialized. It has merely become an oral tradition among the guardian families. He continues, stating that everything changed when Qin Yo-woon appeared. While assisting the Lord, he had witnessed the heavenly demonic sword technique numerous times on the battlefield. He questions whether he thought he wouldn't recognize the technique he had performed. He becomes surprised to hear this. The scene shifts 3 years ago when Qin Yo-woon employs the heavenly demonic sword art. Lee Hwa Myung observes him and thinks it's far more precise and dynamic than the heavenly demonic sword technique that he knows. He ponders whether it could be happening. At that moment, he couldn't be certain if it was the final epiphany of the heavenly demonic founder. It was only a single technique, and there was also the possibility that the current Lord had taught it to him. Therefore, he decided to continue observing for a little longer. He recounts that when Qin Yo-woon utilizes the heavenly demonic sword art and the first technique, he was able to confirm his suspicions back then. Lee Hwa Myung mentions that while aiding the Lord, he has witnessed the heavenly demonic sword technique countless times on the battlefield. He questions whether Qin Yo-woon thought he wouldn't recognize the sword techniques he performed. Meanwhile, he states that he will ask him one more time and inquires if he managed to succeed in the heavenly demonic founder's epiphany. He bows in front of him and introduces himself as Lee Hwa Myung, the left guardian, greeting the true successor of the heavenly demonic founder. Qin Yo-woon asks if he can pose a question and queries about the other objective he mentioned earlier for founding the Demonic Academy. After a while, they both exit and arrive at the Demonic Academy's library, where Qin Moon-woong notices them and becomes surprised. He asks what brings him here today, addressing Lee Hwa Myung as the director. He explains that he is going to enter the underground vault. Qin Moon-woong questions what the underground vault means and wonders if the sixth test has concluded. Qin Yo-woon reflects that he had heard about the basement in the Precious Library, but it's surprising to actually see it in person. All the instructors greet Lee Hwa Myung, and he instructs them to open the doors to the underground vault. Qin Yo-woon wonders if this means that the young man has passed the sixth test. He notes that the young man looks like a posh rich kid who hasn't learned any martial arts, yet he managed to defeat a council elder of their cult. He never anticipated that the underground vault would be open during his assignment here. Two instructors and Lee Hwa Myung insert keys into the keyholes, and one of them announces that he'll count them down 3, 2, 1. They rotate the keys and open a door. Qin Yo-woon looks at the door and notices that it feels cold. He detects a strange odor and wonders if it's leather, a peculiar smell indeed. Lee Hwa Myung holds a cadet as he enters with Qin Yo-woon and explains that this is the second objective. Qin Yo-woon examines an arm and realizes it's an amputated one covered in leather. He questions whether the smell is from embalming chemicals, but there's more to it. Observing the wounds, he discerns they're cuts from a blade, yet they're not ordinary ones. He senses a sharpness, closes his eyes, and imagines himself fighting a masked man. Using the butterfly dance's fifth technique, he executes a connecting dance strike attack from different angles. When he opens his eyes, he wonders how such a blade technique could exist as he gazes at the arm and leather. He contemplates that even with the butterfly dance, he can't block more than 2 movements, and this blade technique surpasses that capability. He realizes that without sword techniques on the level of the destructive sword techniques or the heavenly demonic sword art, he can't face it. He inquires if the arm belonged to the sword demon. Lee Hwa Myung acknowledges his keen sense and confirms that it is indeed the arm of the sword demon. Regarding the skins, he explains that they belong to the bodyguards and guardians who were killed 500 years ago. Opening a box, he reveals the secret books left behind by the Sword Demon. He presents the books True Demon Sword, 24 Demon Swords, and analysis of the Blade God's techniques. Qin Yo-woon concludes that this place was not just to find a successor to inherit the founder's learnings, but also to find a disciple to inherit the Sword Demon's epiphany. Lee Hwa Myung confirms that's correct and specifies that it's to cultivate talent capable of nullifying the Blade God's blade techniques. He mentions something the Sword Demon said before his passing. Qin Yo-woon inquires about it, and Lee Hwa Myung explains that during their fight, which ended in a draw, the Sword Demon mentioned that the Blade God disappeared in the midst of their battle. He adds that they both tried to defeat each other, but the masked man stated he would return when he cut his hand. Lee Hwa Myung continues, stating that after that declaration, the Sword Demon waited for 4 days, but the Blade God never returned. Consequently, the fight ended in a draw, and the Blade God never reappeared in the 15 years until the Sword Demon's passing. He mentions that it's been about 500 years, and the truth is told, he doesn't think a descendant of the Blade God will ever appear, but he asks Qin Yo-woon to nullify his blade techniques and fulfill the Sword Demon's long-awaited wish. He explains that since the underground vault has no time limit, he will give him the key. He adds that one can go out from the inside even when the door is closed, but to come back in, the key is needed. Lee Hwa Myung gives him the key and leaves. Qin Yo-woon picks up a book and thinks it's a proper secret book of the Sword Demon. He requests Nano Machine to scan it, and Nano Machine agrees, stating he understood. He ponders that the true demon sword, while superior to the martial arts of the 6 main clans, is not on the same level as the heavenly demonic sword art or the destruction sword techniques. He considers it would be beneficial to teach this to his subordinates who use the sword. He reflects that the analysis of the Blade God's techniques is a record of an attempt to analyze the blade wounds to find a weakness, but it didn't make it far. He picks up the other book, 24 Demon Swords, and flips through the pages. He realizes it's a new sword technique created using the realizations from the destructive sword technique as the base. He contemplates that this sword technique could be considered the ultimate sword technique that the Sword Demon created to combat the Blade God. He reflects sadly that if the Sword Demon had fought till the end, he would have lost. He muses that the Blade God's technique that he saw in his mind was a powerful one, rivaling the 4th technique of the heavenly demonic sword art. He decides to activate augmented reality and instructs Nano Machine to do so. Nano Machine explains that it will display augmented reality in the user's vision. He considers that Nano Machine is capable of creating a 3D video by extracting information from the blade wounds on the arm. Nano Machine confirms this possibility. He contemplates simulating a fight between that 3D video and the 4th technique of the heavenly demonic sword art. Nano Machine acknowledges understanding and proceeds to activate 3D video simulation using the blade techniques from the blade wounds and the movements of the heavenly demonic sword art's 4th technique. As he observes the simulation, he wonders how this could happen. He notices that with the difference of a single strike, the Blade God's technique was nullified, but the heavenly demonic sword art was pushed back a whole 3 steps. He concludes that the heavenly demonic sword art is more complex, but the Blade God's techniques are stronger in terms of raw power. He contemplates that if the wounds on the Sword Demon's arm are from the Blade God's final technique, it's slightly inferior to the heavenly demonic sword art. However, if he had yet another technique, it could be the only martial art that can rival the heavenly demonic sword art. He desires to nullify the blade technique, but then he realizes he has a nano machine that can precisely replicate the technique with the traces left behind on the blade wounds. A blade technique that can rival the heavenly demonic sword art, what a great fortune. He explains that a week after Qin Yo-woon passed the 6th test, it has been 3 years and 7 months since the cadets entered the Demonic Academy. Currently, there are 56 people who have passed the 4th test, 7 people who have passed the 5th test, and 1 person who has passed the 6th test. He observes that only 64 remained from the almost 1,000 cadets, but this was the greatest result in the last 100 years. However, the Blade of the Air's competition was going very differently compared to the previous ones. Previously, the candidates that passed the 5th test built up their factions to compete with each other, but the Blade Clan's Qin Yu-chan, one of the leading contenders for becoming the Vice Lord, had been eliminated. Meanwhile, it is pondered that another prominent candidate, Chen Kyung-woon of the Sword Clan, has lost his arm and has voluntarily withdrawn from the academy. It is contemplated that an unprecedented situation has arisen, wherein 5 out of 6 candidates from the main clans have departed the academy before completing their tenure. It is perceived that the only remaining candidates are Chin Yo-woon and Chin Moo-yeon. It is speculated that with 5 months remaining in the academy, the final stage of the Battle of the Heirs between the aforementioned 2 candidates has commenced. The scene transitions to the northwest field of the Demonic Academy, where Guk-shin, a descendant of the Onyx Flame clan, observes that young Master Chin Moo-yeon is absent and has not conveyed any message. He inquires whether it is permissible for them to deliberate among themselves on how to deal with Chin Yo-woon. Moo Jin-yoon, descendant of the Dark Clan, asserts that he did dispatch a message entrusting him with all affairs so that he could concentrate on enhancing his martial prowess. Furthermore, he suggests that if they leave Chin Yo-woon untouched, they risk forfeiting their opportunity to eliminate him. Guk-shin queries him, suggesting he might have a valid point, but he wonders what action they ought to take against an individual who has even bested the leader of the Poison Clan. He further questions whether their priority shouldn't be attempting to recruit the 10 individuals who have yet to determine their allegiance. In response, it is emphasized that it is crucial to recruit the remaining cadets, asserting that they must, at the very least, secure the allegiance of Sa-ma Chak of the Nihility clan and Hwanya of the Flying Phantom clan, as they alone can ensure a significant advantage. It is elaborated that Sa-ma Chak and Hwanya are the offspring of the 9th Elder, Sa-ma Yui, and the 11th Council Elder, Hwan Yui, respectively, known as the Thousand-Faced Phantom. Guk-shin expresses understanding regarding Sa-ma Chak, but expresses annoyance towards Hwanya. In reply, it is stated that they are currently not in a position to be selective. He further states that he has heard news indicating that Chin Yo-woon has secluded himself within a training room and has not been emerging, presenting an opportune moment. He suggests that they seize this opportunity to incapacitate him by severing his hands and feet. Guk-shin questions his sanity, pointing out that 2 candidates lost their arms due to confrontations with his subordinates, and Chin Jong-sum even had his danshin destroyed after interfering with Beak-gi. In response, it is noted that there is an old proverb advocating the use of one's enemies against each other, suggesting that they need not confront that formidable opponent directly. Guk-shin inquires about who will undertake such a task. He chuckles and remarks that there are 4 individuals who harbor significant animosity towards Chin Yo-woon. Guk-shin asks if he is suggesting. The following day at 4 p.m., in the individual training room of the Demonic Academy, Chin Yo-woon is seen practicing with his sword and his Kai force while he etches some sword marks into the ground. He chuckles joyously and exclaims that they have succeeded, attributing the success to Nano Machine. He explains that they have managed to recreate the Blade God's first blade technique. He reflects that Nano Machine extracted the blade movements from the sword techniques left behind by the Sword Demon and the wounds inflicted by the Blade God. However, due to the absence of the Kai control method, it remained an incomplete technique. Nonetheless, Chin Yo-woon did not lose hope. He recalls that during the 3 years and 3 months of isolation training, Nano Machine researched and analyzed countless martial arts. Consequently, Nano Machine was able to simulate numerous Kai control methods to replicate one that rivaled the original, potentially creating a more stable version. Meanwhile, he comments that the Sword Demon would likely have been astonished to witness a technique replicated solely based on the blade wounds. Nano Machine declares that it will commence the analysis of the Kai control method for the second technique. The scene shifts to the Demonic Academy cafeteria, where Chin Yo-woon enters and is greeted by the aroma of delicious food. He wonders if tonight's dinner will be spicy and finds it pleasing, as he was in the mood for something spicy. He proceeds to collect his dinner and inquires if the chef is all right. The chef assures him that he is fine, explaining that he feels a bit warm from standing in front of the boiling pot for so long. Chin Yo-woon then takes his dinner and heads to his seat, observing his food, while Baek Cheol-gu continues to glance at him persistently, eating his own dinner. He hurriedly consumes his meal, while Baek Cheol-gu smiles to himself, thinking that his plan has succeeded. After a while, in front of the training facility, Ya Woo-min asks if they believe the liege is also skipping dinner today. Hyo-bong questions whether he has been skipping at least 1 meal every other day. Go Wang-hul remarks that he did not see him in the cafeteria yesterday, implying that he is probably having dinner right now. Moon Jiayu suggests that they would be able to dine with young Master Qin if Ho Sang Hwa and Beak Gi would emerge more quickly. Go Wang Hul observes that Moon Jiayu appears to hold the liege in high regard, similar to Hyo Bong, and muses that sometimes it seems like Moon Jiayu admires the liege romantically. He further speculates about her gender, noting his small, womanly build despite his formidable martial arts skills, which leads to suspicions that she might be a girl. Hyo Bong agrees that Moon Jiayu has become quite peculiar lately. She insists that the liege should respect those who are waiting for him and come out on time, adding that they have emerged faster than they did yesterday, prompting them to proceed to dinner. On the other side, Guksin and his warriors position themselves in front of Qin Yo-woon, blocking his path. Qin Yo-woon remarks that they are all familiar faces and mentions that it would have been quite a spectacle if the Dark and Spring clans were also present. Baek Cheol-gu, the descendant of the Poison clan, confronts Qin Yo-woon, questioning whether he believed he could escape punishment for injuring Qin Jong-sum's Danshin and killing his grandfather. Bu Yangang, descendant of the Blade clan, brandishes his sword at him and demands to know how he dares to vie for the position of vice lord with his lowly lineage, asserting that he should recognize his inferior position. Hang Yu-jin, descendant of the Sound clan, also points his sword towards him. Qin Yo-woon questions whether the four of them believe they can defeat him by ganging up on him, suggesting that they must have a hidden ace up their sleeve. Baek Cheol-gu reflects on how he poisoned his food earlier with Kai nullifying poison and his distilled poison Kai essence, recalling the effort he put into it while mistreating the cafeteria servant. He considers that despite his usual caution, Qin Yo-woon would never suspect that the cook he has grown accustomed to would poison his food, realizing that the ladle was laced with poison. He concludes that while Qin Yo-woon might be able to defend against external poison attacks with Kai armor, he cannot protect himself from ingested poison. He predicts that Qin Yo-woon will be unable to access his Kai for about 6 hours due to the Kai nullifying poison, and the poison he distilled from the poison of destruction will corrode his organs and Kai vessels, resulting in a tragic death. He remarks that he is acting too laid back, despite the fact that he will soon be meeting his subordinates in the infirmary. He adds that if he can manage to escape this situation alive, Qin Yo-woon inquires about the condition of his subordinates, wondering if they are collaborating with the Dark Clan scoundrels. He considers that if Qin Mu-yeon is involved, it poses a crisis. Waving his sword, he declares that since he is short on time, he will swiftly dispatch his opponent. Hang Yu-jin confronts him angrily and charges at him, accusing him of pretending to be superior just because he severed his sister's arm, and vows to take revenge by injuring both of them. Qin Yo-woon skillfully counters the attack and cuts off Hang Yu-jin's arm, remarking that he already mentioned he is pressed for time. Hang Yu-jin cries out in pain and collapses to the ground, while Baek Cheol-gu expresses disbelief, stating that it's Kai manifestation and questioning how this could be possible. He insists that he witnessed Qin Yo-woon drink the entire bowl with his own eyes, wondering how he could be unaffected by the poison. He inquires if he is referring to this as he cuts his hand, causing poisonous blood to seep out. He then flicks the drops onto Hang Yu-jin, who screams as his skin burns. He rhetorically asks if they truly believe such a petty trick would work on him. He remembers requesting Nano Machine to analyze the contents of the soup, which revealed the presence of a fatal poison and a substance that disperses energy within the body. He reflects that, as expected, if the perpetrators realize he is onto them, they won't reveal themselves. He then asks Nano Machine if it is possible to gather harmful substances in one spot and prevent them from dispersing throughout his body, to which Nano Machine confirms its feasibility. He decides that it's fine, so they should proceed until he instructs otherwise, and he drinks the bowl of liquid while Nano Machine confirms its understanding. Baek Cheol-gu reflects that despite consuming the Kai nullifying poison, Qin Yo-woon managed to collect and expel the poison from his body, a feat he finds incredulous. Baek Cheol-gu warns everyone to watch their backs, as they all charge at Qin Yo-woon. He engages Bu Yonggang, pushing him away, while Kyung Pyo regrets listening to Baek Cheol-gu and realizes it's too late to escape his grasp. He laments that the injury on his chest hasn't healed yet, and now he will likely end up in the infirmary again. Qin Yo-woon approaches him, placing his foot on Kyung Pyo's head and crushing it while the others attempt. Baek Cheol-gu expresses disbelief, stating that he doesn't believe it, while Kyung Pyo claims that he killed him. Qin Yo-woon responds that now it is their turn, causing them to believe it is too late and that they cannot survive. Beek Chiolgu remarks that he must have truly gone insane, questioning if he is not afraid of the wrath of the 6 main clans. Chin Yo-woon retorts, asking who is afraid of whom, as he retrieves his sword from the ground and stabs Kyung Pyo. Beek Chiolgu is shocked to witness this. Chin Yo-woon asserts that if he were afraid of them, he wouldn't have initiated all of this, adding that he doesn't think he's near the training room. Chin Yo-woon's warriors rush to check the dormitories and approach him, calling out to him. Moon Jae-yu asks if he is alright and expresses relief that their fears did not materialize. He responds that he is alright and asks if they were not attacked by Chen Mu-yeon's subordinates. Go Wang-hul questions how he knows about that and mentions that Guk Shin and his subordinates appeared there. He explains that he has heard about Guk Shin's strong loyalty, but emphasizes that no matter how powerful Chin Yo-woon may be at present, he is still under the protection of the Demonic Academy. He questions whether they truly believe Chin Yo-woon can handle the 6 main clans and the elite clans on his own once he leaves the academy. He adds that young Master Chin Mu-yeon is generous enough to accept everyone there, and he hopes they won't make a foolish decision by trusting Chin Yo-woon. Hyo-bong interjects, telling him to stop talking nonsense and asks if he thought they would just cower and bow down to the Dark Clan. He also remarks that he should address their liege as Council Elder or Brigade Leader Guk Shin rather than simply by name. Guk Shin remarks on whether he doesn't have his head held high despite being just a weakling from a mid-sized clan. Hyo-bong questions if he wants to engage in a confrontation with this weakling. Guk Shin responds with abuse. Mu Jin-yoon intervenes, urging them to calm down and reminding them that they didn't come there to fight while blocking Guk Shin's path. Go Wang-hul clarifies that they should not mistake their liege for being alone, as they are prepared to sacrifice their lives for him at any moment. Mu Jin-yoon acknowledges that Chin Yo-woon, the council elder, seems to have good judgment of character, and seeing him in this light makes it difficult for them to retract their proposal. He advises him to think carefully about it, as it is not a bad deal for him, before walking away. Chin Yo-woon questions why they just left. Go Wang-hul explains that while they did attempt something, they ultimately retreated, likely due to the hostility of the situation. Chin Yo-woon contemplates how the 4 clans collaborated to set up a trap to kill him, yet the individuals from the Dark Clan only departed after presenting a proposal. He speculates that perhaps the proposal was not truly about recruiting his subordinates, but rather a tactic to buy time, employing the strategy of using his enemies against each other. The scene transitions to the training room, where Mu Jin-yoon confirms that things transpired as he predicted, expressing amusement and stating that they had nothing to lose in the matter of whether Chin Yo-woon lived or died. He remarks that one can never be too certain, considering that Chin Yo-woon managed to endure even the poison. Mu Jin-yoon asserts that regardless of the outcome, if he succumbs to the poison from the Poison Clan, they will emerge as the final victors, and if he survives, given his personality, he won't simply let them off the hook, thereby earning the wrath of the 4 clans. He reflects that even if he survives, they can claim the moral high ground by rejecting the Poison Clan's underhanded tactics, yet it stings his pride, knowing they must rely on external forces because they cannot defeat him in a direct confrontation. He remarks that it's a true demonstration of using one's enemies against each other, adding that he learned something new from the experience. At that moment, there is a knock at the door, and they both turn their attention to it. Mu Jin-yoon wonders who it could be, considering they marked the room as currently in use. Chin Mu-yeon instructs him to open the door, and upon doing so, they see Ho Jin Chang standing there with some guards. Chin Mu-yeon asks what brings him there. The guards swiftly open the door and point their swords towards Chin Mu-yeon. Ho Jin Chang explains that he has been ordered to escort them both to the director and expresses his hope that they won't resist, as he doesn't want to resort to force. Ho Jin Chang escorts Chin Mu-yeon and Mu Jin-yoon to the director. On the way, they both sense something and notice the scent of blood. They look at some dead cadets and wonder why they are deceased. Lee Hwa Myung arrives and greets them, stating that Brigade Leader Chin Mu-yeon and Squad Leader Mu Jin-yoon have finally arrived. They exchange greetings before he gets straight to the point and asks if this was their doing. Mu Jin-yoon denies any knowledge of what he's asking. Chin Mu-yeon explains that they were in the training room and were escorted here immediately, so they are unaware of the current situation. Therefore, being questioned without any explanation is quite confusing. Mu Jin-yoon looks at Hang Yoo-jik and wonders if she bled to death from having her right arm cut off, but judging by her blackened face, it seems she was poisoned. He He wonders why she is dead instead of Chin Yo-woon. Meanwhile, Lee Hwa Myung announces next they have Kyung Pyo, and Moo Jin-yoon looks at him, pondering why Kyung Pyo, who wields the Sound Clan's demonic Pipa sound sword, is present. He internally curses, realizing that this setup has been carefully arranged to make it appear as though Kyung Pyo and Hang Yoo-jik died from fighting each other. He concludes that something has definitely gone wrong. As Lee Hwa Myung points out another body, Moo Jin-yoon observes the bruises on the individual's back, recognizing them as resembling a technique of the Dark Clan, the fourth technique of the flowing dark cloud palm, known as cloud controlling 8 forms. He wonders how there could be wounds from the flowing dark cloud palm, then covers his face, realizing why both he and his brother are being considered potential culprits. He attempts to say something, but Chin Moo-yeon communicates with him through sound telepathy, advising him not to react as it's a trap that has been set up. He inquires about the meaning of the trap, to which Chin Moo-yeon responds that the secret book for the flowing dark cloud palm is located on the 5th floor of the Demonic Academy. Chin Moo-yeon assures him that he will handle the situation and advises him not to let his emotions get the better of him, urging him to remain still. He reflects on his clever trick, but notes that using the flowing dark cloud palm was his mistake. Moo Jin-yoon agrees with his brother, realizing that Chin Yo-woon likely mastered the flowing dark cloud palm after passing the 5th test. Lee Hwa Myung declares that this is the final body, prompting both of them to look at him. Moo Jin-yoon is shocked, contemplating how it's possible for there to be palm marks from the flowing dark cloud palm and sword wounds from the dark demon's crushing sword. Chin Moo-yeon clenches his hand in anger, reflecting on the left sword right palm technique associated with the Dark Clan, which stands at the top among the 6 main clans. He considers Min Jin-won, the head of the Dark Clan and the First Council Elder, to be a true martial arts master who achieved 2nd rank in the cult with the left sword right palm and right sword left palm techniques, allowing him to freely utilize 2 ultimate martial arts skills ambidextrously with each hand. He notes that this martial art, purportedly known only by the head of the clan and Chin Moo-yeon within the Dark Clan, was openly demonstrated during the 3rd test of the Demonic Academy to obtain the yellow name tags. Chin Moo-yeon wonders about the nature of the trickery employed by Chin Yo-woon, contemplating whether he truly managed to recreate a technique that he only witnessed once 3 years ago for a brief moment. He reflects that it's something even his grandfather wouldn't be able to do, while Moo Jin-yoon remarks that this is definitely a trap set up by someone. He states that Brigade Leader Chin Moo-yeon has been inside the training room all the time, so how could he have killed them? Lee Hwa Myung inquires about the meaning of a trap and asks what exactly constitutes a trap, noting that he sounds like he knows why they were all gathered there. Moo Jin-yoon expresses concern, stating that they're in trouble. In order to properly defend themselves, they need to reveal how they are connected. If his brother is expelled from the academy due to this incident, Chin Yo-woon will emerge as the victor in the Battle of the Heirs. He realizes that he needs to at least prevent expulsion somehow. Lee Hwa Myung contends that attempting to make an excuse without any evidence only makes them more suspicious and orders the instructors to arrest them. Meanwhile, Moo Jin-yoon asserts that all of this was planned by Chin Yo-woon when Lee Hwa Myung orders the instructors to move forward. Chin Moo-yeon thinks that he told him to restrain himself and realizes that it can't be helped now. Moo Jin-yoon reveals that truth be told, Baek Cheol-gu of the Poison Clan proposed poisoning Chin Yo-woon to them and suggested they should work together. However, they deemed that cowardly and rejected his offer, so they knew nothing. He explains that they only just learned about their deaths and states that, in fact, the only one with a motive to kill them is Chin Yo-woon. He urges them to call him and the other cadets and investigate them as well, emphasizing that it's not right that they're the only suspects. Lee Hwa Myung responds, addressing squad leader Moo Jin-yoon, and suggests that he seems to be looking down on him as the director. He adds that Moo Jin-yoon seems to be talking without evidence, as the dead cannot speak, but questions who he thinks found these bodies. Moo Jin-yoon inquires if it was not the martial instructors who found the scene, but Lee Hwa Myung counters that it was Council Elder Chin Yo-woon and his squad leaders and brigade leaders who discovered the scene together and reported it directly to him. Moo Jin-yoon expresses confusion, questioning why he, the culprit, is being accused of being the culprit. He arrives, and Lee Hwa Myung and all the instructors greet him while Chin Moo-yeon looks at him with frustration. Lee Hwa Myung insists that Brigade Leader Chen Mu-yeon and Squad Leader Mu Jin-yoon should show him their respect, but they remain silent. He repeats his instruction, commanding them to show respect. Chen Mu-yeon greets him, and Mu Jin-yoon looks at him before also offering a greeting. Chin Yo-woon smiles and states to Squad Leader Mu Jin-yoon that if he is claiming that this was a trap set up by the Poison Clan, Blade Clan, Sound Clan, and Sword Clan aiming for him, and that he took care of all of them, could he take another look at the bodies? Lee Hwa Myung agrees and says, right this way, and they both reach the dead bodies. He explains that Squad Leader Hang Yu-jik had her arm cut off by Squad Leader Bu Yonggang's blade technique and then died from Squad Leader Baek Cheol-gu's poison. He continues, stating that Squad Leader Kyung Pyo died from Squad Leader Hang Yu-jik's demonic pipa sound sword piercing his heart. Chin Mu-yeon thinks, wait, something strange, while Ho Jin Chang states that Squad Leader Bu Yonggang died with his head smashed in after receiving internal injuries from what they suspect to be the Dark Clan's flowing dark cloud palm. Lee Hwa Myung adds that finally, Squad Leader Baek died from bleeding caused by internal injuries and wounds inflicted by the secret arts of the Dark Clan, the left sword right palm. Chin Yo-woon remarks, that's certainly strange, Squad Leader Mu Jin-yoon. If he killed them, as he claims, he would need to know all these different martial arts, including the poison arts. But when they put together the instructor's deductions, it just looks like they killed each other in a fight between 5 people. Chin Mu-yeon realizes the source of this ominous feeling, Chin Yo-woon. He contemplates this realization and berates him internally. Initially, he assumed that Chin Yo-woon was merely attempting to eliminate him, the last one left in the Battle of the Airs. However, he now understands that if these bodies were to return to their respective clans, they would have no choice but to deduce the culprits from the wounds left on the bodies. He concludes that Chin Yo-woon's true objective is to incite conflict among the 5 individuals. Chin Mu-yeon realizes that he has outsmarted them, turning their strategy of using his enemies against each other right back against them, Chin Yo-woon. Lee Hwa Myung orders the immediate transportation of these 2 to the detention center, a directive that the instructors promptly agree with. The scene shifts to the Demonic Academy Director's office, where Ho Jin Chang reports that the bodies of the children have been handed over to their respective clans. He adds that they have also sent an official statement indicating that Chin Mu-yeon and Mu Jin-yoon will be held in the detention center until the Lord and the Council Elders return. Ho Jin Chang remarks on the bizarre nature of the situation, noting that no one would be able to discern the truth just from seeing the corpses. Lee Hwa Myung expresses agreement, finding it peculiar as well, and reflects that it should be impossible even for a grandmaster to replicate a technique they have only seen once. Meanwhile, he considers that on top of everything, this is no ordinary technique. It is the secret technique of the leader of the Dark Clan. Whatever the case may be, a rift between the 5 clans is unavoidable. He reflects that the Lord has also been working on weakening their power, but Chin Yo-woon managed to divide them in a way that was only possible from the Demonic Academy. He believes that he is now fully matured and that the true Lord that the Sword Demon wished for will finally be born. The scene shifts to the west side of the heavenly demonic cult castle at Poison Clan's manor, where the dead body of Cheol-gu arrives and his mother breaks down in tears, expressing that she cannot bear this anymore. Vice leader of the Poison Clan, Baek Moon-soo, remarks that he wanted to hold back until they finished mourning their father's spirit, but they have far crossed the line. Core member of the Poison Clan, Baek Cha-woo, asserts that he's right and emphasizes that they can't continue to play into the hands of the Dark Clan any longer. He expresses certainty that everyone present is aware of their leader's change of mind regarding participation in the 6th test after Lady Mu of the Dark Clan intervened. Despite this, she had the audacity to attend his funeral, which Baek Cha-woo interprets as Lady Mu looking down on their Poison Clan. He states that only by severing her head can they ensure peace for their father and Cheol-gu's spirits. Another individual interjects, addressing the vice leader, and apologizes for speaking out during the funeral, but insists that now is the opportune moment. Baek Cha-woo agrees, acknowledging that they only stand a chance at victory, while the leader of the Dark Clan and over half of their main force is absent. Another bald individual chimes in, addressing his brother, and suggests that they might believe they won't have time to consider anything else amidst their nephew's funeral, but they cannot afford to let this opportunity slip. He acknowledges that Baek Moon-soo is correct. Then Baek Moon-soo declares they will first conclude Cheolgu's funeral, then discreetly mobilize their forces to assemble by 2 a.m. the following day. The scene shifts to the next day at 4 a.m. at the Dark Clan's manor, where Baek Moon-soo observes that the absence of the Dark Clan leader presents their sole opportunity to eradicate them. He proposes that they will advance into their innermost sanctums in one decisive strike. Baek Cha-woo concurs, urging them to proceed. They all covertly infiltrate the Dark Clan's territory. A bald person in their group alerts his brother, noting the absence of any sign of people despite their intrusion into the manor. Baek Moon-soo considers the possibility of an eventuality as he surveys the surroundings and suddenly discerns a hail of arrows, realizing it's a trap. He warns the others about the arrows infused with Kai, urging them to evade. They witness some of their warriors falling victim to the attack. Baek Cha-woo curses the Dark Clan while Baek Moon-soo questions if they are already aware of the impending assault. He asserts that they have already initiated the confrontation, and there is no retreat, urging everyone to fight to the death as he surveys the warriors around him. An old man appears and remarks that a cornered rat will bite the cat, observing as Dark Clan warriors overpower Poison Clan fighters. He notes their efforts to resist as a warrior rushes towards him, but he halts the attacker with his Kai abilities. Despite their struggle, he views them as nothing more than rats and dispatches several warriors. Mocking the vice leader of the Poison Clan, he questions their worthiness before attacking and injuring him while Baek Cha-woo and the bald individual observe. Lady Mu makes her entrance, commenting on the predictability of their movements and chiding them for underestimating the Dark Clan due to their leader's absence. Baek Cha-woo berates her and lunges to attack her, but she swiftly retaliates, stabbing him. Meanwhile, one of their comrades observes the confrontation. Suddenly, the old man emerges from behind, seizing Baek Cha-woo's head and declaring him the sole survivor, commanding him to kneel. Baek Cha-woo complies, incredulous at the monsters who remain in the Dark Clan. He addresses Lady Mu, expressing his surprise that she concealed her true strength despite being regarded as the Lord's first concubine. Lady Mu retorts that she was not hiding it, she simply hadn't displayed it. Ignoring his attempt to engage in verbal sparring, she swiftly decapitates him. Surveying the scene, she remarks on the futility of engaging in dialogue with him. A warrior approaches, reporting the elimination of all intruders from their manor. Lady Mu acknowledges their accomplishment, lamenting the inability to utilize them further. The warrior expresses concern, questioning whether the Blade Clan might attempt a similar ambush. He seeks assurance that Lady Mu is confident the Blade Clan won't take action independently. She reassures him, stating that the Blade Clan won't act without a direct order from their clan leader. Understanding her stance, the warrior suggests sending people to the Demonic Academy the next morning to take custody of the young masters. However, she declines, asserting that they should allow them to remain. Lady Mu believes that Mu-yeon should contemplate his actions, but they can't abandon young master Chen Mu-yeon. She emphasizes her understanding of her child's character, explaining that he needs a wake-up call after falling for the enemy's trick due to overconfidence. This, she believes, will teach him the challenges of holding the position of the Lord. She emphasizes the importance of utilizing their clan's full resources to uncover everything about that detestable individual, even if it requires interrogating his former guard, Jang, and questioning the expelled cadets from the academy. The old man inquires about her well-being, to which she affirms she's fine, but he managed to deceive her, so now he must face the consequences. She believes he has become too dangerous to leave unchecked and concludes that he's beyond Mu-yeon's capability to handle, necessitating her personal intervention. Reflecting on the 4 days that have passed since the children of the 4 clans were murdered, she notes that after Chin Mu-yeon and Mu Jin-yoon were confined in the detention center with their kiss sealed, their subordinates descended into chaos. She observes that those who had supported Chin Mu-yeon as the Vice Lord candidate withdrew their backing, and the remaining supporters found themselves powerless as the Demonic Academy fell under his complete control. Consequently, they opted to leave the academy to support Chin Mu-yeon from outside. She observes that the 7 cadets who had departed from Chin Mu-yeon's faction and the 5 cadets from the elite clans who have yet to pledge loyalty to Chin Yo-woon are not convincing to him. Chin Yo-woon, who prioritizes loyalty above all else, is not persuaded by them. Thus, he declines to accept any of them as his subordinates. Fortunately for Salma Chak and Lee Sa-hyum, they have been accepted as the final subordinates, having pledged their loyalty before his confrontation with the children of the 4 clans. Ki Tikjayam states that he can reject the one who used to be under Chin Muyon, but he must accept the other 5. She acknowledges his sentiments, understanding that in order for him to ascend to the position of Vice Lord, he needs at least 12 leaders from the elite clans to bear witness for him. She empathizes with his unease regarding their previous lack of support, but suggests that with those 5 on their side, they can meet the required number. Ho Sang Hwa expresses her alignment with Ki Tikjayam on this issue, while she emphasizes that his ascension to the Vice Lordship takes precedence. Ya Wu Min pleads for their acceptance. However, Chin Yo-woon declines, stating that he will pursue an alternative path. She notes that he was informed only 2 days prior by the 12 leaders of the elite clans about their commitment to testify for him to ascend to the position of Vice Lord. Ho Sang Hwa inquires if an alternative solution exists. He responds that he will depart from the demonic academy today. All the warriors of Chin Yo-woon are shocked as Chin Yo-woon announces that he has 2 reasons for leaving the academy early. Firstly, to secure witnesses through alternative means, and secondly, because currently the Lord and 8 of the Council Elders are absent, having departed for the Central Plains. Ho Sang Hwa asks if this means that no leaders of the main clan are present, but he assures her that he is not taking too great of a risk. Go Wang Hul reassures them, stating that their liege isn't going to be leaving alone. Ki Tikjayam inquires if he's leaving as well, to which he responds that it's not just him. Moon Jae-yu raises her hand and declares that she will be accompanying young master Chin Yo-woon too. Baek Gi adds that he's setting off as well. She remarks that even Moon Jae-yu and Baek Gi, along with the others, are all the people who have passed the 5th test leaving. Sa Ma Chak concurs, stating that he may be lacking, but he will also ensure the well-being of their liege. Go Wang Hul apologizes for informing them of the situation in this manner. He then permits them to leave as well, acknowledging their loyalty but advising them to focus on mastering their martial arts if they truly aspire to become assets for him. Ki Tikjayam reflects that, as of yet, they may not be formidable allies for him, but despite that, he continues to consider them, emphasizing the need for their improvement. He considers that Hyo Bong must be feeling quite despondent about not being able to accompany their liege. Hyo Bong reassures them that he will attend to their liege diligently, urging them not to worry about him and to become stronger quickly. He insists that he must remain by their liege's side and declares his unwavering determination to follow him, regardless of any obstacles, as he grasps his hand firmly. Go Wang Hul agrees but instructs them not to disclose the information until they are ready to depart. Moon Jae-yu ponders, feeling that even though they were warned, the situation is unfolding unexpectedly. Hyo Bong questions how he can handle this, prompting Go Wang Hul to clarify that he is advising them to remain, yet they are taking Hyo Bong with them. Hyo Bong responds that he believed they wanted them to become stronger, but now they are all trying to control him despite his overwhelming desire to accompany Chin Yo-woon. As he departs, he tells Hyo Bong to resolve this matter himself. The scene shifts to the same night at 8 p.m. at the Flying Phantom Clan's manor, where Chin Yo-woon arrives. The guards observe him and draw their swords. One of the guards inquires about his identity, stating that he has never seen him before, while another guard questions the purpose of his visit. Chin Yo-woon requests them to inform Sir Hwan Yui, the 11th Council Elder, that Chin Yo-woon, the 12th Council Elder, wishes to meet him, presenting his 12th Council badge as proof. The 2 guards greet him warmly and promptly inform their clan leader of his arrival, asking if he could kindly wait a moment. Hyo Bong whispers that it seems like a ghost might appear at any moment, while Go Wang Hul agrees. Chin Yo-woon reflects that he didn't notice before when he came with his grandfather, but the atmosphere is somewhat eerie. He wonders if the young master will be able to convince him and wishes his grandfather were here. Nu Yeon introduces herself, expressing pleasure at meeting him, and informs him that she is a director at the Flying Phantom Clan. Hyo Bong wonders, noting her white foundation and red lipstick, whether this person is a man or a woman, and asks if the 12th Council Elder is present. Go Wang Hul confirms that this individual is indeed their liege. She offers her apologies and greets Chin Yo-woon, who also introduces himself. She explains that their master has requested her to escort him to the guest house and offer some refreshments, so she invites him inside. She admits she forgot to mention earlier, apologizing again, that their master only wishes to meet the council elder. She hopes he will understand. Their master is rather shy, though she smiles secretly. Go Wang Hul acknowledges that his question may be impolite, but he expresses concern about ensuring their liege's safety if he enters alone. She compliments him, noting his handsomeness and loyalty, and reassures him that the leader of their clan is not the type to disrespect a council elder of their cult. She proposes a compromise. They will allow one person to accompany him, but any more than that will incur the displeasure of their master. Hyo Bong questions what she means by only one, while Moon Jae-woo volunteers to accompany him. Nu Ye-yeon agrees, suggesting they proceed inside. They enter the building, where he notices several scarecrow-like figures standing guard. Shin Yo-woon observes that while he initially found the exterior somewhat peculiar, the interior appears even more unsettling than he had anticipated. Nu Ye-yeon announces the arrival of the guests, prompting him to notice 7 men with identical faces. He recalls hearing that the Thousand Faces Phantom is renowned as the world's greatest maker of skin masks, but he is astounded by the refinement of these masks, which make the men appear indistinguishable from one another. Despite this, he reflects that they all seem to resemble the same person. Hwan Yui rises to greet him and introduces himself as the leader of the Flying Phantom clan. Moon Jae-woo, upon seeing him, privately communicates to Shin Yo-woon through sound telepathy that he looks entirely different from her memory of him. He wonders about this discrepancy, recalling rumors of his mischievous nature, and questions the significance of the situation. Shin Yo-woon greets him in return and identifies himself as the newest 12th Council Elder, Shin Yo-woon. The man acknowledges this fact and invites him to join them for tea and refreshments while they converse. Moon Jae-woo introduces herself as a member of the Dark Dragon Palm clan and mentions that it has been some time, addressing him as an uncle. He reciprocates, recalling seeing her with her brother Moon Yeon before she entered the Demonic Academy, and noting that it seems he has taken good care of her in that regard. She expresses surprise that he remembers, to which Shin Yo-woon privately communicates to her through sound telepathy, identifying the man as Council Elder Hwan Yui and mentioning that he is the only one aware of his use of a skin mask. He then asks if Hwan Yui knows why he requested a meeting with him, prompting Moon Jae-woo to glance at him in surprise, noting his directness. Hwan Yui inquires whether Shin Yo-woon's purpose for visiting is not to obtain his jade medallion. Shin Yo-woon confirms that Hwan Yui is aware of his intention. Hwan Yui questions whether this would be the only reason why he would seek him out immediately after winning the Battle of the Airs and departing from the Demonic Academy. Shin Yo-woon considers that there are 2 ways to ascend to the position of Vice Lord. One is for 12 leaders of elite clans to serve as witnesses, and the other is for the 12 council elders to acknowledge him as the Vice Lord. He reflects that the Jade Medallion serves as identification for a council elder, and when a council elder bestows it upon an heir, it signifies both a pledge of loyalty and acknowledgement as the Vice Lord. Shin Yo-woon responds affirmatively, indicating that he will cease addressing Hwan Yui as a council elder of the cult, and instead requests a private meeting as a candidate for Vice Lord of the cult. Hwan Yui remarks that he has been regarding him as a Vice Lord candidate from the very beginning. Shin Yo-woon responds with a request for clarification. Hwan Yui asks if he doesn't already know, stating that in exchange for the Jade Medallion, they are permitted to test him. He further explains that he had intended to give him some time during their conversation, but since Shin Yo-woon has gotten straight to the point, he won't beat around the bush either. He proceeds to outline the 2 things he wishes to test Shin Yo-woon on. The first is his observation skills, and he asks if Shin Yo-woon can discern which of them is the real clan leader. Moon Jae-woo finds this task daunting, reflecting on the precision of the skin masks, noting that even their wrinkles and the shapes of their beards are identical. She considers that not only are they wearing skin masks crafted with the utmost care by their uncle, but these individuals have also undergone years of training to mimic him. She concludes that it's not easy to distinguish them, regardless of how keen his Kai senses are. Hwan Yui assures Shin Yo-woon that he won't rush him into making a guess and suggests they take their time while they chat over tea. He responds that he has found the real clan leader. Hwan Yui queries what he means, while Nu Ye-yeon interjects, asking him to wait and inquiring if he is suggesting that it's her. Moon Jae-woo communicates to Shin Yo-woon through sound telepathy that it was Uncle Hwan, meaning the council elder, who asked which of these men he was. Shin Yo-woon responds that Uncle Hwan instructed him to find him, and he doesn't recall Uncle Hwan specifying that he would be one of these 7 men. Nu Yeon retorts that merely based on that, he is claiming she is the clan leader, and she hopes he isn't hastily giving up his chance here. She asks for his pardon for a moment. Chin Yo-woon attacks her, but she blocks his attack with her Kai powers and remarks that this is quite troublesome, asking how he knew that. He explains that it's through sound telepathy. She questions what he means by sound telepathy. He recalls when Moon Jae-woo introduced her as Uncle H1 and said to him Uncle. H1 Yui, not recognizing her, replies to her after a moment. Meanwhile, Chin Yo-woon gazes at her, pondering the significance of the brief pause just now. He recalls Moon Jae-woo informing him through sound telepathy that the individual is Council Elder H1 Yui, the only person aware of his use of a skin mask. Chin Yo-woon considers that when one transmits sound telepathy, the vocal cords vibrate ever so slightly, and one of them should be the genuine sender of the telepathic message. He determines that he should introduce a topic that the imposter cannot quickly respond to. Consequently, he asks if H1 Yui knows why he has requested a meeting with him. H1 Yui inquires if he is not present to obtain his jade medallion. Chin Yo-woon realizes that none of their vocal cords vibrated and wonders if his hypothesis was incorrect or if they can use sound telepathy without the need for vocal vibrations. He confirms that H1 Yui indeed knows his purpose. H1 Yui questions whether that would be the only reason why Chin Yo-woon would come to him immediately after winning the Battle of the Airs and leaving the Demonic Academy. Chin Yo-woon asks Nano if he is capable of detecting any other sounds, such as the sound telepathy that Moon Jae-woo sent. Nano Machine confirms that it is possible. Chin Yo-woon acknowledges this and states that he will cease addressing H1 Yui as a council elder of the cult. He then formally requests a private meeting as a Vice Lord candidate of the cult. Nano Machine explains that it adjusts the user's hearing to detect other sound frequencies, and a frequency with a different vibration has been detected. Nano Machine detects a voice stating that H1 Yui has been treating Chin Yo-woon as a Vice Lord candidate from the very beginning. H1 Yui repeats the same words. He asks for pardon, and the unknown voice repeats that he should already know that, as in exchange for the Jade Medallion, they are permitted to test him. H1 Yui also repeats these words. Chin Yo-woon reflects on the possibility of overhearing sound telepathy and gazes at Nu Yeon, realizing that this allowed him to discern the sender of the sound telepathy. However, he decides not to reveal everything. He explains that after he greeted Moon Jae-woo, there was a slight delay in her response, leading him to suspect that someone was sending a sound telepathy message. Despite none of the 7 people present having vibrating vocal cords, indicating they weren't transmitting sound telepathy, Nu Yeon remains as the only individual capable of doing so. Nu Yeon chuckles, admitting that she deliberately involved Moon Jae-woo to confuse him, but it appears she inadvertently created a trap for herself, which Chin Yo-woon finds remarkable. She continues to block his sword and introduces herself again as H1 Yui, the leader of the Flying Phantom clan. Chin Yo-woon reciprocates, stating his own name. She suggests that since he passed the first test spectacularly, they can proceed to the second test immediately and launch an attack on him. He steps back, impressed by the incredible Kai attack. She employs Phantom Swipe and continues to assail him repeatedly, but he manages to evade her strikes. Eventually, she kicks him out of the room, prompting Moon Jae-woo to watch in concern and rush to his aid. H1 Yui remarks that she didn't intend to destroy the guest house with their altercation and chuckles. Chin Yo-woon reflects that the technique she used just now was Phantom Swipe, which he had encountered on the 5th floor of the library, but it was far more precise in practice than what he had read, with its weaknesses seemingly rectified. She mentions that she had high expectations due to hearing about his victory against the leader of the Poison Clan, noting that while the old man may have walked with a cane, he was also a formidable opponent. She mentions that she has never had the opportunity to fight him before due to lack of cause, but he, who has emerged victorious against him, will serve as a suitable substitute. She adds that based on what she has heard, he is a master of the blade, having been trained by Siab Mong, the Right Guardian. A guard approaches her, presenting her with a sword and commenting on her expertise in the Flying Phantom blade. She swiftly moves to attack him, prompting him to draw his own sword. She admires his blade, expressing anticipation for their upcoming duel and urging him to do his best, just as he did in his fight against Old Man Biko. They both charge at each other, blocking each other's attacks. Ya Woo-min curses and commands them to stop while he rushes inside, kicking aside the door guards and entering the palace. Sama Chak questions the wisdom of charging in like this, but Hyo Bong asserts that their liege safety takes precedence. After a while, Chen Yo-woon and Hwan Yui continue to attack each other repeatedly, but they manage to block each other's attacks. She observes that he is strong enough to have reached this level of martial prowess at the age of 20, but she doubts it's enough for him to have been able to decapitate old man Biko. She questions whether he believes he can acquire her jade medallion in this manner. He considers that he cannot defeat Council Elder Hwan Yui with just the butterfly dance. Consequently, he decides he should test something else. As they both attack each other again, she wonders about the unfamiliar form he employs, having never seen it before. He admits he might not be able to control it properly and urges her to block it with all her strength. Confused, she asks what he means, but he launches his attack nonetheless. She steps back, causing the floor to break beneath his strike. She realizes that this might be the blade technique that severed Biko's head. In response, she decides to use the Flying Phantom Blade, Ascension of the Flying Phantom Blade, and the ultimate technique together to counterattack. They clash once more, but neither is injured. Eventually, she sustains an injury to her hand, causing her sword to fall. She thinks to herself, no, this can't happen. Ya Woo-min contemplates if their liege is over there just as Oh-gung attacks him. He steps back, recognizing it as a claw technique, while Oh-gung questions his intrusion without permission, asking where he thinks they are. Go Wang-hul summons Beak-gi, and they all gather in a circle to prepare for a counterattack. Sama Chak remarks that things are unfolding exactly as he anticipated. Hyo Bong expresses disdain for them all wearing skin masks, deeming it a terrible choice. Oh-gung remarks on the presence of not just one but 4 intruders, noting their apparent lack of sensibility. He wonders which clans they hail from to display such rudeness. Ya Woo-min retorts that they are hardly in a position to lecture, but Go Wang-hul stops him from advancing, introducing himself as Go Wang-hul of the Dark Fist clan and displaying his badge. Oh-gung inquires if he is from the Dark Fist clan, questioning whether he is the child of clan leader Go Wang-hyan. He confirms that this is indeed the case. Oh-gung criticizes the behavior of a child from an elite clan barging into another clan's manor in the middle of the night, questioning if his father taught him that such conduct is acceptable. He apologizes if they have caused any displeasure, explaining that they had to enter because they were concerned that something might have happened to their liege. Oh-gung asks who their liege is, to which he responds that it is young Master Chen Yo-woon, the 12th council elder of their cult. Oh-gung realizes that the guest who came to see their clan leader was indeed young Master Chen Yo-woon. They all hear a voice and turn to look at it. Then Go Wang-hul asserts that as his subordinates, they cannot simply stand around while their liege might be in danger and requests permission to see what is happening inside. Oh-gung apologizes but states that they are not permitted to interrupt their leader. In response, Go Wang-hul explains that this leaves them no choice, as they cannot afford to delay any longer, and requests forgiveness for their rudeness. Oh-gung, considering their youth, offers them one final chance. If they step down now, he will ensure that their leader ensures young Master Chen Yo-woon's safety. They all prepare for combat as another explosion occurs, causing them to look toward the broken wall. Oh-gung questions what just happened, and they observe a huge scar on the ground. Oh-gung flies toward it and calls for the clan leader, while Go Wang-hul instructs his warriors to follow him. Hwan Yui observes the scar on the ground and is shocked, realizing that he is truly a monster. She then presents him with the badge and introduces herself as Hwan Yui, the 11th council elder of the cult and leader of the Flying Phantom clan. She acknowledges young Master Chen Yo-woon as the Vice Lord and offers the badge as a token of her loyalty, kneeling before him. As Oh-gung and his warriors arrive, Ya Woo-min realizes that she is not the director but the clan leader, prompting Hyo Bong to laugh and remark that Oh-gung's concern for their liege safety was unnecessary. Oh-gung shoots him an annoyed glance in return. Meanwhile, he sits in a room with his warriors, where Hwan Yui approaches and apologizes for the misunderstanding. Chen Yo-woon notes that she is still wearing her skin mask and questions whether she has any intention of revealing her true face. Meanwhile, she smiles secretly and explains that their Flying Phantom clan has always operated as a clandestine organization specializing in assassination and espionage. Therefore, they are prohibited from revealing their faces to anyone except the Lord. She adds that she will unveil her face once he ascends to the position of the Lord, chuckling as she speaks. Chen Yo-woon then inquires whether Hwan Ya is not his biological son. She confirms this, saying he already knew. Qin Yo-woon recounts his encounter with Hwanya before leaving the demonic academy, mentioning how Hwanya persistently tried to persuade him. However, Hwanya stated that he is not permitted to follow anyone without the orders of his clan leader. He reflects that he was able to discern right away that Hwanya was wearing a skin mask thanks to the nano machine, but he found it unsettling that Hwanya kept referring to his father as the clan leader. She explains that she is unable to have children, prompting Go Wang-hul and Hyobong to ask for clarification. She elaborates that the silent phantom art, the breathing and cultivation technique of their clan, requires powerful yin energy, necessitating neutering at a young age to master it. They both become annoyed and sweat at the revelation. She continues, stating that since they still need to continue the lineage of the clan, they adopt a child. But this arrangement means that her relationship with Hwanya is more akin to that of a master and disciple. He acknowledges her explanation, and she reiterates that everyone must forget what they heard there and asks if they understand. She then expresses her feelings of affection for the reliable-looking brigade leader, Go Wang-hul, and blushes. He assures her that he will also keep silent about the matter. She then inquires about when he will reveal the truth. Moon Jae-yu politely asks for pardon, to which she responds that she has already departed from the demonic academy, so there is no need to continue the conversation. Moon Jae-yu is shocked and attempts to dissuade her, mentioning that they will be visiting the Dark Dragon Palm clan when her grandfather returns, intending to inform them at that time. She laughs and acknowledges his understanding, causing Moon Jae-yu to exhale in relief. After some time, they all depart, with Hwanya also accompanying them. She apologizes for not being able to offer him a proper reception, and invites him to stay in their clan's guest house for the time being if he wishes. Qin Yo-woon appreciates her consideration, acknowledging that he currently lacks a clan to stay with, and thanks her for her kindness. He then asks if he could bring one more person along. She readily agrees, stating that he is welcome to bring whoever he wishes, and mentions that she will send her men to fetch the person. However, he declines the offer and expresses his desire to go himself, but he still appreciates the gesture. The scene shifts to Heavenly Demon Cult's castle south side at Qin Yo-woon's house. He arrives there with his warriors and thinks to himself that everything still looks the same, it's still clean. He recalls how diligent guard Jang was, remembering how he used to wake up early every morning to sweep the yard after training. Qin Yo-woon anticipates meeting him again and opens the door, wondering what expression guard Jang will have on his face upon seeing him all grown up. They all enter the house. Moon Jae-yu looks around and reflects that this is the house where the young master was born and raised. Qin Yo-woon then states that he can't sense guard Jang's presence, prompting Moon Jae-yu to inquire about his words. He explains that he is unable to sense guard Jang's presence. Qin Yo-woon opens the door and enters guard Jang's room, scanning the surroundings. He observes that guard Jang's items are still present, and there's no apparent reason for him to have left at midnight. Upon closer inspection, he notices a lack of warmth in the room, suggesting it has been empty for about 3 or 4 days. He considers that if guard Jang had been kidnapped, there might have been traces of a struggle, but there are none, indicating the culprits are skilled professionals. Realizing he won't find anything with just his eyes, he instructs Nano Machine to scan the entire house and yard for any signs of intrusion or a fight. Nano Machine acknowledges the command, stating it will scan all areas within the user's vision. After a while, Nano Machine announces, scans completely, and displays augmented reality in the user's vision. Qin Yo-woon notices a mark and walks toward it, thinking it resembles a faint sword mark, more akin to the mark of a Kai sword. He reflects that it's difficult to discern much from just this mark, wishing there were indications of a specific technique. He confirms that this is a sword mark and questions if it implies that guard Jang was ambushed. Meanwhile, Go Wang-hul observes that he has never seen the liege hold back so much, likening it to a volcano on the brink of explosion. He attributes this reaction to Qin Yo-woon's previous statement about guard Jang being like a father to him. Baek-gi approaches and suggests that if it's a sword mark, it narrows things down. He notes that among the 6 main clans, the ones primarily utilizing the sword are the Sword Clan, the Dark Clan, and the Sound Clan. Qin Yo-woon contemplates which clan could be responsible, considering all 3 as likely suspects. He ponders whether to eliminate the Dark Clan from the list, since they would be preoccupied with the other 4 clans currently. However, he hesitates, thinking that if they are conniving, they might have orchestrated the situation as a distraction. Hyobong suggests searching all the suspicious clans, noting that from what he has heard, all the council elders of the main clans are currently absent, making them vulnerable to infiltration. Sa Ma-chak disagrees, stating that it won't be easy, emphasizing that even without their leaders, the main clans are formidable. He elaborates that even the Flying Phantom clan, as an elite clan outside the 6 main clans, had formidable martial artists respond swiftly to intrusions. Additionally, he points out that even if they did manage to infiltrate, searching the entire manor would be impossible. Meanwhile, Go Wang Hul calls Qin Yo-woon and suggests that their true objective is likely not guard Jiang but him. He explains that when the assailants discover that Qin Yo-woon has left the academy, they will likely approach him. He proposes that Qin Yo-woon tries this strategy. On the other side, guard Jiang is tied up and badly injured. Someone approaches him and stabs him with a hot rod, demanding to know who gave him permission to sleep. Guard Jiang screams in pain. The person threatens to continue the interrogation until Guard Jiang answers all their questions. Lady Mu arrives and remarks on Guard Jiang's resilience despite his condition. She informs him that she has other matters to attend to, and this will be her final question. Did the Lord teach Qin Yo-woon martial arts? Guard Jiang denies this. Lady Mu's warrior enters the prison, and another warrior informs her that Qin Yo-woon has left the demonic academy. She laughs and remarks on Qin Yo-woon's timing, suggesting that his luck may have finally run out with leaving the demonic academy at such an opportune moment. She then inquires about his current whereabouts. Guard Jiang overhears this and silently pleads for Qin Yo-woon's safety. The scene shifts to Gaolin, where Hyobong questions the feasibility of their plan. Moon Jae-yu acknowledges the uncertainty but suggests that if Go Wang Hul's theory is correct, they will be approached one way or another. She believes that it would be challenging for their adversaries to execute any plans easily in a crowded place. Moon Jae-yu reflects on the boldness of the plan to use Qin Yo-woon as bait to observe the movements of the 3 clans, questioning whether they will indeed approach them. As they all dine together, Qin Yo-woon hears a voice through sound telepathy, warning him not to make any signals or attempt to use his Kai senses to determine his location. The voice threatens dire consequences if he does. He calmly continues eating his food. He acknowledges that the threats they're receiving are far from minor and observes that the manner in which they're issued is unlike anything experienced at the Demonic Academy. Experiencing one of his comrades being kidnapped and threatened is an unsettling and infuriating sensation that he hadn't anticipated. He instructs Nano Machine to locate the source of the sound telepathy. Nano Machine confirms understanding and explains that it is detecting sound vibrating at a different frequency, having adjusted the user's hearing accordingly. Qin Yo-woon hears a message through sound telepathy originating from the Poison Clan's manor by 1am. He questions why the Poison Clan is involved, prompting the voice to warn him that if he arrives armed, they will sever one of his arms before he even reaches the entrance. He listens as the other person insists that it should be evident. He must arrive alone. If even a hint of another presence is detected within 300 meters, his life is forfeit. They emphasize that tardiness will also result in his demise, urging him to make the correct choice. They question whether they need to clarify the consequences should he attempt pursuit. He identifies the figure standing outside Gaolin, discerning their location despite not being able to see their face. Positioned near the entrance, he realizes he must act swiftly before they vanish entirely from his Kai radar. Hyobong, indignant at the glare aimed at their liege, rushes to confront the figure, delivering a forceful kick. Qin Yo-woon intervenes, seizing the individual by the neck, demanding to know their clan affiliation. The other person responds with confusion, prompting him to emphasize the importance of truthfulness, given the uncertainty surrounding his current capabilities. The individual becomes scared and angry as Qin Yo-woon throws him to the ground. Another person inquires if these individuals are the culprits. Qin Yo-woon denies this, stating he doesn't believe so, but with the crowd gathering, they should apprehend these individuals and depart. Ya Wu-min shoulders 2 of the suspects and apologizes to Hobong, suggesting they take the one who wet his pants. The scene shifts to the south side of the heavenly demonic cult's castle, specifically Qin Yo-woon's house. They bring the suspects here and question them. One claims they were hired to watch him. Qin Yo-woon asks what the person who hired them looked like. The suspect replies they didn't know as the individual wore a straw hat to conceal their face. Hyobong expresses doubt, stating he doesn't think they're lying. Moon Jae-woo observes that based on their identification medallions, they appear to be from ordinary martial arts families. Chin Yo-woon agrees, stating he won't kill them, and they express gratitude. However, he informs them that he will need them to stay there for about 2 days. They inquire what he means, and he renders them unconscious, instructing others to bind and lock them up inside the storage. They comply and take the individuals away. Chin Yo-woon realizes he will have to wait until everyone returns to gather more information. He notes that the 3 were expected to return around 6 am, and the first one back is Go Wang-hul, who had been spying on the movements of the Sound Clan. Go Wang-hul reports seeing people coming and going from the direction of the Sound Clan, but nothing particularly noteworthy inside. Chin Yo-woon inquires whether he has seen anyone wearing a straw hat, to which he denies and states that no one fitting that description was present. He suggests that it is probable that either the Dark Clan or the Sword Clan is involved, and they will need to wait until Beak-gi and Sa-ma-chak return to determine which clan is responsible. Chin Yo-woon observes that it has been over an hour since the agreed-upon time and asks if they are excessively late. He expresses a sense of foreboding, while Chin Yo-woon wonders if something has happened to them. On the other side, Lady Mu sits at her place, sipping tea, as the old man arrives, bringing in Beak-gi in an unconscious state. He confirms that they found him hiding near the Sword Clan's manor, remarking that the young man was quite resistant. Another warrior adds that despite being only 20 years old, he is a skilled master, admitting his own failure to apprehend him without the assistance of their fellow warrior. She reassures him, saying that it's all right. He has successfully completed his mission. She notices his confused expression, wondering which clan captured his guard. The warrior reflects that he has been serving her for almost 20 years, yet she still instills fear in him. He believes she discerned his trap as soon as she learned that he had exposed himself openly. He acknowledges that if she hadn't personally chosen to marry the Lord, she might have risen to become the next leader of the Dark Clan. She inquires about the origin of the young man. The old man informs her that he is identified as Beak-gi of the Gentle Kick clan. Surprised, she asks if he is from the Gentle Kick clan, indicating that he must be from an elite lineage to have a subordinate like him. She concludes that he must have undergone rigorous training within the demonic academy. The warrior inquires about the individual and asks what should be done with him. She questions the reason behind his inquiry. He explains that the person appears to be the son of the 9th Council Elder and claims affiliation with the Nihility clan. She queries the meaning of the Nihility clan and asks if he is Sir Sa-ma Yui's son. She reflects that he has even managed to secure an alliance with the Nihility clan and possesses the Lock of People, making him a significant threat. She contemplates that if she doesn't eliminate him while the Lord is away, he could become a serious problem in the future. She resolves to kill him swiftly, likening it to entering the jaws of a snake.